Hi guys, welcome to part 1 of the digital marketing full course video by Simplilearn. In this video, we'll be covering everything you need to know about digital marketing. We'll do this with the help of our instructor, Rob Sanders. So let's start with an introduction to digital marketing, a digital marketing course video, and some of the best digital marketing tools. We'll also have a look at what is SEO, an SEO tutorial, 7 tips and tricks for SEO, how to perform keyword research, how to rank number 1 on Google, and Google Tag Manager.
Greetings everyone, this is Rob Sanders, and today we're going to talk about what is digital marketing. So thanks for joining us here at Simplilearn, and let's get started. Let's start talking about why digital marketing is important. So let's start there on the why. So we're just a fly on the wall and we're in an office environment. We're looking at two friends having a conversation about digital marketing. So really, if we're listening in, every marketer is using digital marketing for his or her business. Now, digital marketing's become more popular than traditional marketing. That's not a surprise. So in response, hey, over the past few decades, digital marketing has evolved at a rapid pace. These days, a lot of people spend most of their time on the internet. So what happens in the internet every 60 seconds? Well, a lot happens every 60 seconds. So according to social media today, there's a lot of snaps, there's a lot of clicks, there's a lot of text, there's a lot of videos watched, there's a lot of pictures being taken, there's a lot of voice activated activity going on, a lot of tweets, emails, swipes. There's a lot going on here in 60 seconds. So there's a lot of activity on the internet, a lot. And so the one gentleman says, hey, can you also mention a few differences between digital and traditional marketing systems? And then the expert responds, of course, I can certainly clarify a few differences between digital and traditional. And so he goes on to say what the differences are between traditional and digital, and let's look at that. Okay, so on traditional marketing, we're talking about print, radio, billboard, newspaper, TV, anything that's not on your mobile or laptop. So we know with traditional marketing, reach is limited. With digital marketing, reach is maximum. And what we mean by that is, hey, when you print something, you're printing it for X amount of people. If you're trying to promote an event and you basically create 1,000 flyers, okay, you figure it's going to 1,000 people, maybe they'll share it. So you're looking at about 2,000 people maybe, just to be generous. Well, digital marketing, we're promoting an event. We can promote it to a whole lot of people depending on the platform. So 2,000 is nothing when you're targeting an audience on Facebook or Google search. Traditional marketing, non-versatile. And with digital marketing, very versatile. So again, going back to our flyer, print an 8.5 by 11. Okay, that's it. With digital marketing, you're running display banners. You got 468 by 60, 200 by 200, 250 by 250, 300 by 300. The list goes on the types of different display sizes, not to mention text ads, not to mention video or multimedia. So there's a lot you can do to get your message out there. Okay, with traditional, it's always delayed communication. Okay, so meaning if you're trying to get that TV spot, there might not be a spot open until 1 in the morning. Okay, well, with digital marketing, there is no hours. Okay, you can certainly get your point out there and have people see it instantaneously. So with traditional marketing, there's a lack of real-time results. This seems like it's obvious, but digital marketing, that's one of the biggest benefits. Instant real-time results, instant. Okay, nowadays, going to analytics, you can look at real-time reporting. Okay, so we could see real-time results. Okay, traditional marketing can be very costly. If you're not only doing postcards and printing postcards, but you have to mail those postcards. So there's postage fees. Where with digital marketing, it's very, very, very cost efficient. Meaning you could pick and choose who you want to target, when you want to target, where you want to target, what you want to target. And if you're doing search, you can put your bidding in place. You can put your hours in place. You can really control how much you actually spend. So that to me is one of the biggest advantages to digital marketing. Not only do you get real-time results, but you can control costs and then obviously optimize based on the amount of cost you're spending, based on those real-time results. And with traditional marketing, it's difficult to reach a target audience. With digital marketing, it's easy to reach a target audience. I don't want to bash traditional marketing too much. If you're going to put a TV ad in place, you're going to do it on a TV show that tends to gear more towards your target audience, but that doesn't guarantee anything. Here we can simply go to Facebook or Twitter or LinkedIn and just pick and choose specifically who we want to target, when we want to target them. So it just becomes a lot easier to reach a targeted audience on a digital marketing platform. And then with traditional marketing, poor campaign measurement. With digital, you have easy to measure and optimize campaigns. And what we really mean by that is because you get instant time results, because you can control costs, because you can reach your target audience more easily, all those are a result of, you can measure and optimize. Based on what our audience is seeing and how much they're spending to see it, we can quickly make adjustments in order to optimize the campaign for better performance. So that's generally what that means. That's a culmination of pretty much everything that we've listed as a benefit for digital marketing. Okay, so now why digital marketing has been answered with all the benefits that it carries. Let's talk about the what is digital marketing. So that, you want to do digital marketing. So how do we go about that? What is it exactly? Well, let's just define it. Digital marketing is just the act of promoting a company's product or an individual's product or service with the help of a device or technology. And so obviously when we talk about device, we're talking about maybe a laptop, we're talking about a mobile device. And when we talk about technology, it could be an app, it could be, a cloud-based platform. Okay, it could be a piece of software. Okay, so a lot going on the digital side in terms of variations and what you can do. But that's in a nutshell what digital marketing is. You're really just using technology to promote your product or service. So we know because of the benefits in digital marketing, you can promote your campaign on different platforms. Okay, so all those benefits we mentioned about instant real-time results, cost efficiency, optimizing campaigns, you could do that on search, you could do it on social, via email, on mobile apps, etc. So that's what we mean by with the help of digital devices and technology. Well, these digital devices and technology come in the form of search engines and emails and mobile apps, etc. So when we want to go and promote our product or service using a campaign, we have different options. So there are different types of digital marketing channels that we could choose from. And let's just go through that list of digital marketing channels. And the first one is what I consider the king of them all, and that's SEO. So SEO stands for search engine optimization. There's search engine marketing, there's email marketing, affiliate marketing, social, content, mobile, and then we can get into subsets of each of these digital marketing channels. But really, we'll start with SEO because that's the king. And to me, that's basically increasing the quality and quantity of relevant organic traffic on the search engines, including Google. So depending on where you're located in the US market, Google has a large market share. So you want your pages on your website to be found and clicked on organically. And so that means if somebody types in a keyword, you want that relevant page to show up first on Google so somebody can click on that link. Okay, and we know that millions of people, specifically in the US, but worldwide, use search on a daily basis. So if you're ranking for those relevant keywords, you can imagine how much traffic you can get. Okay, so that's SEO. Okay, and here's an example. So you type in online shopping. Well, you can see the first listing here is a paid search ad. And we're going to get to that in a minute. The second, organically, is Amazon. Okay, so online shopping, you think maybe Walmart, you think maybe Alibaba, or you're thinking probably Amazon. Okay, so no surprise, Amazon's ranking for the keyword online shopping. And so if somebody clicked on their listing, that's traffic for Amazon. Let's move on to search engine marketing. known as SEM or pay per click or cost per click or PPC or CPC or sponsored search or Google Ads. I mean, there's a lot of different names synonymous with SEM. So search engine marketing is really just using paid ads on search engines. Just as we saw the previous example, if you want to be found for a keyword, you don't have to worry about organic if you're willing to pay for it. You just bid on that keyword and voila, you have the opportunity to appear number one in the search results at the top of the page for that keyword. Now, when somebody clicks on it, you have to pay Google if it's Google you're advertising on. But that's the beauty of search engine marketing. You can bid on keywords and appear at the top of the search results for that keyword. Example here, if we go back to online shopping, well, myus.com is bidding on that keyword online shopping. So they're actually appearing above Amazon's organic listing. But that's what they want to do. They want to be found for that keyword. So if they're not ranking for it organically, well, they're bidding on it. And if somebody happened to click on that listing, then myus.com is going to pay Google something depending on what the cost per click is. And so that could be anywhere from 1 penny to $100. It depends. Depends on the keyword. Depends on who else is bidding on the keyword. Depends on the location. Depends on the time of day. Depends on quality score. There's a lot of factors involved and regarding what you pay. However, the benefit of SEM is visibility and getting traffic to your website for keywords you're not found for. So that's why SEM is such a popular choice for a lot of companies. Okay, let's talk about digital marketing. That's a traditional type of digital marketing channel. It's been around a long time. We all send emails on a daily basis, and we probably all receive emails on a daily basis. Just an effective way to capture leads and convert them to customers, because with email, you can personalize your emails and you can send your emails to a segmented audience. Okay, so if you have emails from females who are 35 years of age to 44 that live in, say, the southern part of the United States, you can segment that, send them an email, and cater that email directly to that audience. And of course, you can put some nice call to action in there. You can design it really snazzy, and you can track it just like you can any other digital marketing channel. So email is a very effective way to really reach a target audience, because everybody, for the most part, has a functioning email account. So basically, here's an example of an email that could go out. If you're selling a product and the product's promotion is about to end, well, get that email out to your target audience. Let them know that, hey, you have until tonight to purchase the product. And if you purchase it, you're going to get 30% off. And you can put the coupon code right in there with a nice call to action, and you can measure how many people click on that email, go to that web page, and purchase the product using that coupon code. So that's an example of email marketing. Okay, we have affiliate marketing. So affiliate marketing is an effective way for digital marketers to basically create a sales force of people. So basically what you're doing is you're getting merchants to promote your products and services. And you're using usually a third-party broker like Commission Junction or CJ.com as an example to introduce you, the person selling the product, the merchant, with the affiliate. So that affiliate could likely be a merchant, him or himself. And they can basically be a good partner of yours by publishing your product or service on their website so that they can sell in order to get commissions. So it's all based on a commission. So you basically are going to use a third-party affiliate like CJ, get all these affiliates to work for you. They're going to promote your product or service. If they do sell your product or service, you're going to pay them a commission. That's more or less how it works with affiliate marketing. And, with affiliate marketing, to me, it's a good way to, really promote your product or service. And you can pick and choose the affiliates or the publishers of whom you want to work with. So here's an example of affiliate marketing at work. Okay, you basically see a banner. Basically, you could see earn up to 12% advertising fees with a trusted e-commerce leader. Okay, so if somebody clicked on that and purchased, for example, or joined, you could pay out that commission. Okay, let's turn our attention to social media marketing. So social media marketing, I would say it's fairly new. I mean, if I think about it, we're in 2019, and I remember talking about Facebook back in 2006. So you're talking about 13, 14, 15 years of social media. It's definitely evolved over the years. But the concept remains the same. It involves creating different types of content depending on the platform. Okay, so you could be on Pinterest or Instagram and be dealing with photos. Or you could be on Twitter tweeting out certain characters up to a limit. Okay, so it really depends on the social media platform that really drives the type of content you're going to promote. But we know social media can be effective because people use social media. I mean, Facebook is one of the more popular platforms. And if you want to get your product or service out there, you could certainly pay to have an ad on Facebook, or you could just post your content organically. Okay, that's the beauty of social. Most of your social platforms like LinkedIn and Twitter and Facebook and Pinterest and Instagram, they all have a paid form of advertising that you can use to promote your product or service. Or you can go the organic route and post content organically in hopes of driving traffic back to your website. So with social, you do have two options here, but social is interesting because there are a lot of different social media platforms out there. It really depends on your product or service. Okay, so an example of social media marketing, especially on Facebook. With Facebook, you got mobile and desktop. And you obviously have the opportunity to post something organically and have that liked or commented on or shared. Or you could post an ad and get that liked, commented, or shared, or clicked and have people go back to your website and fulfill the goal of what you want them to do. So moving on to content marketing. So content marketing is really an effective way of really distributing valuable content online. And when we talk about content marketing, we're talking about different types of assets. So it could be simply text in the form of a blog post, or it could be a video, or it could be an infographic, or it could be an image. Okay, there are lots of ways to create content these days, especially in digital marketing. And the great thing about content marketing is you're writing content for a targeted audience. So if you're trying to target an audience on, say, Instagram, then you know who your audience is and you know what the type of content you're going to post on there. So it could be in the form of a video or infographic or just a graphic. And so that's the beauty of content marketing, really putting yourself out there and depending on the platform, putting yourself out there with various types of content. So for example, if we look at YouTube, you can see this video here about digital marketing certified associate. Well, hey, you don't need to always write the content. You can produce the content in the form of a video and post it on YouTube. This is a form of content marketing. So that's content marketing. And then let's talk about mobile marketing. So content marketing, again, different types. But if we go now to mobile marketing, you can kind of segue from content to mobile because the only difference here is with mobile, it's strictly on mobile phone. It's not desktop. So mobile marketing is really a strategy on its own that helps you, the company, promoting your product or service to reach your target audience through a mobile device. And that includes tablets. And how you could do that is via messaging. You could do it via email, or you could do it via an app. Okay, so you have different ways of getting your content out there to people. Okay, so as an example, you can use basically SMS or instant messaging via mobile devices to promote your product or service. Here's another example of a mobile marketing via app install. And so you can even compound that by running a, say, Google ad as an example, and running your Google ad on, say, just mobile. You could do a bit adjustment just for mobile, and the goal could be app installs. Okay, so, and you can even do a mobile or app extension. So there's lots of ways to really promote your app or your product or your service via mobile marketing. Okay, let's talk about the customer life cycle. So we know why we want to do digital marketing. We know what the digital marketing channels are, because we just talked about them, from SEO to social to affiliate to mobile to content to SEM. Okay, you have a lot of different digital marketing channels at your disposal. So now, how do we go ahead and approach our customers? So that's what we're going to talk about first. So we're going to talk about different stages of the customer life cycle. Okay, and the first one is the awareness stage. So we need to get our customers aware of what we're selling or what we're promoting. Okay, so the awareness stage is really, what product does your brand offer? That's a question we want to get out there and we want to answer. Okay, what does a customer need your product? Or excuse me, why does a customer need your product? That's a question we want to answer with digital marketing. Okay, and what solution does your product provide? Okay, that's an answer to a question we want to make sure people understand. So these are questions that we want to be able to answer in the form of digital marketing, whether that be mobile or content. Okay, so getting our information out there that answers these essential questions. And if we could do that, then somebody's going to become aware of our product or service. Okay, so what product does our brand offer? Why does the customer need it? And what solution does it provide? Okay, those are some key questions that people tend to ask themselves when they look at a brand. Okay, and when they look at a product, hey, do I really need this? Is it going to help me in my life? Okay, and who is selling this? I mean, who is this brand? I mean, those are just things that run through people's mind intuitively, that with the right messaging, the right channel, the right type of asset, the right targeted audience, you can quickly make somebody aware of your brand's product or service. In this stage, it's help potential customers discover your brand with the help of these different marketing channels. So in the awareness stage, content is key. So it's, to me, if we have a website, we need a blog, because if somebody does come to our blog from, say, organic search, SEO, then we can write about that product or service via blog and talk to our customer, talk directly to our targeted audience through that blog. And if we're not ranking organically, we can use paid search to promote it, because paid search on Google, for example, basically we can be right at the top of the search results. And so somebody can actually see it when they do a search, because we know millions of people use search on a daily basis. You could do social media marketing. Okay, so you can publish that product or service on Facebook while you're building your community. And you can use affiliate marketing to help get the word out by using CJ.com as an example. Build up a sales force of people, these publishers that are going to put your product or service out there. So to me, in the awareness stage, these are the digital marketing channels you could focus on. Now, I will say one thing about display ads. Display is part of search engine marketing. You could use display because you can reach a large number of people. So even though it's listed here low priority, in the awareness stage, display ads mean that if you're on Google's display network, you could pick and choose your sites, your demographics, keywords, topics, and audience. You could focus on all those different demographics to really attract a large number of people. So low priority, but it's probably also good to focus on in the awareness stage. Okay, so content marketing, you must create a high quality content that people are searching for. Without content, it's hard to get found. And so to me, this is where the blog comes in. SEO, take that content, get it optimized. Okay, SEM, if we're not ranking organically, we can make sure we're at the top of the paid search results, or the search results for a particular keyword we want to be found for. And then social media marketing, using different channels depending on the channel. If we're selling, training like Simplilearn does, LinkedIn is a good platform for us. Okay, and then affiliate, basically building up a nice network of publishers to get the word out. So these are all good channels that we can focus in on. So traffic sources may include paid, unpaid, social, referral, display, email, or direct. So they could come in the awareness stage from all different types of channels. Even though you're focused on content, you could still get traffic from mobile or email. So now that we got the word out via all these different marketing channels, there's that consideration stage. So, people are aware of us, now they're considering us. And that's kind of the next stage in the process. Okay, so a few essential questions to address on the consideration stage. Hey, what features make your product valuable to others? And how will I increase customer engagement towards my product? So those are answers to questions you want to ask. Okay, what features make your product valuable? You want to basically separate yourself from the competition. Basically, that's what you're trying to answer. Okay, so if you're promoting your product or service on paid search and other people are bidding on the same keyword, how are you going to stand out? And then how will I increase customer engagement towards my product? So for example, if you're on Facebook, okay, and you're trying to get people over to your site to purchase your product, then how are you going to improve that engagement? You got to create something really snazzy, or really it's going to be attention grabbing, or something that's going to get them to become aware of it, that's going to separate your post from all the other posts that are in somebody's Facebook newsfeed. Okay, so you really have to work hard to really convince somebody to get their consideration towards your product or service. So in this stage, your customer considers your product, so help them understand how your product is valuable. Okay, to me, email works really good here, because if you have a targeted audience, this gives you the opportunity to really answer these questions in that particular channel, email. You could support that with a promotion. And display, I think display is a good option here too, because even though, people are trying to become aware, you can really hone in and really get them to take that next step. Okay, with display, you can even do remarketing. So if somebody's been to your site because they're aware of your product, they're curious, you can cookie them and remarket to them via display. So display to me is a good channel to use here. Okay, so you have email, mobile display, SEM. These are all, good channels to use on the consideration stage, especially on search, because if somebody's looking for something and they're aware of your brand, then you have the good opportunity to get them to click on your ad, especially if you're offering a promotion, and get them to convert. The goal here is to increase our engagement. So people are aware, we're moving them further along the funnel. With email marketing, we have the opportunity to promote the product by sending an email directly to our audience. So with this stage, plan your campaigns around welcoming emails, newsletters. We can talk about product descriptions, add ratings and reviews in the email. We really just want to encourage people to purchase the product. We're trying to sway them over. So email is a good source to allow us to do that. So with mobile marketing, we can promote the products by sending relevant messages to our target audience. Display, again, retargeting, because we can retarget an audience that has been to our website, already did some research about our brand, our product or service, and now we're going to reach back out to them to sway them. So remember, we want to encourage customers to buy a product by creating detailed articles about the product. That always helps, and that's content. Okay, we want to opt for a customer testimonial. Okay, that helps sway people, and add some guest blogging. Okay, we can have ambassadors blog on our behalf, or we can go out and blog on somebody else's site. Okay, so blogging works both ways. It's ways of showing yourself and telling people, hey, we know you're looking for this product. Here's why you want to choose us. Okay, moving on from the consideration to the purchase stage. So they're aware of you, they're considering you, and now we're on to the purchase stage. So the questions we want to really make sure we address here are, how are my prices compared to my competitors? And is my brand more credible than others? Okay, so they're considering you, but that price point, and it may not even be the price, it could be the shipping. For example, the price could be good, but the shipping cost could be high. So you really want to do some due diligence and research on what your competitors are doing. Credibility, that goes back to the consideration stage, and testimonials. You want to make sure you have reviews and testimonials to really elevate what you're trying to tell customers, and that is, hey, I have a good brand, I have a good product, I have a good service. Come buy my stuff, come buy my product and service. But you really need to support that claim. You just can't go out and say it. And so supporting that comes in the form of what other people say. And that could be reviews. That could be comments on a social media platform. It could be, stars on, say, Yelp or Google My Business. Make sure you do your due diligence and make sure you get people to, review you or provide testimonials, because people are going to do their due diligence before they purchase, especially if it's on Google My Business or Yelp or TripAdvisor or whatever it is you're trying to sell. They're going to be able to see those reviews. And so do your due diligence to get the reviews. And if it is a negative review, hey, that's okay. You can't please everyone. You're going to get them. That's the world we live in. Just make sure you show your upper hand and respond even to the negative as well as the positive reviews that you get. That actually bodes well to some people because, hey, it shows that I made a mistake and you're willing to correct it. And so people actually see that. That could be the tipping point to getting them to purchase. Say, look, hey, this brand really cares because they're really responding to people. They're not ignoring negativity. Okay, just those small things that can get people to change their mind. Now with the purchase stage, according to eConsultancy, 83% of the online audience require encouragement to complete a purchase. Encouragement, what does that mean? Well, it could mean providing a promo, giving them that extra incentive. If you don't offer promo, consider it, especially on the email. And the example we looked at earlier, sending out an email means that if the promo is going to end at midnight, send that email out and tell people they have until midnight. And if they purchase today, you'll even increase it to 20%. And email is a good channel for that. Mobile can reach a lot of people through SMS. Okay, social media, reaching people instantaneously. And then, really with the purchase stage, it gives prospects an offer to help them make that purchase. So you have plenty of channels to choose from. In fact, most of these channels, the only one really that doesn't fit the instantaneous mode is SEO. But you can really focus on affiliate, even though that's a low priority here. You can really, coordinate with your publishers, who, especially those publishers that have proven their worth and have sold your products in the past. Get them to help promote it and incentivize their audience. So let's move on from the purchase to the post-purchase stage. So this is after somebody purchases. Okay, so some essential questions we want to be able to address here. So what additional product could my customer buy? Now that they're my customer, what else could I sell them? Without being too pushy, if they buy a coat, a hat work or a pair of gloves or, a blouse. You want to be able to not push a product on a customer, but think about how you can complement that purchaser's or customer's product. And then how to improve the customer buying experience. So again, this goes back to, what we just said about reviews. Get somebody to offer a review. And if they don't give you a full compliment of 5 stars, they only give you 3.5 stars, then you know what? That's great feedback, because then you can learn from that. And then the other question is, will the customer refer us to others? And if so, why? So that's definitely something you want to be able to address in the post-purchase stage. So let's take a look here. So with post-purchasing stage, to me, email's at the top of this list, because if somebody purchases something, you could send a nice thank you email, because if they purchase, they're giving you their email in return, because you're likely going to be sending them the receipt via email. So email to me is a nice channel. You can send out a nice message. Even, social media. You can thank your community for supporting you on this recent campaign that you ran. Even throw in an extra 5 or 10% on a future purchase as a thank you. And that's easily done on social media. You could even post a blog, promoting, the success of a product and then offering a promotion. Okay, so there's a lot of things you could be doing here on the post-purchasing stage. So to me, even looking at content again, you could even, put a survey together. You could even put a survey together for your affiliates. Okay, you could even post a poll on Facebook. So it's just working in with these different channels to get some feedback about your product and service. So with email, mobile, you can engage customers with follow-up emails or customer care content. with mobile, if you have somebody's mobile number, hey, text them. A simple thank you goes a long way. You could say, hey, look, if you're satisfied, let us know. Give us a call. You can even, in the EE mobile text message, you can put a link to a survey. Send emails to active subscribers. Give rewards for customer feedback. So if somebody does provide feedback, give them an extra 10% off. You want to be able to reward loyalty. Loyalty comes in the form of a partnership. If you're giving somebody discounts and you have a good product or service, then they're going to recognize that. They're going to say, hey, look, I really like this product and they're giving me 10%. I'm going to go ahead and purchase from these guys again. So give those discounts to those active customers. Or on the affiliate network, give referral opportunities to your customers. So if it's an affiliate publisher, hey, if they're getting people to your site, reward them. Or if it's an email and you put a forward to a friend, get an extra 10% off, it doesn't hurt because you're incentivizing people to help you sell your product. So with social, display, and content, use those banner ads or use that content that you display on social or the blog you're gonna write to give customers advice in order to maximize the value of the purchase. So again, you can use these platforms to also enhance what they purchased. So, hey, you just purchased this product. Thank you very much. Did you know you could do this, this, and this with it? And so that's the idea of a post-purchase stage, is to maximize these channels to be able to answer those essential questions about what else could they purchase? Do they like, how do I get these people to become loyal customers? Okay, so with the first purchase stage, if a customer has bought a pair of sports shoes, for example, running shoes, you can recommend cross-product sale or cross-sale. It could be a pair of shorts or a water bottle or an accessory with an exclusive discount. So that's another example of what you can do on the post-purchase stage. So in today's world, everywhere you go, it's all about digital. So today's lecture is going to be about all the different marketing channels available, piece them together, kind of put together a little digital marketing course for you. So first off, before we get started, we're going to talk about what is digital marketing. And really, digital marketing covers a lot of areas. It's very broad. And really what it refers to is just marketing that a company does, a person does, an individual, a group, an organization, and they do it in the form of an electronic device or with the aid of the internet. That's really what digital marketing is. It's just having something digitally, not something tangible like a billboard or a newspaper or TV. And with that, there are lots of places where you can apply digital marketing. And so electronic devices, we think of mobile devices. And so you could certainly use mobile as a form of digital marketing or to help you with your marketing efforts digitally. Okay, you can create apps, you can run advertising on mobile, you can communicate with different people, your target audience, via different devices like WhatsApp and messaging. Okay, there's also search engines. Search engines is where a lot of people get their information from, at least start to do their research to get information. You got social media, lots of different social media platforms, all the way from tweeting to blogging to social sharing to social content. Okay, so a lot of platforms under the bucket social media. You also have traditional forms of digital marketing like email. You can use different email platforms to send out emails. So lots of different ways to communicate your product, your service, your message to a large number of people that are really targeted to your efforts. How is digital marketing useful? Well, we know it provides different metrics. Why do we know it provides different metrics? Because it's all digital. Okay, so anytime you send out an email or post something on Facebook, you're going to get data back. When you get data back, you could take that data to determine how well that post or that email performed. And if it didn't perform up to expectation, you can make changes to improve performance. That's called optimization. Okay, so that's the great thing about digital marketing. It's useful in that we get data, in some cases instantaneously, and we're able to make changes in order to optimize that campaign. We can also provide personalized user experience. So meaning if we know who our targeted audience is on, say, Twitter or LinkedIn or Facebook, we can really cater our messaging to that group. Probably most importantly is that digital marketing compared to traditional forms of marketing allow us to really reach a global audience very easily at a very low cost. That's the key. So if I want to target people in India or Nepal or Pakistan, I can certainly do that. And I can do that with the snap of a campaign, and I can get data back. And based on the data, I can tailor that experience even better. Really just allows us to really hone in on a particular audience anywhere in the world very quickly. So these are just 3 of the main reasons why digital marketing is useful. Some other experiences or uses for digital marketing, again, it provides a cost-effective alternative to traditional marketing. So, for those that are familiar with purchasing advertising on, say, TV or radio, you have to pick a spot. You have to pick a program and then pick a time slot associated with that program. So somebody's watching a program and that program tends to draw in a specific target audience, then you want to show your ad around the time when that program is slotted to air on TV because you're likely going to reach your audience. However, to purchase that time slot could be competitive and could be very costly, where there are forms of advertising and paying for advertising digitally, and those forms are cost per click or cost per impression. And so using a cost per click or cost per impression model allows you to really go head to head in kind of an auction style format where you can control how much you pay and potentially get that prime spot in front of your target audience. So it really does become cost effective. And it allows you to make small investments to get a really substantial return on ROI. So let's just say your cost per click is only 10 cents, but you're selling a product for $10. Well, all you need is 1 click and 1 sale to generate a very substantial return on investment. And so knowing that you get metrics back on a campaign, you could slowly or quickly optimize that campaign towards a very positive ROI. And then another use for digital marketing, it just enables targeting users based on their actions and preferences. So again, we can really hone in on who we want to target. It really depends on the platform, but if you take Google Ads, for example, and you want to target the display network, well, we know we have demographics, we know we have topics, we know we have interest, we know we have retargeted audiences, in-segment audiences, we have age, we have gender, so you have a lot of options available to choose from to really hone in on who you want to target. And we talk about remarketing is another form of digital marketing. So you can set up a marketing campaign. So if somebody comes to your website and does not purchase the product or service that you're offering, you could take action on that behavior. So I can retarget a group of people who didn't purchase. That's retargeting. Or you could do it via remarketing. And basically, that's the beauty of digital marketing. It allows you to really target users based on their actions. Some other uses for digital marketing, it helps build brand awareness and reputation of your business. So when we say brand awareness, if you're just launching a company and nobody knows who you are, if we use Google Ads as our preferred method of digital marketing and establishing campaigns, we can choose that display network. That display network on Google Ads reaches a large amount of people. So you can really get your name out there and really target your intended audience and allow that targeted intended audience to really understand who you are, because they're going to see your ad in the form of a banner or in the form of a video or in the form of text. And so that's the beauty of digital marketing. You can really reach a lot of people and a lot of people who might be interested in your product or service. And then digital marketing provides a platform for you to be interactive with your audience, helping you stay relevant and competitive. And the best example I can give here is YouTube. And so YouTube's it's a search engine for videos, but it's a video sharing platform. And so if I upload a video, then I can entice people to comment on that video or like the video or share the video. And I can really interact with that audience by responding to their comments. or, putting together a playlist or giving them more videos. Okay, so I can really interact with my audience. And I could do that on multiple platforms, not just YouTube and video. I can blog and interact based on somebody's comments. I can have a website and have live chat and interact with my audience. So there's lots of different ways to interact with an audience, and that's what digital marketing provides. So I already mentioned a few examples based on the uses of digital marketing. I mentioned Google's display network. I mentioned YouTube and blogging and social media platforms like Facebook. Well, there are lots of different types of digital marketing channels out there. And we're going to talk about a few of them today. We're going to start with search engine optimization. And so search engine optimization, as you probably know from the name, involves search engine. And it involves really making your site relevant in the eyes of that search engine. So if you're in the United States, you know that Google has a large market share, meaning a lot of people use Google on a daily basis. So we want to make sure we do everything we can to optimize our site in order to make our site relevant for those coveted keywords. Now, why do we want to make ourselves relevant for those coveted keywords that we want to be found for on search? Well, because a lot of people use search. And when a lot of people use search and you're found for those keyword queries, then it's going to increase the flow of organic traffic to your website. So the higher you rank, in theory, the more traffic you're going to get. And so when we talked about optimization, okay, how do we optimize our site in order to be relevant in the eyes of Google? Well, it really comes down to a two-pronged approach. You have on-page SEO, you have off-page SEO. On-page has everything to do with your website in order to make it relevant. Off-page has everything to do with your website, but not on your website. It means that how can we become relevant by linking to other websites, for example? How can we become relevant by getting our content on other platforms so we become relevant in the eyes of Google? So that's off-page SEO. So SEO is always going to be two-pronged. What you do on your website and what you do off the website to make sure your website, your domain, whatever that domain is, .com or .org, is relevant in the eyes of Google. And so let's take a look at on-page SEO first. So like I mentioned, it involves optimizing your website. And when we say optimizing your website, there's a lot of things you can do on your website to make it relevant in the eyes of Google. And we can look at the content, okay? We can look at the source code. And so there are a lot of different components to be looked at here. So you have the header tag, you have the meta description, you have the alt tag, you have how fast your page loads, you have internal linking, you have a sitemap, you have lots of different things going on here. And so for me, one of the first things you should do when you create a page on your website is to make sure the title tag is unique and includes those keywords. So if we look here at this example, the title tag is important because that's what shows up in search results. Here you can see the title tag on Google is up to 65 characters. So you always want to include that keyword in the title tag. Then you have your URL, and then you have what you call a meta description. So that's underneath the URL, underneath the title tag. And again, this is in search results. So organic search results. Somebody types in a keyword, you want to be found, and you want your title tag to stick out, and you want your meta description to specifically describe what it is you're offering. Okay, so again, if somebody's looking for stock imagery, then you want to make sure that you know that person who's looking for stock imagery can come to your website, and they can, in this case, search for millions of royalty-free stock images, photos, videos, and music. And so you want your description to really get that person to click on your listing in organic search. That's the whole point. So that's the point of a title tag and a meta description, is you really want to be found for what somebody's searching for, and you want to be able to show them that you have what they're looking for. You have something here underneath your organic search results called site links. And site links are just links to pages on your website. And so unfortunately, this is not necessarily in your control. This is in the control of Google. So if Google wants to offer up site links underneath your title tag and meta description, they will add them. And it's based really on the amount of content you have. And that goes with site search. So you can see also there's site search there underneath the meta description. All of that is contingent upon your website. Do you have a lot of content? And if you have a lot of relevant content, then Google will naturally add in site links underneath your organic listing to links to other pages on your site. So that's on-page SEO, and now we're going to look at off-page SEO. Okay, so off-page SEO involves using promotional methods beyond just optimizing your site. For example, optimizing your title tag and meta description might not be enough to get you to rank for that coveted keyword query. So we need to do some link building. We need to get our name out there on other websites. Okay, so we need to be able to establish some external links or backlinks from high quality relevant sites to our site. And it may not just necessarily have to be a link, because Google recognizes linkless backlinks. So just having a reference on a high quality site may be good enough to get you in the eyes of Google to become more relevant. Okay, so that's off-page SEO in definition. So really what we want to do is we want to establish a way to get links from other websites to our own, or references on other websites to our website. We want to build those links to help us gain in ranking. So there's lots of ways to do that. You have social media. Again, you have social content sites like Reddit, Medium, Quora. You have blogging. Okay, there's lots of ways to establish yourself out there on the internet. You just need to make sure they're quality sites, and you need to make sure they're relevant. And so when you do get a link on an external site pointing back to yours, you want to make sure it's a follow. So you want to make sure that Google knows to follow that link from that site to yours. So if you're out there establishing content on a third-party website or another website and they're going to link back to you, just make sure that it's a follow. Do follow, not a no follow. Okay, and I'm going to show you an example of what that looks like here. So if you're not sure what the difference is, here I'm on backlinko.com, and really a no follow versus a do follow is simply in the href. So in the href, if you don't have anything in there other than the link, then the search engines are going to follow that link from that external site to yours. And if you have a no follow in that link, then the search engines are going to ignore the link. So they're not going to pick up the backlink or external link to your site. And that's simply that site just adding the rel equals no follow. Okay, so if you see that in the link pointing to your site from that external site, then that means you're not going to get credit for that backlink. So you always want to shoot for a do follow link, because that means you're going to get credit for the backlink. Okay, so again, do follow links allow search engine crawlers to follow the link, and if they can follow it, you're going to get what they call link juice, and that's going to establish some reputation to your domain. A no follow link basically doesn't allow the search engines to follow that link. So it doesn't pass on the link juice. Now, again, search engines like Google are smart enough to pick up the association between a website that talks about your website and your website. So meaning, if you don't have a link and if you have a no follow link on that site, don't fret, because Google has come a long way. They're not necessarily focused on links, though it does help. So for example, if you are on a very prominent site and there's no link, then you still may get credit, because Google does recognize linkless backlinks. And that's what they call a linkless backlink, is just having a reference on that site. But you always want to try and get that follow, not the do not follow. Okay, so here you can see an example of off-page SEO. Okay, like TripAdvisor would be a good example. A link that redirects from TripAdvisor to, the Oprah magazine as an example. So the Oprah magazine is going to get a backlink from TripAdvisor to the site. So if Google crawls TripAdvisor, then they're going to be able to see this link. And if it's a follow link, they're going to give the Oprah magazine, that domain, credit from TripAdvisor. So for SEO, because there's a two-pronged approach involved, you have on page and off page. There's a lot of tools here, a lot of tools. So let's take a look at some of these tools. We're going to look at Google Keyword Planner. We're going to look at Moz, Ahrefs. We'll look at some tools that will help you with both on page and off page SEO. So let's start with Google's Keyword Planner. So why are we using Google's Keyword Planner? Because we want to find keywords. Okay, so we can't do on-page SEO. We can't optimize our title tag and meta description without a good keyword that we want to be found for. So what we want to do is we want to go into Google Ads. Now that's a pay-per-click platform. Okay, so if you want to be found via paid search, you're going to use Google Ads. But from an organic search perspective, we can use Google's Keyword Planner. So we need a Google Ads account. We have a Google Ads account, then all we need to do is go to Tools, then we need to go to Keyword Planner. And the Keyword Planner is a good tool because it allows us to find those coveted keywords. So we can discover new keywords, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So for example, we're going to find, use the keyword mail delivery. If we have a business that delivers mails to people, what keywords do we want to optimize for? So we're going to be in Google Ads. We're going to go to Tools. We're going to go to Keyword Planner. We're going to discover new keywords. And we're simply just going to type in a keyword. So we're going to click Get Results. And Google's Keyword Planner is basically going to give us some information. So the keyword we chose was mail delivery. And they're telling us that on average over the last 12 months, there's 22,200 search queries on average over the last 12 months. Okay, so I could see if I hover over the graph here, I'm going to be able to see the average over 12 months. Okay, so here I could see the average over 12 months from July to June 2019. So here, what do I want to do? I want to look for trends. Because here I could see the averages go up and down a little bit. But 22,200 is the average over 12 months. And then Google's Keyword Planner also tells me how competitive that keyword is. So if it's highly competitive, but it's got a lot of search volume, it could be a keyword I may want to covet. But the beauty of the Keyword Planner is that they also give you other keywords to look at. Okay, so mail delivery service is 49,500. Okay, so here you got some other ones. Best food delivery service, 9,900. Again, some of these are very competitive, but some of them aren't. And so you want to be able to do your due diligence, do some analysis, and figure out what keywords work best for you that aren't going to be competitive, but at the same time give you some search volume. So if you do rank for that keyword, you should expect X amount of clicks on that keyword based on the volume. So that's Google's Keyword Planner. Alternatively, you can use a tool like Moz.com. So if I log into Moz, they have a tool called Keyword Explorer. And so here I can just type in that same keyword, mail delivery, targeting the United States in English, and Moz is going to give me some information on the keyword. So here they're going to give me a range in terms of the monthly volume, and they're going to give me a difficulty score. So they're going to tell me how difficult this keyword is. So out of a score of 100, it's 53, and they're going to tell me what my expected click-through rate could be if I'm ranking for that keyword. More importantly, they're going to give me some other keyword suggestions, just like Google's Keyword Planner. So here I can see prepared mail delivery service, mail delivery companies. So there are a lot of different suggestions of keywords that I can choose from. And if we scroll down, we could see basically some mentions. We could see the analysis, who's ranking for these keywords. So we can really get some insight as to who's ranking, how much volume, how difficult it is, what my estimates could be if I'm ranking, etc. So a lot of information built into Moz's Keyword Explorer tool. So Moz's Keyword Explorer tool could be a good option for you if you don't have access to Google Ads and Google's Keyword Planner. So if you're working on SEO for a website and you're curious about what the off-page SEO situation looks like, well, you can use a tool like Ahrefs. It's a free tool. You can go here, and if you're working on a specific domain and you're focused on off-page, you could simply type in that domain here, and then you can check the backlinks for that domain. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and type in my domain, and now I'm gonna get a sense of what my backlink profile is for my domain. So here I can see the number of backlinks, the total backlinks, and notice 85% of them are do follow links. So Google is able to recognize those links. And then I could see referring domains. So I have 124 different domains pointing to my website. And so here I can get a snapshot of the top 100 backlinks pointing to my website. And so this just gives me a snapshot of what's going on with my off-page SEO performance. Again, it's a free tool. It's good to use because it gives you an idea of what your off-page SEO situation looks like. Okay, another tool you could use is Pingdom. Okay, you can set up a free trial here. It's good for 14 days, and it allows you to, look at page speed. It allows you to monitor the site itself in terms of, visitors, maintenance, etc. So you can use Pingdom as well. However, it's only a 14-day free trial, but it does give you some good insights into SEO. Now, page load time is one of those on-page SEO factors. And so if you're doing on-page SEO for a domain, you certainly want to go into Google Analytics and you want to measure the page load performance of the pages on your website. And so here, if I go to Google Analytics, and then I go to behavior, and I go to site speed, and I go to speed suggestions, here I could see the pages, how many pages I've received over a period of time, and then the average page load time. Now, if you see the average page load time is slow, and in my opinion, anything over 2 to 3 seconds is going to be slow, you need to be able to take action. And so the great thing about Google Analytics, the page load time reporting, is it actually gives you some suggestions. So page speed suggestions. So all you need to do is click on the link here. In this case, this particular link or URL on my website has 7 suggestions. If I click on that, then Page Speed Insights is going to open up. And what's going to happen is Google Analytics / Page Speed Insights is going to analyze this page and give me some feedback on how the page is performing, not only on desktop, but on mobile as well. And so here I can see, if I analyze this page, I can see some of the opportunities to improve the page load time on desktop and again on mobile here. So here you can see a lot of the opportunities and a lot of the issues I have that I can address. Now, if you're going to manage SEO for a website, then you're going to need an SEO platform. So again, Moz is a good example because we showed you the Keyword Explorer, but they also have many other tools available built right into the platform. For example, rankings. Okay, you can get crawl information. So when the bots crawl the site, what kind of errors are coming up. Here I can get some page optimization. So I can choose a keyword and I can choose a page, and Moz is going to be able to give me feedback to see what more I could do to improve my on-page SEO performance. Okay, we mentioned Keyword Explorer in terms of looking for keywords. Okay, you also have something called Link Explorer as well. So if I go back and choose Link Explorer from my list here, then I'm going to go to a Link Explorer and I can type in any domain. Again, just like on the Ahrefs, except Moz goes a little bit deeper here. Okay, so they're telling me how many linking domains and what my keywords are ranking. Okay, and then I have some other reports that I can leverage for off-page SEO. I can look at spam scores for certain websites that are linking to me, because you can disavow yourself from being associated with those sites. Here you got a link intersect tool, so you can compare one domain against another to what links are pointing to that other website. So a lot of different reports and tools available to you for off-page SEO under Moz's Link Explorer. So Moz has a lot of different tools available. And again, my recommendation, if you don't use Moz, there's SEMrush, there's BrightEdge. There's a lot of SEO platforms out there to use, but if you're going to focus on SEO, you are going to need an SEO platform. Now, if you have any more questions on SEO, feel free to go to Simplilearn's YouTube account. You'll be able to find a video there for SEO tutorial for beginners. Take a look at the video. It goes really in depth about everything we just covered about on-page and off-page SEO. So take a look at the video. And if you have any comments about everything we covered with SEO, feel free to comment underneath this video here, and we'll be sure to respond accordingly. Especially if you have any tips and tricks that you do for SEO. So let's move from search engine optimization to content marketing. And so content marketing is a form of marketing that involves simulating interest in a brand's products or services by creating and sharing online material. So when we talk about online material, that can come in many forms or assets. So some examples are blogs, videos, infographics, case studies, white papers, ebooks. All of this is content generated. It's just in different forms. And so you want to be able to take any one of these forms of content and be able to distribute that in some form or fashion. Okay, so for example, a blog can be part of your website. A video could be something you upload to YouTube. An infographic could be something you actually share on LinkedIn. So all these other assets could be integrated throughout. They could be shared or used on your website, okay, for people to grab and share and use and comment on. Okay, so that's what content marketing is. You need to be able to push out content so that people have a better understanding of your product or service. The process of content marketing is you really want to decide what goal you want to achieve with your content marketing campaign. You want to define your buyer personas to determine the audience best suited for your content. Okay, so what are you creating? Who is it for? And then you want to run content audits to determine the best type of content that can be used. And when we talk about content audits, we're talking about, content that's already been posted. Are people sharing it? Are people downloading? Are people viewing it? And so you want to be able to understand over time what people are reacting to so that you can reuse or continue to use that content that seems to resonate with your target audience. So you want to choose an appropriate content management system. So if it's a blog, you want to use WordPress maybe. So you want to start brainstorming for ideas, for new content ideas. So in my opinion, maybe put together a content calendar and jot some ideas on that content calendar. Then you want to settle on a particular type of content you want to create, and then you want to be able to publish and manage your content. So some top popular tools used for content marketing, you have Buffer, you have BuzzSumo, Follower One, Hootsuite. So let's go ahead and take a look at an example of a content marketing management system. And we're going to use WordPress. And so if we go into WordPress here, on the back end, we're logging a login. And so the reason why we use WordPress is because we can post blogs. So in WordPress, if I go to post here, I'm going to be able to see all the different posts that have been posted over a period of time. And the great thing about WordPress is you can optimize it for SEO. So if I go in here and look at this recent blog post that has been posted, I can go ahead and edit it. And when I edit it, okay, I'm going to be able to look at this blog post in a visual format, and I can also look at it in HTML form. So notice the great thing about WordPress is I can use imagery, I can insert videos, I can insert infographics, I can attach a white paper or case study to it. And then again, we have something called Yoast SEO plugin. So we've installed a plugin here. So that'll help us with optimizing that particular blog post for that particular keyword we're trying to target. And so here you can see our focus keyword is remarketing and retargeting. Okay, so we have that in the title tag. Okay, and we also want to make sure it's in the meta description. And so here we have an internal link. We have it in the introduction. Okay, we have it spread throughout the content. So Yoast does a good job of allowing us to make sure we're integrating that keyword into our blog post. But the key to blog posting is we want to, again, follow the process. We want to be able to choose content for our intended audience. And in this case, with a blog post, we can write up to 500 to 3,000 keywords. And the whole point is we're trying to introduce our audience to a particular topic that resonates with our product or service. And so that's the great thing about blogging. That's the great thing about WordPress, is that very easy to use. You can integrate it with SEO. You obviously have commenting, you have different plugins that you can add in there, very easy to edit. And so there's a lot you can do here with WordPress and blogging. So another example of content marketing is Vedio. So with Vedio, you have the ability to upload this video to popular video sites like YouTube or Vedio, and you can optimize that particular video with title tags and hashtags and descriptions, and you could see the interaction here. So you can see how many views, how many likes, shares, the ability to share, the ability of people for saving it. And there's just a lot of interactivity when you have video. You can also use video, as I mentioned, on your blogging platform. If it's WordPress, you can also use video in social media platforms like Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook. So video is a very popular form of content marketing. Lots of good video tools out there to create a video. A high quality video is what you want to put your product and service in the best forefront. Okay, so that people can react, they can share, they can comment, they can follow, they can like. Okay, so that's what you want to do, is think about video, because video is very versatile and powerful in terms of getting your message out there. So let's move from content marketing to social media marketing. And social media marketing really involves creating content, if it's that blog, if it's that video that you created for content marketing, and really using different platforms to increase your visibility, whether that be traffic, whether it be engagement, whether it be brand awareness, or any other marketing goals that you have. That's what social media is good for, because social media will take that content, take what you're trying to get out there, and really allow you to hone your marketing goals against that. Okay, so if it's Facebook and you got some videos that you want to post up there, okay, what's your goal? Is your goal to then post the video to get traffic to your website, or to build brand awareness, or to just get people to react by sharing or liking? And so that's what social media is good for. It's really good for taking content and really distributing it to your target audience. Okay, so sharing content allows you to, generate user-generated content, or it allows you to create interactive content. And again, you can use infographics, or you can apply content with imagery, or post videos, or do things that are interactive like polling and contests. So a lot of flexibility in terms of the content that you could share on social media. And so you want to establish a process for social media marketing. So this is the digital marketing course of it. So you want to be able to have a process, and you want to be able to set up goals that you want to achieve with your social media campaign, because just posting content for content's sake is really not going to generate anything for you. So you want to set up those goals ahead of time. Then you want to understand what content would be best suited for your target audience. So if our goal is to generate brand awareness, then maybe an infographic is what we want to do. Okay, maybe that's the best choice of asset for our target audience based on the platform. With social media, we also want to research what the competition is and find out what works for them. So it's very easy to do on social. So if you already have a competitor on Facebook, you can always go to your competitor's website, and you can always see, what they're posting and what kind of reaction engagement they're getting for a particular post. So it doesn't help before you go live to do some due diligence about your competition. You can also conduct a social media audit. And again, what we mean by audit, just like on the content side, we want to be able to see what's worked and what's not worked in the past. And with digital marketing, recall, you can get instant metrics back. So if you posted something last year and you're thinking about posting it again, you probably want to do an audit to see over the past year what posts have worked and have not worked for you. Then you want to pick and choose the social media channels or platforms and define a strategy for each of them. Because if you have a video, then the video may work on, say, YouTube or Instagram, but may not necessarily work for LinkedIn and Twitter. And so you want to be able to pick and choose the asset, the strategy, and align it with the appropriate platform. Then you want to take inspiration from case studies and other famous brands. So again, continue to learn. I mean, that's the beauty of social media marketing. Most big companies, medium-sized companies, even smaller companies that have performed well are out on social media. So take a look at some other companies that inspire you or some other companies in your industry or even, again, your competitors and see what they're doing and what they're posting and what kind of engagement they're getting. So you should always, be able to seek out what others are doing on social. And to me, this is important. Create a social media content calendar. And this isn't necessarily the very end of the process. This goes back to the beginning of the process. So when you're establishing goals and you're establishing what kind of type of content you want to use, that should all be part of a social media content calendar. And I'm going to show you an example of one here shortly. And then again, you want to be able to test, evaluate, and adjust your strategy because again, you're getting metrics. And if you post a video on Facebook and it's taking off, then meaning in terms of likes and shares, you probably want to consider maybe doing another one that complements that. So here's a broad example of a content calendar. Again, it's in a spreadsheet. Again, by no means does one size fits all, but just to give you an idea, if we're blogging, what we want to do is we want to pick our target audience, maybe that be country or particular demographic, and you want to come up with some topics ahead of time here. And you want to maybe put the status up there of, it's just a draft or an idea. Or when it actually does go live, you want to turn it on live. You want to pick your date, add some comments, okay? Create your content. And, what's good about a content calendar is you can also work in SEO, so you can assign keywords. And then you could add those keywords to Moz for ranking. You can create your title and meta description. Then you can carry that content forward and choose a particular social media platform to post to. So that's the beauty of a content calendar is it allows you to think about things up front and then prepare the content accordingly so you can optimize it for organic search and post it on social media for off-page SEO and for social media marketing. And so you just want to get organized ahead of time using a spreadsheet, in this case Google Sheets, to lay out the topics ahead of time so you can write the content for your intended audience. That to me is the way to go. Now remember, there's lots of different forms of content that you can use with social media marketing. Here we have video, so you can see this video could be posted on YouTube or LinkedIn or wherever. And the whole point is you want to be able to measure engagement. Here you can see this is just an image. It's just a file, and this has been posted on Facebook. So here we can see how many likes and comments and then shares. And so you want to be able to leverage different forms and different assets across social media to see actually what works and what doesn't work. And again, look at what other companies have done, whether they be competitors or not. See what type of assets they're posting and what's working for them. Now, when it comes to social media marketing, there are lots of tools available. Okay, you got Buffer, Hootsuite, Sprinkler, Post Planner, Later, Sprout Social. I mean, the list of social media marketing tools is endless. And just like SEO, you will need a platform to work with. So with SEO, we showed you Moz as the SEO platform. With social, we're going to show you Sprout Social because with Sprout Social, if you have a content calendar, if you have a lot of different assets, you want to be able to organize those assets and content across multiple channels. And the great thing about using a social media calendar is, yes, you can publish and organize your post accordingly. You also have, most social media platform tools have listening. So you can listen in on keywords and audiences, different brands and industries and conversations that are being had about a specific topic. Okay, and again, most social media platforms, if not all, have reporting. And so this is important because you can actually see, how your post or different assets are performing in terms of engagement. And so to me, that's important. If you're going to focus on social media as a platform, as a channel, you want to have a social media platform tool that will help you organize your content, publish it accordingly, listen in, and get that report to help you figure out what's engaging and what's not engaging. Again, so that you can, react to the content that you're using and sharing. So that's Sprout Social as an example, but you will need a social media platform. Now, the other benefit to social media is, in some cases, you could actually pay to have your post out there. And so, for example, on Facebook, we could set up a paid campaign to target our intended audience. And so with Facebook owns Instagram, so you have the ability to really put your content out in front of your target audience on Facebook and Instagram. And so what you need to do is go to Facebook Ads Manager and simply just create an account or campaign. You want to be able to create a campaign. And by creating a campaign, that means you're going to have to go through a particular process here. So if we want to do is choose our objective. Okay, so you always want to have an objective for your campaign. So is it going to be brand awareness? Is it going to be to drive, traffic? Is it going to be to drive conversions? So you want to choose a goal or objective if you're advertising really on any platform. Then you want to be able to choose your audience. So who are we trying to target? So with Facebook, you can target any specific age, gender, demographic based on interest and behavior. So you can choose specific placements and you can assign a budget. Okay. And then on the ad side, you have different types of ads that you can use. You can do a single image or video. You can do a carousel. Okay, meaning you can rotate different images as a collage or different videos as a collage. And again, you can choose exactly where you want your ad to be shown. For example, desktop or mobile news feed, Facebook in-stream video, you got Instagram feed, you got even Messenger. So you have a lot of options available to you on where your ad or video is going to be shown, and then you can support that with a headline description, and you can send that traffic back to your website. You can even test call to action buttons. Okay, so you can append your ad with a call to action button. And so you can do a lot here. This is just Facebook. You can really do a lot of specific targeting. Now with Facebook advertising, it's a cost per click model. So anytime somebody does click on that ad, you're going to pay. But it allows you to really get your content out there in front of your intended audience. If you're not doing it organically, meaning you're not posting on Facebook on a regular basis, or maybe you want to supplement those organic posts, then doing this is a good way to really get your brand out there. If it's awareness, if it's to drive traffic or to convert, Facebook is a good option. LinkedIn, Twitter, all these social media platforms offer that option up to do paid advertising. Now, if you want more information about social media, we have a great video on YouTube already, how to start social media marketing. It really goes into the details about organic social and what I just covered with paid social, specifically on Facebook. So take a look at that video. And again, if I missed anything on the social media side, feel free to comment or add in your best practice, whether that be part of the process or a different platform that you use for social media. Okay, let's switch to our next digital marketing channel and search engine marketing. So search engine marketing is an advertising model that is good for driving traffic to your site because you're paying each time someone clicks on your advertisement. Now, how is that an equal trade? Well, because you can advertise on channels or search engines like Google or Bing or AdRoll, which has a big network that includes Google, you can actually pay your way to the top of search engine rankings. And so if you're at the top for paid search and somebody searches something like shoes or something to that effect, your ad can appear at the very top, even above local search, even above organic search. And so the visibility is there. It's a good way for you to then get that traffic that you covet for certain keywords. And because you're getting traffic or have the potential to get traffic, you're going to pay each time somebody clicks on these ads. So you have multiple choices on the type of asset you want to use, including text, image, video, etc. So there's more to it than just Google, Bing, AdRoll. I mean, you have LinkedIn, you have Twitter, you have Facebook. So you have lots of different ways to advertise and get your ad in a more prominent position. You just have to pay for it. And I just showed you that under social media marketing. Facebook, you can create an ad, have your ad targeting your audience, and in return, you're going to pay Facebook. Works the same way for most of these networks. Okay, so when you actually set up a campaign, like anything you do when you set up a campaign, you want to determine the goal you want to achieve for the campaign. You want to do that up front, especially when you're talking about paying per click. If you're paying per click, then you definitely want to make sure you determine what your goals are so you can measure them accordingly. Then you want to choose, in this case, a relevant list of keywords. You could do it for your brand, meaning you could choose your own brand keywords. You could choose keywords related to what your brand is trying to offer, whether that be a service or product. And once you choose a relevant list of keywords, you can finalize those keywords and then bid on them. So once you start bidding on them, then what you're going to do is align those keywords with a headline. So it's all done within the framework of any platform you're advertising on. Really, the key here that I want to really emphasize is when you establish a campaign or set up a campaign, you need to establish what the goal is. Because when you actually choose your keywords and write your ads and launch the campaign and start paying Google or Bing or whomever it is you're advertising with, you want to be able to measure those goals. So that's really the important part here. Because regardless of where you advertise, you're going to be able to monitor campaign results. And so with Google, you can even import conversions into the campaign. So for example, if I go to Google Ads, if I go to Tools, okay, you can see I'm running campaigns. What am I trying to accomplish with these campaigns? Well, in this case, I'm trying to get donations. People click on donations. So I can go to Tools, click Conversions, and then I can see what conversions are added to my account. And that way I can measure my campaigns against these conversions. Okay, if I don't see a conversion here, I can certainly create one or import it from, in this case, Google Analytics. So that's the important thing. You want to be able to measure your campaigns with your conversions. And then just as important, you want to be able to optimize your campaign. Because if it's not performing, if you're running a campaign, you're running up costs, and you're not getting conversions, you're probably not going to be continuing to run those campaigns. So you want to optimize your campaign and retarget potential customers. So retargeting is always a good option. Retargeting is targeting someone that went to your website and basically acted in a certain way, meaning they went to a certain page or abandoned a cart or actually purchased or downloaded something. Okay, you define what action you want that audience to take in order to retarget to them. Okay, so the whole point is you can configure your retargeting campaign based on certain behavior on your website. And the whole point there of retargeting is you're pulling people back to your website. So in addition to optimizing, search campaigns, one of the benefits of search engine marketing is you can run retargeting campaigns. So here's an example of an ad. Okay, so here you could see it's a good ad in the sense that it's using everything available to it. So for example, here I could see 3 headlines. So Google, in this example, allows you to add in 3 headlines. So here you could see Simplilearn official site, get certified, get ahead. Then you can see simplylearn.com. So they're taking advantage of 3 headlines. And then here you can see 2 description lines. And so each description line, you can have up to 90 characters. And so you want to be able to take advantage of what Google gives you. The more information you can add, the better. Well, here you can see some other types of ads. Here you can see a banner ad for Slack. Okay, here you can see betterment.com running an ad. Okay, so this looks like an ad that is on YouTube. So because you can see after a few seconds, you can skip the ad. Okay, so here's a video ad, here's an image ad, here's a text ad. So depending on what platform you advertise on, you have an option on what type of asset you want to use. The one thing I like about Facebook is they offer up a multitude of options in terms of assets. So you can run a single image ad, you can run a carousel, meaning you got multiple images, you can run a video, you can run a combination video image, you can obviously run text, okay, with a thumbnail. So you have a lot of options in terms of the type of ad you can run. So before we move into our next channel, let me just show you an example of how an ad actually looks on a particular website. So here you can see I'm on BuzzFeedNews.com. Okay, here you can see Volkswagen Golf is running an advertisement in Spanish on this particular site. So they're either using Google or some other platform and having that platform, if it's Google, post their ad on this particular site. So here you can see it's a banner ad. And if we're in Google Ads and you're setting up a text ad, let me just run through you what that text ad looks like. Remember, you want to always take advantage of what's offered to you because especially text ads, you have very few characters, and with very few characters, it's hard to get your message across. So with Google, you have your final URL, which is where people are going to go to after they click on your ad, but you have not one, not 2, but 3 headlines that you can take advantage of. So if we're talking about help end child hunger, help today, you can always add in, visit our website for more info. You want to take advantage of what's available to you. Now, again, here you can see in this example, I'm only allotted 30 characters. And so if you go over, then your ad's not going to get approved. So you really have to be cognizant of the character counts and getting your point across, because writing text ads is not the easiest thing to do when you're limited to characters. Now, with Google, you have what they call display paths. So after the domain, you can add in a couple of keywords in there. And then you have description line 1 and description line 2. So again, take advantage of what's available. If you're not sure what copy to write, grab some from the website and paste it in there. You want your ads to be healthy and to have as much information as possible. And then the one thing I will say about Google Ads is they also have extensions. So extensions are exactly that. They're extensions to your text ad. So here you can see I have 4 extensions. These are actually site links. So Google Ads offers up something called ad extensions. So it could be call outs, site links, it could be location extensions, app extensions. They have a number of different extensions that they can append to your ad. So take advantage of that as well. Remember, the whole point of ads is to make a compelling case for your product or service so that somebody can click on the ad and go to your website and then perform the action you want them to perform. Now, if you have any more questions about Google Ads, feel free to check out our in-depth video about Google Ads. It covers everything A to Z on Google Ads. We also have videos on our Simplilearn YouTube playlist for Facebook, Twitter, social media marketing. So if you're curious to know a little bit more about search engine marketing, check out any one of these videos that we have listed on our YouTube channel. Okay, so let's move over to affiliate marketing now. And so with affiliate marketing, really it's interesting and unique in that affiliate marketing involves paying out commissions. And who are you paying commissions to? Well, you're paying commissions to website owners or publishers or people who have websites with lots of content or people who have websites that attract a lot of users. And so the whole point is you want to be able to find those websites to advertise your product or service. Okay, these people who are selling your product or service on your behalf are going to get commissioned or incentivized based on whatever action you put out there. So it could be registrations, just getting your affiliates to help you with getting people registered, or signing up for your email, or for a lot of you, conversions. You're trying to sell a product, so you want help in selling that product. Or it could be subscriptions, okay, signing up to something. Okay, so you determine what it is you want to incentivize your affiliates for. You also determine how much you're going to incentivize them. And that's the great thing about affiliate marketing. It's no different than having a sales team to support you. What are the steps for affiliate marketing? Well, you need to find a platform. There are lots of different affiliate platforms out there. Commission Junction or CJ.com comes to mind, because these platforms are going to help you find these affiliates or partners. Okay, so they're the broker in all this. And so once you set up your platform, you're going to establish rules, guidelines, post images and banners and assets for those affiliates to use on their websites. And more importantly, again, you're going to establish the commission. So the commission doesn't have to be the same for all affiliates. It could simply be, your top affiliates get a higher commission as opposed to just some other affiliates who get a starting commission. You establish everything on the platform, the affiliate platform that you choose. Now, affiliates apply to advertise on your behalf. So they're going to say, hey, I'm interested in selling your product or service. So you're going to use that platform, if it's Commission Junction, to approve or disapprove the affiliate's request to advertise on your behalf. And really what you want to try and do is leverage the platform as best as you can. And a lot of these affiliates are out to make money, and some of them are really good. You need to be able to choose the affiliate that is going to represent your brand, product, or service the best. So it's simple. Customer clicks on an ad or link, okay, on that affiliate website, and they go to your website and they perform an action. So that could be a purchase, a registration, a subscription, a download, an email sign up. You determine that. And the great thing is these affiliate networks, the CJs, Commission Junctions of the world will record everything. They're tracking not only traffic from the affiliate website to your website, but they're also tracking the conversions. The transaction is validated and credited to the affiliate by the broker. And then the affiliate is paid his or her commission. So that's how it works. So the more the affiliate sells or converts on your behalf, the more they're going to make. And that's the beauty of the affiliate network. So here's an example of affiliate marketing. Okay, here you could see an advertisement here. Okay, so you could see profit from our experience. Earn up to 12% advertising fees with a trusted e-commerce list leader. So somebody clicks on that link, joins, and then this person is going to get a commission based on somebody joining for free. Again, I mentioned Commission Junction. There are also some other affiliate marketing tools out there. Amazon Associates, AWin, Trade Doubler, Max Bounty. I mean, there's a lot out there. CJ.com is the one I've used in the past, but give some of these other platforms a chance. Okay, it doesn't hurt to even be on multiple platforms. You have nothing to lose. Okay, when you're on a platform, basically the platform again is acting as the middle person. They're introducing you to affiliates. And so every time you actually pay an affiliate a commission, they're going to get their cut of it. So they're going to get a small percentage as well. So just keep that in mind, but give it a try. Try one or two of these affiliates. If you find you're getting quality affiliates that are selling your product or service, great. If you don't, then, feel free to change, affiliate networks. It's that simple. But the key here is find the affiliates you think are going to best represent your brand, product, or service, because those affiliates are likely going to be the ones to convert for you. And if you're a small business starting out and you need some help, affiliate marketing is the way to go. Okay, let's move over to native advertising. Okay, so native advertising. So native advertisement means that your ad is showing up next to content that basically naturally fits. So these are advertisements that are featured on a platform alongside the content, okay, that isn't paid for. Okay, so for example, here you could see a paid post. Okay, this is by Spotify. Okay, this paid post, okay, was on BuzzFeed. This particular post was probably on a news article related to music, because they're talking about, bands that probably wouldn't exist without Led Zeppelin. Okay, so for Spotify, using native advertising allows them to put their ad next to content related to their ad. Here you can see another BuzzFeed article, okay, 11 great Amazon deals that will be music to your ears if you're an audiophile. Here you can see an advertisement next to the article. So you can see the ad about Led Zeppelin, and here you can see the actual article is about music. So the whole point about native advertising is making sure there's a connection between the ad and the article. So Spotify is advertising, okay, their product and service on an article on BuzzFeed, which happens to be about music. So a good example, we used BuzzFeed just a second ago. So if we go to BuzzFeed, here you can see I'm on TV and movies, and here you can see got an ad here. If we scroll down, keep scrolling down, we can see another ad here for HBO. And so this ad makes sense because it's placed on TVs and movies. So people who go and read the content are going to see an ad related to that content. So that's generally what native advertising is. You need to be able to place the ad on the right pages. Okay, so you're going to need an ad network for that. So we talked about paid search advertising. We talked about Google Ads. So Google Ads has the ability to place your ad natively on particular pages that are relevant to that ad. So that's really what native advertising is all about, making sure that your ad is placed next to content that's naturally relevant. So if you need more information about affiliate marketing, feel free to visit Simplilearn's YouTube channel. We have a nice in-depth video about affiliate marketing, so you can get more information about the platforms, how it works, and all the tips and best practices about how to run a successful affiliate marketing campaign. So let's turn our attention to email marketing now. So email marketing, very traditional form of digital marketing. It's been around the longest. It's kind of the grandfather of all digital marketing channels. So email marketing really is used to personalize emails in order to convert that recipient or that prospective user into a customer. And so like all the other digital marketing channels, we want to follow some type of flow or process or methodology. And the first step in email marketing is you have to identify your target audience. Okay, when you identify your target audience, you're going to create a segment. Okay, so in other words, you don't want to send one email to everyone because not everyone is going to be interested in that email. So in order to get somebody interested, you need to be able to send an email tailored to that audience. Okay, so that audience can respond and react accordingly. So once you target that audience and create segments, email segments, you're going to create the campaign and set up an appropriate call to action. One note here is when you create the campaign and set up that appropriate call to action, that call to action is going to be aligned with your goal. So what is the goal of the email campaign? Is it simply to get people to click on something and purchase? Or is it simply to get people to click on something and sign up or watch something or submit some information or download or whatever the case? You need to establish that up front, just like you would with a search engine marketing campaign or any other type of campaign you want to run. So there are lots of tools out there. Just like with affiliate marketing, you want to choose an appropriate email marketing tool. There are plenty to be had, each work in a very similar nature. Some offer different pricing models, meaning, you can send an email to X recipients for a flat fee, or you pay a small amount per email address. Each one is slightly different in terms of how they price, but in terms of the features, they all work in a very similar fashion. And we're going to show you an example of one here shortly. So when you choose that email marketing tool, you're going to test your emails before you send them out. And then when you test your emails, you're going to use that email marketing tool to actually send the campaign after it's been tested. Okay, so you want to send the campaign, you can immediately send them out, or you can schedule them. Now, a best practice with an email is when you actually send one out, you're sending an email out to your target audience, you want to create probably 2 emails per segmented audience. Why? Because you want to add an attractive subject line and copy to the email. But if you send 2 emails to the same target audience, then you want to test the subject lines. You want to be able to see what subject line is going to entice somebody to open the email. Okay, that's the beauty of email marketing, is you can do that. Okay, so you can set up a design based on your target audience, but it's always the subject line that people see first. So you want to write an attractive subject line and copy that's going to entice somebody to open the email. So why not send 2 emails to each target audience? That way you can see what email subject line works best. So that's the whole idea about performing A/B tests to test out different ideas. It doesn't necessarily have to be a subject line. It can be the same subject line, 2 emails, but the difference being the body of the email. It's totally up to you, but the idea here is to always split out your emails per target audience. And just like any other channel, whether it be affiliate or search engine marketing or organic search, you want to analyze performance. And in the case of emails, it's always about open rates. How many people are opening? Then how many people are clicking? And then how many people are actually responding? Are they converting or downloading or whatever it is you want them to do? You need to be able to monitor the behavior because, for example, if your open rates don't work, or they're low, then something's wrong with your subject line. So you want to be able to make an adjustment. So here's an example of an email from Airbnb. It's a simple email, okay? They're just simply trying to get somebody to click on that call to action to take the survey. Okay, that's really all it's about here with this particular email. So who's their target audience? Well, their target audience could be somebody who's already stayed at a Airbnb property. Or it could be somebody who used the app. Probably Airbnb has already targeted this audience and they're sending this survey to a particular audience so that they can get the best results. Okay, so that's a good example of a targeted email with a good call to action that's getting somebody to take the survey. So they're probably measuring how many people opened it, how many people clicked on the CTA, the call to action, and then how many people actually filled out the survey. So you need to follow each step and track each step accordingly. Okay, so again, some popular tools used in email marketing. Let's take a look at MailChimp here. But I will mention like Marketo is a good marketing automation tool. Now owned by Adobe, Marketo allows you to send those drip campaigns. So if somebody doesn't purchase right away, you can send up follow-up emails, like say 1 day out or 7 days out or 14 days out. So HubSpot works in a very similar fashion. You want to be able to methodically plan out your emails. That's the point I'm trying to make here. So let's take a look at MailChimp. So if we go over into MailChimp, very easy interface. Okay, here, if we go under audience, we can actually see who our audience is, and we can break out our audience into different groups. You can have a simple test list. You can have people who purchase, people who subscribe to something. Okay, so you can break out your audience into different groups. Okay, when it comes to campaigns, you can see campaigns that are already been built, or you can create your own campaign. Okay, so in the case of MailChimp, we can actually see what campaigns have been dropped or sent out already, and then we could see the opens, the clicks, and then the conversions. So MailChimp has some nice reporting, so you want to be able to measure the reports or how well the campaign performed. So here we can see specifically how many people opened, clicked, how many people bounced or email addresses bounced, and how many people unsubscribed from the list. And here we can see, the top links that have been clicked, okay, the subscribers with the most opens. Did anybody perform any social media activity? Okay, what locations opened the email? Okay, so you can actually see a lot of good information here right in MailChimp, and you want to be able to react to the emails you send out. So if an email is not performing, okay, you want to learn from that so you don't make the same mistake again. The great thing I like about MailChimp too, they have a lot of nice templates to use. So if you're trying to create a template, here you got some templates that you can leverage. So that's MailChimp kind of in a nutshell. MailChimp, you could pay up front, buy credits, and with those credits, you could send out emails to a number of people. Okay, so that's how MailChimp works. They do have a free trial, so you can set up an account using the free trial. Now, if you need any more information about MailChimp or email marketing in general, take a look at the email marketing webinar we have set up on our Simplilearn YouTube account. Now, let's finish up with online PR or press releases. So we talked about SEO and social and search and affiliate and email marketing and content native advertising. Let's talk about online PR here, because with online PR, it really does involve working with digital publications or blogs or other content-related websites. For example, content-related websites could be digital newspaper sites like the New York Times. Okay, the whole point of online PR is you want to try and get some publicity on those websites. Publicity means awareness for the brand, it means traffic to the website, and eventually some loyalty, future customers, and conversion. Channels that can be used to maximize your online PR efforts. For example, you can connect with reporters on social media to develop a relationship. So you can just follow some reporters, see if they're covering specific industries or verticals, and if they are similar to what you're offering, then it's probably a good idea to reach out to them. You can use engaging user reviews to help humanize your brand, or you can respond to comments that help generate productive conversations. So those are all certain things you can do to generate awareness and buzz for your brand. So really the one thing I want to point out about online PR is basically, you can also hire a PR firm and they can do some of the heavy lifting for you. Or like I said, you can reach out to different reporters or different influencers even to help push your product or brand. Now, if you're trying to go at it alone on the online PR, what you could do if you don't reach out to reporters or influencers, or you're active in trying to build your brand through conversation, you can always use a third-party service like PR.com. So PR.com allows you to, basically create your own profile, submit content to your own profile, or even submit press releases. If you submit press releases, then other news agencies are going to pick up on those press releases. So it's a good way to get your press releases out there. Likes of Yahoo and Google might pick up those press releases and give you some, much needed visibility. You can also use other tools like, PR Newswire, for example. So it works in a very similar way. Again, it's a press release distribution network. So you can go ahead and sign up for an account, get that press release out there, and they do the distribution for you. Or you can also use aggregation sites. So there are lots of different aggregate sites out there. And so what aggregate websites do is they help disseminate and distribute your content. So here you can see some of the new aggregator websites of 2019. You got Feedly, Panda, TechMeme, Metacritic, eScience News, The Morning News. So you have a lot of options available to get your content out there. Okay, so what these sites do is basically pick up articles that fit their website, fit their theme, fit their target audience. So you do have options in the form of third-party tools as well. Okay, so if you don't hire a PR firm, which could be expensive, you can certainly go at it alone by signing up for any one of these particular products or services. Today, we're going to talk about digital marketing tools. So fasten your seatbelts and let's get started. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at some of the best digital marketing tools for not only 2019, but ones that have performed well in the past, that are popular, and ones that we foresee as being the go-to tools for the future. So past, present, and future digital marketing tools is the way to look at this, with a good focus on a lot of different marketing channels here. So we're going to focus first on SEO, talk about some of the tools related to on-page and off-page. We're going to switch over to paid search, talk a little bit about paid search tools. We're going to talk about email marketing and some of the email marketing platforms and the tools within those platforms. The center of it all is web analytics. So Google Analytics is the tool we'll be taking a closer look at in today's webinar and all that it has to offer. Okay, affiliate marketing. We'll talk about some of the tools available to you for affiliate marketing. We'd be remiss if we didn't talk about social media and all that it has to offer and all the metrics and tools available, all the platforms available. So we'll hone in on a couple of examples there. And then we'll also talk about some competition tools available for you. So there's a whole suite of tools. The one caveat being, hey, if you have your favorite tool, continue using it. In fact, if there's a tool that we didn't mention in today's webinar, feel free to mention it in the comment box below this video. We'd love to hear what you're using to manage your particular digital marketing channel. Okay, and so the goal for today's webinar is, hey, we hope you get something out of this in terms of using new tools. There's some tools that I use, some tools that my colleagues use. Everybody uses different tools, so it'd be good to kind of see what else is out there. So if you have something to share, share it. By all means, what we're trying to do is share what we think are, best practices and some of the most popular or most used tools out there in the industry. So that's what we're going to do. The goal is to get you to better understand some of the tools we're using in a little bit more detail. And what we're going to do is start out with search engine optimization. Okay, so search engine optimization or organic search, we have a mixture of paid and free. So there's a lot of different platforms, but if you're focusing on SEO, you certainly need to use an SEO platform. So there's SEMrush. Okay, you also have Google Search Console, which is free. So if you don't have a SEO platform, you definitely need to be using Google Search Console. And so we'll take a closer look at that. There's Google Keyword Planner, which is actually situated under Google Ads. And so if you're running Google campaigns on Google Search Network or even the display network, you have access to a great tool called Keyword Planner. And if you know anything about SEO, you'll know that using Google's Keyword Planner is a good tool. So we'll take a look at that. Moz is a freemium tool, meaning they have a free trial that you can sign up for to test drive it, but it's another SEO platform and it does cost money. Got a great tool in Screaming Frog. That's a paid version. Again, not too expensive. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And then we have, a tool in Ahrefs that help us with all aspects of SEO, primarily focusing on off-page. So these are just some examples that we're going to hone in on, but this is just a small subset of what really is available out there in the market. So let's go ahead and dive a little bit deeper and understand why we use some of these tools. Well, the first reason when we talk about SEO is to find relevant keywords. Not only do we want to find relevant keywords, we want to find relevant keywords with high volume and low competition. Okay, we wouldn't want to find non-relevant keywords with high competition, low volume. That wouldn't make sense. So we need a tool to kind of help us put it all together. And so the tool of choice for us is Google's Keyword Planner. And Google's Keyword Planner helps us hone in on keywords we may be interested in optimizing for, because not only one, are they relevant, but two, they're going to have high volume and low competition. So let's take a look add an example in Google's Keyword Planner. So here I am. I'm in Google's Keyword Planner, and as I mentioned before, Google's Keyword Planner is situated under Google Ads. Okay, so you have to have a Google Ads account to use Google's Keyword Planner. And so when you're in Google Ads, you simply go to Tools, and then under Tools, you're going to select Keyword Planner. So what we want to do is look for keywords. We're focusing on organic search, not necessarily paid search. So organic search, we want to hone in on some keywords. So let's just use one of the examples that Google's given us here, meal delivery. So we're going to just type in meal delivery and get some results. So notice I can enter a domain as a filter. And so in other words, hey, I could say, look, hone in on keywords related to this website if I wanted to. But I'm asking Google, hey, just give me something closely related to mail delivery because that's my business. So I'm going to click Get Results. Notice I can add another keyword if I wanted to, but I'm just going to stick with one keyword. But there are certainly other keywords that I can certainly hone in on if mail delivery is my business. And so let's just hone in on that one keyword, mail delivery. We want to be found organically for that keyword. So what Google Keyword Planner does is not only give us the keyword and other keywords relevant to that, but it gives us the average monthly search volumes. And this is an average over the course of the last 12 months. And notice here, I get a column for competition. So I'm able to see whether that's a very competitive keyword or not. And then just to give you an extra edge when you're choosing keywords, you can get a sense of what the keyword may cost if you wanted to bid on that for paid search. So for mail delivery, I can see it's anywhere between $7.46 and at the top of the page, high range, $16.61. So that should alert me to the fact that, hey, if I'm going to try and optimize for this keyword, I know it's competitive because not only Google is telling me it's competitive by telling me high competition, but I know that the cost per click seems a little bit high. And what is a little bit high? Well, I can see some other keywords here that, $1 to $3. Okay, I can see some other ones that are even lower than the $7 they're suggesting. So that's an indication that the keyword is highly competitive. So the idea here using Google's Keyword Planner is, one, we want to get an idea of what other keywords are out there that are relevant. So it helps stimulate some ideas for relevancy. Two, we can get an average monthly search volume. So we want to know on average over the past 12 months, how many search queries I can expect from this keyword. And then three, I can get a sense of the competition. How competitive is this keyword? So if I try to optimize for this keyword and I want to rank for it organically, is it competitive? If it's competitive, then it's probably going to take me a bit longer to be found for this keyword on page 1 of Google. So that's the whole idea behind Google's Keyword Planner. And note that you could change some of the settings here. So if you want to choose a different language, okay, you can hone in on a longer or shorter period of time. You can even choose a specific location. So I chose Texas. I can certainly choose the entire United States to get a sense of what the volume would be for the total US. So you have settings that you can change and manipulate to get you the data you need to choose keywords. So that's the whole idea behind Google's Keyword Planner, to find relevant keywords, high volume, low competition. Now, alternatively, I can certainly use another tool to find keywords. So I have a Moz account, so I logged into Moz. And Moz has a tool called Keyword Explorer. So if I use that same keyword I used in Google's Keyword Planner, mail delivery, I'm going to ask Moz to give me some data on that keyword. So this is for the entire United States. And again, I can change that if I wanted to. Okay, so I can hone in on a specific country or different country. So what Moz is telling me, hey, for this keyword in the entire United States, I'm looking at anywhere from 11,500 to 30,000 on monthly volume. Now what Moz does is they give you a difficulty score. So a difficulty score is a score between 1 and 100. And so I could see this is pretty much right down the middle in terms of difficulty. Okay, so if it's 0, it's an easy keyword. If it's 100, it's very difficult. And then that means you have a lot of competitors who are optimizing for this keyword, that are ranking for this keyword. And so Moz gives us the volume, they give us the competition, and they, just like Google's Keyword Planner, gives us some other keywords that we can potentially hone in on. So here I could see keyword delivery plans, delivery services, etc. So I can see a lot more suggestions than what's listed here. So Moz delivers a bunch of other analysis related to the keyword. They also give you some good keyword suggestions. So Moz is a good alternative tool, and we'll be coming back to Moz related to SEO for some other of its features. But for now, if you don't want to necessarily use Google's Keyword Planner because maybe you're not running Google Ads, you can always use Moz. Now remember, Moz has basically a freemium version, meaning you can sign up for a free account. And you could sign up for a free account as a test trial, and you could test it for a period of days and leverage its tools during that free trial to get a better sense of how these tools work. So we want to be able to use Moz. We want to be able to use Google's Keyword Planner, not only to search for all those relevant keywords available to you, but we want to be able to choose keywords with high volume and low difficulty, low competition. We also want to select primary and second keywords wisely. So remember, when you optimize, you're optimizing a page for more than one keyword. So you want to be able to have a nice portfolio of diverse, relevant keywords with high search volume and low difficulty. And then you want to be able to identify those keywords that your competitors are ranking for. So Moz gives you that information. And so we want to be able to leverage the tools available to us to choose the right keywords. So if you need any more information on this, we got a nice webinar on keyword research for SEO. So take a look at that video on YouTube to get more specific details about using SEO tools for keyword research and all about keyword research in general for SEO. So let's talk about some other reasons under SEO why we would use some of these tools available to us. Well, we want to be able to understand the search engines and how they crawl and index our site. Okay, we also want to check the correct format of the sitemap, and we want to monitor backlinks. Okay, we also want to analyze linking to our web page. Okay, which ones are good, which ones are not good. Okay, we also want to perform some competitor analysis. So these are some of the reasons why, other than keyword research, why would we use some of these SEO tools? So we have tools available to us, Majestic, Ahrefs, again, Moz. Let's take a look at Google Search Console. And I want to hone in on Google Search Console because it is free and it's a must. If you're going to work on SEO, you need to be working in Google Search Console. And so the whole key behind Google Search Console is you have a website and you need to get that site verified. Once it's verified, once Google can recognize that you are associated with this website, then you're going to be able to see some important information. So here I'm looking at a website, and what am I looking at? I'm looking at something called coverage under index. So what does coverage mean? Well, going back to what we just said, we want to be able to understand how Google's crawling and indexing our pages. And so what Google does is, through this platform, Search Console, is they're letting us know once they go to our website and start crawling it, and they pull these pages back to their server, they're letting us know if we actually have any issues. So here I could see I have some issues with 112 pages. And some of those issues are listed down here. So there could be a crawl issue, a 404, redirect. Okay, so you could see there's some 5 unique issues across 112 pages. So here I could see submitted URL marked no index. There's 100 of those pages. We have some redirect errors. There's 7 pages that fall victim to this error. And so we can really hone in on what the error is and address the error. Okay, so if Google's telling us, hey, this is an issue, and you want that page indexed by Google, then we should probably address the error. And so that's the great thing here about going into Google Search Console is you can, under index, go to coverage and get a sense of what Google's indexing and what they're not indexing. Okay, so these are the errors. I could see they've certainly were able to crawl and index 9,115 pages. They were able to crawl, okay, and they excluded 54,000 plus pages. And then we also have some pages with some warnings. So this is kind of an overview of what Google sees when they crawl our site. So when they say crawl, they're coming to our site, they're following links on the site, and every link they follow, they're either going to index that page or they're going to report to you an error or an issue that they found. If we want these pages indexed, we need to address the issues, the errors. And so that's the beauty of this report here, is Google is telling us firsthand what the issues are. So we also want to take a look at the sitemap. So you have an opportunity to submit a sitemap. And a sitemap is just a formatted file that includes all your website URLs. And so you're going to have this file sitting in your root directory. And you're probably going to call it, or should call it, sitemap.xml, XML being the format. So once you have this file, you're just going to let Google know that that file exists. So you're going to enter in the sitemap URL. So if it's in the root directory, all you're going to do is type in sitemap.xml and click submit. So once you've done it, just like this site is done, what Google's going to do is say, hey, look, we see you've submitted this, and we last read it a couple days ago, and we could see that we discovered 1,419 URLs. So I can go back under coverage, and I can see some of the issues that they found. But if I go back under sitemaps, I can see that these are the URLs they've discovered via the sitemap. And so the whole point of a sitemap is we want to be able to get and push the URLs to Google, not have Google come to our site and discover them. So this is a quicker, faster, more efficient way to communicate with Google all the URLs that you have on your site that you want Google to index. And so that's the beauty of Search Console. Now, while we're in Search Console, we might as well take a look at some of the other features it has. And so one of the most important features under Search Console is this mobile usability report. Okay, so Google is a staunch believer in mobile first. So nowadays, most people start and finish a lot of their searches, a lot of their behavior on mobile. So they begin it on mobile and they may end it on mobile. So if they don't end it on mobile, then perhaps they'll go into a store, or perhaps they'll go via desktop. But Google is a staunch believer, and definitely a lot of what's going on today starts with mobile. So they want you to understand how your site fares via mobile. And when I say fares via mobile, is it mobile friendly? Is it responsive? Is it loading quick enough? Is it formatted to Google standards? And so if there are any issues, Google's going to let you know what those issues are. So here I could see Google's recognized 206 pages for 4 different issues. Okay, so here I can see what those issues are. Just like the coverage issues, we can see specifically what they are. And so here I could see for 206 pages, text too small to read, click elements too close together, the viewport not set to device width, and then content wider than the screen. So there's 10 pages that fit under this error. And if I actually click on it, the error, I can see what those 10 pages are. And so when we're done, we can actually, when we address the issues, we can actually have Google validate whether the fix has been made. So you can definitely use this as a means of communicating directly with Google. Telling Google, look, I see what the issues are, I'm going to fix them, and then I want you to validate them. Okay, so this is important because if you can communicate with Google and let them know, hey, we do recognize the errors, we are fixing the errors, please validate them. It's going to draw Google's attention. Google's going to validate them and get these pages indexed quicker. So if you ignore the issues and the errors, especially for mobile, then you stand the chance of your pages not getting indexed. So the mobile usability report to me is an important report because we want to better understand whether Google's picking up issues on mobile. And if they are, we want to address them, get Google to validate them so Google can index them quicker. Now, there's another report that is of interest to you or may be of interest to you in Google Search Console, and that's the links report. So the links report in Google Search Console tells us what pages have the most links. Okay, so here we can see the home page has 26,000 plus links. If we hone in on interior pages, we can see the links to those pages. Okay, so we can get a sense of what are the top link pages from external links, meaning links on other websites pointing to these pages. I can also see internal links. So Google is recognizing links from within my website from one page to another. So external links, internal links, both factors for SEO when ranking. So then I could see top linking sites, what sites are linking to my site. And then I can see top linking text. So Google Search Console is giving me kind of an overview of what my linking structure looks like. Okay, so externally, I want links from other websites pointing to various pages on my site. And I certainly want my pages linking to one another on my site. And so I'll be able to better understand what that structure looks like using Google Search Console's links report. Okay, there's one more report that I think is of interest in Google Search Console, and that's the performance report. So the performance report is a report that actually you can link up with Google Analytics. So you could see the same report in Analytics if you're able to link up Google Search Console with Analytics. And you should be able to do that. All you need to do is make sure you use the same email address that you use for Analytics and Search Console. So it needs to be the same email address. You could certainly link up the two and have this data imported into Google Analytics. So what is this data that we're talking about? Well, it's called performance. So what we can actually see is the queries, the actual queries people are typing in to Google. So when they're typing them into Google, we can actually see how many impressions the keyword queries received and how many clicks the keyword queries received. And then I can see click-through rate and average position. Okay, so here I can see for this particular keyword on the first line, I could see over the course of the last 3 months, it received 209,297 impressions. So what does that mean? That means this keyword was used at least or typed in as a query at least that many times. And that's how many times my listing appeared in the Google search results pages based on this particular query. And so as a result of somebody typing in this query 209,000 plus times, this site received 120,000 plus clicks. So to get a sense of the click-through rate, all you would need to do, and Google can obviously do this for you, is you would simply just divide the 209,297 into the 120,397. Okay, so that's really going to give you, your click-through rate, and the click-through rate in this case is 57%. So over half of the clicks occur when this listing appears for this keyword. Okay, so we can get a sense of the click-through rate for each one. Okay, and you could simply just use the filtering here. Now, we can also see average position. Okay, so we could see a little bit more than that too. We can go from queries to pages. We can go from pages to countries. So we can get a sense of how many impressions and clicks I'm receiving by country. And importantly, we can see by device. So here I can see a majority of the people who conduct a search related to my website primarily do it on desktop. Now, I mentioned the beauty of the Google Search Console Performance Report is that you can link it up to Google Analytics. And when you do that, all you need to do then is go to Acquisition, Google Search Console, and then from there you could choose landing pages, countries, devices, or queries. So I can see the same data that I see in Search Console, but this time I'm looking at it in Google Analytics. And so here I can see what my search queries are, my clicks, my impressions, my click-through rate by search query, and then the average position. So that's the great thing about that performance report, is that when I link up Google Search Console with Analytics, I'm able to see that data in Analytics. So that's an added bonus, so to speak. Now, let's talk about some other reasons why we're going to use these SEO tools available to us. And so we already listed a number of different reasons, ranging from sitemaps to keyword research. But we also want to hone in on, what domains are driving links to our site. So I showed you an example in Search Console. We also want to, maybe identify and disavow poor backlinks. So Search Console is a great tool for that, because if we don't want to be associated with a particular website, we can certainly disavow that link. We could track a number of follow and no follow links. Okay, we could track our website's rankings. We can measure click-through rates and impressions, just as we did with Search Console. We could track keyword ranking for desktop, mobile, cross locations, just as we just did with the Search Console Performance Report. We can identify top performing, gaining, and losing keywords. Again, the Performance Report. So we could certainly look at the Google Search Console report, but if you have a platform like Moz, you can certainly also look at a lot of that data available. So for example, rankings. So if you have a Moz account, we can certainly go into rankings. Okay, and we can see for the keywords that we've chosen that we want to optimize for, we could certainly see where they rank. The great thing about Moz is it's a great tool, not only for rankings and on-page optimization, but for off-page optimization as well. So if I go ahead and take a look at a domain, for example, I'm just going to type in this domain. I'm going to be able to get what they call a domain authority. So a score out of 1 in 100, I'm able to see how authoritative my domain is. And how authoritative a domain is based on the quality of links pointing to it. So Moz gives me some good insights as to how many linking domains, how many inbound links I have, ranking keywords, and it goes into detail as well. So here, if I click on the linking domains, I'm going to be able to see the actual domains pointing to my site as an external link. And not only can I see the domains, I can actually see the domain authority of those domains. So if there's a domain, for example, that doesn't have a good domain authority and the site appears a bit scammy per se, then we can disavow that. So I can certainly look at all the domains that are linking to me, and then I can highlight the ones that have poor domain authority. What Moz even takes it a step further. They also give me a spam score. So Moz is able to measure how spammy a website is. So if I have a combination of, say, a low domain authority and a high spam score, then I probably want to disavow myself from that site. And so I can use this report here. You can see here as I keep going down. For example, I could see this particular website has a domain authority of 26 and it has a spam score of 16%. So not a good combination. This should alert me to the fact that, hey, this particular site, because it has so many links pointing to me, or it has at least one link pointing to me, that I probably want to disavow myself because it's probably hurting my own domain authority. So that's the great thing about this linking domains report, is I'm able to hone in on not only who's linking to me, meaning domain, but how many linking domains does that domain have? What's the spam score of that domain? What's the domain authority of that domain? And then I can get into a little bit more detail and actually see, all the links pointing to that domain. So it really goes into detail about backlinks, domain authority, spam, etc. Everything you need to use in order to measure off-page SEO. So that's the great thing about Moz, is they have not only on-page SEO tools, but off-page SEO tools. And Moz is a freemium, so to speak. So here you can see, if you just go to moz.com/free-SEO-tools, you'll be able to use some of these tools available to you, not just for SEO, but also for local SEO as well. So here, you like some of these tools, you can start your free 30-day trial. So I use and lean on Moz a lot for all that it has to offer, from choosing keywords to rankings report, to checking issues on my website, to even checking who's linking to me. So this fits in the mold with everything I need to do for SEO. So in addition to that keyword research video, you could certainly lean on some other webinars that we've done in the past on SEO. So we've done a webinar on SEO tools, And we've also done a webinar on SEO tips and tricks. So if you want any more information about the tools we covered or SEO in general, take a look at those 2 videos and check them out. And that should kind of complement what we talked about with using some of the tools, Google's Keyword Planner, Moz, and Google Search Console. Okay, let's switch over to email marketing tools. And so with email marketing tools, we have a lot available to us in the form of reporting, in the form of platforms, in the form of tools that really help us go from A to Z on our email, choosing what email to send out, to creating a list, to measuring how the email campaign went. And so we could start with MailChimp because MailChimp's a freemium version. When we say freemium, meaning they have a free trial available, then you're expected to upgrade. But MailChimp to me is a tool I use. I like the interface, very easy for beginners. So we're going to take a look at MailChimp, but there are certainly many others available. Marketo is a good tool. Marketo is a good tool because if you have a business and you're trying to funnel people through your pipeline, so to speak, meaning they sign up as a lead and you want to nurture that lead from the beginning to the end, meaning at the end they're actually going to turn around and purchase. Well, Marketo is a good tool for you to use because you can then set up drip campaigns, or also known as email campaigns, so that you're talking and communicating with that particular prospect through every point in the funnel. So that's the great thing about Marketo. It has drip campaigns available along with some other features. There's HubSpot, is a very powerful tool. It does a lot from creating landing pages to A/B testing to social to email. So this is another freemium tool that you could use. You have another freemium and Sendinblue email platform, and then you also have ConvertKit, another email platform. There's more dimension that we can't even fit on this screen. Now, if you have a favorite email marketing tool that you use, Constant Contact, Vertical Response, there are plenty out there. Emma, feel free to note that in the comment section below this video. I'm curious as to how many people actually use different tools, because there are literally so many email marketing tools out there. Why? Because email marketing has been around probably the longest amongst all the other digital marketing channels. And a lot of people use email on a daily basis. So it's no wonder why there's just so many tools available. And so with these tools, you could certainly send bulk emails. Now, in the case of Marketo, you could send emails to a segmented audience. And so that's actually what you want to do as a strategy, is always send emails to a segmented audience. You want to use a tool where you're going to be able to create campaigns, then send those campaigns to, again, segmented contacts, and then be able to design your email around that particular audience. So you have a good tool when you can do that, when you can really segment for your audience. Okay, you want to be able to use a tool that's going to be able to segment your users, use transactional emails, meaning, hey, look, if somebody went ahead and purchased, can you follow up with an email? And creating workflows, just like I mentioned with Marketo, you want a workflow set up where, hey, if somebody does this, you're sending email B, etc. So you want an email marketing tool that's flexible enough to handle what your business strategy and goals are. Okay, so you want to be able to also use a tool that has various email templates available. Okay, you don't want to be stuck with just a vanilla template. Again, you want to be able to customize an email for your audience. You want to be able to manage your list appropriately, meaning if you have 10,000 users or emails in a list, you want to be able to manage them accordingly. Break them up or have sub-lists, so to speak. And then most importantly, you want to make sure you have a platform that not only does its tracking on its own, but will give you some detailed insights. Meaning, what percentage of users opened your email? What percentage of recipients clicked on your email? What links did they click on? which emails bounce. So you want some detailed insights right in the platform that you're using. It just makes it more simpler and easier and more effective to manage. You certainly want to create those smart automated campaigns, meaning you don't even have to send out the email. And then you want to be able to have some flexibility to set up email delivery based on a specific time and day. So these tools also allow you to segment contacts based on geolocation. You want to be able to use a tool that allows for multivariate testing. Again, you want to analyze performance and optimize campaigns. You want to trigger automatic responses. Somebody purchases something, are you using a tool that will automatically send that email out? So these are all the reasons why you would use an email marketing tool. So let's dive in and take a look at an example, and we're going to use MailChimp as our example today. So let's dive in and take a look at MailChimp. So with MailChimp, once you log in, you're going to be able to see some historical campaigns that you've sent out, or you're going to be able to create your own campaign. And so this is kind of under campaigns, you can kind of see an overview of the ones you've sent out, or if they're in draft mode, you'll be able to see they're in draft mode, so you can go ahead and edit them. So here we have one that was set up on August 26th, and it's still in draft mode, so we can go ahead and edit that. So if we just click edit, we have the flexibility to pick and choose who we're sending this to, who it's from, what the subject line is, and then we can certainly design the email. So if we click design email, again, this is important because with email marketing, you want to be able to cater your email to your intended audience. So if you're selling men's shoes, your audience should be men, okay? So you don't want men to receive an email about women's shoes. It sounds like it's common sense, but the point being, you want to be able to use an email platform that's going to be able to allow you to put two and two together. The message and the design with the intended audience. And so here you can see MailChimp allows us to do that. Okay, you can see some of the layouts here. Okay, you also have themes that you could choose from. Okay, you could search for different themes, or you can even just code your own. So you can just paste your code in, or you can import it. So MailChimp allows that flexibility. You're not stuck with one of their templates. And so if we go back to the dashboard, the one thing I like about MailChimp though is the reporting. Okay, so yes, it is easy to choose a template and map that template to your audience, but I really like the reports that they have to offer. So, here you can see there's some lists that we've sent to, and if we choose one of our audience lists, then we can see some really detailed reporting here. And so here I could see this email that was sent out in June. I could see it was sent to 95,000 plus subscribers. Okay, of the subscribers, I saw 2,000 plus open it and 157 clicks. So I can view this report in more detail just by clicking on View Report. So again, we want an email platform that's going to be able to give us some detailed information about how that email campaign performed. And so I can get down really to the nitty gritty. I can actually see, on the content, what was clicked and what wasn't clicked. So here I sent two different subject lines, so I'm able to compare the two against one another. Okay, so I can really go into detail about one of them here. So if I click View Report, I can specifically see what the average for this list is. So here I'm able to compare against the list average, and it's 16%. I only had an open rate of 2.5%. So the industry average is 18%. And so here I'm able to see the list average for the click rate and the industry average for the click rate as well. So then I can see some specifics about it, how many people unsubscribed. Then I can see a graph. I could see the top links that were clicked, okay, the top subscribers with the most opens. I can link social to it if I want to, and then I can see geographic information. So the point being is MailChimp really goes into some nice detail here about the email campaigns and how they performed. So the great thing is too, with the MailChimp, you can link it with Google Analytics. You can link it with e-commerce. Okay, so if you have an email and you're selling products and somebody purchased that product, MailChimp is able to integrate in with your shopping commerce platform. For example, WooCommerce. So if somebody did purchase, you can send out that thank you email. MailChimp even goes a step further, and if somebody did click on a link, go to your shopping cart, add something to the shopping cart, and then abandon the cart, MailChimp allows you the opportunity to retarget them via email. So MailChimp is flexible, and that's what you want in an email marketing platform. You want something that's flexible, that you can cater to your audience, you can manage your audience list, and you can get detailed reporting on your different campaigns for that audience. So that's MailChimp in summary. And so most email platforms do a lot of the similar features or have some of the similar features, but that's what you ideally want to look for in an email marketing platform. So here's a tool that doesn't get talked about enough when it comes to email marketing, and that's Google's URL Builder. And the reason why we're going to talk about this tool today is because most people in the US use Google Analytics as their web analytics tool. And the one thing about Google Analytics is it allows you to track different campaigns. So if you're doing pay-per-click campaigns outside of Google, you can certainly track the performance right in Google Analytics. And email is no different. So if you're using Google Analytics and you're sending out an email, let's just say on MailChimp or any other email marketing platform, you want to be able to append your links with what we call UTM tracking. So for example, if I have a URL that says Visit Florida and I'm going to send out an email, I have up to 5 parameters that I can use. Okay, so here's my email or URL that I'm using in the email. So I have up to 5 parameters that I can use to track this particular email. So let's go through some of those parameters. So the first one is campaign source. So what's the source of the campaign? Well, we could certainly identify MailChimp if we're using MailChimp as the source. Now the thing about the URL builders, you always want to use lowercase because Google Analytics is case sensitive. So as a rule of thumb, just stick with a lowercase. So our source is going to be MailChimp because that's the platform we're using. If you're using, Constant Contact or Vertical Response or, some of these other ones, ConvertKit, then go ahead and put in that platform as the source. Now for the medium, which is the means in which we're driving traffic to the site, let's go ahead and put in email because that's what we're using to drive traffic to this particular page. Now, what's the campaign name? Well, we're in summer, so we're going to call this the summer promo. So the summer promo here is Visit Florida Beaches. Okay, so we're going to send this email out to the masses, and particularly not only the masses, but the masses in the north, because we're going to say, hey, look, come to Florida for the summer. Come visit our beaches. That's the point of the campaign. So that's what we're going to use for the campaign name is whatever the campaign is. It's a summer promo. Now, notice I got an asterisk next to these particular parameters. So Google's asking us, hey, these are mandatory. So go ahead and put something in there. Now for campaign term and campaign content, we could certainly leave them blank because they're not mandatory. But since we're talking about email, I would certainly recommend that you use the campaign content parameter. And why do I say that? Because if we're sending an email out to say 10,000 recipients, I want to be able to split out the email into 2 segments. One segment that's going to get subject line 1 and one segment that's going to get subject line 2. So in this case, I'm going to put whatever subject line 1 is in the campaign content field. So now I have 4 parameters, and once I've entered in my variables in those parameter fields, I now have a revised or appended URL. So my original URL was visitflorida.com/en-us/florida-beaches.html. My original URL. I've now appended that with some UTM parameters. And now I see my original URL appended with the UTM parameters based on those variables. So I can copy it just by clicking the copy URL. I can go to my browser. I can paste that URL in there. And I want to check to see if it works. So here I could see this particular page loaded, Florida beaches with my UTM parameters appended to the URL. So that's for the first subject line. That's for the audience that's going to get the first subject line. I want to do another one for the second subject line. So now I'm going to change my campaign content parameter to subject line _2. I'm going to copy that URL. I'm going to check it. Okay, so I can see that the page loads with those UTM parameters. And so now what am I going to do? I'm going to use the first URL and the second URL in my email. Okay, so any link that I have, in this case, I'm using subject line 2. So for the email with the second subject line going to that segmented audience, this is the link I'm going to use in the email. So if you have 1 or 2 or 3 links in the email, this is the URL you're going to use. Because when somebody clicks on that link, you're going to be able to see that click in Google Analytics. So if I jump over to Google Analytics after I sent out my email, I'm going to go to Acquisition, I'm going to go to Campaigns, I'm going to go to All Campaigns. Now, based on the variables I put into my parameters, meaning source, medium, campaign name, content, or term, that's what I'm going to look for in Google Analytics. So we could start with source and medium. So if I click on source and medium as my primary dimension, here I can see MailChimp and the actual dates was used as part of the variable for source. And then what can I see? The medium being email. So now I can see for this email that was sent out in MailChimp in May, I could see how many users, how many sessions, and more importantly, how many conversions. So we could certainly hone in on that particular email if we wanted to. If we choose some of the other parameters available to us, so here I could see the campaign name. Okay, so I could see exactly what campaign, what source, what email drove in traffic and conversions. And if I'm doing subject line testing, I can choose content as my parameter. So here I'm going to change it to content. And now I can see the subject lines. In this case, if I go back to my source medium, I'm going to be able to see what subject lines from my emails generated the most traffic. And not only the most traffic, but also conversions. So that's the whole point behind using the URL builder. Again, you're taking a URL that you're going to use in email, and then you're going to append that URL with different parameters. Campaign source, campaign medium, campaign name, and then optionally campaign content or campaign term. Okay, once you've entered variables into those parameters, you're going to get an appended URL, which you can then use in your email. So when the email gets sent, you're going to go back over to Google Analytics and you're going to look at the results of that campaign, of that source, of that medium, of that content, i.e. subject line. And so that's why the URL builder is so important, because MailChimp gives us some good insight as to how the email performed in terms of open and click rates. But what we really want to see is how that campaign performed once it drove traffic to my website. So that's the whole idea behind the URL builder. If you're using Google Analytics, you'll be able to use the URL builder with whatever email platform you're using. So let's move on to web analytics tools. And this is an important section because web analytics tools, kind of the central focal point of all digital marketing. And it starts really with Google Analytics. Google Analytics is a freemium, meaning that they have a free version that you can use. There is also a paid version of Google Analytics. But given the advent of Google, its popularity, especially in the United States, a majority of users are using the free version of Google Analytics. So it's a very popular tool, especially for marketers. But there are also other tools available. So it's not just Google. So we have Adobe Analytics, which is also freemium. You have Kissmetrics. You have Spring Metrics. You have YouTube Analytics, which is part of Google, but YouTube has its own separate analytics insights. So a lot of these, as you can see, are free to use. They're available. No reason why you should not be using an analytics tool to measure your marketing campaigns or website behavior. And why would we want to use these tools again? Well, again, we want to really measure behavior. We want to measure what's going on with our website. So we want to be able to identify the location of where our website visitors are coming from. And a lot of these analytics tools use IP address to identify the location of a website visitor. So if you're trying to target a specific country, then you want to be able to see that the visitors to your website are coming from that specific country or location. We also want to measure the engagement of our website behavior. So we get traffic to the website. What are they doing? How long are they staying? What pages are they visiting? So this is the overall nature of really why we want to use web analytics, to measure how successful our website is at treating our website visitors with the same courtesy you would if you had a brick and mortar store. Somebody comes into your store, you want them to find what they're looking for quickly. You want them to be happy with their experience. You certainly want them to pay for the products very quickly and easily and efficiently. And you want them to come back. And that's no different than a website. So we want our website to perform in a manner that's going to suit our audience. And that's why we want to track engagement. So why else? Well, we want to really look at who's coming. Are they returning visitors or new visitors? You know, ideally, you want a nice mix between 50% new and 50% returning, because you know returning visitors are loyal. There's some loyalty to that. They already know your brand. They're coming back to your website. New visitors are curious, and you want new visitors because that means more traffic. So you want a nice balance between that. Analytics tools will help you measure that. You want to be able to measure organic traffic. Whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not, but Google and other search engines are indexing your pages, and your pages are being found via the search engines. And so you want to be able to measure how much traffic you're actually generating from those search engines. We talked about this with email marketing, UTM tracking. So if you set up email campaigns or non-Google campaigns, you want to use UTM tracking. And Google Analytics and other analytics tools, but specifically Google Analytics, will help you see the results of your campaigns if they're tracked with UTM tracking. So that's another good reason why to use a web analytics tool. Probably most importantly amongst all these bullet points is our goals, our website conversions. We want to be able to see how much traffic is coming to our website, and not only the engagement of the traffic, but how much of that traffic is actually doing what we want them to do, i.e. are they converting? And we want to optimize our sites and channels performance. So the whole idea of collecting all this information is that you can turn around and improve performance. So if your bounce rate is high, well, how do you lower bounce rate? Well, we need to do something about that. And analytics tools will help us identify what's not working from our site perspective and from a channel perspective, and we can take action to improve performance. So that's the whole idea behind optimizing our site's performance. So let's jump into Google Analytics and let's take a look at everything we just talked about in those bullet points. So about improving website performance, measuring engagement, looking at our goals and conversions, measuring campaigns with UTM tracking, all those good things that we can get in a good analytics tool. So Adobe, Mixpanel, Spring Metrics, they all work in a similar fashion in that they're really measuring website behavior. And so if we're in Google Analytics, really what we're doing is we're measuring the performance of our website broken down into 4 components: audience, acquisition, behavior, and conversions. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to look into each one of these sections. So let's start with audience. And so audience in Google Analytics tells us who is coming to our website. Now, they're not going to specifically tell us, hey, Rob Sanders came to your website, but they are going to say that somebody from San Francisco, California came to the website. And these are the pages they looked at. And this is the language. And they came from this device. And they're a returning user. So they're painting a picture for you. Okay, so they're not giving you a list of names. That would not be legal, but they are providing you with a good picture of who is coming. And when I say picture, we have to paint that picture. And so if we look at, say, demographics, for example, and I go to demographics overview, here's a picture I'm painting. Well, I can see that 25 to 34-year-olds are the majority of the age group that is coming to my website. Okay, I can see on the gender side of it, I can see that 63% of my traffic, and again, this is year to date that I'm looking at, is coming to my website. So 2/3 of my traffic is female, 1/3 male. And they're between the ages of 25 and 34. So I'm painting a picture about, gender and age coming to my website. Well, I can also look at geo. So where specifically might these people be coming from? So if I go to location under geo, I'm going to be able to see a breakdown of country, or I can even hone it down to city or specific location. And here I can see United States is the primary driver, but not by much. So we have 16, almost 17% from the US, and then 16% from Argentina, 13% from Mexico, 10% from India. So we have a nice mix of traffic from different locations in the world coming to our website. So that's geo. But more importantly, let's take a look at mobile. So if we go to mobile overview, how are people coming to our website? Are they on a desktop or a laptop? Are they using their mobile device? Are they using a tablet? And so Google Analytics breaks it down very nice for you. And so we could see percentages and actual numbers by device category. And so in this case, I can see year to date, I can see 62% are coming from desktop, 35% are coming from mobile. And so that's important because most people start their journey from mobile, and that is growing, and that's going to continue to grow. So you want to keep an eye on mobile. So to me, this is one of the more important reports under audience, because people who come from mobile have a different, not only experience, because the website should be responsive to the mobile device, but their mindset is going to be different. They're actively looking for something. They're probably going to either then follow up on their desktop or follow up in person at your store. Or they're probably looking for directions, or they may just call you. So the experience is a lot different on mobile. So we want to hone in on the growth of mobile. Okay, so to me, this is one of the more important reports in Google Analytics, especially under audience. So let's move on to acquisition. So acquisition reporting tells us how the traffic was driven to the website. So if audience tells us who is coming to the website, acquisition tells us how that traffic got to the website. And so really what you want to do is get a sense of what channels, what marketing channels are driving traffic. So remember we talked about organic search. Well, those search engines are indexing your pages. Well, how much of that traffic from the search engines is actually coming to your site? And I'm a believer in, if organic search is the primary driver of traffic, then you have a pretty healthy website, because that means the search engines are indexing your pages. People are searching for something related to your business. You're being found, you're getting clicked, and that represents a majority of the traffic. So that's always a good thing. So here we could see it broken down by channel. If I go to all traffic channels report, I can see in my dimension that organic search represents 72% of my traffic. And this is year to date. Then I can see paid search. Then I can see direct, which means somebody went directly to the site. I could see referral, email, social. Then I could see more paid search broken out. So these are the different marketing channels. Now, analytics allows you to look at a specific source and medium. So the source would be the actual website or search engine, and the medium would differentiate how that traffic actually got to the site. So if we're talking about a search engine, did they come to the site via paid search, or did they come to the site via organic search? And so all we need to do is change our primary dimension from default channel grouping to source and medium, and we can see specifically the breakout of the different sources and mediums driving traffic to the site. So here I can see Google organic at 71%, and then Google CPC or cost per click at 15-16% of our traffic. So then I can look down, I could see email in here, Bing organic, I could see some referring sites, I could see some social in terms of mobile Facebook. Okay, so we could see a mix of the different sources and mediums driving traffic to the site. Okay, so you don't always have to look at channel per se, you can look at it via source and medium. And if you're running Google Ads, under acquisition, analytics has a whole section of Google Ads reporting. So if you're running campaigns on Google Ads, remember we looked at the keyword planner in Google Ads. So if you're running campaigns on Google Ads, you can certainly see the performance of those campaigns just by clicking on campaigns. We can also see campaigns, other campaigns that we're running. So remember that UTM tracking that we set up for email? Well, we want to be able to track the performance of email and any other non-Google campaign with UTM tracking. So when we do that, we'll be able to go to campaigns, all campaigns, and we'll be able to see the campaign performance. If we look at source and medium, we'll be able to see what campaigns drove traffic to the website. So here I can see vertical response email as a driver of traffic. So that's the campaign reporting. And then also if you have Search Console. So we looked at Search Console earlier when we talked about SEO tools. Well, remember I said you can link up Search Console with Google Analytics. Well, here's Search Console, and we could see queries, devices, landing pages, countries. So all the performance metrics that we could see in Search Console, because we have it linked up with Analytics, we could see it right here. So this gives us a nice snapshot of what keywords are driving traffic to the site organically. I could see the impressions, I could see the clicks, then I could see the click-through rate, and then the average position. So in theory, the higher something ranks, the more traffic you're going to get. So that's the idea behind it. We want to make sure that we're ranking for our coveted keywords. And if we are, we want to be able to measure how many times our listing was seen and how many times it was clicked. So that's the great thing about, Google. They have a family of products, and those products tend to talk to one another. In the form of Google Search Console and Google Ads, you can connect them directly to Google Analytics. So let's move from acquisition to behavior. So here in behavior, we have a number of different reports. So behavior tells us, once the traffic actually arrived at the website, how are they behaving? And so really what I would do is from there go to site content all pages. And so this gives us an idea of how many pages were actually viewed. So site content all pages tells us what page and how many times it was viewed during a period of time. And again, we're looking at year to date. So I can see engagement related metrics associated with a page. So this particular page here on line 1, I could see how many page views, unique page views, which is equal to sessions. So I can have a session come to the website and look at a page multiple times in that session. I could see the average time the person has spent on a page, and I can also see the bounce rate. So a bounce rate indicates that they arrived on the page and didn't go any further. They left the website from that page that they arrived on. And so I can also see percentage of exits, meaning what page did people exit the site from. So these are all engagement related metrics. So here is where I want to react and optimize my website performance. So if I see a page not performing well, meaning it has a high bounce rate or maybe low time on page, then I'm probably going to optimize it, meaning test it or change it to improve performance. So these are all pages, but I could certainly look at landing pages. Okay, so landing pages tells us the behavior of the page when somebody landed on it. So a landing page means that somebody came from organic search or paid search or another channel, landed on this page. So here I could see this particular page on line 1 had 4,970 sessions, okay? And I can also see the performance of that page. So measuring engagements against pages is definitely important because page isn't performing in terms of bounce rate or time on page. then we want to be able to make changes to that page to improve performance. Okay, there are some other great reports under behavior. So we want to go to site speed. We want to look at how fast or how slow our pages load. So this is important from an SEO perspective, because if a page isn't loading very fast, then chances of it getting ranked in Google are not very good. So Google's organic search basically takes page load time seriously. So if a page doesn't load very fast, then we need to be able to fix it. So we can go to page timings. I can get a good sense of the average page load time of a particular page. And what Google does here is under speed suggestions, they actually will give me some ideas and speed suggestions on how to address a page that's loading very slow. And so when we load up the speed suggestions report, what Google does is say, hey, we know that this page is loading very slow. The average page load time is 15 seconds. Here's some suggestions. We're going to give you 7 suggestions. So if you click on that, what's actually going to happen is you're going to go to another tool called PageSpeed Insights. And PageSpeed Insights is analyzing the page, as you can see here. And when it's done analyzing the page, it's going to give you some feedback on how to improve page load performance, not only for desktop, but for mobile. So here I can see, if I scroll down, this is desktop, and these are some of the opportunities that I can address when trying to improve the page load time of that particular page. So here I could see there's some server response time issues. Image sizes probably need to be resized. I can remove unused CSS. Okay, so there are a lot of different things I can do to improve the page load time on this particular page. Okay, this is for desktop. I can also see mobile. So mobile, a lot of the same issues. So if we address these opportunities, then we could see a lift in page load time. We see a lift in page load time. We're going to probably see a lift in organic rankings or even user engagement. Because if a page takes a long time to load, a user's probably not going to stay on that page very long. So to me, site speed is an important report under behavior. Now, one more report here that I want to point out under behavior is events. And to me, events are important. So if you're trying to measure engagement on your website, you need to make sure you have event tracking set up. And when we talk about event tracking, we're talking about measuring things that analytics doesn't measure by default. So if you have a button on your website, if you have a PDF download, if you have a submit button on a form submission, if you have a subscribe button, if you have a video, if you have an external link, anything that is going to trigger engagement on your website, you need to measure with event tracking. And event tracking is simply set up by breaking out the event into a category, an action, and a label. And so here we could see for our particular website, we have categories already set up for event tracking. So here, for example, I can see on line 6, video. I can see how many people actually watched our video. Okay, so here's the action, video start. Okay, so over this period of time, I could see I had 49 unique events, 50 total. So that's how many people actually watched the video. And you can always revert to label, and that'll tell you what page people watched, in this case, the video. So event tracking is important because we want to be able to measure engagement. So if you go to events under behavior and you don't see any events listed, you probably need to get that set up, and that is set up through Google Tag Manager. So what you want to do is you want to be able to set up your events through Google Tag Manager, which is another Google platform, but you certainly want to do that. So that's where you set up your events. When you set up your events for your website with a category, an action, and label, you'll be able to measure those events in analytics under behavior, under events. And the important thing here is you'll be able to measure engagement. So I'll be able to see how many people came to the site and how many people clicked on a button, downloaded a PDF, submitted a form, played a video, did whatever we wanted them to do. So events are important. So let's move from behavior to conversions. And this is important because we want to be able to measure conversions on a website. So analytics has 4 types of conversions. So if I go to admin, down at the bottom, and then I go to goals, I could see that I have 4 different types of goals that I can use. Now, right now, I have event-related goals set up for the website, for this particular website. So we just talked about event tracking. So if you're measuring a button click on your website, you can certainly turn that into a goal. And so all you need to do is tell analytics, hey, this is the particular category, this is the particular action. So for example, if I click on this particular goal and take a look at it, I can see that we have a category set up that anything that resembles donate now, okay, or donate, go ahead and fire this event as a conversion. Okay, so event is one type of goal. Another type of goal is destination. So if somebody goes to a specific page, like a confirmation page, we can turn that into a goal. So here I could see if somebody goes to donation-confirmation, then analytics is going to fire that goal as a conversion. And we're going to see a conversion against a different metric or different dimension, like channel or audience. Okay, so destination is the second type of goal. The third type of goal is duration. So how long did somebody stay on my website? So in this example, if they stayed at least 1 minute and 30 seconds or more, then analytics is going to count that as a goal conversion. Okay, so duration is the third type, and then the fourth type is pages per session. Okay, so if I look at this example here, if a user came to my website and looked at more than 3 pages in that particular session, then analytics is going to fire a goal conversion. So 4 types of goals. You don't have to set up all 4 different types. My recommendation is at least have 1 goal set up. If you're not sure what goal to set up, then at least set up a duration or pages per session. Okay, so at least you can measure how long somebody stays on your website or how many pages they went to. Okay, so when you actually do have these goals set up, you can go back into conversions, we can go back into goals, we can go back into overview, and we can measure our goal completions over this period of time. So here I could see 313 goal completions total with a goal conversion rate of 1.88%. And then I could see it broken down by goal type. So remember, the only goals I have available and set up are event-related goals. So 69 newsletter signups, 156 donate click buttons, I have 32 contact form submissions, 37 email click completions, and then 11 phone number click completions. So I can measure engagement as a goal. And so goals generally are important to the business. So you want to make sure that if you have a goal for your website, then you want to be able to set that up as a goal in Google Analytics. So that way, when you're looking at example channels, if I go back to my channels report, I can then measure channel by goal conversion. So these are all goals, but if I want to look at, for example, how many people from organic search clicked on the donate now button, I could see that. I could see year to date, 10,887 users, which meant 11,000 sessions, 76 clicked on that donate now button. And that's comes out to 0.65% conversion rate. Okay, so that's important. So you want to be able to measure any dimension, whether that be channel, source medium, keyword, campaign, mobile device, could be demographic, gender, or age. You want to be able to measure any dimension against the goals you have set up so you can measure performance. And that also includes pages or landing pages as well. So that's a quick overview of what you can expect to see in Google Analytics. Again, audience acquisition, behavior, and conversions. So there's a lot of data in Google Analytics, but you want to be able to take advantage of the data in order to improve website performance. Now let's jump over to YouTube Analytics, because if you have videos on YouTube, if you have a channel set up, some playlist, you'll be able to get some really good insights as to how your video is performing. And so here I could see I'm in YouTube. All I did was I went to my account, then I went to the studio version of YouTube, and then from there I went to analytics. So my account, the YouTube studio, analytics, and analytics here is going to give me all sorts of information about my videos. Okay, so here I could see over the last 28 days, my videos produced over 8,600 views. My watch time in minutes totaled over 17,000, and I've netted 48 subscribers. And this is an overall, okay, so I can actually see when I publish videos, and I can see the date they were published, and here I'm looking at, total views over this particular date range. I can also see specifics on a particular video. So I could see the top video in terms of minutes. Here I could see this particular video had 602 minutes over the last 28 days. So here I could see views on a particular video. So this is just an overview. I could certainly look at some other information. If I click on reach viewers, I could see the total impressions. So how many times my video was viewed, or how many people looked at it. Okay, and then the click-through rate. So here I could see the different traffic sources. So 29% came externally. Okay, here I could see 25% came within YouTube itself. I could see how many times a video was viewed and played via playlist, via suggested videos. So I could see different ways in which the traffic found my video and actually watched it. Here I could see externally how people were able to find my videos. And I could see 46% found it via Google search. I see lots of information here about sources of traffic, how the traffic got to these videos. So I could see then, once the traffic found my videos, how many times they actually saw it and viewed it and then watched it. So that's how many times I was able to reach viewers via different sources, and then their reaction to that, how many times they saw it and watched it. Here I can click on interest viewers. So again, I could see the top videos in terms of watch time. I could see the top playlist. So here I could see my partners playlist was the top playlist. So I could see some interest here in terms of average view duration. And then here we have build an audience. So we can look at specific audiences if we have them built in YouTube to see how many people actually watch my videos. So here I can see 88% of the people who watched my videos over the last 28 days were not even subscribed. So that tells me a lot of people are finding my videos, spending some time watching them, but they're not subscribed. So we're trying to get them to subscribe to our channel so they can watch more. So a lot of information here in YouTube itself about how our videos performed. Again, this is good insight, because ideally what you want to do is you really want to take a look at a specific video, see how it's performing. So if I just click on one particular video, I can actually see the audience retention over the course of the video itself. I could see the ways in which people found the video, okay, again, externally or via YouTube search. I could see how many people liked it or disliked it. I could see all sorts of information on a particular video itself, or an overview of my channel. So that's all available to you in YouTube Analytics under YouTube Studio. So take advantage of that. So if you're publishing videos on a regular basis, you want to hone in on how your videos are performing. So if you have any additional questions about YouTube Analytics or YouTube in general, take a look at our video that we created earlier this year about how to create a YouTube channel. We go into some in-depth insights into YouTube itself, especially YouTube Analytics. So take a look at that video. And if you have any other insights about YouTube Analytics or analytics in general, go ahead and put a comment below this video. So let's turn our attention to competitor spying tools. Very important to keep tabs on what the competition's doing, and there are a lot of tools out there. So when it comes to social, we can use a freemium tool like Sprout Social to listen in on our competitors. We can use another freemium tool, Social Blade. There's a popular tool out there called SpyFu. That's freemium as well. Moz, we looked at Moz earlier for keyword and organic. Moz is a great tool for also leveraging our competitors in terms of backlinks. And BuzzSumo, so that's another freemium tool. Again, there are lots of tools out there. These are just examples of some of the tools that we use here at Simplilearn. I use personally and professionally to get a sense of what our competition's doing. So why would we want to use a competitor spying tool? Well, it may sound like a very straightforward question, but there are lots of reasons why. And so let's look at some of these reasons. And the first reason is we really want to identify, our competitors' backlinks and monitor changes in their ranking. So the reason why we have this as the top bullet point is because SEO, organic search, is a long-term strategy. On-page, off-page, website, very technical and creative. There's a lot going on with SEO, a lot going on. And sometimes it takes a long time to rank for something. And a lot of SEO does depend on relevancy, relevancy being how many quality backlinks are linked to you. So it's always good to leverage what your competitors are doing so you can see how you stack up. And so that's why this is up there as number one. We want to be able to really take a look at what our competitors are doing. Another example would be, hey, how much traffic a competitor is gaining on certain keywords. This could go either way. For paid search, organic search, what are competitors bidding on? Are they really getting traffic from those keywords? So there are tools out there that help us leverage what our competition's doing. Okay, we can also identify our competitors' top performing content for relevant topics. Okay, we can determine what our competitors' website referral traffic is. Okay, we can pull our competitors' data and compare it with our own campaigns. So lots of tools out there to help you do this. And we may want to track the total amount of clicks a competitor receives and how much they pay for each keyword. So let's go ahead and take a look at a few examples how we can leverage all these bullet points that we just discussed. And so we're going to start out with Sprout Social. And Sprout Social is a tool I use. It's a social media platform. There's a lot of things you can do with Sprout Social. Definitely generate reports for your social media platforms. You could set up posts that get published at a certain time and day. But there's also one particular tool in here called listening. And so what we could do is we just put in, for example, RV rentals in Twitter. So what we're doing is we're actually listening to see who else is tweeting about RV rentals. So we could do this for Twitter, we could do it Facebook, some other social media platforms. The whole idea here on Sprout Social is to get a sense of what our competitors are doing. So we could have easily put in a brand name. We're just going general here because we want to rank for the keyword RV rentals. And so here we could take a look at, what some of these particular brands are doing, like Go RV Rentals, Cruise America RV. We could see, just scroll down, and we can get a sense of, in particular, what people are tweeting about, what other companies are tweeting when it comes to this particular keyword, RV rentals. Now, if I want to hone in on a particular competitor, I could just really refine my search for that competitor's brand name, so RV Share. So here I can take a look at, what they're doing when they're posting or tweeting, how long ago, the time of day, get an idea of what they're actually saying, what campaigns they're promoting. Okay, I can get a sense of everything about this tweet. And so here I can scroll down and I can see what's been shared by other people for this particular brand. And I can see a lot of people are, as an example, retweeting this particular giveaway. And so to me, it just gives me a sense in this particular example on Twitter as to what our competitor's doing. Okay, let's turn our attention to SEO. So remember that first bullet point, we want to get a sense of what our competitors are doing when it comes to backlinks. And so Moz has a great tool called Link Explorer. And Link Explorer there allows us to actually compare link profiles. So for my domain, I can go ahead and put my competitors' domains in there and definitely get a sense of how many links my competitors have, external, internal. I can get a sense of the domain authority. I can get a sense of page authority, linking domains. So I can really do a comparison across my domain and my competitors' domains to get a snapshot of how I compare against my competitors. So this gives me an overview of everything I need to know organically. Now, Moz also has another great tool under Link Explorer called Link Intersect. And I like Link Intersect. I use it a lot because if our competitors really have a number of external links and domains pointing to their site, and they have a better domain authority and page authority, then I want to be able to, see what they're doing, where they're linking, who's linking to them. I want to be able to get a snapshot of why is their domain so much better than ours in terms of authority. And so the Link Intersect actually allows me to do that. So I can go ahead and put my competitors' domains in there, and then I can find opportunities. And so you just click on opportunities and you can see where my site intersects with their site. And if it doesn't actually intersect, then I have an opportunity to actually try and get a link on that particular site. So that's what the Link Intersect report does. It allows me to see where my links intersect with my competitors. And if it doesn't intersect, then I have an opportunity to generate a backlink. So that's ideally what the Link Intersect tool is. In Moz, it allows me to really get a sense of where I'm linking and where my competitors are linking. Now, what we can also do is also take advantage of another report under Moz's Link Explorer and the Discovered and Lost report. So we could put in our domain, or we could put even our competitor's domain in there. And we can get a sense of what domains were found and linked to them. So really within Moz, we can get a good snapshot of what websites are linking to our competitors. We get a good snapshot of the overall links to our competitor sites, and specifically what sites. So the whole idea is if it's good for our competitors, meaning they're linking from a site that has a good domain authority and low spam score, then it's probably a site I want to be able to tackle as well. Okay, so you have Discovered and Lost. Okay, you have comparing link profiles, and you have Link Intersect. So those are three good reports you can leverage right in Moz's Link Explorer tool. Now there's one more report we can leverage in Moz, and that's the inbound links report. And so we can go ahead and type in our competitor's domain here. And again, we can get a snapshot of what their domain authority is, page authority for the home page. But really, this is what we're after, linking domains. So this particular domain has over 9,000 linking domains. So what we can do is actually go through and see, based on domain authority, I could sort by domain authority where these pages are being linked from. And so here I can see Reddit. So a lot of Reddit here, which is a good site for backlinking, New York Times. So, there's a lot of different sites here, Washington Post. So I can get a good snapshot of my competitor by seeing every link that's pointing to them. Now, of course, I don't want to go through 9,000 links. I can really just hone in on a specific link source or link type or link state. So I can really filter it if I wanted to. I can export the report and do some further analysis. But really the whole idea here is I could see what URL is linking to this particular competitor site, what the anchor text is, what the page and domain authority is. So this gives me a really good insight on all the backlinking that my competitor has. And again, if I'm trying to catch my competitor, it's probably not a bad idea to look at what they're doing and even copy what they're doing in terms of backlinking. So if we're not on Reddit, then we probably need to be on Reddit, because if that's where our competitor is and they're getting good link juice from Reddit, which has a domain authority of 90, then hey, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, so they say. So inbound links is just another good report you can leverage in Moz under the Link Explorer reporting tool. Now, if I want to get a good snapshot as to what my competitor's doing on search exactly, well, look no further than SpyFu. So SpyFu is another tool that you can leverage from a PPC SEO perspective. From an SEO perspective, you got some backlinking data as well, just like you did in Moz. From a PPC perspective, you can get some good keyword insights. And so here, I just went ahead and typed in the domain. And what this is going to do is just give me an overall snapshot for my competitor's domain. So here, I could see, how many organic keywords they're found for, the estimated monthly SEO clicks they're getting based on the volume of those keywords. Okay, I could see here the keywords their top competitors also rank for, the rank history, 12 years. So this particular domain's been around a long time. Okay, so that's on the organic side. I can flip over to the paid side. And I could see that they are doing paid search. I could see 5,000 plus keywords they're bidding on. Okay, based on that, what they're actually paying. And then I could see, some of the other competitors listed here from a paid perspective and an organic perspective. I could see the shared keyword overlap. Okay, now again, you can pay for this because it's freemium and get some really good insights as to how your domain compares to your competitors. So I'm using the free version, and here the free version, SpyFu is just giving me some overall data on the specific domain I entered in. And so I entered in my competitors. You can certainly enter in your own domain to get a sense of organic keywords and paid keywords. So you can see top keywords, top paid keywords. Okay, this is Google Ads. Okay, so this is what recommendations as to what to purchase. Okay, here you can see some Google Ads history. I could see exactly what ad copy my competitor actually wrote and for what keyword. And then I can see some organic ranking history here as I keep scrolling down this overview report. So I can see for RV Rent where they rank, and then I can see inbound links just like I did in Moz. SpyFu is providing me with some insight as to, hey, what links are pointing to them and what the domain strength is and how many clicks they expect to receive. So this is all free data. Take it or leave it, but it's all free data available to you under SpyFu. So SpyFu gives you kind of an overview for free, some really in-depth analysis if you actually pay for it, and it just really hones in on what your competitors are bidding for paid-wise and what they're ranking for organic-wise. And so SpyFu is a really good tool to leverage if you just want to get a snapshot of how your competitor overlaps with you. So let's turn our attention to Google Analytics, because in Google Analytics, under Audience, I can go to benchmarking, and basically the benchmarking reports allows me to see what the industry as a whole is doing compared to my own website. Now, the caveat here on this particular report is that it's all anonymous data, so I can't exactly see what competitor is doing what in this report, but if I hone in on my industry, in this case autos and vehicles, and I hone in on a specific country or adjust the size of the daily sessions that I get, then I can see, hey, analytics in this case, in this example, is sharing 8,863 web properties. Okay, so they're sharing the data for over 8,000 web properties, and I can compare those web properties against my own. So if we're all in the same industry, it gives me a sense here as to how I stack up against the industry as a whole, in this case, as it pertains to channels. So you can see here, red not good, green is good. So in the industry, we're not doing as good as others in the same industry who are receiving the same amount of sessions. Now, we could certainly adjust, and we can adjust our locale. And if we do that, Google's going to be able to adjust how many web properties are actually contributing to the report. And so when analytics makes that adjustment, we're going to be able to see, in this case, just New Zealand. So we're going to adjust for New Zealand, and we're going to go with a 4,999. And so we could see there are about 300 something web properties contributing, 47 web properties now contributing to this report. So if we're focused on the New Zealand region, and this is the amount of traffic we get, we're now comparing us against 47 other anonymous web properties. So now if I go back to the report after I've honed in, I'm looking at channels, and I could see how many sessions we're getting by channels and how I compare against the competition. I can also measure up against percentage of new sessions, new users, pages per session, average session duration, bounce rate. But that's just channels. I can also do location and devices. So the whole idea behind this report is, yes, you're not honing in on a particular competitor, but you're honing in on your industry. So you're getting a good idea as to how you compare against your industry just by making some adjustments in the benchmarking report. You obviously want to make sure you're looking at the same industry, adjust for your country or region, adjust for the site size, meaning how many sessions you actually get on a daily basis, and then analytics will do the rest. They'll compare you against those in your industry. And so I find this to be a good tool because it allows me to stack up our site against those in the industry. And obviously, if we're not driving as many sessions, especially say from organic, then we have our work cut out for us. Okay, so that's the whole idea behind the benchmarking report. Now, if you want to get some good insight as to what the competitors are doing and you don't want to use a tool, well, look no further. You can always go to google.com. Okay, so this is how we used to do it back in the day before all these tools became available. You just typed in a keyword, and we're going to type in RV rentals, and now we're going to be able to see who's bidding on that keyword. So we could see we have a number of different companies bidding on the keyword we're interested in. Okay, here I can see some featured snippets. Okay, and then I could see some organic search results. Okay, if I scroll down, I'll be able to see some other companies bidding on that same keyword, meaning they're paying for RV rentals. So if I clicked on somebody's link here, they're actually going to pay Google for the click. And so this just gives me a good sense of, how many people are actually trying to rank for this keyword or trying to be found for this keyword. So that's all I did. I just did a search. Now, from an organic perspective, if you really want to hone in on your competition, you can always do the syntax all in title, colon, and then hit enter. So now I could see I have 163,000 results. And what does that tell me? That tells me that I have 163,000 websites with RV rentals in the title tag. So if you're trying to optimize for the keyword RV rentals as an example, then you know that you have 163,000 different listings ahead of you that you need to jump over in order to rank for the keyword RV rentals. So using the all in title syntax and the keyword right after that actually just gives you a more accurate picture of how many sites are actually ahead of you for a particular keyword. So that's the whole idea. So if I get rid of the syntax, and you can see for RV rentals, I have 132 million, but that's not really accurate because not all these listings have the keyword RV rentals in the title tag. And title tag, if you're working on organic search, is one of the key important factors for ranking. So you need to have that keyword in the title tag. So that's the whole idea behind using the all in title syntax. It gives us a good idea as to what our competition's doing and how many sites we have to jump over to get to number one on Google. Now, if you're running Google ads, just as we did with RV rentals, we went up there and we typed that in as a query and we saw how many advertisers there were for RV rentals. Now, if we are running our own campaigns, Google Ads actually has a good report that I really like. It's called Auction Insights. And so you can get to Auction Insights just by clicking on Campaigns, and then from Campaigns, click on Auction Insights. And what Auction Insights allows us to see is what competitors or domains are bidding on the same keywords we are. And so what Google does here is it allows us to actually see where we stack up against our competition for all the keywords we're bidding on. And so here I'm looking at year to date, and here we can see us and I can see our competitors. Okay, so I can see impression share. So if we're talking about one keyword, every keyword has 100% impression share. How much of that impression share are you getting? And when we say impression share, meaning eyeballs. When we talk about eyeballs, are we getting a majority of the eyeballs, or are competitors getting a majority of the eyeballs? So we can see our average position. I can see how often I overlap with my competitors. Okay, I can see how often I'm above a particular competitor. I can see what percentage I'm at the top of the page versus my competitors, the absolute top of page rate, and then I can see how often I outrank my competitors, and vice versa, how often my competitors outrank me. So I can see all this good insight as to what competitors are bidding on the same keywords I am. Okay, so this is if you're running Google Ads. Okay, so if you're running Google Ads, okay, you can just click on the Auction Insights report. You can find that at the top navigation just by clicking on campaigns. And by doing so, you'll be able to gain some insights as to where you stack up from a paid search perspective against your competitors. So let's turn our attention to paid marketing tools. So if you're doing some advertising on Google, Bing, LinkedIn, you probably want to work within those platforms as the tool of choice. So, if you're doing paid search on, say, googlesearch.com or display, you could be doing display advertising on, a network like AdRoll or Google, or you could be doing social media paid ads, say on Facebook. So whatever it is you're doing, you probably want to work within that platform itself to get the ideal data that you need. Okay, so here are some of the tools, some of the places you can go. Of course, if you work in Google Ads, you also have Google Ads Editor that you can leverage. Okay, and I'll show you that in a couple minutes. You have Google Ads Keyword Planner. Of course, both of these are paid if you're running campaigns. Okay, so Bing, if you're running campaigns on Bing, okay, you get all this good data that you can digest through some reporting. Okay, you also have some third-party tools out there that you also have to pay for in WordStream. Okay, so WordStream's a third-party tool that you can leverage. Bing and Google are actual advertising networks, so you would advertise on the platform itself and get all the data you need right in the platform and leverage a lot of the tools that they have available in the platform. As I mentioned, you could also use Google Ads Editor. So Bing also has their own editor as well. And as well as Facebook. So you can use an editor type version, and I'll show you that here in a couple minutes. But let's talk about why we want to use the tools in the platform itself. Well, we want to be able to monitor how our ad's performing. So which ad receives the most traffic, as an example. We want to identify keywords that are performing for us. Okay, so are keywords converting, not converting? Are they costing us a lot of money and not netting a high enough return for us? So we want to keep an eye on that. Okay, so we want to monitor our cost, okay, across different locations and devices. Not only cost, but we want to also monitor how our ads are performing across different locations and devices, keywords across different locations and devices. So we want to be able to measure by device. Okay, so we also want to analyze competitors' data. And as we showed you in the competitors section, Google, as an example, has Auction Insights reporting. Analytics has benchmarking. So Google itself does provide some information in the case of Auction Insights as to how your competitors are performing against you on Google search. So that's on the paid search side. Then you have display. Okay, so display advertisements. Okay, you're across a different network. So there are different types of networks out there. For example, AdRoll. Okay, you have Criteo. Celtra is another paid version of, or paid tool you can use, in Wide Orbit. So these are some of the paid marketing tools you can leverage. Of course, I like to stay, if I'm advertising on Google, I like to stay in Google Ads and measure my display performance that way. But if you're on AdRoll, for example, then you want to leverage AdRoll's reporting platform and some of the tools they have to offer. So if we look at display, why do we want to leverage some of these tools? Well, just like search, for example, where we want to look at keyword and ad performance, same kind of concept here. We want to be able to monitor whether we have the right keywords and right customer engagement. So when it comes to display, we want to be able to make sure we're choosing the right audience. Of course, that means looking at not only audience insights, but our target insights as well. Are we reaching the right audience when it comes to display? And Google has a good breakdown that I'm going to be able to show you here in a couple of minutes. Okay, so we want to improve our campaigns by monitoring our competitors' display ads as well. So there are tools available that'll help you do that. And that's on the display side. And if we look at social, okay, what tools can we use on social? Well, you got Facebook Ads Manager, okay, you got Ad Espresso, Quia, Tweepy, you got all these cool paid search tools. Again, I usually stick with where I'm advertising. So if I'm advertising on LinkedIn or Twitter, I'm going to leverage that platform. But just know that there are other tools available for you. So with social, like display, it's all about targeting our audience. So for some of the tools like on Facebook, we can review and relaunch our ad campaigns based on target audience. We can measure conversions and gain insights in this example about Facebook users. How are our users interacting with our ads? And then we want to target people based on their activities, such as purchase intent, device usage, travel preferences, etc. So social allows us to do that. And then with Facebook as an example, we can monitor any A/B test we run. For example, if we're running call to action test, we can measure the results of that right in Facebook. And I'm going to show you an example of that here shortly. So let's jump right into Google Ads and look at some tools available to us from the search side of the house. So if we're running search campaigns, right in Google Ads, we could see campaign data, we could see keyword data, we could see ad data. So for example, if I want to see what ads are performing, I'm just going to click on my ads and extensions. Okay, and here are my ads. And now I could see what ads are performing in terms of clicks, click-through rates, etc. And so that way I can go ahead and pause ads, activate ads. So that's right here in the Google Ads platform itself. Now, if I want to look at specific keywords, I can do that. So I can see what keywords are driving traffic and clicks. Here I could just sort by clicks. And now I could see not only what keywords are driving clicks, I could see what the click-through rate is. I could see the impressions, how many people actually viewed my ad after typing in a keyword query that I'm bidding on. I could see how much I've paid by keyword. And more importantly, I want to be able to see conversions or conversion rate. And then with Google Ads, you have quality score. So we want to be able to measure quality score. So this is Google Ads keyword reporting. And so the great thing about the keyword reporting is that there's some other features available to me here. So here I can add negative keywords, okay, just by clicking on negative keywords. I can also see a search terms report. And so when it comes to search terms, I can actually see what specific keywords people typed in. And based on the keyword that somebody typed in as a query, I can see what match type triggered that particular ad. And so if I see a keyword query that I don't particularly care to be shown for, or I want my ad shown for, then I can go ahead and just select it and I can add it as a negative keyword. Okay, so that tool is available to you right in Google Ads. Okay, and then you have the auction insights. So we've reviewed the auction insights when we're looking at competitive analysis. And so here, if we look at the auction insights, we'll be able to adjust our date range and we'll be able to see basically, who else is bidding on the keywords and what their impression share is, what their average position is, what their overlap rate is, position above rate, top of page, absolute top of page right now ranking share. So once Google has data, then they'll be able to share that information with you. Okay, so that's just keywords, but there's a cool tool that I really like, and I leverage it for SEO and pay-per-click, and that's Google's Keyword Planner. So if you click on Tools, and then you can click on Keyword Planner, we'll be able to leverage the Keyword Planner. And the whole idea behind the Keyword Planner is, do we want to discover new keywords? Or for the keywords we have selected, we can get volume and forecast on that. So here, let's type in a keyword, mail delivery. And if I click get started, okay, so Google's going to give me some other keyword ideas, and they're going to give me what the average monthly searches are for that keyword. They're going to let me know the competition. They're going to give me a range in terms of how much I can expect to pay for that keyword. So if I happen to click on that keyword, I can add it to a plan. And then once I've added to a plan, then I can go ahead and look at that plan and measure what kind of volume I'm going to get and how much I can expect to pay. So now once I've added my keyword to that plan, I can go ahead and see how many clicks and impressions and costs and click-through rate and average cost per click I can expect to spend. So, and this is based on a maximum CPC of $2. So I can go ahead and adjust my plan accordingly if I want to, in order to see basically how much I can expect to spend. So that's the whole idea behind the keyword planner in terms of choosing new keywords. And once you choose keywords you're interested in bidding on, you can actually do a forecast to see exactly how much you can expect to spend, how many clicks, how many impressions you can expect to get, and if you have conversions set up, how many conversions you can expect to receive. So that's all part of Google's keyword plan. That's viewing, forecast, as well as choosing keywords. So there are so many different tools and features within Google Ads. We need a whole segment just on this. So really, I'm just going to highlight some of the more important tools and features. So I mentioned the keyword planner. I mentioned the campaigns, keywords, and ads reports. Another thing I would look at in Google Ads, again, we mentioned this as one of our key defining why would we use it bullet point, and that's because of devices. So we mentioned devices. Why would we use Google Ads reporting tool? Because we want to look at devices. And we want to be able to see what devices are driving traffic from what campaign. And then the cool thing about Google Ads is right in Google Ads platform, you can go ahead and do a bid adjustment. So if I increase my bid adjustment, for example, on mobile phones, then my particular ad in this particular campaign is going to show more than on computer. So I can always decrease it. For example, do a bid adjustment on computer, and that means I'm going to show my ads less. So I can go ahead and do bid adjustments based on device. That's the cool thing of working right in Google Ads platform is you can make adjustments right here in the platform based on devices. Well, you also have locations too. So we mentioned that as one of the reasons why we want to use some of these tools. And if I see a particular location I'm not interested in advertising, well, I can always select it and I can always just pause it or remove it. So, or I can change the bid adjustment on a location as well. So I can make a lot of different changes right in the Google Ads platform. For those seasoned in search advertising, paid search advertising, especially on Google Ads, you can always use Google Ads Editor. All you need to do is just do a search for Google Ads Editor. You can download it. So basically what Google Ads Editor is, it's a tool, it's a software that you work with your campaigns on locally. So you're making changes to your campaigns on your computer. And basically when you're done making changes, you can always upload them to Google Ads, to the account on Google Ads in the cloud, so to speak. So that's the whole idea behind Google Ads Editor. It's a great tool for you to use if you want to make household changes really quick. For example, I'm looking at an account with a bunch of campaigns. So now if I click on one of those campaigns, I could see the ad groups here. Okay, so for example, if I just wanted to turn off all these ad groups, I can just highlight them all and just click status enabled to paused, and I can revert back if I want to. Okay, so you can make household changes. So here I could see the campaign, the ad group level. If I choose an ad group, then I can see some keywords. And again, I can make changes ad nauseum. Here I can copy, I can paste, I can delete. Okay, so I can make a lot of changes really quick right in Google Ads Editor. And that's the whole point of Editor, is to go ahead and work locally while somebody else is working locally on the same account. You could both be working simultaneously and being more efficient on getting things done in the campaign. Now, if you are working with somebody else on the campaign, you want to make sure that you get recent changes. So if I say get recent changes to all campaigns, what Google Editor is going to do is contact Google Ads in the cloud and download all those changes. So here I can see the changes being downloaded in Editor from Google Ads. And when it's done, it's going to highlight all the changes that have been made. And so once I'm done reviewing those changes, I can go ahead and click done. And now I know I have the recent latest changes in Editor. So now I can go ahead and continue to make some changes. And when I'm done making changes, I can go ahead and post them. So that's the beauty of Google Ads Editor. Bing has a version, Facebook has a version. It allows you to, again, go at the keyword level, the ad group level. Okay, you can look at ads itself and make changes to the ads. Okay, you could do a lot of different things right in Editor. In fact, you could do pretty much most of what you could do in Google Ads, you can do in Google Ads Editor. And so that's Google Ads Editor. To me, I would recommend it if you're experienced with Google Ads. Again, it's software. You have to download it. You're going to use it on your computer as software. But when you make changes, all you need to do is post those changes or get recent changes that have been made on Google Ads. And so that's Google Editor, Ads Editor in summary. Now let's go back into Google Ads and talk about display advertising, because display is a different network, but the platform's still the same. And some of the same tools are available from the search network as well as for the display network right in Google Ads. So if I want to take a look at a campaign and ad group on the display network, I can just click on that ad group and I can look at the ads that are running for that particular ad group on the display network. So here, the difference being on the display network is you can use image ads. On the search network, you can only use text ads. So here I can look at image ads and I can see how they're performing. In fact, you could even go a step further and use responsive display ads. So Google has responsive display ads, meaning it's going to respond to what's performing best. Okay, and so now I can see clicks, impressions, click-through rate, etc. right on my ads and extensions report in Google Ads platform. Now, this happens to be a retargeting campaign. So if we click on audiences, we'll be able to see what audiences we're targeting here. Okay, so when this report loads, when you run retargeting campaigns, you're targeting a specific audience. And so we want to be able to see, okay, of the audiences we have set up, what audience is performing best. Okay, so here I can see a breakout by audience. Again, I can see the same metrics I could see on the search side. I could see clicks, impressions, click-through rate. More importantly, I want to be able to measure conversions. Okay, so that's the whole idea when you're in these platforms and you're paying for ads, is you want to be able to measure against conversions, and you can also measure against cost per conversion, conversion rate. Okay, so those are some key metrics to measure up against, whether it's audience, keyword, ad, whatever the dimension is. So here on the display network, we can get a sense of demographics. Okay, so unlike the search network, the display network allows us to see demographic data. And so now I could see an age breakout or an age range breakout that Google provides us. And I could see, again, based on that age range breakout, which age range has the most clicks, impressions, etc., including conversions. So you also have the opportunity on the display network to add keywords. You have the opportunity to add topics. And you have the opportunity to see placements or run placements. So here, if I click on where ads have shown, I can actually see where my ads have shown up for this display campaign. And Google Ads allows you the ability to go ahead and you can exclude it from the ad group or exclude a specific placement from a campaign. So you could take action on a specific placement. And I can see the type of placement, whether it's a mobile app, whether it's a site. I can go ahead and see exactly where that placement was. So that's the placements report. You have demographics, you have audiences, you have keywords, you have all these different reports available to you on the Google Ads platform. So before we jump over to social media, paid search advertising, I just want to remind you, we do have, a nice tutorial on Google Ads. Okay, so take a look at the Google Ads tutorial we have set up on YouTube. Okay, if you search for Google Ads tutorial 2019, this is a good tutorial on everything related to Google Ads. So check out this video because in today's webinar, we're just mentioning tools across the board. And if you are advertising on Google Ads, as most people do, then you could see just how powerful it is and all the different features that are available. So take a look at the video. It's a nice complementary video to this one, this digital marketing tools. And this will give you a nice and deeper insight into everything that's available on Google Ads. And if you have any tools or features on Google Ads, whether it's the search network or whether that's the display network, then feel free to comment below this video. Happy to hear your comments about what tools and reports and features you specifically use in Google Ads. So let's move into Facebook Ads Manager and show you how the platform looks when you're running ads on Facebook. So we can look at all the different tools and reports available here. So here we could see, if we're in the Facebook Ads Manager, we could see our campaigns, we could see our ad sets, and we can see our ads. So just like on Google Ads, you have left side navigation so we can drill down. So if we want to see ad sets, for example, we could just click on ad sets that are showing up in this particular account. And here we can see we have 2 ad sets that are live. So if I click on one of these ad sets, I'll be able to see an actual ad that's running here. And so for the actual ad that's running, I can then see the results of that ad and how it's performing. For example, how many clicks it's received, what the reach is, what the impressions are. So impressions similar to Google Ads, how many people are actually looking at the ad. And then I can see the cost per click here at $1 as an example. And so now I can go in and I can go ahead and look at the ad performance and go ahead and change out that ad if it's not performing to my expectation. So if I click on more tools and then creatives, I can just simply click on creatives and then I can actually see the creatives I actually have running for that campaign I selected. So now I can see all the creatives that are running and I can see the results of those creatives. So Facebook Ads Manager also has different reporting. So if I click on the reports pull down menu, you can see here, I can see some standard reports by ad set, age and gender. And then I can see all reports here listed out by placement and device, time of day, country, etc. So if we just look at age and gender, we'll be able to get a breakout age and gender here. So you can see by campaign, I'm looking at all campaigns here and I'm looking at just age and gender. I can certainly deselect one of these and I can look at a specific time range. So now I could see who's looking at my ad specifically. So here I could see 35 to 44 female. I could see the reach, impressions, and how often they're actually seeing my ad. Now this is key for Facebook because if somebody's seeing your ad a lot, they're probably going to tune out to it. So that's what makes the frequency metric so important on Facebook, because then we can go ahead and turn off that particular age and gender if we needed to. And we could see how much we spent. So this just gives you some idea of the type of reporting that's available in Facebook Ads Manager. Now, the great thing about Facebook reporting in Ads Manager is, I can group or ungroup my dimensions if I needed to. I could change the view and arrange columns. I can get rid of columns, just as you would in Google Ads reporting. Very similar stature here. So I have a lot of flexibility here on how I review the reports. You got different metrics that you can pick and choose as well. Okay, and you got lots of different flexibility when you're looking at the reports on how your campaigns are performing. Now here I can pick and choose. I can choose campaign, ad set, ads, objective. Again, I can choose different demographics. So I have a lot of options available to me in terms of how I want to, view the performance of my campaign, view the performance of my ad set or my ad. Now remember, if you're in Facebook, you can always go in and edit the campaign. You can edit the ad set. Remember, in the ad set, that's where a lot of your decisions are going to be made, including how you want to drive the traffic, okay, what your budget is. Okay, you can basically choose your audience here. So you're going to be able to choose what type of campaign it's going to be. And based on that campaign, you're going to go ahead and choose the kind of audience you want to focus in on. You're going to be able to choose the location, the age range, the gender. So all of this is going to be set up in the ad set or the campaign or the ad. If you go ahead and edit an ad, remember you can do A/B testing as well. So you have a lot of different options and features available to you right in Ads Manager when you're managing your paid search campaigns on Facebook. So if you want some more information about all the different features and tools in Facebook Ads Manager, check out the Facebook Ads Tutorial 2019 webinar that we did earlier this year. In addition, you can also look at another one that we did on Facebook called Facebook Advertising Tips and Strategies. So that should give you some sense of everything related to Facebook ads and how to take advantage of the Facebook Ads Manager platform. So if there's anything on social that we may have missed or that you use, feel free to add a comment below the video. We'd love to hear your feedback. Okay, let's talk about some affiliate marketing tools. Let's turn our attention to affiliate marketing. A lot of affiliate marketing platforms out there. The number one probably is Commission Junction, also known as CJ. They're an affiliate platform. They have a freemium model, meaning you can have a free trial, but basically you're going to have to move on and pay for the platform. Likewise for House Offers, you have volume. You really, when it comes to affiliate marketing, a lot of platforms out there. Click Inc., AWIN. So a lot of these are brokers per se. And when I say brokers, like for example with CJ, you as a merchant or you as a publisher can get in touch with a merchant. You as a merchant can get in touch with a publisher. Meaning CJ helps bridge the gap between you finding somebody to build your network with. Okay, so that's what really affiliate marketing is, and you really need a platform to kind of put it all together. And so a lot of affiliate marketing platforms. We're actually going to take a look at CJ and go through some of the features in the platform here shortly. But let's just take a look at why we need these affiliate marketing tools. Well, these affiliate marketing tools identify affiliates, influencers, employees, other advocates you want to partner with. So again, you could be on the merchant side. You could be actually selling a product, and you're going to want somebody to help you sell that product. Somebody with a website who's an influencer, who drives a lot of traffic to their own site, who, does sell, reputable brand, etc. So you need somebody to help you introduce you to these sites. Okay, so CJ and some of these other marketing platforms, affiliate marketing platforms do that. Okay, so these tools are there to do the introductions, the brokering, the relationship. So the other benefit here is you can contract with affiliates and track the traffic and conversions. Well, what do I mean by that? Well, if you do use CJ.com, by no means am I only endorsing that platform. There are plenty others out there. But whatever platform you use, you're going to want to be able to set up terms and conditions with that particular affiliate. So you could set up a terms and conditions for, say, 10% off all sales. as an example. Okay, well, you're going to need a platform that will help you broker that contract. Okay, contract terms or program terms. Furthermore, you're going to need a platform to help you track, hey, is this affiliate helping me drive traffic, or is this affiliate driving traffic to my products, and is this affiliate helping me sell? So these platforms help you do just that. Okay, so you can gain high website rankings with the help of your affiliate, meaning that, hey, your affiliate can be promoting your product, and if they're promoting your product, you have a chance to show up via paid search, organic search, off other websites, so social. So you have a lot of benefits to working with affiliate marketing in itself, and the tools available will help you gain website rankings as one example. We want to be able to track certain metrics. Okay, so in affiliate marketing, you have earnings per click, EPC. As an example, most platforms measure EPC from a 7-day period to a 3-month period. Okay, you can also figure out what the actual cost per click is, just like you do on, say, Google search. You can actually measure that in affiliate. Okay, you want to eliminate fraudulent clicks, impressions, and conversions. So any affiliate platform worth its weight is going to help you understand, how many impressions and clicks and conversions you're getting, and help you manage that in terms of fraudulent clicks, or, hey, if you're getting a lot of impressions and no clicks, that's a problem too. So these platforms are really built on helping you manage your relationship with the affiliate by offering up all sorts of reports and tools. The other big benefit here to affiliate marketing tool is, hey, we can influence our customers throughout their buying journey. So we could set up different promotions based on, hey, did somebody go to the website? Did somebody see our product? Did somebody click on our product? Did somebody go into the shopping cart with our product? Did somebody purchase our product? So there's all sorts of steps in the funnel, so to speak. And hey, you can work with an affiliate, a publisher, to influence your customers throughout that purchasing funnel, throughout that journey. So let's go ahead and log in here. So when you log in, like any other digital marketing tool, any other platform, you're going to have your own settings and whatnot. So really the whole idea behind any affiliate marketing tool is really there to manage your publishers. Who do you want as a publisher? Who do you want selling your product? You obviously want somebody who's relevant, somebody who's going to be able to sell the product, somebody who has a targeted audience that's similar to yours. Okay, so we go into cj.com, we're going to log in, and here you can see a publisher's link. So we're going to click on the publisher's link. And remember, when you sign up publishers, you have to have program terms. And so if we click on publishers, program terms, we're going to be able to see all the different program terms available. So here we could see the different program terms we have set up for certain publishers. So we just click on that. We'll be able to see that's the default program term. So remember, you could set up your own program term for any publisher. So as a best practice, if you have publishers who are actually performing well, who are selling your products, maybe you want to offer them a little bit more on the commission side. Maybe you want to sweeten the deal. Maybe, these publishers get better program terms versus, say, other publishers who don't. And so here we can see the program terms. Basically, you could see what the terms are, the action, and the different policies here. So everything you need to do to manage that publisher in terms of payment is done under the program terms. Now, if the program terms are met, the publisher actually sells your products. CJ is the broker. They're the ones who are going to initiate the payment based on the program terms. So be careful on the program terms. You want to be able to set them appropriately. CJ has templates. CJ has some default program terms that you could use and offer up to different publishers. So based on the program terms, that's how your publishers are going to get paid. And so here you can have as many different program terms as you want. There's no limit here. You want to be able to align and reward program terms, again, based on performance. And so here we can see what publishers are under what program terms. So again, if your publisher's performing well, sweeten the deal. Offer them a better program terms. And so you can align publishers with different program terms. And so that's the whole idea behind program terms, is you want to be able to align publishers with that. So when you sign up a publisher, they're going to get aligned with a program term, meaning what are they going to get paid for selling your product? Now, if we want to manage by status instead of by program terms, we could see all the different organizations we have in our network. These are our publishers. We're the affiliate. We're the ones selling the product. We want to know who's selling, who's not selling. And so we can look at all our publishers by program terms or by status. Okay, so basically you could see here the term status, whether it's active or not, earnings, basically what they've sold over the last basically 7 days or 3 months. So you can look at basically how your publishers are performing just by clicking on Manage by Status here in CJ.com. So when you're looking at reports in CJ.com or really any other affiliate program, you might see the acronym EPC. This stands for earnings per click. Actually, it's a little misleading. It's actually earnings per 100 clicks. So basically CJ calculates, how much your publisher's actually making per click. Just like paid search, we're paying Google X amount per click. It's the same thing here. We can't, or these publishers can't make any money if they don't generate clicks. So that's why you have an EPC model or metric, so to speak, so you can measure earnings per click. CJ does it over a 7-day period and over a 3-month period. So you could sort based on 7-day or 3-month to see who's earning the most per click in terms of publishers. Now, you can select under publishers groups. Now you can group your publishers. Okay, so if you have, say, a group of publishers in a specific region like the United States or India, or if you're just focused on the United States and say you have publishers in different states like Texas, California, Missouri, Arkansas, well, you can group those publishers into different groups, and you can look at your different group names here. So here we could see Canada. And so we have our publishers grouped into a group called Canada. Why? Because they're based in Canada. Makes sense. So you want to be able to organize your publishers, because the whole idea behind affiliate marketing, CJ, is you want to be able to get the best publishers available for your network. And so as you get more publishers for your network, you'll be able to basically start grouping them where it makes sense. Now, the example I gave you is by geography. You could do by geography, or you could do by publisher status, meaning my best performing publishers go into a group. If they're in a group, then they get aligned with a certain program term. So you could group your publishers any way you want, by status, meaning they're selling more, these are our best performing publishers, or by region, or by promotion. I mean, how you group your publishers is totally up to you. However, take advantage of the option to create publisher groups, because the whole idea, again, I'm going to repeat it, is you want to get publishers and you want to start building your base of publishers, because the more publishers you have, the more chance you are to sell your product. Remember, if nobody clicks on your product, then nobody's going to buy your product. So if you have publishers who are promoting your product for you, then you have a good opportunity to sell it. So the more publishers you have on board, the better the opportunity. So now once you have publishers, you can start grouping these publishers accordingly to whatever makes sense. It's a business decision. Just know the options available in CJ to group publishers. Let's turn our attention to social media marketing tools. Social media, always a great topic to talk about. So we're going to finish up all our digital marketing tools with social media. We talked about SEO, paid, competition, affiliate, email, web analytics. It's just appropriate to finish up with social media because social media has so many tools available. So many. Okay. The first one I can think about here is Hootsuite. Hootsuite is a great social media marketing tool to use. Okay, it's a freemium. Okay, you can set up a free trial here. You basically a base account, and then you can use Hootsuite to do a lot of things. Anything from setting up landing pages to actually publishing content to listening. Hootsuite, to me, is one of the most powerful social media marketing tools available. You got Buffer. Buffer is a paid version, but you can actually set up a low cost or free account actually on Buffer and then move to a paid account. Okay, you got TweetDeck, it's been around a long time. That is actually free, and I would recommend TweetDeck, and we're going to take a look at that here in a couple minutes. Okay, and then you got Sprout Social. Sprout Social is another social marketing platform similar to Hootsuite. Do a lot of reporting, a lot of publishing, a lot of listening. And so we're going to take a look at Sprout Social today as well. Before we do that, let's go over why these tools are important to us. From a social media perspective, you're pumping out a lot of content. So you need to be able to smartly, efficiently, schedule and manage your post. Okay, so you're not just working likely with just one platform like Facebook. You're probably on a number of different platforms. Depending on your business, depending on your bandwidth, depending on what you're selling, your products, etc. Your audience obviously has a lot to do with it. It could be Instagram, Pinterest. You want to be able to consolidate all that and manage it in one place. And that's what social media marketing tools do. They allow you to manage everything in one place. So if you can manage everything in one place, then these social media marketing platforms need to be able to make it easy for you to add and manage different accounts. Okay, so a lot of them have the ability for you to add, not just one Twitter account, but multiple Twitter accounts. And not just one social media platform, but multiple social media platforms. And a good social media marketing tool worth its weight will help you monitor the results. So monitor social media posts that help drive leads and sales. In other words, you're going to have a lot of different metrics associated with each social media marketing platform. Okay, which one is actually doing its job? Okay, so you want to be able to easily manage these platforms, applications, and websites very efficiently. Okay, so instead of having to log into each platform, you just log into one place, get a sense of what's been posted, what the engagement is, did they purchase, etc. And what you want to do is be able to individually customize every social media post across different platforms. So it just makes it a lot easier to do that in these social media marketing tools. Okay, you don't want to send out a blanket message across different platforms. You want to be able to go ahead and customize a post depending on what that post is, depending on what the product is, what time of day, what target market, what target audience. So customization is a lot easier using these social media marketing tools. You want to be able to engage with brand advocates. So listening is a good thing with social media marketing tools. Using the listening functionality so you can actually see who is a brand advocate, who's not a brand advocate, who's an influencer, who's not an influencer. And then, of course, you want to analyze the behavior of your audience and optimize individual posts on real-time data. So if, for example, you post something using one of these social media marketing platforms and you see it go viral, then you want to be able to react to that in real time. So you're going to be able to see that in real time on these social media marketing tools, these platforms like Sprout Social and Hootsuite. And then you're going to be able to react to that behavior. And then, of course, monitoring website traffic and conversion rates, that's key. We always want to monitor conversions based on our KPIs, our business goals. So there are also a few important digital marketing tools that can help you in different ways. Okay, so without further ado, let's jump in and take a look at what's available in terms of social media marketing. So just a quick reminder, if you are running ads on Facebook or you're posting on Facebook as an example, or any platform in general, that platform's going to have its own metrics, if you will. So for example, Facebook has something called Facebook Insights. So you'll be able to actually see, what's been posted based on, the last 7 days. In this example, how many page views you're getting, engagements, recent posts. So just to let you know, yes, you can go into any one of these platforms on its own and look at metrics. Just like you can do if you're running Facebook ads. hey, you can go right into Facebook Ads Manager and view data there. Okay, so the whole point here, though, on using a social media tool is that you can measure all that in one place. So if we log into Sprout Social, I can set up these accounts right into Sprout Social. So I don't have to log in Twitter individually or Facebook individually. I can link them up all within Sprout Social. And then I can go to reports, just like I can with Facebook Insights. And then once I'm in Sprout Social reporting, then I can go ahead, just like I can in Facebook Insights, except it's all right here for me. I can jump into, Facebook and dig a little bit deeper as to what's going on with my account. So I don't have to log into Facebook directly. I can see, the impressions, the engagement, the clicks over a period of time. I can see my audience growth. I can see my publishing behavior, how often am I publishing. I can see the top post individually. I can see impressions by day. A lot of this same material, same information is already in Facebook Insights. So if it's available in Facebook Insights, you're definitely going to have it available in a tool like Sprout Social. So you want to be able to just efficiently log in and jump from one platform to the other. So here, I can go to Instagram, and look at Instagram data, or I can look at Twitter information. So you want to be able to efficiently jump from one platform to the other using, in this example, Sprout Social. Now, as I mentioned, as part of one of the benefits of a social media tool is that you can publish content. You want to be able to publish content because you want to be able to organize and schedule accordingly. You don't want to be submitting and publishing content right after one another. Okay, you want to be able to spread it out efficiently and effectively. And so here we could see, we could publish and schedule content accordingly. So all we have to do is click compose, select a profile, write whatever we need to do. We could schedule it for tomorrow at a specific time. And there you go. Voila, scheduled. So this is on Twitter. Okay, so, we could choose another platform here. It's just that easy to schedule. So you want to be able to schedule accordingly because, again, when you schedule something, then you want to look at the behavior of it. So it's just as simple as going from publishing to reporting. And then based on when something got published, you could see the reaction of it and react to it. So another thing here that I like about Sprout Social, Hootsuite, a lot of these other platforms do it really well. You got listening tools. So you can listen in on conversations that are being had. For example, mail delivery. If we do mail delivery on Twitter search, we'll be able to see what's been tweeted about mail deliveries. If that's the business we're in, we can refine our search and choose a specific location, a radius to hone in if we're local. Okay, so this is Sprout Social's example of listening. Here, let's take a look at another example. I'm in later.com. So later, very similar to Sprout Social in that it does a lot of the same things. You can actually schedule content on a particular platform. And one thing I like about later here, you can actually see it visually. You can see a calendar and what's been scheduled. So I could see today I have something scheduled at 1:15 local time. And again, I have 5 profiles set up for this account. So I can pick and choose the profile that I want to publish to. So it just makes it that much easier and I can visually see it. And that's important. So here I can click on media library. So the one thing about later.com is that, you have a library of images that potentially you can reuse. So if I click on this image here, okay, I can get a sense of when it was used and I can view it on a calendar. I can add a label for it. So that's another benefit to later is that they have this media library here. They have conversations. So I can actually connect to a platform and listen in on conversations that are being had, similar to the listening tool in Sprout Social. And they have analytics, so you can actually see right in later.com how your particular social media platform is performing. So I can see it here over 7 days. I can see the number of followers have increased. I can see the growth rate. I can see the number of impressions that I've received. Okay, so I want to be able to see how my particular platform's performing over a period of time. So I can look at reach, a lot of profile views, website clicks, Okay, so I can get a lot of good insights here right in the analytics platform of Later. You can look at specific post performance. So if we posted something, I could see basically how many likes it received, how many comments, impressions, the reach. And then if I wanted to, I can click on details and get more specific information on it. Engagement rate, okay, discovery, actions, comments, saves, etc. So later.com goes into some nice detail about post performance. They even have data on hashtags. So if you use a hashtag, you can actually see how many times the hashtag's been used or saved, how many impressions it's received. Okay, so they really go into some nice detail here about how your post and how your accounts are performing. And here's a tool I really like, I've been using for a long time, and that's TweetDeck. So what TweetDeck does is connect with your Twitter account. So you can see in a different visual, so to speak, of how your Twitter account looks in terms of your feed. Here I can see this is my feed here. Okay, I can see some notifications. I can see specific messages. Then on this column, I can see activity. Okay, so I can add different columns here if I wanted to. And basically by adding columns, you can see I can look for what's trending as an example. So I'm going to add in a column that says trending. And so now I can go in and see, okay, these are all the different things that are trending on Twitter. So you can actually add a column and pay attention to something really specific. Okay, so for example, search. Okay, so right now I have men's health, but I could type in, let's just say World Cup. Okay, so I could see you got the cricket World Cup, you got, the soccer, football World Cup going on. So, we could pick a particular topic to follow if we wanted to. So again, here I'm following men's health. So I can now see, everything that's been posted on men's health. Now, if I click on, for example, one of these hashtags here that's trending, I can actually see who's tagging or using that hashtag Friday Feeling in their tweets. And so the whole idea behind, TweetDeck, it serves up a interesting overview, so to speak, of not only your account, but, a specific topic or what's trending or, other things that are being said. So if you really want to pay attention to your brand or something really specific like, your competitors or a specific product, then you can just do a search on that. And so that's the great thing about TweetDeck. It allows you to kind of just look and listen in on everything going on in Twitter. Now, we do have a good video out here on YouTube, how to start social media marketing. So if you haven't had a chance to look at it, take a look. It goes over some of these tools that we cover today, like Sprout Social, later.com, Facebook Insights. So it does cover in more detail some of what we covered on these social media marketing tools. So take a look at how to start social media marketing. So we covered a lot of different marketing tools, digital marketing tools, everything from SEO to email to social to paid to affiliate to competitor. But there's also a few other digital marketing tools that you can use in different ways, like video SEO, for example. So vidIQ, we want to use vidIQ to get a good sense of how a particular video is performing. So here, if we go into YouTube, you can see vidIQ is a browser extension or browser plugin, if you will. So I can go and take a look at a specific video and see how many hours it's been watched, how many views, minutes watched, subscribers, etc. The great thing here, I can look at the entire account. So I can get good insights into my video or my entire account here, just by adding in the vidIQ extension into my Chrome browser. So vidIQ actually does give you some really, really good insights into not only your account, but the video. And so recommend vidIQ because it's good for video SEO. Okay, there's also tools related to content optimization. So, if you're doing SEO and you have a lot of content on your site, well, you know what? We want to be able to use a tool, maybe a third-party tool, to give some objective reasoning as to what more we can be doing. So you got tools like SEO Site Checkup or Site Analyzer. These are paid tools, but if you're really heavily invested in SEO, then they may pay dividends for you. You want to be able to make sure your content is fully optimized to the fullest according to, Google's algorithms. And so you maybe, want to invest in that third-party tool. So these are good tools to use for content optimization. There's also other Reddit, but there's Keyword Planner in Google. There's also WordStream. There's a lot of different keyword tools out there. So you may not have a Google Ads platform. And so if you don't have Google Ads, then you may not be able to gain access to Google's Keyword Planner. So having a third-party keyword tool will pay dividends as well, because those dividends pay off in the form of not only pay-per-click, but also SEO. And if you're heavily invested in content, heavily invested in social, then you may want to take a look at the keyword tool, Keywordit, and it's primarily used for Reddit. We talk about page load time. So we looked at that in Google Analytics. We know that it heavily impacts SEO. So there are other tools available. You got a third-party tool here that's free, SolarWinds Pingdom. You actually have PageSpeed Insights by Google. So these are free tools that you could take advantage of in determining how you can improve your page load time. My favorite topic, conversion rate optimization. So you got a couple in here, Crazy Egg and Zarget. Okay, so I'm going to show you another tool called Hotjar. So here, if you log into hotjar.com, you can set up an account. It's actually free. And with a free account, you can have Hotjar measure the heat map, not only the heat map, but the click mapping, the scrolling of a particular page. And so here you can see we're looking at a particular page here. So Hotjar allows me to, see on that page where people are clicking. I can also see where people are moving. I can also see, the scrolling of a particular page. Okay, so you can see here on the page, I can see people are moving over here to the right. That's where they're clicking mostly. If I switch over to move mode, then I can see on that particular page where people are actually moving their mouse. And then I have my scroll analysis. So I could see, how far down people actually scroll on the page. And so again, with a paid account, you can measure up to 10,000 page views. With the free version, you can measure up to 2,000 page views. And so 2,000 page views allows you to get some insight as to what people are clicking on or where they're moving or how they're scrolling on a particular page. And so I definitely recommend Hotjar. They also do funneling. They also do forms, polls, lots of other tools available in Hotjar. So hotjar.com is a tool I would recommend as well. So one final tool, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it, and that's Google Optimize. So Google Optimize is a Google platform that allows you to A/B test. And so A/B testing means that you have an original page and you're changing one element on that page to see which one performs better. And so with Google Optimize, it's just very easy to set up, to run. And the whole point of Google Optimize and A/B testing is to improve website performance. So here you can see I have an account set up on Optimize. You can see we're running one test here, and we're just testing one element versus the original. So we move photos to the top of the page. The original didn't have the photos to the top of the page. And so we can go into reporting here. Google Optimize does all the heavy lifting. And so here you can see we can look at bounces, or we can look at, basically measure the test up against a metric that's important to our business. And again, the whole point is to improve website performance. And so definitely take a look at Google Optimize. We'll have another webinar in the future on the topic, but to me, Google Optimize is free. You can run up to 5 tests. Okay, and if you can run up to 5 different tests, then that means you have the ability to really improve website performance. Okay, so Google Optimize is a tool that I would recommend. Today we're going to talk about why you would want to rank using SEO. And SEO is search engine optimization, also known as organic search. You also may hear us say organic listings. where we're going to talk a little bit about why you'd want to rank your website in organic search. Okay, what is search engine optimization? Then we're going to follow that up with how does Google rank websites? So why does it rank one website over another? And how do we get our website to rank number one? Then we're going to talk about the different types of SEO or search engine optimization techniques so you can get your website ranked number one. And then we're going to finish that off with the do's and don'ts of SEO. So let's get right to it and talk about why SEO. So we're going to use a basic example, and let's just say you have a blog. You're a food blogger, you're passionate about food, and your niche is ice cream. And let's just say you have a lot of ice cream recipes. You want to get traffic to your blog. You want people to read your blog. And you're curious, why am I not ranking for my blog? Why, when people type in ice cream recipes and say Google, my blog posts don't appear at the top of organic rankings? And there's a number of reasons why you wouldn't be ranked for your blog post or your ice cream recipes. And the main reason would be your competitors. So there could be somebody else out there who is also passionate about ice cream and has been blogging longer than you. And they have more content and more blog posts and more pages for Google to rank. So that's usually the number one reason. The other reason is improper usage of keywords. And we're going to talk a little bit, or it's actually a lot more about, keyword usage in your content. So what kind of keywords do you want to rank for? That's really what we're talking about when we talk about usage of keywords. What keywords do you want to rank for, and how do we work those keywords into the content? Another reason is poor link building practices. And really that means are other blog posts or other websites linking to you? Also, are you linking to other pages on your website? And so it's all about link building. And with link building, it's internal linking. So are we linking from one blog post to another? And it's external linking. Are other websites of high quality linking to us? And so that's what we talk about when we talk about link building. And then another reason is web page load time. So you could be running your blog post on, say, WordPress, for example, and your blog post isn't loading fast enough. Well, if you look at it this way, think about it. If you're Google, would you really want to rank a website or blog post in this example number one on Google rankings if that particular page loaded very slow? No, you wouldn't, because when somebody clicked on that link in organic search and went to your website, they're going to have a bad experience because the page is going to load slow. So Google doesn't want their users to have a bad experience. You don't want your users to have a bad experience. And so that's why web page load time is a critical factor for ranking. So we need to make sure that our web pages load fast. And then your user experience is not good enough. So Google, again, based on my example about the web page load time, Google wants people to have a good experience when they go from their search engine to your website. And there's a lot at play there, specifically web page load time, but also, Google doesn't want any spam content. Google doesn't want any pop-ups or overbearing ads on the web page. They want people who are searching for something in particular, let's just say ice cream recipes, and they want to find a relevant website that has ice cream recipes. They want to be able to click on that link and read some good content about ice cream recipes. It's that simple. And that's really what Google's trying to create in their environment. And that's you as an end user, as a website owner, you want your users to have a good experience. And then last but not least, your website is de-indexed by mistake. And really what we mean is de-indexed is Google needs to be able to index all the pages on your website. So if you have a blog with 100 recipes, you want Google to have access to all 100 recipes. So we're going to talk a little bit later about how to get your pages ranked or indexed on Google organic search. So let's move on to what is SEO. So sticking with our ice cream blog theme, really SEO, search engine optimization, really is the practice of increasing your pages that Google has indexed up the rankings. So the end result is we want all our pages to be ranked number one for particular keywords. So if you want to be ranked for ice cream recipes, well, there's certain things you need to do. So that's generally how it works. We need to apply search engine optimization to increase a page for a keyword we want to be found for. So let me give you an example. So let's just say there's 100 students that participated in an essay competition. And so the competition in this particular case is evaluated on the basis of, is the content relevant? Are they using suitable titles for their essay? Do they have structure when they're participating in this essay or talking about the essay? And do they have a suitable synopsis? And is the content neat and readable? These seem all logical for an essay competition. Well, guess what? They seem logical for SEO because that's exactly how SEO works. It's exactly all those points I just mentioned about structure, logic, readability, organization, title. All those things are what's important in SEO. And so we need relevant content. We need titles for our pages. Google needs to be able to see structure. We need to have synopsis of what the page is about, and that's called a meta description. And then again, the content needs to be readable, and that's important. And so in order to be readable, again, we're going to talk more about site speed because site speed's important. Okay. And when we talk about responsive design, when I say responsive design, that means your site, your page needs to load both on desktop and also on mobile. And so all these things are important. Just like an essay competition, Google is the judge, and they need to be able to determine what page is best to rank number 1, number 2, number 3, etc. on Google search. And then link building. Remember I mentioned link building a moment ago? Well, link building internally and externally also plays a vital role. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit later in the class when we talk about off-page SEO. How does Google rank website? And basically, Google follows 3 basic steps to rank a website. They need to crawl your website. They need to take what they crawl back to their servers. And when they take it back to their servers, your web pages, they need to have them available for indexing. So when somebody actually types in a keyword into google.com, it'll be available to be found on organic search. So that's what indexing is all about. And then Google's job when somebody does type in a search query is to basically rank those pages that they've indexed from number 1 to infinity, depending on how many pages are relevant to that search query. So really it's about crawling, indexing, and ranking. So crawling is simply a process done by which Google has bots. And what these bots do is they go to your web server and they're going to crawl every page that they can find. And how do they find these pages? Well, they basically follow links. You might have heard the term spidering, but that's what they call search engine spidering. So basically what Google's doing is they're building a web, so to speak, all the links that they're following. And so when they can follow all these links on your website, they're going to be able to crawl them. And when they crawl them, basically they're going to take that content and store it on their servers so it's available in their index. So based on this method, Google finds out which websites have relevant content and which ones don't based on certain keywords that are typed into Google. Because if they can't crawl your website, you're not going to be found. And if you can't be found, then you're not going to show up for relevant keywords. So we need to make sure your site's available to be crawled. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, but let's show you an example. So let's just go to Google search. And if I type in the keyword Simplilearn, okay, I could see I have 1,010,000 results. Okay, and that's how many results are showing up for Simplilearn. Okay, now they may not all be Simplilearn pages, but nonetheless, Simplilearn is ranked number 1 here organically, and there are 1,010,000 pages related to the keyword Simplilearn. Now, when it comes to organic search, we don't want to get it confused with paid search. So anytime you see paid search, you're going to see something that says ad next to it. Okay, so we could see that there are paid ads here, but when it comes to organic search, those are generally below paid ads. And so that's where Google counts the 1,010,000 results. And so that's the whole idea behind crawling and indexing. Google's able to crawl Simplilearn's website, and based on all the pages that they gather, they're going to make those pages available in organic search. So if you type in a keyword and your web page is not available for indexing, then you're never going to show up for that keyword. So that's why it's important to make sure your website is available for crawling and indexing. And so when a user types a query on Google search, the most relevant websites that are in Google's index are going to appear in the search results. So in the example I gave, with Simplilearn? Well, Simplilearn is the brand name of the company Simplilearn. So there's a lot of relevancy there. So that's why you see Simplilearn show up here organically, number one. Like we mentioned about what is SEO and why SEO, we talked about that user experience. So there's a lot of factors that go into ranking, relevancy being one of them. So in the Simplilearn example, Simplilearn is relevant to a lot of the Simplilearn pages because that's who they are, Simplilearn. However, Simplilearn also needs to make sure that, for their pages, the page load time is fast, meaning these pages load very fast for the end user. And Google also takes into account other factors, like how long someone is staying on a website. Or are they bouncing, meaning are they going to one page that they land on and then leaving the website? Okay. And so the user experience is very, very important. There are other factors also like language and location. And so, for example, location, if you do a search, say in India, the results are going to be a little bit different than, say, the results in the United States. Why? Because Google is indexing as many web pages as they can find. So if somebody's doing a search in India, their results may be a little bit different than the results show up in the US because Google has different bots. And these bots are crawling different pages at different times. And so Google's index is updating continuously, but it's not real-time syncing. So if you do a search in India, you may not see exactly the same thing because both search engines, the Google in India and the Google in the US, may not be exactly synced up. So an example would be, if you're looking for cafe. So if you search a cafe in, say, San Francisco, you're going to see different results. Now, if you do a search for cafes in Mumbai, you're going to see different results. There's going to be local search here at the top. There may be some paid search. But again, you may see different results because one, location, but two, Google search engines in India and United States, google.com, aren't exactly synced up exactly at the same exact time you do that search. So location is important, language is important, and relevancy is important along with user experience. So all those are important factors in how Google ranks websites. Okay, so we're going to talk about the types of SEO now. So if we want to rank for a particular keyword on Google, we're going to have to apply search engine optimization. And so there's two strategies to search engine optimization: on-page SEO and off-page SEO. So first, we're going to talk about on-page SEO. So on-page SEO is nothing more than optimizing your own website. And so when we say optimizing your own website, there's certain elements on your website and on your web pages that we need to take into account. And so some of those elements are headers, meta descriptions, title tags, linking. So all of those elements are something we can control as an end user who wants to rank our web page and our website on Google. And before we do anything with our website, the first thing we need to do is understand what keywords we want to rank for. In order to understand what keywords we want to rank for, we need to do keyword research. And if you do anything in SEO, keyword research is the most important activity. That's the most important thing you can do for SEO. And why do I say it's the most important? Because you need to understand, if you choose a keyword that you want to rank for, you need to understand how much traffic you're going to get from that keyword. If you're ranked organically, say number 1 on Google, so how much traffic will you get if you're ranked number 1 on Google? So you need to understand what the volume is. And then number 2, we need to understand what the competition is for that keyword that you want to rank for. So if you choose a keyword and there's not much competition for it, then chances are you can rank for that keyword for a web page on your website quicker than, say, a keyword that has a lot of competition. So we need to understand those two basic factors: volume and competition, before we choose a keyword. And it's simply the practice of going through the motions of getting your volume and getting your competition data so you can choose the keywords you want. And then once you choose the keywords you want, then you can go and apply on-page SEO. You can change the title tag, the meta descriptions, the headers. All those elements can be changed, but first you need to choose your keywords. And so, again, the primary components we're looking for are how much traffic you can get, or the search volume, how much competition there is for that keyword, and of course, relevancy. Okay, you need to be able to choose a keyword that's relevant to the web page you're trying to rank for. And so let me show you an example of how to go through this. So the first thing we want to do is we want to use a tool. And the tool I would recommend is Google Keyword Planner. And why do I choose Google Keyword Planner? Because if we're trying to rank on Google.com or Google search engine, we want to be able to get the data right from the source. So Google's going to be able to give us information about how much volume a keyword has and how much competition it has. So let me show you an example. So if I want to use Google's Keyword Planner and I want to rank for the keyword how to become a digital marketing specialist, then I'm going to type that keyword into Google's Keyword Planner. And what Google's going to do is they're going to give me some trends about how much volume this particular keyword gets over the course of a year. And so for that particular keyword, I can see that there are trends that appear for both desktop and mobile. So mobile is important because people start their search process a lot of times on their mobile device. So we want to be able to get data from mobile as well as desktop. And so we could see a trend here that for each particular month, over the last 12 months, we can see how much volume this particular keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist, gets per month. And so on average, over the past 12 months, I could see how to become a digital marketing specialist averages 30 searches a month. And this is on Google.com. And so Google gives us the volume. What they also give us is the competition. And so here I can see Google says for that particular keyword, the competition is medium. And so in the Google's Keyword Planner, what they also do is give me other relevant keywords that I might think about optimizing for. Because you don't want to optimize for just one keyword. So how to become a digital marketing specialist, they're going to also offer up other types of keywords that are relevant. So just digital marketing specialist, social media marketing specialist. So for those keywords, I can see the volume. So for example, digital marketing specialist, I can see the average volume is 1,000 per month on average over the last 12 months. I can also see the competition is medium. But for some other keywords, I can see the search volume being high, like digital marketing course at 2,900 per month, but also the competition is high. And so what I would recommend as a best practice is to collect all your relevant keywords, okay? And put all your relevant keywords in a spreadsheet. And when you put all these relevant keywords in a spreadsheet, you want to get the data on those keywords. And the data I'm referring to is the volume and competition. So in this case, we have volume from Google Planner, Google's Keyword Planner, and I have competition from Google's Keyword Planner. And so if I go into a spreadsheet and I put all that information in here, I'm going to be able to see the volume and competition. And so that's important. However, one thing to note here is that Google's Keyword Planner, if I go back, just gives us low, medium, and high. And if I want to compare numbers to numbers, maybe I want to be able to get exactly the competition number for the keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. What I can do is go into Google and I can type in that keyword. So if I type in the keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist, I can see there's 76 million results. So I could see 76 million results, 76.1 actually, and for the keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. Now that's a whole lot of results for this particular keyword, especially when the volume is only 30 per month on average. And so what I want to do is get a more clear picture of the competition. And so what you could actually do is type in the syntax all in title and then colon and then your keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And when I do that, I get a different result. Here I can see only 136 listings for how to become a digital marketing specialist. But that's not just 136, that's 136 with that particular keyword that we want to rank for in the title tag, okay? So the title tag is what you see when you type in a keyword or search query in Google search, and the title tag is what you see at the top of every search result. And so now I can see I typed in how to become a digital marketing specialist with the all entitled syntax. And now I can see every listing, every one of these 136 results have that particular keyword in it. So I could see every one of them, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And why is that important? Because now that tells me I only need to climb over 136 listings to rank for that keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And so the idea here is you want to get your volume from Google's keyword planner, but you want to get your competition from Google search. And again, that's simply typing in the syntax, all in title, and then your keyword. In this example, how to become a digital marketing specialist. Once you get those two numbers, you're going to plug them in to your spreadsheet. And then once you do that for a number of different keyword queries, and these keyword queries, again, have to be relevant. Once you do that, then you can go in and pick the keywords you want to optimize for. And that's important because, again, if you're not sure about a keyword, then you want to do the keyword research so you can be sure of how much traffic you can get and how much competition there is. Those are three important factors in starting the process for on-page SEO. So again, you want to create content for, say, a keyword like digital marketing. But digital marketing may seem a little bit broad. So you want to probably stay away from broader keywords because broader keywords tend to have a lot of volume, which is great, but they may also tend to have a lot of competition. But that's the whole point of doing the keyword research. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's more volume than competition. That's what you need to find out when you do the keyword research. You need to find those keywords that are relevant to your content, that have a lot of volume and low competition. And then once we identify those keywords, then we are free to go in and start optimizing our web pages for those keywords. And the first place we want to start is the title tag. So if you remember my example, going back here to our search, how to become a digital marketing specialist, we saw that every one of these listings had that keyword in the title tag. And the title tag is important because that's what users who use Google search see first when they type in a query and get results. So they're going to see the title tag. So the title tag is the most important element for on-page SEO. It's the most important factor because that's what people see. And so ideally when we choose our keyword, we want to make sure that keyword is in the title tag because that's what shows up in Google search. And that's what makes that particular web page relevant for that keyword query. So the idea behind a title tag, it's between 50 and 60 characters. And so we want to make sure we stay within that limit, no more than 60 characters, because what happens if it's beyond that, then Google will truncate the title tag. So if I go back to my search, you can see here on this particular title tag, Google truncated it, meaning they added the ellipses after the title tag because it exceeded the 60 character limit. So you want to stay within those character counts. And so the title tag is the first place you should start when optimizing your website. Because when we have the right keyword in the title tag and somebody types in that keyword, then chances are it's going to be relevant, they're going to see it, and they're going to click through to your website. And that's the whole idea behind ranking. We want to get clicks. So that's how the title tag appears. So when you optimize it, you're going to update the title tag, and this is how it shows up. It's going to show up at the top of your listing, okay, and it's going to be bigger and bolder than anything else Google displays. So the second thing you want to optimize is the meta description. And the meta description is simply just a brief description up to 155. I would say about 155 to 160 characters, but probably no more than that. And so the meta description is nothing more than a summary of the web page itself. So if I go back to my Google search results, I see my title tag and I see the page that this particular listing belongs to. And underneath that is where I can see my meta description. So in this particular keyword query, how to become a digital marketing specialist, I see the meta description, an ultimate guide on how to build a career in digital marketing and the skills required to become a digital marketing specialist. Note that it's a well-written meta description with 155 characters, and it includes the keyword digital marketing specialist. So we're trying to rank for how to become a digital marketing specialist. And here you can see become a digital marketing specialist. So there's a lot of relevancy between not only the title tag and the keyword, but the meta description in the keyword. So when you're optimizing a keyword, you want to start with the title tag, but you also want to update the meta description. Because if you don't update the meta description and you leave the meta description blank, then you're leaving it to Google to add in copy that they deem relevant. And so for on-page SEO, we want to take control of the copy and we want to optimize it for the keywords we want to be found for. So the meta description is a powerful tool at our disposal. It gives us more characters to work with. It gives us more to talk about. So for that particular page. And so if the title tag is only 60 characters maximum, it's not a lot of information to try and get somebody to click. So the meta description helps us in identifying what that page is about in order to get the click. So the two working in tandem will hopefully increase your click-through rates. So when you're found organically, we want to get the click. And then the third element that's important is the URL. And URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. And why is the URL so important? Because that's what people see. So if I go back to my search result, how to become a digital marketing specialist, notice that the URL also includes how to become a digital marketing specialist article. Okay, so it's very relevant. The URL is very relevant. One, we can see it in the search results. But two, it's relevant to the keyword query. And that's important for the end user and Google. Google wants to know, hey, is this the page that's relevant to the user's query? And if it is, then this user's likely going to have a good user experience after they click on the listing. So the URL is an element that helps not only with the click-through rate, but with ranking. And having a poor URL structure doesn't help at all, because not only does Google not recognize the URL as being relevant, but the end user may not want to click on that page given the way the URL looks. So you want to try and avoid a poor URL structure. So the rule of thumb is this: if you don't understand what the URL is, then Google is likely not going to understand what the URL is. And so we want to try and keep our URL structures clean. And when I say clean, ideally you want to make sure that whatever keyword you're trying to optimize, that's the keyword that's included in the URL. Nothing included that is not understandable. So again, going back to our example, how to become a digital marketing specialist. It's very clean. The title tag is the keyword. The meta description is cleanly written, has the keyword. And then the URL is the other element that the end user can see, and that URL includes the keyword in it. So after we've done those three elements, the title tag, the meta description, and the URL, then we want to start optimizing the page itself. So ideally, when we say optimize the page itself, the page, remember, needs to be structured. And when we say structured, it needs to be structured in terms of, headers and subheaders, and organized in a manner in which the end user can read the article, read the content clearly and concisely without being confused. And so that's the job of headers. They add basically an organizational structure to the content. And with headers, there's a hierarchy. So you have anywhere from H1, which is the top of the hierarchy, to an H6. And so you're free to use any one of those headers when building out a page in order to organize the content. But ideally, you probably want to stick with an H1 or an H2, because those are at the top of the hierarchy. And what those do is they actually stress to Google that, hey, this header with this particular keyword in it is important. So if you use an H6 with the keyword in it, it's telling Google, hey, this is an H6, but it's not as important. So an H1 and an H2 tag show importance. And so let's look at an example of what that is. So here you can see an H1 is going to be at the top of the hierarchy, so that means it's going to be bigger and bolder. Then you have an H2, which is going to be bigger and bolder than an H3, but not as big and bold as an H2. So with headers, not only are you organizing the content accordingly, but you're also signaling to Google how important that particular header is. And of course, the header needs to include the keyword we're trying to rank for. So let's take a look again at that example. So if we go to how to become a digital marketing specialist, if I click on that page, I can look at the content and I can see that there are headers in here. So the headers are there to organize the content. And that's what we want. We want to be able to organize the content. And if you look at the other example I'm showing here, how to become a digital marketing specialist, learning paths explored, you can see that's an H1, but below it's a subheader, the growing digital marketing job market. So that's an H2. And so we're not stressing to Google that that's more important than an H1, but nonetheless, we're stressing to Google that it's important nonetheless. So we want to be able to use headers. We want to be able to use keywords in our headers in order to stress to Google what's important and also to organize the content because Google likes content organized. Okay, the next element we want to focus on is internal linking. And so internal linking, if you remember earlier in the presentation, is basically links from one page on your website to another. And so here we can see on this particular article, how to become a digital marketing specialist. There's also links to other pages on Simplilearn's website. And so for this particular content, it also links to SEO specialist, PPC specialist, social media marketing specialist, and digital marketing specialist. So the whole idea behind internal linking is to link from one page to another where it's relevant. And in this case, it's relevant because we're talking about how to become a digital marketing specialist. That's what the whole content is about. And so what Simplilearn's doing here is offering up other pages on their website that are relevant to becoming a digital marketing specialist. And so this is a best practice when you're optimizing a web page. So you want to be able to have internal linking on your site. And the whole idea behind internal linking is it also allows users to navigate through the site naturally. So when I say naturally, they don't always have to refer back to the top navigation. They can naturally and seamlessly go from one relevant article or page to another. And so that's the whole idea behind link building and internal link building. It allows Google to identify, pages that they want to crawl and index because they're linked to one another. But it also helps the end user because it allows the end user to go from one page to another. And it's signaling to Google, hey, this particular page is linked to this page. So we're going to also index that page. And so that's the whole important part of internal linking. It's about the end user experience, and it's about allowing Google to find the pages on your website so they can crawl them and index them so you can be ranked for them. And so also, in addition to internal linking, we want to be able to use natural language. And so what do I mean by natural language or natural language processing? So what Google does is, in terms of natural language processing, they're looking for the content and the keyword. It needs to be relevant. So when your website is about digital marketing, you don't necessarily want to rank or try to rank for the keyword digital marketing. One, it's too broad. Two, there might be some competition. But three, you're probably not going to write something as broad like digital marketing. So ideally, what you want to do is you want to choose other relevant, related keywords that's going to be more natural. And so that's what we mean by natural language processing. We want to choose keywords that are more natural to the content you're writing. So instead of the keyword digital marketing, maybe we want to talk about the types of digital marketing or digital marketing examples, or what is a digital marketing strategy, or how to become a digital marketing specialist. So those are all relevant keywords to digital marketing and more relevant to the content. Because if you try to rank for the keyword digital marketing, again, it's probably going to be a little bit broad, probably more competition, and not as relevant to your content. And as a result, probably not a good user experience. So think about some other keywords that you could optimize and rank for. And that goes back to the keyword research. That's why the keyword research is so important, because it allows us to identify other keywords in the natural language process. What keywords are more relevant for the content? And then another element to on-page SEO is the sitemap. And so with the sitemap, it's basically a list of all the pages on your website. And the whole idea of listing all the pages on your website in one document is it helps both users and search engines understand the structure of your website. So there are two types of sitemaps. One's an HTML sitemap, and that's designed for humans. So if you have a website with a lot of content, at the footer or the bottom of your web page, you probably want to have a link to sitemap. So if somebody clicks on that sitemap, they're going to be able to see all the pages on your website, structured in an organized manner. Well, an XML sitemap, and XML is just a different format. It's designed for crawlers. And so the whole idea, remember, is Google likes to crawl content. When they crawl content, they bring it back to their servers and index it. And so we want to be able to create a sitemap for Google or other search engine crawlers. And so XML is the format. So let me show you an example of how that looks. So if I go to simplilearn.com and simply type in, say, sitemap.xml, just as an example, I'm going to get this particular page. And this particular page displays two XML sitemaps. So these sitemaps are there for Google to go ahead and crawl, and nothing more than a list of all the pages on your website. And so this is a quick and easy way for Google to get a hold of all those pages so that they can index them. And that's the whole idea behind SEO. You want to be able to have Google index all the content you want to be found for the keywords you want to be found for. So it all starts with the sitemap. So let's go from on-page SEO, which in recap is basically optimizing certain elements on your website so that you are relevant for a particular keyword. And that meant updating the title tag, the meta description, the URL, the headers, choosing the right keywords to put into the content, having internal linking, and also updating the sitemap. Well, those are elements that you can do on your website. So we're going to switch gears and talk about a different strategy, off-page SEO, because without on-page or off-page, you can't have a page ranking. So the two work together. So you can do as much as you want on-page, but you still need off-page SEO. And you could do all the off-page SEO you want, but you still need on-page. So both of these strategies have to be in full effect in order for you to rank. So let's now switch gears to off-page SEO. And so off-page SEO is simply the process of linking or promoting your website using link building. And so if you remember, I talked about this earlier on. There's two types of links, internal and external linking. And so for on-page SEO, we used internal linking. For off-page SEO, we're going to talk about external linking. And external linking allows us to improve our website's recognition or relevancy or credibility. And why do we want to improve our relevancy and credibility and trustworthiness and authority? Because we want Google to know that our webpage is trustworthy. It is recognized by other websites, and it is relevant for a particular keyword. And so if we can do that using off-page SEO methods, then Google's going to rank our webpage for the keyword we want to be found for. So it's really off-page SEO is synonymous with link building, and there's plenty of opportunities to do link building. It just comes down to creating a strategy. So again, some of the benefits to off-page, well, we talked about, being credible and trustworthiness and relevant. We need to do that in order to rank. But there's some other benefits there. So if we have a link on another credible website, then it's likely going to increase the traffic to our own website. It also creates high domain authority. And so what I mean by high domain authority is if we have basically links to other web pages pointing back to us, then basically our domain authority is going to improve. And when our domain authority improves, other websites are going to want to link to us. So the higher authoritative we are for our website, then other web pages are going to want to link to us. And so the more external linking we have, the higher the domain authority. So it all starts with linking to other high domain authority websites. So linking to a high domain authority website, for example, having a link on Wikipedia that points back to our webpage creates high domain authority for us, and it helps drive traffic. So some of the other benefits of off-page SEO are credibility. So if we're linking from Wikipedia to our webpage, it does create credibility for us. It also helps us increase our page rank. So remember that external linking helps build domain authority, helps build credibility, trustworthiness, and it's going to in turn help us rank for that particular page. And then certainly not last, having a good off-page SEO link building strategy increases our brand awareness, because if we're on other high authority websites, Wikipedia, or say a social platform, it's going to increase our brand awareness. And increasing our brand awareness increases our trustworthiness. And so if somebody is looking to, say, become a digital marketing specialist, then likely instead of typing in digital marketing specialist on Google, they may type in our brand name, in this case, Simplilearn. And so these are all the benefits to off-page SEO. So it's nothing more than having links on other websites that are pointing back to ours. And again, there's lots of benefits. It helps drive traffic and increases our authority. So those are things that we want to take advantage of when we want to rank. And the key behind off-page SEO or link building is always going to be content. So from an on-page SEO perspective, having quality content allows that content to be optimized for a relevant keyword and ranked. But also from an off-page SEO strategy, having high quality content allows us to have other sites, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a website. It could be a social platform, or it can be another blogging platform or blogging website, link back to ours. Why? Because the content is original, it's natural, it's well structured, it reads well. And so that's the whole idea behind off-page. You can't have links on other websites if you don't have quality content. So one of the ideas behind off-page SEO is not only do you want to create good content, but you probably want to spend a lot of time or a bit of time on others' websites. So remember the example I used earlier in this presentation about having an ice cream blog and ice cream recipes? Well, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to say spend some time on other blogs related to desserts, related to cakes, related to food in general, related to vegetables or other items that people could link from. So the whole idea is understanding who else is out there, who has relevant content that you could share. So you could share your content with them, they can share their content with you. And generally that's how it works naturally anyway. In the web sphere, if somebody likes your content, they're going to link to it. They don't necessarily have to wait for you to ask them. But it might not be a bad idea to understand who else is out there that has content similar to yours so that you can, get a link on that particular website or blog post. And so some other ideas behind having external links pointing back to your website is social media. So social media is not just Facebook or Twitter, but it expands beyond that. There's Quora, there's Medium, there's all sorts of content generated websites like Reddit. So the list goes on and on. You just need to find what's relevant for your content. If it's relevant for your content, then it's worth putting or trying to get the external link on that social media platform. And then again, going back to my ice cream blog recipes blog post, if you find a particular blog that you want to have an external link on, there's nothing wrong with reaching out to that particular blogger. In some cases, very flattering, but in other cases, if the content is relevant, then why not? It's only going to help your end user experience. If you add somebody who has, say, a blog about cakes, having their link on your blog post. So there's nothing wrong with it because it also adds to the user experience. And if you're going to ask somebody to put an external link on theirs, you might want to be open-minded and make sure that you are able and willing to put an external link on your blog post or website pointing to their content. That's how the web works, especially if the content's of quality, relevant, and of good nature. Okay, so let's move on and finish up with the do's and don'ts of SEO. So we talked a lot about why SEO, what is SEO, how do we rank for SEO, what is on-page SEO, what is off-page SEO. And so let's just wrap up with some of the things you, again, want to do to rank your page for a particular keyword and some of the things you don't want to do. So the first thing on the list is optimize for white hat techniques. And what I mean for opting in for white hat techniques is basically everything I just mentioned today. You want to do keyword research. You want to choose a natural language processing format so you could choose keywords that are going to be relevant, natural to the content. And you don't want to opt for black hat techniques. And black hat techniques are probably not even worth going into detail, but one example is choosing a keyword arbitrarily, like say digital marketing, and just stuffing that keyword into the content. So that's probably not something you want to do because again, it's not going to be good for the end user. So stay away from black hat and focus on some of the techniques we talked about in today's presentation. The other do we want to do is get backlinks from relevant sites. So that's off-page SEO. Again, it's what I mentioned earlier. It's about linking your quality content to another person's website that also has quality content. We don't want to have a backlink from an irrelevant site. Why? Because it's not going to be relevant, and it's also going to hurt our authority. Because if it's on a site that's not of good quality, then Google's going to look at us and say, well, this site is linking to your site, but it's not relevant. So therefore, we're not going to look at you in the same way as if you were on a quality website. We do want to use our keywords naturally because title tags are what people see first on organic search. But you don't want to use the same title tag on every page of your website. So we want to stay away from doing that. So you want to have a unique title tag for every web page on your website. And ideally, what does that mean? That means using our keyword research to choose 1 to 2 keywords per page and optimizing your web page for those 1 to 2 keywords. So ideally, what you want to do is have 1 to 2 different keywords for every page on your website. We definitely want to write engaging content. So the content should be engaging. Remember, user experience. We want users to stay on our website. We want them to enjoy the content that they're reading. And we want them to go from one page to another naturally. We definitely don't want to leverage or plagiarize or just copy content from others' websites because it's not, one, probably going to be relevant to what you're writing about. 2, it's duplicate content and it's somebody else's. So that's a black hat technique we want to stay away from. I can't emphasize this enough. We need to do keyword research first before you do anything else. You need to find relevant keywords. And not only that, you need to understand the volume and the competition for each of those keywords. Okay, you don't want to choose a keyword that has low volume, high competition. You want to choose a keyword that has high volume, low competition. But above all, you want to choose keywords that are relevant to your content. We want to avoid keyword stuffing, so don't take a keyword and just stuff it everywhere on the page. It's not going to be natural, and Google's going to be able to pick up on that. So we want to maintain some level of quality with our content and quality with the keywords that we choose. So reminder, when you have quality content, it's always going to link internally to another page on your website with quality content. But it's got to be natural. And don't just build site-wide backlinks, meaning don't just have an internal link to the homepage, or don't have every page on your website linking to just one page. So internal linking should be natural, naturally linking from one page to another. Not only does it help Google understand and crawl all the web pages on your website, but it's good for the end user. It's good user experience. And certainly last, but something I didn't talk about, it does take time to rank your content. So remember the process. You're going to write your content. You're going to choose keywords. You're going to change the elements on that page for those keywords. And all the while, you're going to make sure Google can crawl that content. And when they crawl it, they're going to index it. The process takes time, especially if you choose a keyword that's competitive. So just be patient. If you have quality content and you've optimized for on-page SEO and off-page SEO, then you will rank for that keyword. And then make sure your website's user-friendly and mobile-friendly. So we talked about responsive content earlier. So remember, most users today start the process of search on mobile. So we want to make sure your websites are mobile-friendly. Search engine optimization starts with the keyword because we want to be found for relevant keywords. And so the first step in search engine optimization is always going to be keyword research. So it is the most important step. And so what is keyword research all about? Well, it's the process of identifying keywords we want to be found for on the search engines. So millions of people use search engines on a daily basis. We want to be found for those keywords that people type in that are relevant to the content we want to be found. So going back to the Italian restaurant example, if we're writing a blog post about Italian restaurants, if somebody types in the best Italian restaurants or Italian restaurants in a specific city, we want to be found for that content if it's relevant to what we wrote about. So keyword research should be done based on two factors, really. It's based on the factor of how much traffic or volume a particular search engine query has, and it's based on competition. And really, the underlying factor here is that all keywords in your keyword research should be relevant. So you need to understand what those keywords are. So are they relevant to the content that you want to be found for? If they are, then really the two factors you want to look for is the volume, how much volume or traffic each keyword has associated with it, and then the competition. How many other websites are trying to be found for the same keyword? So those are the factors involved with keyword research. You always want to choose relevant keywords, and then once you find or choose those relevant keywords, you want to be able to find out exactly how much volume and how much competition is associated with each of those keywords. And so when you look at keywords, you're always going to choose relevant keywords. But there are two types of keywords. There are short tail keywords and there are long tail keywords. And we're going to talk about both of these here. So let's start with short tail keywords. So short tail keywords are generic keywords. Generally, they're less than 3 words in a keyword phrase. For example, Italian restaurants. So short tail keywords generally have very high search volume. That means that if somebody types in Italian restaurants, then there's going to be a large amount of volume with that, meaning that generally a lot of people type in the keyword Italian restaurants. However, with high volume always comes high competition. So if you want to be found for Italian restaurants, know that if you are ranked number 1 or number 2 or even on page 1 of Google, you're going to get a lot of traffic. However, to get to page 1 of Google or even position 1 or 2, it's going to take you a while because there are probably a lot of websites who are in front of you who want to be ranked and found for the same keyword. So the whole idea with short tail keywords is it's a lot of visibility, it's a lot of traffic, a lot of volume, but also a lot of competition. And generally the underlying factor here is that if you are ranked for a very broad or short tail keyword like Italian restaurants, then chances are it's not going to be as relevant. So if you get the traffic to your website, then chances are the conversion's not necessarily going to happen because we don't necessarily know the mindset of somebody typing in a very short tail generic keyword like Italian restaurants. They could be doing research on Italian restaurants. They could be a chef who's trying to get recipes for Italian food. It could be a tourist looking for Italian restaurants in a different city. Or it could be a person just looking for Italian restaurants near their location or where they're living. And so there's a lot of different factors with short tail keywords. So you just don't know because it's so generic. And because it's so generic, if you do get the traffic for that generic keyword, then the chances of the conversion are going to be lower than, say, if it's a more specific relevant keyword. So let's take an example of a short tail keyword. Let's just stick with Italian restaurants. So I'm going to go to a tool called Moz. Well, Moz has a tool called the Keyword Explorer. And within Moz, so if you go to moz.com and then use their Keyword Explorer, you can get an idea of how much volume and competition are associated with a particular keyword. So in this example, we're using Italian restaurants. It's a very broad keyword. We could see that the monthly volume is between 70,000 and 118,000 per month. Okay, so that means for a particular keyword in the United States on a search engine, you're going to get about 70,000 to 118,000 people who type in that keyword. And so if we were to look at the difficulty of that keyword, you could see that it's fairly difficult because out of 1 to 100, it's got a score of 43. So it's fairly difficult. However, if you notice, the click-through rate's very high. So Moz estimates that we'll have a 40% organic click-through rate for that keyword if we're ranked for it. So if it's relevant to us and we want to get some visibility to our site, then yeah, we want to use that generic short tail keyword. However, if we're interested in conversions, then we really want to turn our attention to longer tail keywords. However, if you want the visibility, then you want to use short tail keywords. If you want the conversion, then you want to switch over to longer tail keywords. So longer tail keywords are more specific. They usually consist of more than 3 keywords. So Italian restaurants, very generic. If we add a few more keywords to that keyword phrase, it then becomes longer tail. So compared to short tail keywords, longer tail keywords are generally less competitive and the search volume is not as high. Case in point, so if we go back to Moz and then we look at the Keyword Explorer and we'd actually type in Italian restaurants and let's just say Orlando, Florida, Moz is going to generate some monthly volume for us, and they're going to allow us to understand how difficult that keyword is. And so here you could see very, very little search volume. In fact, so little volume, there's 11 to 50. Okay, so that means on average that this keyword generates 11 to 50 queries a month. So very low compared to our short tail keyword, Italian restaurants. The difficulty here didn't necessarily lessen, but it is less competitive. So if you're interested in conversions and you have an Italian restaurant in, say, Orlando, Florida, then this is the keyword you may want to use. So there's a trade-off between longer tail and shorter tail. But when visitors land from longer tail keywords, they're usually ready to make a purchase. They're usually more specific intent. There's more intent involved with a longer tail keyword. So best restaurants in Florida, branded shoes in Florida, something very specific is going to generate probably a higher conversion rate than something more generic. So that's the trade-off. And so when to use long tail keywords? Well, we want to use long tail keywords if we're targeting pages with a product or specific article. So if we're interested in that particular conversion, then longer tail keywords are likely more the way we want to go versus something more generic, which means if you're using a generic shorter tail keyword, you're more interested in the visibility and the traffic, not necessarily the conversion. How does a search engine work? So let's talk about that for a minute. So we know that millions of people use search engines. We know that we want to be found on search engines, but how do we actually get our content in the search engines? So that's the important part that we need to understand if we have our own website and we have our content. So these search engines want your content in their search engine index. So how do they get your content? Well, they send out bots or files, and we'll just call them spiders. So they send out these spiders to crawl your website. And the whole idea behind using the insect spider is because we're talking about the World Wide Web. And so if Google, for example, sends a bot to your website, they're going to crawl your website and spider your website. They're creating a web of pages. So all they're doing is following links. And every page and link that they hit, they're going to bring back to their server. So these spiders scan your websites, they just follow links, and they take all the pages and content that they're able to gather when they hit your website, and they're going to pull all that information back into their own index. So if you think about Google, they're crawling or spidering millions and billions of websites. All those millions and billions of websites are sitting on Google servers. So when somebody does do a search query, Google, because they have all these websites in their index, are able to quickly determine which website is the most relevant for that search engine query. So that's generally how search engines work. So let's talk about the types of SEO. So if we want our website to be found on these search engines, and Google or these search engines have crawled our website, then what we want to do is we want to basically look at it from a two-pronged perspective. It's a two-pronged strategy. So the first strategy we're going to talk about today is on-page SEO. So those are on-page SEO is defined as what we do on our website to be relevant for search engine query on a search engine. So again, on-page SEO is what we do to our own website. Off-page SEO is the second part of that SEO strategy. And off-page SEO determines what we do off our website to be relevant for search engine query. And so off-page SEO generally is synonymous with link building. And we'll talk about that a little bit more as we go forward. But really, when you want to do SEO, when you want to be found for a keyword on a search engine, you're going to have to apply both on-page SEO and off-page SEO. So let's talk about on-page SEO. And so this is the first part of our SEO effort. We want to focus on on-page SEO first. And so on-page SEO is the method of optimizing elements of web pages. Remember, these are all the items we want to do on our website to be relevant for certain search queries. So it's basically, the idea behind this is to make our web pages more relevant for specific search queries on search engines. And so there are a number of different elements on our website, on a particular web page, that we want to manipulate or optimize, if you will, to be relevant for a search engine query. And so let's start around the idea that there's a number of things you can do. So let's start with schema first. And so schema is nothing more than, it's a collaborative effort between Bing, Yahoo, Baidu, Google. And the idea is really, they want to understand more about the content of your website. And so the idea behind this is that you want to be able to provide snippets of information to these search engines so they understand a little bit more about what your web page is trying to portray or convey, so that they can find out exactly what's relevant to that search engine query. So it's nothing more than microdata or bits of information that you can add to your website or web page in order to provide a little bit more enhanced information to the search engines. So if you think about it, it's collaborating with the search engine. So the more basic information you share with the search engines, the better off they have to understand what your web page or website is all about. And so the more information they have, the better of an opportunity you have to be ranked for that search engine query. And so if you have a website with reviews, if you have a website with images, if you have, let's say, a website with products with prices, in other words, you have an e-commerce website and you're trying to sell products. Well, to me, you want to employ schema because, again, schema is snippets of information that are provided to the search engine so they can better understand. So you can certainly provide snippets of information in the terms of images or prices or particular products and how much is left in stock. So all this information, these bits of information, you can provide to the search engine so that they can better understand what it is you're trying to sell, how much it costs, how much is in inventory, what people think about the product, etc. So if you have a website that sells products, you probably want to employ schema. And so when you do employ schema, again, snippets of information provided to the search engines. The search engines are going to better understand, and then they're going to present that information in the search engine results. So if you have ratings and reviews, you can provide snippets of information to the search engines. The search engines, in turn, are going to present that information in the search engine results. So if you have positive reviews, then somebody typing in this example, shoes, they're going to be able to see that you have positive reviews for your website. So that's the whole idea behind schema, is to provide snippets of information. So again, it's not just related to reviews, also for images. So if you have images, you can provide snippets of information to the search engine so they can see, what the shoe actually looks like when they type in this example, Puma shoes. Or like I mentioned, inventory. Snippets of information about your inventory. The search engines are going to provide that information in search engine results. So if somebody's looking for women's training shoes or women's Puma shoes, and they see your product and they see, oh, this is in stock, great, let me go to this website and purchase these shoes. So that's the whole idea behind schema, is making sure you present information critical to your website so that the search engines better understand what your website's all about. It also helps with relevancy, because the more those search engines know about your website, the more relevant your website becomes, and the better chance you have to rank for a particular keyword. There's also some other information here involved with schema, and those are site links. So site links, additional pages on your website, okay, that show up in the search engine result. And so again, the more information a search engine has about you, the better chance you have to be found, the better chance you have to get a click. So site links are just additional links on your site that appear in search engine results. And that's all a benefactor of having schema. So here you can see in this example, we have additional web pages that show under a certain search engine result. And so by having more links in the search engine results, you have a better chance of getting the click. So if you want more information about schema, I would recommend going to schema.org. So when you go to schema.org, you can actually click on a link that allows you to see all the information you need to get started with schema.org. Okay, so it's got a lot of information available to you. It describes what it is you have to do in order to get your information and set for the search engines to better understand. Focus on for on-page SEO is title tag. And so title tag is what shows up in the search engine results. So if you've ever done a search engine query, meaning you've gone to Google, typed in a query using a keyword like Italian restaurants, you're going to see specific search engine results. And the title tag is what appears in those search engine results. So a title tag is important because it's the title of a web page that appears in those results. And so the title tag is something that's important because if we want to be found for a specific keyword, we want to make sure that keyword is in the title tag because that keyword is going to describe what the page is all about. And so if we want to be found for that keyword, let's just say Italian restaurants in Florida, for example, that's going to be part of our title tag. So when somebody types in that particular keyword query, Italian restaurants in Florida, then we have a good chance of showing up because the title tag, which is the title of the page, is going to have that particular query in it. And so you can edit the title tag. And when you edit the title tag, you want to be able to put that particular keyword in the title tag. So if we do a search on Google, for example, so if I go to google.com and I type in Italian restaurants in Florida, here I can see under the local search results, and here I could see Italian restaurants in Florida, Central Florida, Italian restaurants in Miami. So you could see that these are highlighted. So the title tag is not only stands out, but allows you to showcase exactly what your page is all about, and it helps with the relevancy of that keyword query. So when you're trying to optimize your website using the title tag for a specific keyword, you want to keep in mind a couple parameters because title tags show up in the search engine results, but certain search engines, particularly Google, has character limits around the number of characters you can use in the title tag. And so we want to keep that in mind. So ideally, we want to format our title tag appropriately. And so to me, the most optimal way to optimize a title tag using a particular keyword that you want to be found for is to use that keyword in the title tag and then separate that with your brand name. So if you actually have two keywords, then you can use the primary keyword first, then the secondary keyword, and then the brand name. So to me, this is the most optimal format, but keep in mind there are character limits. But if you look at this format, to me, it's the most easiest format to abide by because it makes your title tag more relevant. You don't have to worry about necessarily fitting in excess keywords in the title tag because, again, the title tag has character limits. So if we take a look at our example in Google search results, if you go over those limits, and the title tag is generally between 60 and 65 characters long. And so if you go over those limits, let's just say your title tag is more than 65 characters, Google, in this case, is going to cut off the characters. And so here you can see the ellipses after the title tag. Now, if you follow the format that we at Simplilearn recommend, you could see if our keyword is Italian restaurants in Florida, and then separated by the brand name, this gives you an optimal format for the title tag. It also makes it relevant for the keyword query. So you want to keep that title tag probably no more than 60 characters because if you flirt with putting more than 60 characters, then the search engines are going to cut off that title tag. And then that's not going to look good, and it's going to also become less relevant. So we want to keep the character counts in mind. So if you abide by that format of the keyword and then maybe the secondary keyword if you have one, separated by the brand name, then you should be good to go with making sure your title tag is relevant for that keyword query. So let's then turn our attention to the meta description. So the meta description is just a short description about the content on your web page. So if the title tag is the title of the web page, the meta description describes the page. Okay, so it's a description about what that page is. So the meta description appears under the title tag and then the URL. So if we go back to our Google search results, we look here. Italian restaurants in Florida, Maggiano's Little Italy is the brand or the restaurant. We could see the URL, which is underneath the title tag. And then here we could see the meta description. And so with the meta description, you have a little bit more room to work with in terms of character count. But the meta description, just like the title tag, is just as important because 1, it shows up in the search engine results. 2, it describes what the page is all about. And 3, it allows you to optimize the meta description so the meta description becomes more relevant for that search query that somebody types into that particular search engine. So the optimal length for a meta description, you can go up to 300 characters, but I would not even recommend even flirting with that limit because just like the title tag, search engines, in the case of Google, will actually cut off the meta description. So if we look here back at our search results, if you go over those limits, you'll see that the search engines will cut off the copy of the meta description and they'll just put ellipses. So we don't necessarily want to go over those limits. So my recommendation is to keep that meta description probably 165 characters to no more than 200. Because we're trying to describe not only what the page is all about, but we're also trying to optimize that meta description so it becomes relevant for the search engine query. And so you want to keep it short and concise. So if we look at our example here, Italian restaurants in Florida, Maggiano's does a good job. It said, book an event space, make a reservation at Maggiano's in Florida to enjoy delicious, view maps, menus, and more. So very concise meta description. It includes their keyword query that they want to be found for, Italian restaurants in Florida. And so to me, it's short and concise, describes what the page is all about, and allows them to fit it all in within the character limits. So here in this example, we want to be found for Amazon Puma shoes. So the brand here is Amazon. So Amazon wants to include, Puma shoes, not only in the title tag, but they want to try and fit that into the meta description. However, the whole idea behind the meta description, more than anything else, is describe what the page is all about. Okay, you want to be relevant for the search engine query, but you also want to sound natural as well. You want to be able to really, the whole idea between the title tag and a meta description is to get people to click on your link. Because remember, there are 9 other listings on the Google search engine results page for page 1. So we want our meta description and our title tag to stand out. So we want it to be relevant, but we want it to stand out. So it's important you write that meta description according to what the page is all about, but you want it to stand out uniquely and accordingly. So once you've done the title tag and the meta description, you want to focus your attention on the header tag. And so header tags are used on a web page to really separate out content. And so you have headers and subheaders. And so ideally, you want to be able to optimize the header tag and the subheader. And so if we think about headers, there's a hierarchy for headers. So there's between a header 1 and a header 6. And so we'll just shorten the word header and we'll call it an H1. So H1 is really at the top of the hierarchy for headers. And so if we use a H1 on our web page, then what we're trying to explain to the search engines is, listen, this particular keyword phrase in our header is a header, and we're trying to emphasize what it is we're trying to say. And that's how really the search engines interpret headers. They see an H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. They know that if you're using an H1, you're trying to really emphasize something. So if you put that keyword in the header tag, what you're telling the search engines is, hey, I'm really emphasizing this particular keyword. And so the search engine will interpret that as important. And if you use your keyword in that header, then really what you're saying is, hey, this keyword is really relevant to that query. So naturally, the other benefit of a header is it really breaks up the page as well. So the header, you can use subheaders, and subheaders are nothing more than, say, a lower H tag. So if you have a header that's an H1, you can use an H2 or an H3 as a subheader, and so forth and so on, because what you're really trying to do is not only organize the content in your web page, but you're trying to emphasize that for Google. So if something's an H2 or an H6, you're basically telling Google or the other search engines, this is not as important as, say, an H1. So if we take a look at our example that we've been using for Italian restaurants in Florida, and if we click on Maggiano's, we could see that they're using headers. So if we click on Maggiano's, we could see that this is a header here. We want to bring everyone together at Maggiano's Italian restaurant in Florida. So they're using that header to break up the text. Here you can see they're using another header here. Excellent Italian food and an excellent experience to match. So that's a header to break up the content. Okay, they're not using subheaders. They're just using headers, but that's fine. They're really trying to emphasize the content by putting in that header. And so headers help not only organize the content, but they help emphasize the actual keyword it is you want Google to recognize. So if we're not sure if something is a header, we could simply just mouse over what we think is a header, and we can just right click. And if you right click on something, you're going to see a menu. And if we click inspect element, then basically what that browser, in this case Firefox, is going to do is show us the HTML of that particular thing, of that item that we right clicked. So here we could see, in this particular case, this is an H2 tag. So it's an H2. So if we scroll down and we mouse over this, we could see this is also an H2 as well. So this particular page is using H2 tags, not H1, but an H2. So what they're explaining or trying to convey to the search engines is, listen, this is an H2. It's still relevant. We're still trying to put emphasis on it, but not as much. So we want to be able to use our H1s and our H2s accordingly. So remember, an H1 is you're providing the search engines with information by telling them, hey, this is the most relevant. We're putting emphasis on this keyword. An H2, not as much as an H1, and an H3, not as much as an H2. So use your headers accordingly, not only just to break up the text, not only for styling, but for emphasis for the search engines. So headers are very important elements for on-page SEO. Okay, let's turn our attention to the URL structure. Okay, so URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. And so our URL is the specific location of a web page on the internet. So basically, if we're found in the search engine results, one of our web pages are going to go along with the title tag and the meta description in the search engine results page. So if I go back to our search engine results for Italian restaurants in Florida, we could see that the particular URL in question here is locations.maggianos.com/Florida. So that's the URL that shows up along with the title tag and the meta description. So if we click on that link, that's exactly where we're going to go. So URL structure is important for on-page SEO. So why is it important? Because not only does it show people where they're going, but we have an opportunity to optimize that URL for the search engines to make our URL more relevant for that search query. So just like the title tag, just like the meta description, just like the headers, we can also manipulate the URL. So if we look at a URL, it consists of really the protocol. And the protocol means it's either a secure site or a non-secure site. So in this example, we could see it's HTTPS, and that means it's a secure site. And so ideally, search engines like web pages or websites that are secure. So after the protocol, you're going to see the domain, and then after the domain, you're going to see subdirectories. Okay, so that's generally the breakout with URL structures. You have the protocol, the domain, and subdirectories, and then you may have more subdirectories. So if we go back to the example we've been working with, if I go back to Maggiano's, you could see here, this is a secure site, HTTPS, You could see the domain. In this case, it's actually a subdomain. So maggianos.com is the domain, but they decided to put locations.maggianos.com. And that's okay. We call that a subdomain. And then here you can see they have one particular subdirectory after the domain, and that's Florida. So a well-structured URL not only provides the users with information about where they're going when they click on your link in the search engine results, but more importantly, it also provides the search engines and some information about what the web page is all about. So going back to our simple example with Maggiano's, the search engines know that, hey, if somebody clicks on this link, they're going to a page about Florida. Pretty simple. The URL structure is pretty simple to understand. We know it's a secure site, we know it's maggianos.com, and we know the subpage is Florida, or the subdirectory is Florida. You want to be careful, like everything else in SEO, there are parameters. Just like the title tag has parameters up to 65 characters, the meta description tag has a limit of up to 165 characters. A well-structured URL also has character counts. But the idea here is we don't want to get into numbers when we talk about character counts for URL structure. Really, the rule of thumb or the best practice for URL is to keep it short and understandable. Okay? If we keep it clear and concise, not only does the end user know where they're going, but the search engines know what the page is all about. So the rule of thumb is always, if you don't understand the URL or what it means, then the search engines are likely not going to understand what the URL means. We want to keep the number of directories and subdirectories to a limit. So ideally here, you could see in this example, xyz.com. If we want to optimize that URL, we could put the targeted keyword in the URL if we'd like to. But we want to keep it probably to a minimum of 1 to 2 subdirectories. The shorter the amount of subdirectories, the better off we are, because that means that not only the end user will understand the URL, but the search engines will understand the URL as well. So we always want to make sure that URL is readable, again, for the end user and the search engine. And so in this example, you could see amazon.com/mens-shoes/sneakers/Puma. Very easy to understand. As an end user, I know that I'm going to a Puma page for men on amazon.com. Now, when you get into URLs with dynamic parameters in them, then ideally, you as an end user is not going to really know where you're going to go. So in the example here, the middle example, I can see that I'm going maybe to a shoes page, but I have no idea what the rest of that URL means. And in the other example, where you have a very low URL readability, I have no idea as an end user where I'm going to go. So as an end user, I need to be able to have confidence in knowing where I'm going to go once I click on a link in the search engine results. So if I don't have that confidence, if I don't understand what the URL is, then the search engines aren't going to understand as well. And it's not going to bode well in terms of relevancy. And again, the URL structure is an important factor for being relevant. And if we're not relevant, then the chances of us ranking higher is not going to be as good because our URL is not readable. So ideally what we want to do is make sure we're using keywords that the end user and the search engines understand. And if we need to separate out those keywords, in the first example we could see men's shoes, we want to separate that out with a hyphen. And so ideally, if you have a URL that's readable and it's short and concise, then again, your chances of ranking higher on the search engine results page bodes better than if you have a very long, antiquated, unreadable URL. So let's focus our attention on image alt text, or alt tags, if you will. So alt tags, or text tags, as they're also known as, allow the search engine to understand a little bit more about what's on the page in terms of images. So images are a prominent part of every web page on the internet. Unfortunately, images are usually files that are not readable by search engines. So we want to be able to provide some alternate text so that the search engines understand what those images are all about. So again, it gives us an opportunity to communicate with the search engines so that they better understand what the image is all about to make the page more relevant. So generally, if an image fails to load on a web page, as an example, well, if you have an alt tag, then the alt tag is going to show in place of the image not loading. More importantly, if we have an alt tag and the search engines have spidered our website and somebody's actually searching for images, then the alt tag is used as a descriptor for the image. So it also helps us get found for the images on search engine results pages. And so, like everything else we've talked about with on-page SEO, there are character limits to alt tags. Generally the rule of thumb is 125 characters for an alt tag. And the alt tag is used in the HTML, so we want to surround our image with an alt tag by putting in a descriptor. And so ideally, if you're trying to be found for a particular search engine query, then you want to use the search engine query as part of the alt tag. And so let me show you an example here, going back to Maggiano's. If we look at their web page and we actually inspect one of their images on this web page, if we look at, for example, Pinterest or Facebook, we can actually see in this example that the image here has an alt tag. It's Pinterest. And so you want to be able, again, to put in alt tags for all your images so it better communicates with the search engines what the image is all about. It also allows the search engines to rank images in the search engine results based on that alt text and what the keyword query was. So alt tags play an important role because, again, if the image doesn't load on the web page for some reason, then the alt tag is there as a replacement. It's also there to help the search engines rank those images and understand the page a little bit better. So you always want to be able to put in the keyword query that you're trying to be found for in the alt tag. And so be as descriptive as possible. You have 125 characters to use, so be as descriptive, make it easy to read, because again, this is what's going to show up in the search engine results pages for images. Okay, let's turn our attention to internal links. So when it comes to SEO, internal links also play a vital role because basically an internal link, which is a link from one page of your website to another page of your website, allows Google to, or other search engines really, to follow the pages as they index your entire website. So it serves that purpose of allowing search engines to index. So it definitely improves the indexing. But internal linking also has many benefits. And one of the other benefits is it helps spread what we call link juice. And so link juice is basically another way of saying, this page is important because it has links from other pages on our website. So if we have a link from one page to another and a couple of other pages on our site link to that same page, then search engines tend to take notice. And they tend to note that if one particular page has a number of different links pointing to it, then this page may be important. And so that's what we mean by link juice. It's a signal for the search engine to determine what pages on your website are important because of the links that point to it. And so if we look at this example here, we could see that there's usually a navigation on a website that point to pages. And every page on a website tends to have a link, but if more than one page has multiple links, then again, that signals to the search engines that, hey, this particular page seems to be important because it has a lot of links pointing to it. Our attention to sitemaps. So sitemaps basically allow us to list all the web pages on our website. So we could do that in a couple of different ways, but when we do it, it basically is going to help the search engines find our pages easier. Just as I mentioned a minute ago about internal linking, when you have one link pointing to another page on your website, it helps the search engines find these pages quicker. Well, sitemaps do the same thing, except sitemaps are an entire list of links on your website, and it allows the search engines to find all your pages on your website fairly easily. But it also helps the end user too. So if you have a big website, like Amazon has a huge website with a lot of different products. Well, if you're looking for a particular product, you can do a search for it, or you can look at the sitemap, and the sitemap will list all the particular pages on the site. And so it's also good for the end user as well. So when we talk about the end user and we talk about search engines, there are really two different types of sitemaps. You got the HTML version, which is for the end user. That's going to be nothing more than a link on the website, usually in the footer. And so when you click on that sitemap link, you'll get a list of all the links on the website. Okay, so that's an HTML sitemap. Then we have the sitemap for the search engines, the spiders that want to crawl our site. So that's the XML sitemap, and an XML is just a different format. It's just a way to format all the links on our website. So the HTML sitemap is HTML written in hypertext markup language, designed for the end user. If you click on it, it helps the end user navigate the website quickly because they can find what they're looking for. And so generally, that is an HTML. Now, if we turn our attention to the XML sitemap, that's basically designed for search engines. And the thing about the XML sitemap is we work with Google to go ahead and submit the sitemap to Google so Google can quickly understand what pages on our website. So for example, if I went to a website, let's just say valleyfig.com. So if I went here and if I'm a search engine, I'm going to want to know all the URLs that are on this website. Well, as an end user, I can also just type in sitemap.xml. Usually that's the XML file where all the URLs are located. And here I could see all of the URLs on valleyfig.com. And so the idea behind an XML sitemap is we want to communicate that XML file to the search engines. And so Google in particular has what they call a search console. And search console, if you go to google.com/webmasters, so search console is a way to communicate with Google. And one of the ways to communicate with Google is to submit a sitemap. So we want to submit our XML sitemap. So if our XML sitemap is located in the root directory, so after our domain, valleyfig.com/sitemap.xml, we know that that file is sitting in the root directory. I can go into Search Console and I can submit my sitemap. And when I submit my sitemap, then I'm basically communicating with Google, telling Google, hey, Google, instead of trying to find all our web pages on our website, when you crawl the website, we're going to go ahead and submit the sitemap to you. So we're going to tell you all the pages on our website. And so by doing that, by submitting our sitemap.xml file to Google, it speeds up the process because Google's able to now understand all the pages on our website that have been submitted. And then once we submit those pages, then Google's going to quickly index a majority of those pages, if not all of those pages. And so that's the benefit of having an XML sitemap for the search engines, is that we can quickly submit that file to the search engine so our pages get submitted and indexed quicker. So continuing on with on-page SEO, we now turn our attention to page speed. And so page speed, also known as page load time of a particular page of a particular website, is important for SEO. Why is it important? Because Google has millions of users use their search engine, and Google wants their users to have a good experience. And so if Google ranks websites based on relevancy, they also want to take into account page speed, because if a website does not load fast or a web page doesn't load fast, then it would be detrimental for Google to rank that page high. Because what's going to happen is that page is going to get a number of clicks, and then the user experience is not going to be that great. And so therefore, it's going to have a negative impact, not only in the end user, but Google as well. And so page load time then becomes important for on-page SEO. So really, when it comes to page load time, we really want to pay attention to how long it takes our web pages to load in terms of seconds. Because if a page loads slow, then chances are the user experience is not going to be good, even from an analytics perspective. Meaning, if I go to Google, type in a query, click on a link, and then that link takes me to a website where the web page loads very slow, chances are I'm not going to spend a lot of time waiting for that page to load. I'm going to leave that page. And if I leave the page, then it's going to cause what they call a bounce. So I'm going to bounce from the page. And that's just not good for the entire search ecosystem. And so we want to pay close attention to page load time, because the faster a site or page loads, Google's going to recognize that, and that's going to help with ranking. And so how do we understand how our pages load? Well, we can look no further than web analytics tool like Google Analytics, for example. So if we turn our attention to Google Analytics, if I go to, say, valleyfig.com's analytics account, I can look over the last 30 days and I can see, okay, on average, our average page load time for the entire site was 5 seconds, around 5 seconds. And ideally, we want our pages load as quick as possible. I would say the rule of thumb on page load time is probably no more than 3 to 4 seconds. Okay, but there are factors involved with page load time. So a couple of factors are the browser that people use. So some browsers load pages differently than other browsers. The other factor involved with browsers is the device. So you could be on a mobile device and say Internet Explorer versus on a desktop using Chrome. And you're going to have variation in terms of average page load time. So definitely browser device plays a role, but also country plays a role. The infrastructure, how much bandwidth is available. So you could be in, say, San Francisco, United States, and be on a high-speed network versus another city or another country where you're not necessarily on the same high-speed network. You're on a lower bandwidth or lower network, and that's going to affect the page load time as well. So in analytics, you can actually see the breakdown of time per country. And then, of course, the page itself. So when we talk about average page load time for a website, we're talking about the average for the entire site. But we can actually look at, in Google Analytics, the average load time for every page on the site. So ideally, if you have a particular page you want to rank organically in the search engines, and the average page load time is not suitable, or it's very high, then you want to address what the issues are. And so the great thing about Google Analytics is you actually have speed suggestions. So if I go to speed suggestions in Google Analytics, I'm going to be able to see the average load time for certain pages on the site. And then what Google's going to do is actually give me some feedback. So for example, I can see that the home page loads about 5.59 seconds. And so if I click on page speed suggestions, then Google is going to give me suggestions on how to speed up the page load time, not only on desktop, but on mobile as well. So when you click on page speed suggestions, you're actually going to go to a Google tool called Page Speed Insights. And then Page Speed Insights is going to allow you to see how quick your page loads. And then it's going to be able to give you feedback on what to do in order to speed up the page load time, not only for the page, but for the site. And the great thing, again, is you can see it for desktop and you can see it for mobile. So page speed is important. We want to be able to keep our page load time low, no more than probably, again, 3 to 4 seconds. Because if it's any more than that, Google's going to take notice, the other search engines are going to take notice, and they're not going to want to rank that particular page high on Google. So some ways to increase your page speed: you always want to optimize your images. You never want to have images that take a long time to load. You want to use a simple website design. Now, I know Flash, as an example, has long been disbanded, but you don't want to use other technology that's really going to slow the page load time. Of course, where your website is hosted does matter. So the server it's hosted on could be shared with other websites. And so that may eat into how quick the server responds to people trying to load your web page. And so you want to keep that in mind. So server response time does play a factor in loading. And then, of course, optimizing your code. You want to never have unnecessary code on your website. And when I say unnecessary code, some examples could be tracking code. If you're doing any search advertising, let's just say on Facebook or Bing, you try to want to minimize the amount of extra code you put on a site because that code has to execute and that eats into the page load time. So you want to be cognizant of how much code you put on your website because that will eat into the page load time. So let's talk about featured snippets. So featured snippets is the search result that generally shows up at the top of the search engine organic results. So it's informational content, and you'll see it above organic results, but you'll also see it below search advertising. And so some of the common featured snippets you may see are in the form of a paragraph, a table, or a list. And so paragraph snippets tend to be the most popular. And let me show you an example of a featured snippet. So if I go to, say, google.com and type in machine learning, here you can see some paid search ads. Okay, and why do I know they're paid search ads? Because I can see ad next to them. But if I look below the paid search ads, but above the organic search results, I see a paragraph featured snippet. And this is nothing more than, again, just an informational content about machine learning. And really, the whole idea behind featured snippets is really they're just informational. And really, it's informational, and what Google likes to do is pull content in there that really answers a question. So if your content doesn't necessarily answer a question, then you can't expect your content to show up as a featured snippet. So the whole idea is, with the search engines, is really Google searches through a number of different sites to find content that will best answer a user's question. Like, for example, what is machine learning? Okay, so if we ask the question, what is machine learning, we can expect to find a featured snippet. And so really what users do a lot when they type in a query, they use prefixes like how does, or how do, or how to, or what is. And so those types of questions are normally asked as part of the search query. So if you could answer those questions, then generally Google's going to recognize that. And if it's relevant, it's going to show up as a featured snippet. So the whole idea is to really create truly high quality content. So about featured snippets is, if you have true high quality content that answers a question, then chances are your content may show up as a featured snippet. So the whole idea is, work to create high quality content that provides a really good answer to a really basic question. It could be anything. What is machine learning? What is a fig? How to ride a bicycle? How do I surf? All these are related questions that content can answer. And Google wants to make sure, as part of a featured snippet, that they provide content that answers that question. And not just content, the best content that does the best job with the most relevant information to answer that person's search query. So here we could see our three examples. You have a table format. So if we want to type in aviation jobs, we could see snippets of information about the latest job listings for aviation. You could see in the middle screenshot, what is machine learning? So that's our paragraph featured snippet. And then if you type in something like building a fence, it's going to give you a list of, ways to go about building a fence. So these are all answers to questions. The query may not necessarily be in question form, but the snippet is there just in case you want to know more information about that particular query. So generally, that's how featured snippets work. And the great thing about featured snippets, it's open to everybody. The key is to have quality content. If you have quality content that provides answers to questions, then chances are your content can show up above organic search results, which will give you more visibility, drive a lot more traffic to your site, and quality traffic, because likely it's answering somebody's question. So let's do a recap of everything we talked about with on-page SEO. So before we move on to off-page, remember, on-page SEO is what we do to our website to enhance our website to be found in the search engines for relevant keywords. So it's all about relevancy. And remember, before you do anything to your website, you need to start with the basics of keyword research. You need to find keywords that are highly relevant, that have volume, and low competition. And so when you can focus on your keywords and you find out and finalize what keywords you want to be found for, then you're going to conduct on-page SEO. On-page SEO consists of a number of different factors, some of which we talked about today, starting with schema. Remember, we want to have structured data to better communicate with the search engines what our web pages are about. Then we talked about title tags. So title tags appear in search results. Remember, 65 characters. We want to make sure our keyword is in the title tag followed by our brand name. And then we talked about meta descriptions. Meta descriptions allow us to, talk specifically about what that page is all about. Meta descriptions fall under the title tag in the search results. We talked about headers. H1 through H6, H1 being the biggest in the hierarchy of headers, and having an H1 tag with your keyword provides the search engines with an identity of how strong or how important something is on a page. It also organizes the page with headers and subheaders, and it breaks up the content so it's easily understandable by the end user. We also talked about alt tags. So remember, images on its own are not recognized by search engines. So we want to surround those images with alt tags, with words that help the search engines identify what that image is. They also serve a purpose in the browser. If an image doesn't load, then we can actually see what the image is all about with the alt tag. We talked about featured snippets. There are lists, there are paragraphs. There are different types of snippets, and really the whole idea again behind snippets is answering a question with quality content. We talked about page speed, identifying how quick our pages load in Google Analytics. So if your pages don't load very quickly, then Google actually provides suggestions to speed up the page load time of a particular page. And some of the culprits that you want to look at are making sure you have images that are of good quality, but also not a lot in size. You want to make sure they're optimized. You want to look at your server response time. You want to make sure you optimize code. So there's a lot of different factors with page load time. You just want to keep an eye on what pages are not loading quick enough. And remember, we want to keep it as low as possible, but no more than 3 to 4 seconds. We talked about internal linking. Internal linking to a particular page from one page to another provides link juice. And link juice is nothing more than an indicator for the search engines to identify what pages tend to be more important than another based on the number of links pointing to that page. And then we also talked about sitemaps. So we talked about the two types of sitemaps, HTML and XML. HTML is for the end user. XML is primarily for the search engines. XML generally is going to be a file called sitemap.xml, and we could take that XML file and submit it to Google's Search Console. And so that expedites the process of indexing your site and helps your site not only get indexed faster, but will help Google understand how many pages are on your site and then get those pages indexed so that they can be found so that you can generate traffic. So all of these are factors with on-page SEO that you want to address before you move on to off-page SEO. Okay, let's turn our attention to off-page SEO. Now that we covered all the essentials for on-page, we still need to focus our attention on off-page. Remember earlier I mentioned that SEO is a two-pronged approach. We have to focus on-page SEO first, and then to complement our efforts and to continue our efforts and to continue the effort of being relevant for certain keywords, we need to do what we call off-page SEO. And those are actions we take that don't involve our website directly. Meaning we've already updated the title tag, the meta description, the alt tags, the headers, etc. We want to do things off our website that's going to allow Google and other search engines to recognize that, hey, we are relevant. These pages are relevant for certain keywords on our website. And so really when we talk about off-page SEO, it's really the technique of promoting your website using link building. And when we say technique of promoting our website using link building, that means establishing links on other websites. That's what we mean by link building. And so establishing links on other websites really enhances our SEO efforts because it improves, first and foremost, it improves the credibility of our website. So if we're on a very popular website that is known to be reputable, then having a link pointing from that website to ours just improves the credibility of our own website. Not necessarily in the minds of the search engine, but in the minds of the end user. The other benefit here is it increases our domain authority. And let's take a minute to talk about domain authority. So domain authority is simply just a score between 1 and 100. And so in digital marketing, even including SEO as a marketing channel, everything's measurable. And we want to be able to measure everything we do digitally. And so off-page SEO is measurable. One of the metrics involved with off-page SEO is domain authority. In other words, it's a score between 1 and 100 for our domain. So how does Google, how does Vedio, how do these other search engines see our domain? How authoritative is our domain? How reputable is our domain? And so having links on other websites pointing to our domain increases our reputability, increases our authority. And so I'm going to show you an example. So if you remember back on-page SEO, when we were talking about keyword research, we used a tool called Moz.com. And I would recommend using Moz.com to measure domain authority. So if we go to Moz.com, and Moz.com has a tool called Link Explorer. So if you put in your domain using their tool Link Explorer, you're going to be able to see your domain authority. And domain authority is a score between 1 and 100. And basically, it's simply just scoring your website in terms of authority. How does the search engine see your site out on the World Wide Web? The higher the score, the better. And so recommend using Moz.com Link Explorer to measure the domain authority. So the more links we have on external sites pointing to our own site, in theory, the higher the domain authority. So we're going to come back to Moz.com quite frequently as we talk about off-page SEO because we need a tool to help manage our efforts. So we're going to come back to Moz.com, but let's talk about some of these other benefits to off-page SEO. So we know it helps with the credibility, it increases our domain authority, but what are some of the other intangible efforts that are also measurable? Well, it increases our referral traffic. And by increasing our referral traffic, meaning if we're on a reputable site that gets a lot of traffic and there's a link pointing our site, then naturally we're probably going to see traffic coming from that site. And we can measure that in tools like Google Analytics. We can measure referral traffic. And so that's an inherent benefit to doing off-page SEO because we're trying to create the relevancy of our own website. We're trying to be found for relevant keywords, but yet at the same time, we can increase traffic to our website. And then certainly not lost in all this is improving our page rank. So the idea here is you need on-page and off-page SEO to work together to improve our rankings. And improving our rankings in the search engine results will inherently increase our rankings and drive traffic to the site from search engines. And that's ideally what we're trying to do. We're trying to accomplish traffic from search engines by improving our rankings. But at the same time, we improve our credibility and we improve our standing in the search engine world. And we also increase traffic to our site from all these other websites. And so there are a lot of benefits to off-page SEO. Let's talk a little bit more about some of these other benefits because according to a backlinko, a web page with more backlinks is going to rank higher than a page with fewer backlinks. But let me just say this. With backlinking, especially from sites, it's all about credibility. It's all about quality over quantity. So we want to pay attention to quality over quantity. So let's harken back to Moz.com. And here we could see we have a domain authority of 35, but we have a lot of links, inbound links from other websites pointing to our website. We have 575 domains out there on the internet pointing to our domain, valleyfig.com. And so if we want to take a specific look at these domains, we can just simply click on linking domains. And here we could see all the different domains pointing to our website. Now, again, it's about quality, not quantity. So if we look at the domain authority, and that's a score that measures the credibility of a website, we could see the domain authority on some of these domains, like npr.org has a domain authority of 93. And so to me, that helps boost the domain authority for our own website, our own domain. it also has the chance of driving that traffic. It also increases the credibility. But in the end, having quality links from other quality domains is going to increase our own rank on search engines. And that's the whole idea behind it. So we could actually see that we have quality websites and quality domains linking to our domain. Now, you can also use another tool. I mentioned this earlier with on-page SEO when I was talking about sitemaps. So if you go to Search Console, so that's a Google tool, we can also look at a link report and see what other websites are linking to us. So this is Google's way of communicating to us what websites are out there linking to us. And so here I can see the top linking sites to our website, valleyfig.com, is the Crumbie Kitchen, has 1,443 links pointing back to our site. cookscountry.com, Whole Foods Magazine, My Imperfect Kitchen, these are all sites with links pointing back to our site. So Search Console is a good tool. It's a good alternative tool, especially the links report. It's a good alternative tool to get an idea of the types of sites that are linking to your site. Now, what you're missing here in Search Console is the domain authority, but you can use the Link Explorer tool in Moz.com to measure the domain authority for any domain. It's just a matter of going to the tool itself, by going to Moz.com, by going to the Link Explorer report, and just typing in the domain, and from there you'll be able to see the domain authority. So it's all about quality over quantity. I can't stress that enough. So when it comes to off-page, really, it's synonymous with link building. So it's the most effective method for off-page SEO. And it's simply just getting links from other websites to your own. So it's not as easy as it sounds, especially when we're talking about quality over quantity. But building these links to our website will help our rankings. And that's the whole idea behind off-page SEO. We want to be able to link from other websites to ours so that we can help our rankings, in addition to some of the other benefits I just mentioned. So Google recognizes backlinks as one of their top ranking factors. So in addition to some of the on-page SEO tactics that I mentioned earlier, including title tag and meta description and URL structure and headers, all those are important. But at the same time, it's a balance. So Google wants to know, hey, yes, we understand you've optimized your title tag for a keyword, but how does the rest of the internet see your website? Is your website worthy enough to add a link from a particular quality website to your website? So if there are a number of quality links, then your site must be of quality as well. And so that's the whole idea behind link building being an important factor. Because again, it's about, from Google's perspective, it's about the user experience. They want to make sure that sites ranked on page 1 of Google are quality sites. Quality sites that load well, that have good content, that have fresh content. Not just sites that have a gazillion links pointing to them with, keywords stuffed into the title tag. So it's an ecosystem. Google's and other search engines want to protect that ecosystem with quality. So that's why link building is an important factor. And so there are different types of links. So when you have a link pointing from one website to your own, okay, the link could be a follow link or no follow link. And the whole idea behind follow or no follow is simply, hey, we know that Google and other search engines, they're spidering the entire web. The whole idea is for them to collect as many pages as these search engines can to bring them back to their servers so they can serve them up in their search engines. Well, as Google and these other search engines spider these sites, what they're doing is they're following links. That's as simple as it gets. They're following links from one link to another. So remember we talked about internal links earlier on-page SEO? Internal links are just links on your web pages pointing to other pages on your own website. Well, when it comes to external links, so links pointing from one website to your website, that website that's linking to your website has an opportunity to say, hey, Google, you can follow this link or don't follow the link. And so if they choose to not follow the link, meaning they put a no follow tag into the anchor text, then Google's going to follow the link but not recognize the link itself. And what I mean by that is, hey, if you have, let's just use Valley Fig has a link from Wikipedia. If Wikipedia has a link pointing to valleyfig.com, but the link itself is no follow, then what Google's going to do is not recognize the link itself. They're not going to recognize the link, so therefore you're not going to get credit or link juice, as we say. You're not going to get any juice from Wikipedia to Valleyfig. But if it is a follow link, then what Google's going to do is recognize the link and give you credit for the backlink. And by giving you credit for the backlink, that's going to inherently increase your domain authority. It's also going to likely increase your rankings. So you want to pay attention to the types of link building that's out there, no follow. And so anytime you try to establish a link on an external website, just make sure it's a follow. Make sure it's not a no follow, because if it's a no follow link, then you're not going to get the credit from the search engines. And so the whole idea behind link building in terms of SEO is to get some credit from a quality website to your website. And so if we look here, a follow link in this example is one where the href or the link itself doesn't have a no follow in it. But if a hyperlink does have a no follow in it, then that means you're not going to get the credit for the backlink. So remember, no follows, they don't allow search engine crawlers to follow the link. So if that's the case, it's not going to pass any link juice. When you don't pass quote unquote link juice, you're not going to get credit for the backlink. And so if you don't get credit for the backlink, then if we go back to our tools that we have available for measuring off-page SEO. So if I go back to, let's just say Moz, or even let's just say Search Console, I'll be able to see all these links here. These links that are showing up are follow links. Why? Because Google's recognizing the link. If they were no follow, then we wouldn't see the link in here. So that's something to keep in mind as well. And so just keep in mind, if it is a no follow, you'll see in the hypertext itself the no follow tag. And you can always check that the HTML of any particular link. And so when we talk about link building, we talk about off-page SEO, really we're talking about how to get links on quality websites. And how do we do that? Well, I've listed here a few ways to do that. So you could do guest blogging, or blogging in general is a good off-page SEO / link building strategy. And I'll talk about more of that in a minute. But we can list our websites in reputable and trustworthy directories. I mentioned Wikipedia as an example, even though Wikipedia may not be classified as a directory, but there are other directories out there. You could ask for testimonials. So if you're working with clients or other websites, you could ask for a testimonial, or they can provide a link pointing back from their site to your site. It's about relationships, really, is what it comes down to. It's relationship building. And that's what a link is, relationship building. Or you could do content on social media. So these are just examples of ways to generate links. But let's go back to the blogging part, because blogging to me is an essential part to off-page SEO. And why is that? Because anytime you are part of a blog, you're generating content. And not only are you generating content, you're generating fresh content that's likely to be interesting to the end user. And with that content, yes, you can optimize that content. But the beauty about blogging is really anybody can do it. But if we want to connect blogging with relationships, if we're a food blogger, then we can write on other food blogs as a guest writer. And we can have that blog post link back to our own blog, as an example. Or we can have other bloggers in the same industry write a guest blog for us on their own blog and point their link back to our site. Blogging creates a lot of opportunities for link building because, again, it's a fresh canvas with interesting content. And when you have interesting content, then the opportunity for backlinking is going to be there, because if you're writing about something that's interesting, then naturally you're going to want to link to something else related to that that's interesting. And so that's the opportunity that blogging creates. So again, it's vital to get links from authoritative web pages, then multiple links from low quality web pages. So going back to the Link Explorer report, we want to be able to pay attention to those domain authorities or those websites with low domain authority. And really, you should pay attention to really quality sites. Okay, you want to pay attention to quality sites. And so when we talk about links, there's inbound links, there's outbound links. We're interested in those inbound links. We're interested in getting links from high quality websites pointing to our own website. And again, that could be in the form of a blog. It could be social media. It could be a partner site. Okay, these are all inbound links. They just need to be followed. Make sure they're not a no follow. So it's simple, just getting an external link that's a follow to your own website. And so the one thing I want to mention here though on inbound links from external websites, and that's making sure that not necessarily every inbound link points to the home page. We want to be able to have links point to internal pages. So let's harken back to Search Console as an example. So Search Console, our links report, shows us links pointing from external websites to our own website. But what are those link pages? So if we look at some of those link pages here, we can see the top link pages. We could see on valleyfig.com/recipes is the top link page. Then the home page, then the About Us, then /international. So we want to make sure that if we're trying to generate backlinks from external websites to our own website, we want to make sure that they're pointing to interior pages, not necessarily the home page. And why do I say that? Because one of the benefits to link building and off-page SEO is ranking. So the whole idea about ranking is to get some of our other pages ranked, not necessarily the home page. The home page is just a doorway into your website. If we have interesting content out there on the web, and it's a food blogger as an example, and they're talking about a particular food item, well, they're going to want to link to a page that's related to what they're blogging about, that particular food item. They don't want to link to the home page. The home page is just a doorway. And so that's the whole idea behind link building. We want to link to multiple pages on the site. Why is that? Because if I take this particular page, valleyfig.com/recipes, and I just put that into Moz, and I look at the Link Explorer report for this particular page, the domain authority is still going to be the same, 35. That's what valleyfig.com is, 35. However, there's also another metric called page authority. So page authority is likewise with the domain authority, it's a score between 1 and 100. And so the more external links pointing to an internal page with high domain authority, that's likely going to increase the page authority of that page. So in other words, if we have good links from other websites pointing to that page, then it's going to increase the page authority for that page and ultimately the domain authority for that page. And so just like the domain authority, in this case Valleyfig, every page under that domain has a page authority score. So the higher the score, the likelihood that that page is going to rank in the search engine results. Okay, so that's the whole idea behind link building, is we want to improve the authority of the pages, not just the domain. But also more importantly, we also want to keep the end user in mind. So if it's from a blog or social media, the link pointing from that blog or social media platform should naturally point to something related to what you're talking about, not just the home page, because again, the home page more or less is the gateway into the website. So we want to get people to where they want to go. We want to naturally create a link from good content to some other good content. So that's the whole idea behind backlinking. So outbound links will direct a user from our own website to another website. So the idea here is it's okay to have outbound links on your own website. It's the natural ecosystem of the World Wide Web. Okay. What I would recommend here is not to have so many in a centrally located place. For example, don't have one page with nothing but external links on it. Sprinkle these external links, these outbound links throughout your website. But also, if it's not a reciprocal link, meaning if a guest blogger is not linking to your website, but you're just linking to theirs and they didn't ask you to, then maybe consider a no-follow tag. Maybe. Ideally, you want to make sure that these links are just natural in nature. So don't just have a habit of putting outbound links, because the whole idea behind outbound links is you want to keep people on your website. But if it's a natural link going from one content to another and you think the end user is going to benefit, then no problem. But just don't get in the habit of putting external links on your website, because that means that, hey, that user that's on your website may click on that link and leave your website and not come back. So keep that in mind as well, because you don't necessarily benefit from an SEO perspective by having outbound links on your own website. You want to do it as a courtesy if somebody else is linking to you. You want to do it for the end user if you feel they'll benefit from additional content on another website. But from an SEO perspective, it doesn't necessarily directly enhance your own website in terms of ranking. Turn our attention to duplicate content. So a lot of us have websites with a lot of content. Sometimes we go ahead and take our website and revise it, create a new one, or register a new domain and put content on that new domain. And so we may find ourselves in a situation at one point or the other where we have two websites with the same content. Or it could be the same website with a lot of content, but some of that may be duplicate as well. So we want to try and stay away from duplicate content, but for some of us, we may stumble across it accidentally. We may find ourselves having content that's duplicated. And so we want to try and prevent that, because that's a no-no in the world of SEO. So if we have duplicate content appearing in more than one URL, there are ways to rectify not having the search engines recognize the content twice. So some examples of duplicate content are, for example, a spammer takes an article and posts the same content on his website. Or like I mentioned before, you create another website or register another domain and have that particular content on the old website still. Or you're writing a blog post and you tag it or categorize it, and the content shows up under the tags, under the categories, and just shows up in general. So there are a lot of scenarios where you can find yourselves with duplicate content. And so we want to rectify that. We don't want duplicate content. We want the search engines to recognize the original source of the content. And so basically, if you have two versions of a web page, you may result in duplicate content issues. Another example of that would be, for example, if you have products, you may find that that same product may be under two different categories. So how do we rectify that? Well, there are a number of different ways. And so the simple way is what they call a 301 redirect to the original URL. So if you find yourself in a situation where you have a new website with the same content, you could simply set up a redirect, and we call it a 301 redirect because 301 refers to permanent. So it's signifying to the search engines that you're permanently moving from this page to this page. The other way is through a canonical attribute. And so the word canonical may not register with some of you, so let's just take a minute to talk about what a canonical is. Basically, a canonical tag. It's a page level meta tag. So remember that meta tag description we talked about in on-page SEO? Well, think about this as another type of meta tag. And it's placed in that HTML header of your web page. So basically all it does is by placing this meta tag, it tells the search engines which URL is the original version to be displayed in index. So it's the purpose of a canonical is to keep the duplicate content out of the search engine index. So we want to consolidate our page rank, our page authority, our domain authority, all to original content. That's the whole idea of having a canonical. And it's a quick solution. So all you need to do is add a canonical tag to the header. So let me show you an example. If you have a site, let's just use CNN as an example. CNN.com has a lot of content. And sometimes, given the breadth of content that they have, they may run into duplicate content. So they simply just put a canonical tag into their header. And so by doing that, they're able to tell the search engines, hey, this page, this domain is the original. If you find yourself with multiple sites, well, you can also use Google Search Console. So remember, we use Google Search Console in earlier examples when we talked about links to your site, or we talked about that sitemap on on-page SEO. Well, if we go into Search Console, we could basically say, look, Google, because Search Console is a Google tool. We want to confirm that this is our domain. So this is the domain you should be focusing on. So you can leverage Search Console to communicate with Google regarding which site is important, which is the one that should get indexed. You can use the canonical. You can put that on any page of your website, or you could set up a 301 redirect. So those are the ways to fix duplicate content issues. 301s are the easiest. Canonicals tend to be temporary because they're just the page level. And then Search Console is a good method because it communicates with Google directly. And it allows Google to crawl various web pages differently than if you didn't tell them. Okay, so if you didn't tell them, they're just going to grab anything they can. So by communicating via the Google Search Console tool, it allows you to tell Google, this is the domain I want to focus in on. So let's talk then now about how the Google algorithms work. So we'll shift gears here and we'll talk about how these algorithms work on Google. So Google uses advanced concepts to retrieve data. So what they do is they're spidering, they're collecting web pages, and they're taking all those web pages back to their server. And anytime somebody does a query, they're delivering those web pages within milliseconds. They're delivering results based on your query. So that's in general how it works. So it uses a combination of different algorithms to deliver the best results. They want the best results. And so some of the most popular algorithms below are Google Panda, Google Penguin, and Google RankBrain. So these are all things that Google has done to make sure that they're constantly tweaking their search engines to deliver the best results. So let's talk about some of these popular algorithms. And before we talk about these popular algorithms, let's just make one thing clear, that Google's always tweaking their algorithms on their search engine. And so if you want to get an idea how often they do it, well, they do it every day. They're constantly tweaking it, but what they do is they release major changes to their algorithm a few times a year. So if you want to get a sense of what those changes look like, well, you could go to moz.com and you can go to Google-algorithm-change, and you could see here that, hey, Google changes its search algorithm around 500 to 600 times. While most of these are minor, Google again rolls out major changes like Panda, like Penguin, that affects search results in significant ways. So you can go here and you can go all the way back to 2000 and see some of the algorithm changes that have occurred over the last few years. And you can see here the last major one was done in August of 2018. That was the Meta Core update. So they're constantly making changes to their search engine to deliver a more concise, more better ecosystem for the end user. So if it's a better search engine for the end users are going to come back. So the whole idea is continuing to tweak the system, the algorithms, to better show more accurate results. And so let's take a look at some of the major algorithm changes that they've done in the past. So the first is, we'll talk about Google Panda. And Panda was an algorithm that was released back in 2011. So here we are in 2019. It's a few years ago, but still significant in that really this algorithm emphasized high quality content. Because before Panda, there's just a lot of content out there on the internet. And there was a lot of spam content, there were a lot of duplicate content. And so really the idea behind Panda is for Google to really deliver in their search engine results pages high quality content. So what it did was it removed web pages that had low quality or duplicate content. So that was the whole idea behind, the algorithm nicknamed Panda. It removed low quality and duplicate content. And that kind of cleaned things up a bit, where if you did a search query now, you'd actually see better results. And one thing about Panda is because there's so much quality, because Google's indexing so much there on the internet, that it's constantly being updated. It's updated regularly. So the next one we're going to talk about is Google Penguin. So Penguin was released after Panda. And what that focused in on was low quality links. So remember, we talked about link building. We talked about quality links over quantity. So naturally, you're going to have links naturally from all websites, whether they be high quality or low quality. The whole idea behind this algorithm is to sever the links that are low quality. And so the idea behind that was they focused on two areas. So they focused in on link schemes and keyword stuffing. So that's what Penguin focused on. Was link schemes were basically almost link farming, where you produced mass amounts of backlinks. And not all of them were good quality. They weren't natural links. Links should be natural from one high quality site or blog to another high quality site or blog. And by creating link schemes, you created an ecosystem where links just went to irrelevant, low quality, spam related pages. And so Google's Penguin's algorithm update focused in on that effort to remove or combat pages that had poor links from being indexed in their search engine results. And then they also combated keyword stuffing. Keyword stuffing is nothing more than taking your targeted keyword and stuffing it into the content of your page, your title tag, your meta description. So any sites that were caught up doing that basically suffer the consequences, because what Penguin did was take care of sites that basically were accused of keyword stuffing or had characteristics of keyword stuffing, and they removed sites that had a lot of links pointing to it from poor quality sites, and vice versa. Sites that really had a lot of external links pointing to other poor quality sites. So that's what Penguin did. They took a look at those two areas. And so if we talk about link schemes again, Penguin's aim was to decrease the ranking of web pages that created artificially by using black hat techniques. And basically what I mean by black hat techniques, that artificially creating links that just didn't make sense, just for the sake of getting the backlink, just for the sake of passing link juice. And so that's what a link scheme is or was. And so Google basically tweaked their algorithm to combat those poor link schemes. And so keyword stuffing, as I mentioned a minute ago, it's just repetitive usage of the same keyword. And that just basically suffers. The content is the thing that suffers here. And when the content suffers, the end user suffers. So Google is all about quality content. And when you have quality content and that quality content's indexed and users find what they're looking for, chances are they're going to go back to the search engine to continue to find what they're looking for, with the end result being presented with quality content. So keyword stuffing really dilutes the quality of the content. And then let's talk about the third algorithm, which is RankBrain. So RankBrain is a processing algorithm that uses machine learning. And what that does, that machine learning interprets search queries that users search on Google. So for example, if RankBrain sees a word or phrase it isn't familiar with, basically the machine can make a guess as to what words or phrases might have a similar meaning and filter the result accordingly. So basically take these search engine queries and present them in a way that's logical so that the end result can be something that's relevant to what you're looking for. And so, for example, if you're searching for online marketing, you will get results related for digital marketing on search engine result pages. Why? Because RankBrain will interpret that particular keyword. And they're trying to basically match, based on all the data they collected, what words or phrases might have a similar meaning. So online marketing, digital marketing have similar meanings. Now that we've talked about some of the different algorithm changes that Google has made over the years and continues to make, let's segue into the types of SEO. And so when we talk about the types of SEO, we're really talking about doing what's right, what's expected, versus doing something that, is trying to cheat the system. And so you may hear the terminology black hat SEO, white hat SEO, or gray hat SEO. And so the whole idea behind these terminologies is that, hey, what are we supposed to be doing here in terms of following best practices in order to get our pages ranked on the search engines for the keyword queries we covet? And so let's talk about what not to do first. And that's always black hat techniques. So I just mentioned a minute ago with Panda and Penguin algorithm updates, Penguin took into account, link schemes, poor linking techniques, keyword stuffing. So those are considered black hat techniques. So black hat is a technique used to improve page rank by violating search engine rules and policies. So it's clearly, Google's made a clear line in the sand. They don't like link schemes. They don't like keyword stuffing. So if you take into account these practices, then you're practicing black hat techniques to cheat the system to try and rank faster. And so some other ways of black hat are, redirecting, phishing, having duplicate content. All these are things that are frowned upon by search engines. So the result of not only algorithm changes is you could get your website blacklisted from the search engines if you are caught in violation of their policies. It's pretty clear cut. So that's why the algorithms are in place. The algorithms try and create a system and an environment where good quality content is shown. So if you're keyword stuffing or creating lots of duplicate content, that's not in adherence with Google's policies for creating good quality content. And as a result, you could get blacklisted. So with black hat techniques, you run the risk of being penalized, and you don't want to be penalized by the search engines. So white hat, contrarily, used to improve search engine rankings by following those rules and policies. So in effect, it's everything we talked about today, from on-page SEO to off-page SEO. Doing the right thing with your content in terms of organizing the structure with headers, creating very clear and concise meta descriptions, submitting a sitemap. All of those are white hat techniques. Addressing page load time, using really relevant keywords naturally in your content, and creating high quality content that's fresh and interesting for the end user. That's a white hat technique that's going to get you ranked higher and farther and with better benefits. So gray hat is just simply a combination of black and white. It's a practice of improving by following the policies, but they're considered ethically dubious. And so what I mean by that is, listen, you don't want to purchase links. You want links to come across naturally. You don't want to do excessive internal linking. You don't want to have a lot of links pointing to one page. It's not natural. So you want to be able to do things that are natural. You don't want to just take content from another site and claim it as your own. So you want to do things that are natural, that's going to create a good experience for the user, because if it's for the end user, which it is, then generally it's going to be good for the search engines. And so let's talk about website architecture now. So basically, when I say website architecture, what I mean is we want to give the search engines an idea of how our website's built. So website architecture and the structure of a website is important. And so every website has a hierarchy. It starts with the home page. The home page is the top page. It's the domain. It's where most people go to find other pages of your website. And so generally, you're going to have a scenario where you're going to have a home page with, if you sell products, multiple categories. And in those categories, you're going to have multiple products. So generally, that's how a web architecture flows. It flows from top down. And the reason for having a good website architecture is internal links are spread equally. So you want to make sure, again, not to apply a black hat method or a gray hat method of pointing all links to one page. You want links naturally to spread throughout your website, because not just from an SEO benefit, but from an end user perspective. You want users to flow through your website naturally. So if you're planning on developing websites from an SEO perspective, take these things into consideration. So we want to take into account the site architecture and navigation. We want to take into account the URL. Remember, we talked about URL structure and on-page SEO. The rule of thumb is if you can read it, the search engines will read it. So we want to keep it clear and concise and relevant to the content of that page. When we talk about responsive design, we're talking about multiple devices. So you don't build a website just for desktop, especially when mobile is being used by a majority of the users around the world. So you want to build a website that's both desktop friendly and mobile friendly. We also want to take into account a robots text file. And a robots text file is simply just a text file that allows the search engines to index certain pages. It tells them what not to index. And so you can always find the robots text file normally if you go to a website. Let's just say we go to valleyfig.com and then we type in robot or robots.txt file. Here we could see if I type in robots.txt file, here this basically is a file, a text file that's in the root directory, and it simply just gives the search engines an idea of what they're allowed to index and what they're not allowed to index. So anything with a disallow means, hey, search engines, please don't index these pages. So that's what a robots text file does. And every site should have it because there are some pages on your website that you inherently don't want the search engines to index. And you want to optimize for the crawlers. So that means that making sure that your pages are available. And that means also submitting a sitemap. Remember, we submit our sitemap via the Google Search Console. So good site architecture not only makes content easy to find, but also helps to gain traffic because, hey, if your site is easy, it's well organized, it's built for multiple devices, the URLs are easy, then all that's going to be apparent to the search engines. And when it's apparent to the search engines, it's going to get indexed. And when it gets indexed, then you're going to get found and you're going to get the traffic. So it's just a natural progression. It's best practice. So some important features of good architecture are, again, that URL structure. Code your site, navigation in CSS or HTML. Make it easy for the search engines to follow. Build a comprehensive structure for an internal linking, meaning they should be natural internal links. If a page is relevant to another page, then create an internal link. If you have a very big website with a lot of content or a lot of products, then create a breadcrumb navigation. Okay, so we may be familiar with that on Amazon as an example. Amazon.com has a lot of products, and if you're navigating from one product to another in one directory or one category to another category, then Amazon creates what they call breadcrumbs to help you navigate back to where you were quickly. So these are all good best practices for good site architecture. Good site architecture equals search engine results. So responsive design helps to make your website mobile friendly. It will increase the amount of time the user spends on your website, which may improve site ranking. So let's talk a second about mobile friendliness. So if I go back to Google Search Console, there happens to be in Search Console a mobile usability report. And so if I click on that report, basically what it's going to show me is pages that do not follow Google's best practices. So some of Google's best practices are making sure that the text is easy to read, that clickable elements aren't necessarily close to one another, and the viewport is set to the appropriate device, meaning the screen is set to the appropriate device. Okay? And so basically, if we are found in violation, then the pages affected are going to get flagged by Google. And if the pages affected are flagged by Google, then those pages won't get indexed. And so we want to keep an eye on the mobile usability report in Google Search Console. So remember, it's better to have a good site architecture that bots can easily index. So bots will give preference to web pages with relevant content, and in the end, it will help your website rank better. And as a side note, always use a sitemap to make it easy for the bots to crawl your website. So we covered that in On Page. As a reminder, if I go back to Search Console, and if I click on sitemaps, I can go ahead and submit my sitemap. So if I created an XML version of my sitemap called sitemap.xml, and I submit that, basically what I'm doing is I'm saying, hey Google, here's my sitemap file, and in that sitemap file are all the pages on my website that want to get indexed. And when you submit your sitemap to Google, basically, they're going to discover those URLs and index those URLs in their search index. And that expedites the process of getting indexed. It expedites the process of getting found on search. And it expedites the process of getting clicks on your search results pages and having that traffic go to your website where they can enjoy the user experience and convert. And remember, the robots text file is there to allow Google and other search engines to know what pages to crawl. So good website architecture, like for example, Amazon, they use breadcrumbs. They have a hierarchy in terms of categories. Okay, so you can see how it's evenly dispersed on the left side. On the right side, a poor website architecture is very slanted in one direction, a lot of internal links, no breadcrumbs, the navigation isn't very clear. So we want to make sure things are simple and easy. So let's turn our attention to local SEO. So local SEO is for those businesses who focus on a specific market. It could be a whole state, like the state of Florida in the United States. It could be a specific city in a particular state, like Orlando, Florida, or Miami. It really depends on the business and who you are trying to attract and what geolocation you are trying to attract. So if you're trying to attract a segment of audience in a specific location, then local SEO should be in your sites for optimization. And so when we talk about local SEO, we're really talking about optimizing your website to get traffic from a specific location. So that's what local SEO is. And the idea behind local SEO is to put your particular service or product or whatever it is you're offering to that particular geo market, that particular locale, or that city or that state. So you want to put yourself in front of the right audience. That's the whole idea behind local SEO. And so if we focus in on Google, local results are based on 3 factors. And this is according to Google. So it's based on relevancy. So if somebody's looking for a plumber and you happen to be a plumber in that particular locale or city or zip code, then chances of you getting found are going to be great because of relevancy. And then distance. So where that person's located based on your address or where you're located has a role in how you display on local SEO. And then prominence. So prominence is also very important because how prominent are you as a business? Are you getting a lot of reviews? Do you have a lot of different locations? Do you have all your photos and all your information posted? So prominence does play a bit of factor along with distance, along with relevancy on Google local SEO. So these factors combine to help find the best match for your search. So somebody typing in that plumber or say that Italian restaurant or any particular product or service is going to find local results, and you want to be there to meet that person when they're looking for your product or service. So that's the whole idea behind local SEO. And so one of the factors with local SEO is having consistent NAP or NAP. And so what is NAP? It's really name, address, and phone number. So it sounds very simple, and it is simple. You just have to be consistent. So if you have a local SEO presence on, say, Bing search engine, you want to make sure that the name, address, and phone number are also the same name and address and phone number on Google. So it's just about consistency. So that's what we want to do. We want to make sure that we're consistent across the board because it's important for companies that want to rank well, have some consistency. And it's important too, when we talk about consistency, to actually have that information. You need obviously the name of your company. You obviously need a phone number, and you need to put your address in there. But really, of all 3, the phone number is just as important because when we talk about local SEO, we mentioned mobile earlier. We know that a lot of people initiate their search on mobile. And so if they're looking for a local restaurant or local cafe or that plumber, and you appear in local SEO, then your phone number is going to appear with the results. And that gives an opportunity for somebody to go ahead and just click on that number to call. It just makes it that much easier for somebody to get in touch with you. So consistency and having all your information are important factors for local SEO. So having an inconsistent NAP, if you will, is not going to bode well for you on the local SEO results. Okay, it's important because it offers up legitimacy, it offers up better rankings, and at the end of the day, it's going to help you get those calls, it's going to help you get traffic to your website. So for example, if a particular company that sells Puma running shoes has a yellowpages.com listing, we want to be consistent. If it's on yellowpages.com and this is their address on their website, then you need to be consistent with that. If it's inconsistent, and we're talking talking about very minor details, but these minor details are important. Simply just putting RD as road and then spelling out road is going to cause some inconsistency. So consistency is very important. Why? Because local SEO is also tied to mapping, Google Maps. And so Google wants to see consistency so that they can offer up the address in the mapping services. So that's one good reason why it needs to be consistent. Another reason is, again, somebody may want to drive to your location or call your location or see if that location is close to them. So that's why consistency is such a key component to local SEO. So in order to get started on Google for local SEO, what you want to do is you want to just do a search for Google My Business. So Google My Business is the platform in which you're going to set up your local business. And once you set up your Google My Business account, whatever that account is, you want to make sure you have all the credible information in there. I can't stress that enough. You need to have that phone number, you need to have that address, it needs to be consistent. But with Google My Business, there's a lot of things you can do here. So you can manage reviews. So if you do have a location, you can go ahead and manage those reviews that somebody puts in for your business. And so if it's a negative review, you definitely want to respond to that negative review. If it's a positive review, you definitely want to respond to that positive review. So you can manage reviews. You can upload photos. So photos is a big component. As we talked about with alt tags and images, having these images help appear in the local SEO results. You can manage a lot of other things. Your information, you can manage posts, you can offer up promotions. There's a lot of things you could do. You could set your business hours. So the more information you put in to Google My Business, the more information is going to be conveyed to the end user looking for your products and services. And Google My Business even goes as far as offering up the opportunity to have a website. So if you're a business that doesn't even have your own website, you can create a website right in Google My Business. And so the end result is this. If somebody's looking for, let's just say, lice removal in Orlando, let's just say your child comes home from school with some lice, you need services that offer up lice removal. Well, you're going to be able to see businesses listed in the Orlando region that offer up the service you're looking for. And if you're on a mobile phone, you can go ahead and quickly, call that person. You can go to the website, you look at reviews. So local SEO is very important to local businesses. Very important. And so you want to make sure you have consistent presence, not just on Google, but on Bing and some of these other local platforms like yellowpages.com, for example. So being prominent across multiple platforms is going to put yourself in front of the right audience who's looking for your products and services. Let's talk about how to measure your SEO performance. So all that hard work you've done with on-page SEO, coupled with all the work you've done with off-page SEO, are eventually going to net results and positive results. And we want to be able to measure that as you're actually doing the work, as you're putting forth the effort on-page and off-page. And so we want to be able to measure that. And so you want to be able to understand what to measure and where to measure it. And so when we talk about SEO, we really want to hone in on three high-level core metrics, and that's ranking, traffic, and conversion. So when we talk about ranking, traffic, and conversion, we can break that down into this list here. What kind of traffic are we getting from organic search? What kind of traffic are we getting from mobile devices? Remember, mobile is very important because, as we talked about with on-page SEO, as we talked about with local SEO, a lot of searches start with mobile devices. We want to look at keyword ranking. Remember, keyword research is the first step in the SEO process, even before we do any work with on-page and off-page. We want to look at the local visibility if we have local SEO results. We want to look at engagement metrics. So all that traffic we're driving from organic search, we want to be able to measure how they're performing and behaving on our website. We also want to measure some form of progress on off-page SEO, and that's in the form of backlinks. So all of these are different metrics we can measure using different tools. So let's talk about how to go about looking at these metrics and where to go look at them and measure them. And so really monitoring all this behavior will help us understand how we're performing, how SEO is performing. And so really what we want to do is start with organic traffic. And so we can look at that on a month-to-month basis. We can look at it from a geographic perspective. We can look at it in terms of how many new visitors we're driving versus returning. And then again, more importantly, conversion rate. And so to me, the best place to start to look at that traffic from organic search is Google Analytics. And Google Analytics is a free tool. It's simply there to measure website performance. So if you go into Google Analytics, we can actually go in and we can look at all sorts of data based on website behavior. And so if I'm in Google Analytics and I go under acquisition and then I go under all traffic channels over a given period of time, let's just say the last 7 days, for a particular website, I can see what traffic is coming from organic search. And then I could see the amount of new users that are coming from organic search. I can also see engagement metrics, bounce rate, for example. So I want to be able to see if somebody's typing in a query, clicking on our link in the organic search results, and then coming to our website. Are they actually engaging with our website, or are they leaving the website after only visiting the page they landed on? So these are all important metrics to measure, and I can measure all that right here in Google Analytics. If I wanted to, I can even take it a step further and break that down by country. So if I type in country as a secondary dimension, now I could see what country is driving traffic from organic search. So a lot of your organic traffic information is going to be centrally located in Google Analytics. So we also talked about mobile traffic. A majority of searches take place on mobile phones versus desktop. So Google basically is reporting that nearly 60% of searches now appear from mobile devices. And so if we go back to Google Analytics, we can also look at a mobile report. So if I go in Google Analytics under audience, under mobile overview, I can see a breakdown of the amount of traffic coming from desktop versus tablet versus mobile. And so you'll find as time goes on that your mobile device is likely going to drive a majority of the traffic from organic search. And so you can compare device information with channel. So if I just type in channel in Google Analytics as a secondary dimension and look at the default channel groupings versus device category, I could see that mobile from organic search has driven traffic over the last 7 days. This is something you want to keep an eye on because a lot of people tend to begin their searches on mobile devices. So mobile ranking is different than desktop ranking because with mobile ranking, it's based on a responsive website. And with that responsive website, basically responsive being that the website's going to adapt to the mobile device. So it's going to respond to the device that somebody's on. And so therefore the metrics or the engagement metrics are going to be different. But if I look back to Google Analytics, I can see, again, bounce rate. I can see pages per session, average session duration. So if I look at line 3, I could see all the different engagement metrics compared to those metrics from other devices and other channels. Okay, so you want to be able to do a comparison because if behavior is not up to par, engagement is not up to par on mobile, then you want to do something about that. So you want to hone in on mobile traffic specifically from organic search because the behavior is going to be different. People start their searches on mobile. The site's going to be different. And so therefore it's a different experience altogether. So make sure you track the behavior and more importantly, make sure you track that page speed. So earlier we talked about on-page SEO when we honed in on page speed. So just as a reminder, if I'm back in analytics and I go back under behavior, then if I go to site speed, then if I go to overview, I'll be able to see the average page load time on my website. I can also look at specific page timings, and I should be able to see that by device. So if I type in device category, I'll be able to see how each page loads per device. And so this allows me to understand which pages are loading fast, which pages are not loading as fast, and address those pages accordingly to improve engagement metrics. So we want to keep an eye on page speed as well as overall user behavior from mobile devices. You can also use other tools that are out there, like agency analytics. There are plenty of tools out there. I tend to use Google Analytics because primarily it's free, and Google Analytics is a Google product, so it works with other Google platforms like Google Search Console. We want to keep an eye on ranking. So remember, when we do our keyword research, we're choosing keywords that have high relevancy, high volume, and low competition. So we want to be able to track keywords that we choose that have high relevancy, high volume, and low competition. And so the tool we use, or at least I recommend using, is Moz. So I mentioned Moz earlier with on-page and off-page SEO. So if we go into Moz and we know what keywords we're trying to rank for, we can go ahead and add them to Moz. And what Moz does is they actually track where these keywords rank. And so if I go into Moz and I click on rankings, I'll be able to see on a weekly basis or a monthly basis how our keywords are ranking and for what pages they're ranking. So for whatever keyword I choose to optimize for, I want to make sure I put those keywords in Moz. Because when I put them in Moz, Moz is going to, on a weekly basis, tell me where these keywords rank and for what URL they're ranked for. So that way I can keep an eye on ranking over time, because in theory, the higher you rank, the more traffic you're going to get. And so we want to be able to see the trend in which keywords rank. Okay, so if I click on a particular keyword in Moz, it's going to give me over a period of time where that keyword's ranked. Be able to see improvement in ranking for a particular keyword. The whole idea behind SEO is to choose keywords that are relevant, optimize for those keywords so that you can be ranked for those keywords in order to get the traffic and conversions. So Moz is a good platform that helps us monitor rankings for particular keywords. Now, if you don't want to use Moz, as an alternative, you can turn your attention to Google Search Console. And so remember, we talked about Google Search Console earlier when we talked about sitemaps. We also talked about mobile usability with Search Console. We also talked about links to your site with Google Search Console. So Google Search Console is a good tool to help you understand how you're performing with organic search. And so there's one tool in particular, which is performance, that helps us understand what keyword queries people are actually typing into Google search. And so here I can see the actual query. And so with this particular website, valleyfig.com, I can see that dried fig recipes over the course of the last 3 months had 5,414 impressions. That means that one of my pages, either one or multiple pages, appeared in Google search engine results 5,414 times. And over the course of those 5,414 impressions, I received 1,100 clicks. So Google Search Console is going to be able to tell me not only, how many impressions I received for a particular keyword, but they also are going to tell me how many clicks. And if I wanted to add more metrics to that, I can add them, like the average ranking position for a keyword, the click-through rate. So I can add multiple metrics to this report to give me an understanding of, hey, are any of my target keywords being used or queried? And if they are, where am I ranking? And am I showing up? And am I getting clicks? So Search Console serves as a good alternative, if not primary tool or platform for you to measure how your organic search results are showing. So for local visibility, this metric is important for maintaining local SEO. So remember, on the local SEO, we talked about Google My Business. So if I go back to Google My Business, I can go into my account. And so Google My Business is going to be able to show me some metrics. So if I go into Google My Business and I click on Insights, I'm going to be able to see a number of different metrics. Over the course of a month, I can see exactly, what queries were used by how many users and when I appeared. So I'll be able to see how many views I received, not only on search results, but on maps. Then I can also see what actions people took when they saw my results in maps or in search. Did they visit my website? Did they request directions? Did they call? So I can actually see engagement metrics right in Google My Business. I could see a breakout by zip code. I could see phone calls by day of the week. I could see how many people even viewed my photos. So there's a lot of insights into local SEO on Google My Business. So that gives you an idea of how you're performing organically on local search. And remember, you want to be able to use Google My Business to hone in on your specific audience. So all these metrics help you align with whether you're getting in front of the right audience and whether that audience is actually behaving the way you want them to. Meaning, are they actually contacting you? Are they going to your website? Are they calling you? So local visibility and understanding the metrics involved with local SEO is very important. So Google My Business is where you want to turn your attention. So overall engagement metrics are important. They play an important role in determining rankings. For example, we talked about bounce rate. So bounce rate is the rate at which people go from organic search to your website and then leave after seeing one page and not going any further. So if they land on a page and then leave the website after landing on that page, it's considered a bounce. And so bounce or bounce rate is a good indication of how people are receiving our website or the content that they're reading on our website. There are other metrics involved, like average session duration or pages per visit. All of these are engagement metrics. And let's not forget about page speed. So page speed is also a good engagement metric. All of these metrics affect or determine rankings. So we want to be able to make sure that if we're in Google Analytics and we're looking at engagement metrics, that our metrics are good. Because if somebody comes to our website from organic search and there's a high bounce rate, then what does that tell us? That there's a disconnect between what that person's querying and then the content that they're reading. And so we want to be able to address those engagement metrics so that we can continue to not only drive quality traffic, but keep the traffic engaged and then in turn drive up conversions. Last metric we want to look at is backlinks. So content having more backlinks from good domains will effectively improve your SEO performance. We talk about backlinks with off-page SEO, and remember, quality over quantity. And so we can measure backlinks going back into Moz. We can use Moz's Link Explorer tool. So remember, if I type in a domain, Valley Fig, I can get some metrics related to off-page SEO, including my domain authority. But more importantly, I can see what links are pointing to my site, in this case, valleyfig.com. So I can see there are 575 link domains. I can see there's 7,900 inbound links. And so just by clicking on that, I can get an idea of the types of websites that are linking to my site and their domain authority and their spam score. Google Search Console. So if you go back into Search Console, you can also just click on links, and we should be able to get an idea of, what websites are linking to our site. And more importantly, we want to be able to see not only what sites, but what pages they're linked to. Remember, we want our backlinks pointing to interior pages, not necessarily the home page. So here I can see the top link page for valleyfig.com is /recipes. So we want links pointing to our interior pages, not necessarily the home page. That's what's going to help your performance, your rankings for all your pages, not just your home page. So having quality backlinks pointing to interior pages help boost the domain authority and the page authority for that particular page. So again, using Moz's Link Explorer tool or using the links report in Search Console are good sources for you to identify backlinks. So When we look at these reports, we want to look at the domain authority of these sites that are linking ours, the number of outbound links to the site or specific pages on our site. We want to be able to look at the ratio of link distribution. We want to be able to look at how many follows and no follows. So most of this, if not all of these metrics, are in Moz. So if I go back to Moz, I can actually see, which ones pointing, which ones are followed, the total quality of the link that's pointing to our site. Again, spam. So Moz Link Explorer report tends to give us all the information we need in order to measure and get a sense of our backlinks that help us with off-page SEO. So there are other tools out there. There's Ahrefs, again, Search Console. There's other SEO platforms out there that'll help you measure backlinks. Okay, now that we covered everything with on-page SEO and off-page SEO and really everything SEO in general, let's take a little quiz. And if you could, go ahead and just put your answers in the comment section below. So just a little quiz here, and we'll start out with question 1. Which of the following type of sitemap is specifically designed for search spiders? So the answer is either A, HTML sitemap, or B, XML sitemap. So go ahead and put your answers in the comment section below. I'll give you just another second to think about that. Okay, another question for you. From a search engine perspective, which of the following link types could cause a negative effect on your rankings? It's either A, purchase link, or B, no follow link. So again, if you know the answer, or just take an educated guess, go ahead and put the answers in the comment section below. Okay, next question. A website's robots text file serves what function? Is it A, tell the bots what pages should be crawled and not crawled? Or B, tells the bots what links should be follow and no follow? So if you know the answer, you feel good about your answer, go ahead and put it in the comment section below. Today we're going to talk about SEO tips and tricks. So let's get started. And throughout this series, we're going to have a few tips to share with you. And we'll start out with tip number 1, opt for smarter ways to do keyword research. And so if you listen to any of our SEO tutorials in the past, you know that keyword research is the first step, but the most crucial step in starting SEO. So when we do keyword research, we want to be able to basically find keywords that we feel are relevant to our business that we want to be found on search for. And so here are a few tips that can help you do that research in a more efficient manner. The first thing we want to do is identify a list of keywords that are relevant. So we only want to focus on relevant keywords for our business. That's a given. So what I would suggest is, as a best practice, maybe, put down some of those keywords in a spreadsheet. So think of them as a theme of keywords, because when you do research, you're going to want to include a theme of keywords related to one another so you can pick the best ones out of that theme. And so as an example, if we have a company that sells dried figs, in a spreadsheet, as an example, if I show you a spreadsheet, maybe we want to focus in on just dried fig, and maybe we want to focus in on dried fig recipes. So go ahead and put those in a column, some of these keywords that, you want to be found for. So that's really the first step. They need to be relevant, so put them in a spreadsheet so that you can build keywords around that list. Then we want to choose keywords. And when we choose keywords, we want to have some criteria around choosing them. And so we always want to choose keywords with a lot of volume. And what I mean by volume, I mean how many people on average type in that keyword or a related keyword per month. The second criteria is the keyword or product fit, meaning, is the keyword relevant? You always want to stay true to relevancy. The third is commercial intent. What is the intent of the keyword? Is it trying to get us a sale? Is it answering a question? So what is the intent of that keyword? And then last, it's difficulty. So we want to definitely take a look at how difficult a keyword is to rank for on organic search. So that's some of the criteria. You may have some additional criteria that you want to use, but this is the criteria basically for choosing keywords. So again, we want to prefer keywords with high volume. You want to be careful of seasonality. So remember seasonality. In this example, Christmas tree, you're only going to have a spike, during the the October, November, December months. So be careful of seasonality when choosing high volume keywords. And again, keywords that are relevant to your product, even though it doesn't have much search volume, relevancy always trumps volume or any other metric. Commercial intent. So we want to look at keywords that, for example, have buy in them. They may have low search volume, but if somebody's typing in that keyword, then we can insinuate that the consumer who typed in that keyword is ready to make the purchase. So we want to look at what the intent is of that keyword. And then again, the difficulty. Always opt for keywords that have low difficulty or competition. And so in order to get these metrics, we can use third-party tools. And I'm going to show you a couple of examples of third-party tools you can use that will give you some of this information. So the first tool I'm going to show you is Google Ads Keyword Planner. So if I'm having a Google Ads account, I could simply go to Tools and then choose the Keyword Planner. And from there, I want to find new keywords. So if I choose the keyword dried figs, because that's the keyword I put in my spreadsheet that I'm interested in optimizing for, and then maybe dried fig recipes. That was the other keyword theme. So if I enter those two keywords in, just to begin with, basically what Google is going to give me is the average search monthly volume. So here I can see dried figs. I have an average monthly search volume, 8,100. That means on average, over the last 12 months, that's how many people have typed in that keyword. Here I can see a little bit of a trend. I just hover my mouse over that graph. I could see, again, for seasonality impact, if there is any seasonality, what the volume is on average per month. Then I could see the competition is high. And because this is Google Ads, because it's paid search, they're going to give me a sense or an idea of what I should be bidding on that keyword. Now that's another topic for another day, but it's good information to have because if you're not ranking for a keyword, you could decide to bid on it for paid search. So don't discard the bidding information. Go ahead and put it in a spreadsheet for later use. But for now, we're focused in on keywords that are relevant, how much volume, how much competition, okay? So once I get this information here, I can simply go back to my spreadsheet and put that information in there. What's the volume for dried fig? What is the competition? Now for competition, notice that Google Ads gives us a high or low. Now if we're trying to measure ratio between volume and competition, we want to get an actual sense of what that competition is. So what I always do as a best practice is go into Google search. If I go to Google search and I type in dried figs, I'm going to see the actual volume is 34,500,000. So I could see that's the actual search volume for this particular keyword. However, if I add a syntax called all in title before that keyword with a colon, space, and then hit enter, then I could see the actual volume reduces to 31,000. And basically what this tells me is that 31,000 listings or results have the keyword dried figs in the title tag. So if a web page has dried fig, our targeted keyword in the title tag, then ideally we can insinuate that that page is trying to rank for that keyword. So therefore, in order for us to rank number one on Google, we have to jump over 31,000 results. So we want to be able to include this information into our keyword analysis. So if I go into our keyword analysis here and I go ahead and enter in that information. So what's my keyword? My keyword is dried figs. Okay. My volume was 8,100. My competition was 31,000. And so that gives me a ratio of 81 divided by 31,000. If I make that into a percentage, basically 26%. So that's my keyword effectiveness index, or KEI, or ratio between volume and competition. And so that's a way that you can gather information is by using Google Ads, enter the information into a spreadsheet, and then sort all your data by KEI. You could sort it by volume, you could sort it by competition. All these metrics matter. Alternatively, as another tool, you can use Moz. So Moz has a keyword explorer tool. Okay, so if I type in the keyword dried figs, focusing on the United States, I could see that Moz says, hey, look, there's anywhere between 4,300 and 6,500 in terms of volume. Out of 100, the difficulty is 41. And so I can expect a click-through rate of 41%. And so basically, the great thing about Moz's Keyword Explorer tool is I can also look at the SERP analysis, search engine results pages, what SERP stands for, and I can analyze the SERP for a particular keyword in Moz. So I want to be able to understand what my competition's doing. So here I could see if I really want to try and optimize for that keyword, I could see what the other pages are ranked for that keyword on page 1. I can also see what local results show up for that keyword. So here I can see that we have a number of different sites listed here. So if we want to be number 1, these are the sites that are basically above us that we need to climb over to be number 1 on Google. So I find that the Keyword Explorer tool in Moz is very helpful for understanding your competition, as well as getting an alternative check on volume and competition, or difficulty, if you will. And so remember, we want to identify a list of keywords that are relevant. I can't stress that enough. We want to choose keywords based on difficulty. We want to choose keywords based on volume, on commercial intent, and more important, relevancy. We can also identify trends from a site search query like Amazon and know what your competitors are ranking for. So we can also go back into Moz and we can see, just by typing in some of the keywords we're focusing on, we can see if our competitors are ranking for the same keywords just by using that Keyword Explorer tool. And then another thing we want to look at is LSI, or latent semantic indexing. So that's a fancy word, which basically means we want to find keywords related to the topic of the page you're trying to optimize. So if there are other keywords on that page, then you could sway in that direction. And so when it comes to choosing keywords, you want to choose always a primary and secondary keyword. And so if we go back to our spreadsheet, it doesn't necessarily always have to be just one keyword. It doesn't necessarily have to be dried figs. We could choose another keyword that has a good volume to competition ratio. So we want to choose keywords that are always relevant. And if we're analyzing nothing but relevant keywords, then we want to be able to choose keywords that have a good ratio between volume and competition. So you always want to choose at least 2 keywords per page. We can also stay up to date on industry news, as will help you learn new jargon. So it doesn't hurt to subscribe to sites like Search Engine Watch or Search Engine Land. They have lots of good tips. So here I'll show you what one of those sites look like. If I simply just go to searchenginewatch.com, I find this is a good resource to stay up on the latest news when it comes to search engines. Here we could see why SEO and front-end developers are the perfect search marketing team. Another article about optimizing your channel, YouTube channel in 5 easy steps. So there's a lot of information here on Search Engine Watch that pertain to SEO and keyword research. We could also look at other third-party sites like Wikipedia, Reddit, and Quora, for example. So if I go to Quora, I can do a search for dried figs, and I could see what's being written about that topic. So that should give me some ideas to build a keyword, a list around. So for example, the health benefits of dried figs. Okay, are dried figs safe for diabetes? Best ways to eat dried figs. So those are all good keyword themes that we could build a keyword list around. And I did that simply just by typing in dried figs on Quora. So that's a good tip for you to leverage when you're trying to build out a keyword list. Okay, let's talk about tip number 2, which is publish high quality content to get more traffic to your website. So it's all about content. So we've already done the keyword research. We still need to kind of merge the two. But when we talk about merging the two, it's not just building content around those keywords. It's much more than that when it comes to SEO. And so that's why we always talk about high quality content. So let's talk about some of the tips that can help you create high quality content. So first tip is we want to be able to publish longer and engaging content. Longer and engaging content tends to rank higher in Google. Why? Because you have more content to work with. And when you have more content to work with, you can optimize it, you can structure it, you can insert different assets like videos and images. And by keeping it long, you're going to likely keep it engaging. And so Google tends to lean in favor of content that is well organized, structured, and long because it is more likely to be engaging for the end user. We definitely want to include those target keywords. So you want to be able to, insert those keywords into those meta tag descriptions, into those title tags, into those alt tags. But you want to work them in naturally. You don't want to force anything. Content should be naturally written, because if it's naturally written, it's going to be engaging. So we want to use LSI keywords in the content. So LSI, or basically latent semantic indexing, basically just means different terms and concepts related to your target keywords. So feel free to use terms that are similar to what you're currently using. These keywords can definitely be used for SEO because they can create more visibility and potentially higher rankings, because it gives you an opportunity to use keywords that are natural and work for different variations. And let's look at examples. So if you're optimizing an e-commerce category page and your keyword is one mixed shoes for men, so we want to use keywords closely related to one mixed shoes for men. For example, running shoes for men, or sport running shoes for men, outdoor sports shoes, or air cushion shoes. Let's take a look at an example of Amazon. So if I go to Amazon, I could see the one mixed shoes for men page. And if I look at this page, I can see a lot of product, and each product has basically some content associated with it, i.e. the title of the particular product. And so you want to be able to use different descriptors for this particular product. For example, men's running shoes, or breathable lightweight gym sports shoes, or lightweight casual sneakers, or walking casual sneaker. All of these are LSI related keywords. They're similar to what we're trying to optimize for. So you don't necessarily always have to be brand heavy or stick with one keyword. You could definitely show variation, especially on the e-commerce side if you're dealing with different product. So we want to make the content readable with the help of visuals, subtitles, and bullet points. So if you're e-commerce, you want to make sure that page is laid out properly, easy to read. Here I could see the descriptor along with the title all kind of merged together. And so there's no breakout of, okay, this is the product name, this is the description. It's kind of one all in one, which I like. It just makes it more natural sounding. Okay, and you can see these are all broken out. Pretty well laid out page, and Amazon is more or less, consistent in terms of how their pages are laid out. So make it readable, add visuals, add subtitles, add bullet points. It helps break out a lot of the content, especially if you have a long amount of content or a large amount of content. So the use of subtitles, bullet points, and visuals will help break it out, structure it, and make it more engaging for the end user. And you definitely want to write an effective and organized content in order to reduce the bounce rate. So there is correlation between engagement and bounce rate. The more you structure, the more you add visuals, the more you add subtitles, the more engaged somebody's going to be, the less likely they are to bounce from the page. We also want to share customer reviews and ratings. So if you have a web page, you sell products, even if you don't sell products, it's always good to have testimonials or some type of customer review. So if we go back to our example on Amazon and we clicked on a product, one of the running shoe products, we look here, we can see the image, we could see kind of the description. Well, I may not be so interested in buying this product. I want to know a little bit more about it. Well, that's where the breaking point comes in. That's where the decision factor comes in, where if I read other reviews, then I can possibly have my mind made up to buy this product. So here I could see that not only there are reviews, but there's testimonials. So I could see that here you could see that there's a lot of stars, and you could see the kind of the review title. These running shoes are very comfortable and lightweight. So you have a lot of different feedback. And so reading customer reviews is always helpful, because even though you're making the decision, it kind of will help sway you in one direction or another. At least it does for me. So that's the beauty of a customer review and a rating. We want to be able to use those to our advantage. And then you want to be able to update your content on a regular basis. So, and that goes for testimonials and reviews. You want to make sure you're always getting reviews. Because if you're always getting reviews, then that's just adding to the particular product. And so if you're always updating your content on a regular basis as well, then Google's going to be able to see that. And Google likes fresh content. Okay, we also want to include the benefits of the product. So if you're selling a product, any product, you always want to include the benefits. You want to do as much as you can to make your product engaging to the end user, enticing so that they can buy it. So in addition to customer reviews or adding content about the product, you want to include benefits. So if we go back to Amazon here, we could see Amazon lists a lot of the benefits, or OneMix in this case lists a lot of the benefits. So here you could see all the descriptors about the particular product. It's got rubber sole, it's got a breathable textile lining, you get free high quality socks with every shoe. So these are some of the features, and if we continue to scroll down, we could see some of the details about the fabric type, specifics about the fabric, and there's a lot of information on this product page, even a sizing chart, so a lot of different features that will help the end user make the decision. So don't hold back, add as much information as you possibly can, as much information as you have available. It doesn't hurt, because in the end, what you're trying to do from a product perspective is sell the product, and you can't really sell it unless you have information that's going to convince the user that this product is what they want to buy. So include the warranty, size recommendation, return policy, and some offers. So it should all be listed on the page, easy for the end user to see. So can't stress it enough, provide as much product information as possible. We go back here. Here it has a sizing chart, what colors are available, again, some of the descriptors. If I scroll down, here I can see some more of the benefits, waffle rubber outsole, soft deodorant insole, again, fabric type. It's got all sorts of information. It's got images about the fabric itself, the shoe itself, how it's structured. So a lot of information about this, and it even does a comparison. And so there's a lot of information about this particular product. So don't hold back. Add as much as you can to convince the end user. So in the case of the OneMix on Amazon, they had a sizing chart. They had an FAQ. They had additional information. What other products that customers view from OneMix? And then testimonials. So these are some of the basic bits of information you want to add on your page. If you don't have customer reviews, it's okay. Add FAQ in its place. Again, the end result is to convince the customer to purchase the product. And then build a comprehensive internal linking structure of web pages. So every product page should link to similar products. So if I go back here I could see other products from OneMix. So you should always have a linking structure so that if the end user doesn't want to particularly buy that particular product, then you have links available so they can go to another page. And then add different varieties and related short videos of the product. So if we go back to our product page, they have different varieties that they're showcasing here. They have the size chart. They even have a size convertible chart. So if you're dealing with metrics, you can go over to US metrics, feet, vice versa. You can add a video, show a video of, if you're selling running shoes, show a video of somebody working out. It doesn't have to be a full-blown commercial per se, but it could be a short 30-second video of what the shoe looks like on somebody else's feet, so that they could see somebody walking with those shoes on. So video doesn't have to be a big production. You can do it right from your phone. So review your content before you publish. This goes without saying. You want to do that. Just you make sure you include everything possible. Because when the content does get published, remember, Google's going to index that content. When they index it, it's going to show up in the search results. So we want to make sure we have all the information readily available, not only for the end user, but for Google as well. We want to be able to analyze our meta tags and URL to improve click-through rates. So this is important because the meta tags, i.e. the title tag and the meta description, and the URL is what shows up in Google search results. So if we have title tags, that's the first important element. That's what shows up in the search results. So what we want to do is we want to optimize the title tag. And when we optimize it, we want to use modifiers. And when I say modifiers, I mean, feel free to use the word best or cash back or free shipping or discount. So for example, if you're selling running shoes, 25 best sneakers, or up to 70% off, or free shipping, or buy shoes on discount, very action oriented, but it includes these modifiers that are going to help somebody click on that link. So Some tips for optimizing the title tag. In addition to the modifiers, we want to watch the title length, and we want to include those target keywords in the title tag. So remember, you're likely going to have 2 keywords to work with. You want to have at least one of those keywords in your title tag. So with the modifier, up to 60 to 65 characters in length with that targeted keyword should get you a good title tag that's going to get somebody to click on it. So let's look at an example. So if I type in the keyword best recipes for dried figs, here I could scroll down. Here's my title tag. It stands out. My URL is right underneath that, and underneath the URL is the meta description. And so here I can see some modifiers: 188 best autumn dried fig recipes, or 25 fantastic fig recipes, or 10 best cooking dried fig recipes. So these are all modifiers that are going to help somebody get the click. Get them to click on your link and go to your website. So when you don't hit the 65 character limit, if you go over that, Google's going to cut off the title tag. So we want to avoid that at all possible. So the whole idea is, like 10 best cooking dried fig recipes by Yumly. That's a good enticing title tag. Okay, takes into account a modifier, includes the targeted keyword, and is under the 65 character count. Some additional tips for writing meta description. We always want to provide a unique description for each web page of the website. So no duplicate meta tag descriptions. Every page needs to be unique. Then we also want to be specific about what we're offering. So if you have, say, you're selling headphones and you have a particular set of headphones from a different specific brand, include that in the meta description. If you have that particular product from that brand on sale, include that in the meta description. So you want to be as specific as possible. The whole idea behind a meta description is to describe the page, but also to get the end user to click on your link. So here's an example of using modifiers and describing a page. If we look at Amazon again, we can see this example here. And if we look at it on Google search results, so if I type in Amazon Bluetooth headsets, $10 are on sale. Here we can see a lot of Amazon listings in Google search. Here you can see the use of modifiers in the title tag and also in the meta description. Here we could see that, this particular headset, Bluetooth headset, is on sale, 50% off. So if something's on sale, feel free to include it. Be descriptive about the page, let people know where they're going, and use those modifiers. Don't be afraid to use numbers in the meta description. Even if it's the price itself, even if it's not on sale, but it is the price, include it. It's not going to hurt. The more information you can include in a meta description, the better chance you have of somebody clicking on that link. Use numbers, symbols. Percentages off always help. Use catchy words like discount or cashback. You're competing with other listings on the page. So if you have something on sale, if it's on clearance, list that it's on clearance. Here I can see they even included the coupon code. So feel free to list as much specific information about that page as possible. The whole idea is you're competing with your own web pages, but in other cases with competitors. So the meta description along with the title tag and the URL helps separate out you from the rest of the listings on search engine results. And we don't want to keyword stuff. We want to keep it within 160 something characters or 65 characters, because Google will break off the meta description just like they do with the title tag. And so we want clean, natural, written meta descriptions that separate you from the competition. So that means including the keywords, but making sure those keywords are naturally included in the meta description. So if I go back again to valleyfig.com and I could see the meta description. Hey, welcome to the best resource online for dried fig recipes. Savory or sweet, snacks are healthy, dried fig recipes. We've got it all. Okay, start cooking with figs. And so it's natural sounding. It does include the keyword. It's not keyword stuffing. It's natural sounding. That's hopefully going to get that person to click on this particular website. Let's turn our attention to the URL. So we want to make sure that the URL is basically taking into account best practices. So if we take a look at this particular URL here, it doesn't necessarily look as attractive as we would like. So first of all, I don't understand some of it. So that makes it unpleasant, boring, and messy, to say the least. So you want URLs that, basically are clean and understandable. So in other words, we want to make them SEO friendly, because if they're SEO friendly, somebody understands the URL, then they're likely going to click on it. So the old rule of thumb is if you can read the URL, then the search engines can read the URL. So here are some tips for creating friendly URLs for SEO. Make it readable. You want to include the target keyword in the URL. So if it's dried figs, the URL should include dried figs. If it's dried fig recipes, make sure it's dried fig recipes. Now avoid using too many subdirectories in the URLs. So we want to keep it as close as possible to the root directory and match the URLs to titles most of the time. So let's go back to our example here. Here we can see this is valleyfig.com/recipes, not necessarily dried fig recipes, but recipes nonetheless. It's in the root directory. Okay, so at all costs, now this is in some cases unavoidable, given that you may be dealing with an e-commerce website that's calling, content from a database. So if that is the case, you're going to have some dynamic parameters in the URL, which is fine. Just make sure you avoid having too many of those dynamic parameters. It's understandable to have parameters, but the rule of thumb generally is no more than 2 different parameters in the URL. So prefer to create short URLs. That's really the way to go. The shorter, the better is the rule of thumb. And, if you're going to break up the URL, then use hyphens instead of underscores. It's just cleaner. It's a more understandable. Search engines tend to read it a little bit easier if it's hyphen. So here's what a friendly URL looks like for search. You got your domain, you got a subcategory broken up with a hyphen, and then the product. So that's just a clean URL for a particular e-commerce site that has categories and subcategories. So again, we got Amazon.com. Your category can be electronics, your subcategory could be earphones, and your product could be Bode earphones. It's that simple. Let's start with talking about rich snippets. This is tip number 4. So we want to add rich snippets to improve your website's visibility on SERPs. So tip number 4 is all about rich snippets. So let's start out by asking ourselves, what is a rich snippet? So rich snippet is simply just a term used to describe structured data markup that you as a website owner can add to your HTML. So hypertext markup language, or HTML, is what basically constructs a page. So if we can add more information to that, that will in turn allow search engines like Google to better understand the information that's on that web page. So the more Google understands about that web page, the more they can put into the search engine results page. So rich snippets is basically some structured data markup that we can add to our existing HTML. And so if we want to add rich snippets to search engines, then how would you prefer your products to be displayed? Well, if we have products, then we want to make sure that maybe we have reviews, or maybe we have other information in there, like links to our site. Okay, so there's a lot of different types of rich snippets that, we can add that Google can recognize and add to the search engine results. So if you have a product, then there's a lot of things we can add, like specifically product reviews. So we want to be able to add more information to the search engine results by working in some rich snippets. So basically the whole idea is to set up the rich snippet to drive targeted traffic. Okay, so because the more information in the SERP, the more likelihood you're going to get the click. And the more likelihood that click is specific traffic. So some of the benefits of structuring the data for rich snippets are, as I mentioned, increasing click-through rates, also increasing conversion rates. So when you get the traffic from organic search to your website, if somebody's looking for a specific product and you have a number of different good reviews showing up, let's just say 5 stars out of 5 stars, and you have 100 reviews showing 5 stars, then, somebody's probably going to take some trust in your brand, and your conversion rate probability is going to go higher. It also helps improve your search engine visibility because you're adding more information. So in other words, the more Google knows about your page, the likelihood it's going to rank that page. And it's more likely that that information that's contained in that rich snippet is going to get featured in either the knowledge graph, which is that graph on the right side, or in a featured snippet, which usually shows up at the top of search engine results. So in other words, the more information you give Google, the more they can use that information on their search results page. And there's no disagreeing that the more information that you have in your search engine result, the likelihood of getting more traffic increases. So for rich snippets, you could always start with images. So some of the common properties that you can add to your product page, if you have a product page, or just the page itself is an image. You can always start there. You can always add a description. You can always add in ratings. And you can always add in reviews. So these are some of the most common attributes you can add as a rich snippet. So if you add that, Google picks it up. It's going to include that information in the search results. Okay, some others are offers, prices, site links, links to your site, and product availability. So all that information can be conveyed to Google. Google understands what you're trying to pass along. It's going to include that in the search results. So did you know that according to Ahrefs, over 99.58% of featured pages that have structured data already rank in the top 10 list of the Google search results page? So in other words, if you have rich snippets in your page, your chances of ranking in the top 10 of a Google result is going to be very, very, very good. Okay, let's talk about tip number 5. Optimize your site structure for a great user experience. So let's go over some of the tips that you would do for planning a good website for SEO. And so tip number 1 is you want a URL structure that follows your site's navigation hierarchy. So obviously homepage, interior pages. So depending on what type of site you have, obviously the navigation needs to follow that site's navigation, that site hierarchy. And it all starts with the homepage. You want to optimize your homepage to drive traffic to your product pages. So the homepage is nothing more than a doorway into your website. And so the site's navigation should link to all those different products. So if you have an e-commerce site with subcategories or categories, subcategories, then you want to be able to make sure your navigation reflects that. You want to build a comprehensive structure for internal linking as well, because when you're from the home page, obviously you want to be able to easily navigate to other pages. However, when you're on other pages, you want to be able to have a link pointing back to relevant pages and not necessarily on the home page. So this serves two purposes. One, for the end user. Obviously, you want the end user to navigate through your website seamlessly, right? Second, for the search engines. They're following links. They want to be able to understand how your website flows and links together. So you don't want a scenario where it's a one-way street from the home page to interior pages. You want basically home page to interior, interior to other relevant interior pages. And that could be a lateral, or that can be a situation where it's a hierarchy. For example, homepage, category, subcategory, subcategory, etc. You want to be able to make sure your site is constructed in a manner in which the search engine can read it. So CSS or cascading style sheets or hypertext markup language, HTML, are your two most common languages. That's basically what browsers load. That's what search engines like to index. It just makes it easy for them to understand what your page is all about. Remember, we talked about rich snippets in the previous tip. Rich snippets are nothing more than supplemental HTML to describe what the page is all about, so that the search engines can understand that page and include reviews or include site links in the search engine results. So this is all based on HTML. So the more you provide the search engines in a more structured manner via HTML, the more the search engines are going to understand the page. Adding breadcrumbs to your product pages is also a good practice. If you have an e-commerce site and you have a category, then a subcategory, then a subcategory, then a product page, well, it's probably not a bad idea to make sure you have a breadcrumb so that way somebody can easily go right back from the product page to, say, the category page or to the subcategory page directly without having to hit the back button or having to go through the navigation. Some good examples, I think Amazon does a good example of using breadcrumbs given the amount of products they have on their site. So go check out Amazon if you want a good example for breadcrumbs. And then canonical tags. We want to make good use of canonical tags, and that's in order to avoid duplicate content. So a canonical tag is nothing more than a link element, basically, or an HTML element that basically prevents duplicate content issues. So in other words, if we have a canonical tag as a meta tag, basically we're telling the search engines, this is the preferred or canonical version of a web page. So use this web page. So it signals to the search engines which page they should basically index and pay attention to, and avoid all the other pages that have similar content. So that's the idea behind a canonical tag. So that's a good best practice. And then optimize your site for desktop and mobile. I can't stress the mobile part enough. Most users begin their journey on mobile. So if you're not sure about what the search engines like or don't like, you can always refer to Google Search Console for an example. So if you go to Google Search Console, they have a report called Mobile Usability. So if you click on Mobile Usability, you can see what pages they like, what pages they don't like from a mobile perspective. And if you have errors, they're going to tell you what those errors are. So if your website has text that's too small to read, they're going to tell you that these are the pages with this error. And so that allows you to go and address those errors, because from a Google perspective, if a page has a mobile usability error, then Google will not index that page. So leverage Google Search Console to get a sense of what type of errors your site has from a mobile perspective. You also want to prefer to keep your checkout page simple. So again, from an e-commerce perspective, you want to keep the checkout page as simple as possible for obvious reasons. You want the end user to have a good experience, and you obviously want the conversion. So when I say keep a checkout page simple, really now with today's technology, you can create a one-page checkout process. You want to optimize your sitemap. So when we talk about sitemaps, we want to make sure that it's a file, an XML file that basically includes all of our URLs. And we can then turn around and give that sitemap to the search engines. So if you have a sitemap in XML, make sure you go to Google Search Console. So if I go to Google Search Console and I click on sitemaps, I can just simply tell Google where my sitemap is located. And when they recognize that sitemap, they're going to be able to basically index the URLs from that sitemap. So we could see here how many URLs they discover and how many they index. So make sure you create the sitemap in an XML format, submit the sitemap via Google Search Console, and then you can go back and see how many pages they've indexed versus how many you've submitted. And you want to make sure that sitemap is dynamic, meaning anytime you publish a URL, that URL is added to the sitemap. Fixing broken links. So broken links is not something you want, but it's something every website has. It's unavoidable. People publish pages all the time. There's test pages. There's all sorts of reasons why a site has broken links. You want to be able to address those. And again, going back to Google Search Console, we can basically see, just by looking at some reports, what pages have broken links and which ones don't. So we could certainly look at Search Console to get information about basically what pages are broken, which ones aren't. And then we want to prefer predictive searches and integrate product typographic errors on your search bar. So basically have a search bar that's a best practice, but anticipate knowing what people are typing in. So that means maybe going into Google Analytics and looking at the search terms report. So we can go into analytics and look at search terms to get a sense of what people are searching for. But, when we talk about integrating product typographic errors, we're talking also about fonts. So we want to make sure we're using the latest fonts so that we don't run into any issues on our website, people not being able to read based on a specific font that you're using. And then as a best practice, what I found, and this is not necessarily for everyone, but using a live chat widget sometimes helps. In fact, I would even go beyond sometimes, most of the time, again, depending on your business, but I see most businesses now have live chat enabled. And so basically, having live chat enables somebody who has a question to immediately reach out to somebody versus picking up the phone versus sending an email. It's just instantaneous gratification in some ways. So inserting live chat on a website is more common practice than not nowadays, given it lends to a better user experience. Tip number 6, improve your page speed and reduce the bounce rate. So let's talk about page speed and how page speed correlates with higher bounce rate if it's a high page load. And so according to creadit, page speed is an important overlooked SEO tactic because for every second delay in page load can result in 11% fewer page views, 60% decrease in customer satisfaction, 7% decline in conversion rate. So, you can see here, regardless of how specific the numbers are, when you have a page that loads slow, you're going to have lower user engagement and a poor user experience. So you have to pay attention to page speed. And so since 2010, Google has been using page speed as a factor for page ranking in the search engine results. So here's some tips to focus on making sure your pages are optimal in terms of speed. So enable browser caching. Okay, you can reduce plugins if you're using WordPress as an example. Disable plugins you're not using. Using a simple website design, going back to tip number 5, stick with CSS and HTML. Don't do anything fancy in terms of technology because it's only going to complicate matters. Optimize your code, minify files, meaning, hey, if you're not using any code, just get rid of it because code has to execute and that slows down page load time. So if your website has numerous CSS and JavaScript files, basically minify and combine them. And that's what we're talking about there. You don't necessarily need a lot of, JavaScript on your page. You can leverage Google Tag Manager or, other features that help minimize the number of JavaScript files you have. And so you can also get some of these ideas by going into Google Analytics. So in Analytics, under behavior, under site speed, under page timings, you can basically see how quick each page loads. And then if you click on speed suggestions right below page timings, what happens is Google's going to actually give you some suggested ways to increase speed. So if we let this report load, we'll be able to see some speed suggestions per page. And so here you can see, for example, the home page has an average page load time of 4.89 seconds. You can see right next to that, we have page speed suggestions, 7 total. So if we click on that, basically what it's going to do, it's going to launch another Google product called Page Speed Insights. And what Page Speed Insights is going to do is it's going to analyze the page in question, whether that be the home page or an interior page. And what they're actually going to do is not only analyze the desktop version of your website, but also the mobile version. And so now we can see opportunities to improve our page speed by making sure the images are properly sized, making sure server response time is changed. Again, defer unused CSS, not using CSS or getting rid of CSS or minifying it. So there's lots of things you can do. And again, this is desktop and mobile. So on the mobile side, we could see some of the other issues too that are causing high page load. And so analytics, site speed reports, page speed insights are good ways to get an idea, really excellent ways to really address page load time issues. So again, these are just some of the common issues with page load time. There could be other factors. So leaning on those page speed insights reports will definitely help reduce page load time. So basically, according to Google, a website should have, time to first byte lesser than 200 milliseconds. Milliseconds is very, very fast. So in case your website is slower than 200 milliseconds, such as 500 milliseconds or more, you need to improve it. So you don't even have to measure it by milliseconds. You can even go by seconds, which is what most of us count time. And again, you could see that simply going into the speed suggestions report in Google Analytics. So ideally, in terms of seconds, you want something that's about, 4 seconds or less, 3 seconds or less, obviously as fast as possible. So case study, Walmart. Walmart reported the following results. So Walmart experienced a 2% increase in conversions for every 1 second of page speed improvement. So think about that. There's definitely correlation between page load time and speed. So in conversions and user engagement. So the quicker your page loads, the higher the engagement. So with that improvement, they also experienced an increment in revenue. So meaning the pages load, people had a better user experience, they were able to check out easier, and that led to more revenue. So they were able to measure revenue against milliseconds. And that's something you can certainly do in analytics. You can correlate revenue with bounce rate. You can correlate revenue with page speed. Tip number 7, build quality links and increase the domain authority of your website. So Google's top 3 search ranking factors includes link building. So you need to have quality links from quality sites pointing to your site. And so that's a factor in terms of ranking. So that falls under off-page SEO. You need to build references and links on quality sites. And so building quality links to your content can give your product or category pages or even content or blog posts a boost in the SERPs. So it's all about quality over quantity. So it's always building quality links, not quantity. So let's talk about what kind of strategies you should implement. So if you implement these strategies, then you're going to likely see a lift in the SERPs. So earn backlinks from relevant and authoritative web pages. So what's authoritative? Well, authoritative is subjective to some degree, but it's also measurement in others. So you could use Moz as a good tool to measure page authority or domain authority. So if I go into Moz, Moz has a page and domain authority score between 1 and 100. And so you can actually see what sites have good domain or page authority just by entering in the domain. So relevant, you obviously want to rank to something that's relevant. So if you're in the food industry, something food related. You want to promote your content regularly on social media. So social media, I always consider it a low-hanging fruit when it comes to backlinking. There's so many different social media platforms available. Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter. There's so many varieties from images to Pinterest and Instagram to video, being YouTube. So there's lots of ways to get your content out on social media that will allow you to not only promote your brand, build a community, but also establish a reference back to that page. You can opt for guest blogging. Okay, so you can reach out to another blogger and blog on that platform. And it can be reciprocal as well. A blogger can certainly, blog on your platform and have a link back, and it works both ways. Influencer marketing. So influencer marketing is working with somebody who has a large amount of followers who can influence those followers to, mention you in a hashtag, link to your particular product or brand, or even drive traffic to your site. So you want to take advantage of social media platforms and start your own page as well. So Facebook's a good example. It could be having a YouTube channel. If you're into video, you can certainly set up a YouTube channel, build a following around YouTube as well. So always start your own page if that's the platform of choice. The last thing you should do is set up a page on social media and not keep it updated. You could certainly participate in forums. You can participate in other websites like Quora or Reddit. That's very, content-based, content-driven, user-driven. I always recommend starting your own blog. Blog is a good way to not only generate content, but it's a good way to incorporate different types of content. So you could set up different types of content and categories. It's a good way to incorporate different assets like images and video. That's a good way to get users engaged by having comments or having social share buttons. It's a good way to leverage that content onto other social media platforms. So there's lots of benefits to blogging, very few cons. The only con would be a time constraint. But it's better to have one blog post in 1 month consistently than not blogging at all. So getting listed on high quality link directories like Yahoo directory is still a way to add a link from a high quality site. And then make use of broken link building. So again, on the last tip, we mentioned Search Console. Search Console certainly has reports available for you that allow you to see what pages on your site are no longer there and allow you to see what pages they're linking from. Okay? You can also do testimonials. There's lots of ways to generate quality links. In a way, you almost have to get creative, but creative in a way that's going to generate quality, not quantity. Quality is the key. So even if it's one source, whether that be somebody else's blog, so be it. As long as it's quality, that's what counts. So let's talk about some of the key takeaways from today's tips. So remember, tip number 1, we want to opt for smarter ways to do keyword research. So remember, we want to look at volume. We want to look at competition. We want to create themes, put them in a spreadsheet. So we want to be smarter in the way in which we choose our keywords. Tip number 2, remember, publish high quality content to get more traffic. When we say high quality content, remember, break up the content, use different assets, organize it, structure it. Make sure it's answering somebody's questions. Then we talked about in tip number 3, analyzing your meta tags and URLs. So we want to make sure that title tag, meta descriptions are creative. Use modifiers like numbers or promotions. We don't want to go over character counts. We want to make them unique and distinct so that somebody clicks on them. Then we talked about rich snippets in tip number 4. Remember, rich snippets are just additional HTML that communicates to the search engine. So the search engines can understand exactly what's on your page. So if you have recipes, if you have reviews, if you have videos, if you have images, if you have ratings, all these things can be added to the SERPs just by communicating with the search engines via rich snippets. Tip 5, optimize your site structure. We want to make sure that you have good inbound links. You want to make sure you incorporate breadcrumbs. You want to make sure users can navigate your site more easily. And then in tip number 6, if your pages load fast, then it's going to enhance the user experience. It's going to increase user engagement and increase conversions. And then tip number 7, we want to build quality links. Quality to increase the domain authority. So remember, we can use Moz to measure domain authority. It's all about quality, whether that be via influencer marketing, guest blogging, directories, social media, setting up a social media page. There's always something you could be doing to generate a quality link to your website. Today we're going to talk about keyword research. So what are we going to talk about when we talk about keyword research? We're going to talk about why we would do keyword research for SEO. We're going to talk about the types of keywords that we need to research. We're going to talk about some methodologies, best practices on how to do keyword research, some alternate suggestions. We're going to talk about keyword clustering, and then we're going to talk about some tools that you can use to do your keyword research. So let's start with the why we would do keyword research. So Jessie is planning to publish a blog of pizza recipes. So she was doing pizza recipes step by step, pizza recipes with sausage, homemade pizza toppings, pizza dough recipes, thin crust pizzas. She's doing a lot of different topics on pizza recipes. Well, what Jessie needs to do is understand what's going to drive traffic to these blog posts if she's writing about different topics around pizza recipes. So she's unsure how these blogs are going to drive traffic. So she really needs to understand that, hey, you need to choose the right keywords to drive traffic. So the question is, if you're writing a blog post about recipes with sausages, is pizza recipes with sausages or recipes for free the best keywords to use? Maybe, maybe not. So you need to take care in choosing the keywords to align with your content. So that's really the idea of why we would do keyword research, because some of the issues with keywords that are poorly chosen are they could have low search volume. for example. You may choose a keyword that just a lot of people aren't using to search for. Or they can be highly competitive. So if you choose a keyword that's very broad or popular, it can be very competitive and take you a long time to be found for that keyword. Or you could just make the mistake of choosing a keyword that isn't aligned with your content. Or you can choose keywords but use them incorrectly with your content. So these are some of the issues that you can encounter if you just go about choosing keywords randomly without due diligence, without the proper research. So low search volume will lead to less traffic. High competition, you may not even rank at all. Okay, if somebody finds you for a keyword that's not relevant to the topic, they're just going to leave the page. And if you're not using the right keywords, or if you are using the right keywords and not using them correctly in the content, then your pages may not even be found in organic search. So you really have to take care in choosing the keywords. To me, that's the most important step with SEO, is keyword research. So we're going to talk about the types of keyword research then. So we have short tail keywords and we have long tail keywords. So if you write a blog post about pizza recipes, well, what are you going to choose, a short tail or long tail? So let's talk about short tail keywords first. So short tail keywords are keywords that are usually 3 keywords in a phrase or shorter. In some cases, it may be 2 keywords in a phrase or shorter. So short tail keywords usually have high search volume, which likely means higher competition. But what it also means, it could be lower conversions, because short tail keywords, like for example pizza recipes, could be considered a short tail keyword, but maybe somebody's looking for homemade pizza recipes or pizza recipes from their favorite Italian restaurant. So short tail keywords may not be as relevant. So if we compare it with long tail keywords, chances are you're going to have lower competition. That's one of the benefits, but you're also going to have lower search volume. But with longer tail keywords, the keyword is probably going to be more relevant with the content you're writing about. So therefore, the conversion rate's likely going to be higher. So that's really the difference between short tail keywords and long tail keywords. If you want to look at simplistically, short tail keywords are broad in nature. It's going to capture a lot of eyeballs, but those eyeballs may look at your content as not relevant, versus long tail keywords that may be very relevant, but not as many eyeballs on them. So short tail keywords, the characteristics, they're not as specific. Usually they're less than 3 words. They have high search volume and high competition. So if you just choose pizza recipes, it could take you a while to rank for that keyword. But when you rank, you're going to get the traffic. But again, it may not convert because the keyword is broad in nature. So pizza recipes is a short tail keyword that may not be exactly what you're writing about in your blog post. So it may draw a lot of traffic, but the traffic may not do anything. So the longer tail keywords are very specific. They consist of more than 3 words in the search query. They have relatively low search volume and competition. So the chance of you ranking higher, faster for that long tail keyword is probably going to be greater, because not many other websites are trying to rank for that same keyword. And so the benefit of that is, if you have, let's just say, homemade pizza recipes with mushrooms, that's a long tail keyword. But if somebody's looking for that type of pizza recipe, then you know you're going to track the right traffic, and chances are that traffic is going to engage or convert based on the type of conversion you have in place. So an example would be homemade pizza dough recipes. That'd be another example. More than 3 keywords in the phrase, very specific. We're talking about homemade pizza dough recipes. So we're not talking about just pizza recipes. So it's a little bit more specific in nature, longer tail. So these keywords are used for targeted pages, including blog posts. If you're writing a blog post specifically about pizza recipes with homemade dough, then this is the keyword you likely would want to use versus just pizza recipes. So let's look at an example between a short tail keyword and a long tail keyword. And to accentuate the differences, we're going to use Google's keyword planner tool. So Google's keyword planner tool is located in Google Ads, the Google Ads platform. And when you're in the Google Ads platform, you can simply click on Tools and then Keyword Planner. And so what Keyword Planner allows us to do is get a sense of the type of volume that a particular keyword has. So what Google's Keyword Planner does is they show you the average monthly searches. This is the average monthly search volume of a keyword over the past 12 months. And so in this example, we're going to choose pizza recipes and homemade pizza dough recipes. So one short tail and one long tail. So we enter those keywords in, we're going to click get results. And what Google's going to do is it's going to show us the volume of those keywords. So for pizza recipe, we could see the average monthly search volume is 33,100 for pizza recipe. So note that pizza recipe and pizza recipes are closely related keywords. And so what Google does is they consider that a close variance. So meaning if somebody types in pizza recipe, then they're also in Google's eyes looking for pizza recipes. So it's a close variance. And so for the keyword pizza recipe, which is short tail, we could see on average over the past 12 months, this keyword received 33,100 queries. And so if we hover over the graph, we could see basically the volume, the average volume per month. So here I could see for this particular keyword here, the volume per month is 33,100. And then I could see the actual volume over the past 12 months. And then for the long tail keyword, I can see homemade pizza dough recipe. Again, close variance, homemade pizza dough recipes. I can see over the past 12 months what the search volume is for this. On average, it's 2,400, but I could see here in December, the volume went up to 3,600. But for example, in May, it was 1,900. So it's going to fluctuate a bit over the past 12 months, but on average, it's about 2,400. So shorter tail, a lot of more volume. Longer tail, not as much volume, but nonetheless, there is volume here. And so these are the differences between a short tail and a longer tail. And so what Google's Keyword Planner also does is allow us to get a sense of what the competition is. And so here I can see the competition is low for both of these keywords. Fair enough. So we now know that if we want to optimize or choose the keyword homemade pizza dough recipe for our blog post, we know for ranked on page 1 of Google, even in the top spot, we can expect about 2,400 search queries for that keyword. Now, whether you get all 2,400 clicks for that keyword remains to be seen. Chances are you're not going to get all 2,400. You're going to get a lion's share of those clicks, but you're going to at least get some volume on it. So even the longer tail keywords have a lot of promise because there is some search volume here for this keyword. How to do a proper keyword research. So we looked at Google's Keyword Planner tool in Google Ads, and we typed in 2 keywords, and we were able to get a sense of what the average volume is. So we definitely want to choose keywords based on the following factors. We want to choose it based on search volume. Search volume is a good indicator of the potential traffic we can obtain. So again, for the keyword homemade pizza dough recipe, we know that it averages 2,400 a month in search volume. Again, we may not get all 2,400, but we're going to get a lion's share of that. We also need to look at competition. And so Google's Keyword Planner gives us a high, medium, or low in terms of the competition. But if you're somebody who wants to get a better sense of what the competition is, and you should, because competition is a key component in choosing keywords. And so what I want to do is get a sense of how many people are actually optimizing for that keyword. So Google's Keyword Planner tool is going to give me a low, medium, high. Really what I want to do is get a better sense of that numerically. So what I can do is go into Google's search, and I could type in pizza recipes, and I could see there's about 1 billion results. That's a lot of results. However, that means that every potential web page out there on the internet that mentions pizza recipes is going to be included in this number here. And so I want to get a better sense of who's optimizing for pizza recipes. So I'm going to put in the all in title syntax. And so what that is going to ask Google to do is tell me all the websites that have pizza recipes, the keyword pizza recipes in the title tag. So if I do all in title, colon, space, then pizza recipes, my result drops down to 336,000. So what that tells me is that there are 336,000 results with the keyword pizza recipes in the title tag. Now, if I want to focus in on my other keyword, if I choose my other keyword was a longer tail keyword, homemade pizza dough recipe. So if I type that keyword in, so homemade pizza dough recipe or recipes, remember close variants, and I just click enter or type the keyword in and hit my enter key, I'm going to get 35 million results. But again, is that really an indicator of the type of competition I have? No, because every listing that mentions homemade pizza dough recipes is going to be included in the search results. So I'm going to type in my all in title, colon, space, and then I'm going to get a better sense of how many websites have the keyword homemade pizza dough recipes in the title tag. And I get 2,160 different results. So here I can see the first result in the title tag, homemade pizza dough recipe. Second one, homemade pizza dough recipe. So these are sites or web pages that have that keyword in the title tag. So now I have a numerical number to work with. And so the thing you have to understand about SEO, specifically about keyword research, is you need to do research on a few different keywords, not just one or two. So what we want to do is have a spreadsheet. The spreadsheet is going to contain keywords that we can potentially want to optimize for, choose as keywords to optimize for SEO. And so my recommendation is you come up with a theme first. So the theme for us in this exercise is pizza recipes. And so that's our theme. So we chose the keyword pizza recipes. So the close variance here is pizza recipe. What was the volume? Well, we know the volume was 33,100 for pizza recipe. So what are we going to do? We're going to put that number in our volume column. What was the competition? Well, if we go back and type in pizza recipes, it was 683,000. So I'm going to type in 683,000. What was our next keyword? Well, it was pizza or homemade pizza dough recipes. So if I go back, for this particular keyword is 2,400. So I'm going to put 2,400 in under my volume column. And then what was my competition? Well, my competition was, I typed that keyword back in, 2,160. So I'm going to put 2,160. So now I have an idea of what kind of volume and what kind of competition I have. Now, you want to do this for a number of different keywords. And when you do it for a number of keywords, what you do want to do is obviously choose a relevant keyword that has high volume and low competition. So another way of saying it is the volume or ratio of volume to competition. And so basically what we could do is take volume divided by competition. And if I make that a percentage, I could see it's 0.35% is the ratio between volume and competition. If I do the same for my longer tail keyword, 2,400 divided by 2,160, I can see that 111%. So this just kind of proves the point that, yeah, I'm still going to get some volume, but I have a better chance of ranking for this longer tail keyword, homemade pizza dough recipes. So you want to be able to do that for a number of keywords and examine the volume, the competition, and the ratio between volume and competition for your themed keywords. In this case, pizza recipes. So relevancy, you want to choose keywords that are very relevant to the content that you're writing. And then again, commercial intent, what keywords are going to drive more conversions and revenue for the business? So when we talk about commercial intent, we're talking about, are you choosing keywords that are going to get somebody to do what you want them to do? So we could say, download pizza dough recipes. So if somebody's typing in the keyword download pizza dough recipes, then chances are they're going to find you, come to your site, and take action by downloading that pizza dough recipe. So you want to be able to also think about the intent of the keyword? Is it going to help you drive conversions and revenue if you're an e-commerce site? So search volume is the average monthly search volume made for a particular keyword and phrase. So we can get that number using Google's keyword planner tool in the Google Ads platform. We want to target keywords with high search volume that will help bring traffic to the website. We want volume, but we want to take into account seasonality as well. So that's where the Google's keyword planner tool comes in place, because if we go back, again, we can just hover over and we can get a sense of any particular trend going on or seasonality. So for example, if I saw large growth in the winter months and not much volume growth in the summer months, then that might indicate to me that this keyword is more popular during the winter time. So pay attention to the graphs that, the keyword planner tool gives you. Use them to your advantage to take into account seasonality. So a good example would be funny Halloween costumes. Well, we know that for Halloween, you're going to have a spike probably towards the end of September, all the way through October, and then it's going to drop after October 31st, which is Halloween. So that's an example. But in the case of pizza recipes, you may find that more people are choosing to search for pizza recipes during maybe the summer months versus the winter months. So pay attention to seasonality. It will affect search volume. So competition, based on our example, it's one of the most important key metrics. You don't want to choose a keyword that's highly competitive, because if it's competitive, then it's going to be harder to rank number one or even on page one of Google, depending on how competitive it is. So high search volume, low competition. In other words, the ratio between the two is the ideal combination. So going back to the spreadsheet, recommend you have that spreadsheet handy. Put your theme in place, okay? Theme pizza recipes. We use Google's keyword planner tool to find the volume. We use the all entitled syntax to find the competition. So we entered both of those numbers in and we get our ratio. And so when you have these numbers for a number of different keywords, you want to be able to choose that ratio of high volume, low competition, but always relevancy always trumps ratio. So always go with a keyword that is going to be relevant to your content. Don't choose a keyword that's not relevant. If you choose a keyword that's not relevant, it's not going to bode well for user engagement. So the difficulty of a keyword ranges from 0 to 100 in Google's keyword tool. So it's going to be easy, it's going to be medium, it's going to be hard. But my recommendation is also to get the numerical factor, and that's the all entitled syntax. And again, relevancy is what drives the traffic to your website, and keep the traffic there on your website. And also, not only will it keep the traffic on your website, but hopefully get that traffic to engage and convert. So that's the key about relevancy. You always want to choose keywords that are relevant to your content, even if it's sacrificing volume. Relevancy, again, trumps volume and competition. So always choose relevant keywords first. So when you do that, you're always almost guaranteeing that at some point somebody's going to find your content, because somebody out there might be looking for it. And if they do, you're going to get found, and then the engagement's going to be better. So understand your business, find keywords that are relevant to your business, and then focus on those keywords. That'll help you with getting the right traffic to your site. Always keep in mind the commercial intent. So these keywords are more specific and result in conversion rate. For example, buying is a good commercial intent keyword. So if you really want somebody to come to your website and buy, then focus on those types of keywords. In the case of the pizza recipes, maybe it's download could be our commercial intent keyword. Again, there may be low search volume, but those are the type of keywords you want to focus on, because that's the type of traffic you want to drive to your site. So some other examples of commercial intent keywords are discount, deal, your coupon, shipping. Don't be afraid to use some of these keywords as part of your longer tail keyword phrase. Again, the volume may not be high, but the traffic quality is probably going to be better. So keyword research is the foundation for SEO. So if you have chosen your keywords properly, then if you do get ranked for those keywords, then it's going to lead to better engagement with some conversions. And so when we talk about keywords, we also want to talk about our primary and secondary keywords. So every page should have at least a primary keyword and then a secondary keyword to work with. So primary keywords are really defining the nature of your content. The secondary keywords are relevant to the primary keyword. So why do we choose a primary and secondary keyword? Because you may choose a keyword as a primary keyword that is relevant to the content, but may not necessarily rank very high or have a lot of volume. That secondary keyword is also relevant to the primary keyword, but also relevant to the content. And you may rank for that secondary keyword. So you always want to go with two keywords versus just one keyword. You want to give yourself a chance to rank for at least two different types of keywords of relevant nature. So for a web page, there can be several secondary keywords, but only one primary keyword. So your primary keyword is always going to be relevant to your content. Secondary keywords can be relevant to the keyword, and you may have multiple secondary keywords, but it's also going to be related to the content, and it gives you a better opportunity to be found between both the primary and secondary in search. Okay, so let's take a look at another example of how to use primary keywords and secondary keywords when choosing keywords. So if our primary keyword is healthy diet plan, remember healthy diet plan is directly related to the content, so that's what we're talking about. But these secondary keywords are also related to content and play off the primary keyword. And so what we want to do is go to Google's keyword planner tool and get an idea of the volume for healthy diet plan, and then also the volume and competition for some of these secondary keywords like healthy diet for weight loss, healthy diet food, low carb diet, healthy meal plans, and diet plan weight loss. So if I go in to Google's keyword planner and type those keywords in, I'm going to choose get results. And now here I could see healthy diet plan keyword I'm focusing on as my primary keyword has an average monthly search volume of 9,900. And then some of my secondary keywords, healthy diet foods, diet plan weight loss, low carb diet. Google will give me a number of different keywords to work with. So I'm going to look at the search volume of those as well. And so ideally what I want to do is be able to then look at the volume and then look at the competition. So healthy diet plan, I go into my keyword analysis here. That's my theme. So that's my keyword. What's my volume for healthy diet plan? 9,900. What's my competition? So my competition is 74,700. And that's going to give me a ratio of volume to competition of 13%. So that's what my content's about. That's considered a short tail keyword because it has a lot of competition. And so my ratio is 13%. And what I want to do is I want to be able to put these other secondary keywords in here as well. Maybe even go a little longer tail because I want to be able to find at least two keywords. I want to be able to find my primary keyword that's relevant to my content, and then I want to be able to find my secondary keyword, which is again related to the primary keyword, which is also related to the content. And so I want to be able to choose two keywords basically, and I want to choose two keywords that are relevant, that have good ratio between volume and competition. So that's the whole idea again of how to do keyword research. You want to be able to find your keywords, use the tools available to you, and get a sense of what the volume is, what the competition is, look at the ratio between the volume and competition, and then based on the content, choose that primary keyword, and then again, based on the keyword you chose, choose some secondary keywords as well, because you want to be found for not just one keyword, but multiple keywords. Okay, let's look at some alternative suggestions to keyword research. So for doing keyword research, we want to take into account LSI keywords. We could take into account other platforms that host a lot of content like Quora or Reddit. We can use Google suggestions in the keyword search bar. We can use popular platforms like Wikipedia, and we can use social media bookmarking like Reddit. So there are lots of suggestions that we can obtain from various sources. So let's start with LSI keywords, and LSI stands for latent semantic indexing. And so basically what it is, it's just keywords that are linked to your primary keyword. And so when you're choosing keywords, you always want to choose that primary keyword and then secondary keywords that are similar to the primary keyword. And usually those are LSI or latent semantic indexing type keywords. So they're used to drive relevant traffic to your page. So if you're focusing on one keyword, we want to have other keywords that are similar to increase our visibility on the search engine result pages. So we could find latent semantic indexing right in search. So if we use the term healthy diet, if we go to Google search, for example, if I type in healthy diet in Google search, all I need to do is scroll to the bottom of the page and I can see searches related to healthy diet. So healthy diet menu, healthy diet essay, what does a healthy diet look like? Notice at the top, Google's also given me some other suggestions here. So they're saying low-fat diet, veganism, gluten-free diet. So there's lots of different suggestions right in Google search bar. So all of these are LSI related keywords. So if you're optimizing a page for healthy diet, then you could choose low-fat diet as a secondary keyword. You can use gluten-free diet as a secondary keyword. It really depends on what the content is, but you always want to support your content with as much LSI keywords as possible so you can be found for as many different keywords as possible in Google search. So it's important because if you have a blog that, talks about Python, so how do the search engines know if the website Python is about the programming language or the snake? So Google, for example, uses LSI keywords to understand what the page is specifically focusing on. So if you're just focusing on Python in your content, you want to support that with LSI keywords. And so that will allow your web page to better communicate with Google, also to have the visibility to show up on search. So they can certainly improve your search positioning and featured snippets as well. So if you have a keyword that answers a question, you can certainly be found for a featured snippet. For example, maybe, healthy diet recipes. If I type that in, you can see here, there's a featured snippet. So if I'm talking about recipes, that's a keyword I may want to use. And if I use that, then Google has an opportunity to see what my content's about and place my information at the top in this featured snippet. You can also, again, see what some of the questions are being asked, what meals are good for weight loss, what is a good healthy diet plan. All of these could be keyword phrases that you can use. So the answers are right here in Google. So Quora is a great platform because Quora is a platform that people go and ask questions and a community responds with answers or responses to that particular question or topic. And so the great thing about Quora is it's a good place for you to go to get some ideas about a specific topic. So if we're talking about healthy dieting, so we can find keywords with high search volume right in Quora. So the whole idea is you can look at, the top 5 questions for a specific topic, like healthy dieting, and find relevant keywords to healthy dieting. So if you just type in that particular keyword in Quora, you're going to probably get some responses to questions or responses to somebody else's question. And so if we take a look at Quora, for example, so if I just type in healthy dieting, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some responses to the topic healthy dieting. So what's the best diet for healthy living? What are the top 5 tips for a healthy diet habit? So all of these could be keyword phrases that you could take away with for your own content. And so the benefit here is you're getting kind of an idea of what's trending, what people are talking about. And if you use tips for a healthy diet habit, for example, and you optimize for that, well, again, that could turn around and bode well for you because you could be featured in Google as a featured snippet at the top here. You can also turn around and use LSI related keywords for healthy diet habits. And you can simply just look for those LSI keywords right in Google. Remember, at the bottom or at the top. If I scroll down, I could see some related LSI keywords at the bottom. So right in Google as well, you could see in the Google search bar that Google provides some LSI LSI related keywords to your query. So if I go back here and type in healthy diet recipes, I can see here Google's suggesting some other related keywords. Healthy diet menu, healthy diet for men, healthy diet foods, healthy diet for women. So these are all LSI related keywords that you can use to support your primary keyword and the content you're writing about. So we've talked about LSI keywords, where to find them. So they're found right here. They can be found at the top of Google and they can be found at the bottom. You can also then go to Core as well and get some ideas for the types of questions that are being asked. So if you ask a question and use that as your keyword phrase, then again, you have an opportunity of showing up for a featured snippet in Google just by doing some additional research within Google itself or on Quora. So according to Google, the autocomplete predictions are automatically generated by Google's algorithm without any human intervention. It's based on a number of factors, but the primary factor is how often past users have searched for a term. So Google collects all the keyword queries that somebody types in, and they're suggesting some of the most popular terms that people have typed in. So if I go back to Google, again, if I start to type in recipes, I could see some of the other queries that somebody else has typed in, or some of the most popular queries related to that topic. So if you enter the keyword healthy diet, Google's going to suggest multiple keyword suggestions that users have asked in the past. And you could certainly get the search volume of those keywords just by looking in Google itself. I could see for healthy diet recipes, billions of pages related to healthy diet recipes. I can also get the search volume by going into Google's keyword planner. So if I type in healthy diet, I'm going to be able to see what my search volume is for that keyword. And in addition, I can see the seasonality of that particular keyword. And in addition to that, Google's going to provide some other related keywords to my search query. So if I'm looking for healthy diet, Google's going to suggest, hey, maybe you should choose healthy food or healthy eating or how to lose weight. So those are all LSI related keywords that Google provides in the keyword plan, which is built into the Google Ads platform. Another option for you is Wikipedia. So Wikipedia is a vast platform of content. So we could turn Wikipedia into our own asset and use it to our own advantage by finding relevant keywords in an easy fashion. So with Wikipedia, we can identify a list of keywords in the meta description itself. We could choose keywords from the first paragraph of Wikipedia that has many relevant keywords, or we could take a look at keywords from the Wikipedia content section. So we can also see additional pages like the See Also section that gives relevant keywords that you're looking for. We can also look at the references section as they contain relevant keywords. So if we go to Wikipedia as an example, and I type in healthy diet into Wikipedia, here I can get, just in the first paragraph alone, I can see some additional keywords that I might choose to use, like micronutrients. I never knew that micronutrients was related to healthy diet, but Wikipedia is providing some information about what micronutrients is. And maybe I can use that as a keyword, an LSI related keyword to my content. So if I scroll down, I get the See Also section. So it might give me some information, food information to consumers, for example, dietary guidelines. I can look at categories like dietetics and diets. I can also look at the references section, so I can also see what information was provided, like health effects of overweight and obesity. I can look at diet and physical activity. So all of these are related to my main keyword, healthy diet. So the answers are right in here on the platform. They're just all over the page. So Wikipedia has an abundance of information. You just need to know where to look. So again, with Wikipedia, you can look no further than the first paragraph. You can look no further than the See Also section, the references section, category section. There's lots of information right on the page itself to help you get ideas for keywords. So if you Google your keyword with Wikipedia term in the search query and get relevant keywords from the title tags in the SERP. So you can also do that as well. So if I type in healthy diet Wikipedia in search, I can also get some information here as well. So people also search for healthy food advantages or healthy food habits essay or information about healthy food. All of these are related to my keyword healthy diet. So again, another bit of information information for you to choose or look to choose some additional keywords for. So Reddit, it's a popular community where people post content and discuss a variety of topics. So that's what Reddit is. So with the help of subreddits, an individual can find relevant keywords with high search volume. So in Reddit, there's an easy way to find out keywords. They have a keyword tool called creadit. So creadit gives the average monthly searches for a particular keyword. So if we type a word in creadit and choose keywords from the auto-generated list, this tool will extract the keywords and give us those relevant terms with search volume. So if we go to the creadit and show an example of that, for example, healthy food, if I get keywords, I can see what keywords are relevant and the search volume of that keyword. So if I just type in healthy food, creadit tool is going to tell me some relevant keywords and what the volume is. So if you don't have the keyword planner tool in Google Ads available to you, this is a good alternative solution to finding keywords. So it's free. You just need to go to creadit.com, type in your keyword, click Get Keywords, and what it's going to do is give you some relevant keywords related to your primary keyword with the search volume. Let's talk about keyword clustering now. So the whole idea about keyword clustering is to really take advantage of the keywords that we're optimizing for to gain higher ranking. So if we can cluster keywords together in a theme, and that theme of keywords is relevant to a specific page of a website, then we have a better opportunity to rank. So in other words, why do we have to target just one keyword when we can target many? So keep in mind, LSI keywords, we want to group a bunch of keywords together that are similar for content. So for example, after some keyword research, you can thematically group keywords into a core topic. So for example, we can cluster these group of keywords together. Like for example, what is SEO? How does SEO work? Intro to SEO. What are the basics of SEO? All of those are related to the core theme. What is SEO? Another cluster of keywords, for example, could be SEO techniques, SEO best practices, tips and tricks, website optimization, on-page SEO techniques, etc. So those are clusters of keywords, okay, that we can group together in themes. And if we group keywords together in themes, we can apply that to a particular content on our website. So the whole idea behind clustering keywords, it's going to provide more diversity, more of an opportunity for us to be found. So that's the whole idea behind clustering. So some additional steps. Remember, stay up to date on industry news. So brainstorm your ideas first and identify a list of keywords, i.e. a theme of keywords that you can cluster together. And then you could determine the keywords that your competitors are already ranking for. So, for example, if we want to rank for the keyword SEO best practices, for example, we can use a tool called Keyword Moz. If I go to the Keyword Explorer tool in Moz and just type in SEO best practices, what it's going to do is it's going to give me some volume related to that particular keyword. But more importantly, what it's also going to do is it's going to show me what pages are already ranked for that particular keyword. So therefore, I can get a sense of who is already ranking for that keyword. So here I can see Moz, Medium.com, Alexa.com. So I can get a sense of what web pages are ranked for a particular keyword or group of keywords I want to rank for myself. So if we look at tools for keyword research, look no further than Moz. That's the Moz is the tool I would just use, but you could also use Google's Keyword Planner, which we used in the example. So for example, if I go back to the Google Ads Keyword Planner, if you're in Google Ads, you click on Tools, you click on Keyword Planner. And what Keyword Planner does is it provides you, for a particular keyword, the average monthly search volume over the past 12 months. It provides you information on seasonality. So if I hover my mouse over a graph, I'm going to be able to see the volume per month over the last 12 months. What the Keyword Planner also does is it provides me some additional ideas for my particular keyword. And in addition to that, it's going to provide me some sense of how competitive that keyword is by telling me whether it's low, medium, or high in terms of competition. So there's SEMrush. There's also other additional keywords tools out there like WordStream or Href or the Reddit tool, Keywordit. And then Moz is another tool I particularly use. So if I go to Moz again, here I can just type in a keyword that I'm interested in. It's going to give me the search volume of that keyword. It's going to give me the level of difficulty, so 50 out of 100. So it's halfway between difficulty and easy. And then it's going to give me some additional metrics. Like, for example, what my expected organic click-through rate would be if I were to rank for this keyword. But more importantly, what I like about this is we could see exactly what other sites are linked to this particular keyword we're interested in. So here I can look at the top 10 list. So this is Moz's Keyword Explorer tool. So that's what this tool is, and it's part of Moz.com. So there's a lot of tools at your disposal. I particularly use Moz. I particularly use Google's Keyword Planner. And those are the tools I use, but there are lots of tools out there. Let's go with the scenario that you have a friend named Sam and he has a website where he sells shoes. But Sam doesn't understand why his website's not ranking #1 on Google. And so typically, to rank #1 on Google, there are some factors involved. And those are factors that are going to help Sam get his website ranked #1 on Google so he can sell his shoes, get traffic, and convert that traffic to conversions. So there are factors involved. And so what are those factors? Well, it always starts with keyword research. So in order to rank for a website where you sell shoes or you sell products, other products like clothing or food, or you're an automobile website, you're a mechanic, it doesn't matter whether you're selling to customers or selling to other businesses. You have to start with the keyword research. And so we're going to go into really explicit detail on how to conduct a proper keyword research. And then the second factor involved is high quality content. So in order to rank high on Google search, you need to have high quality content. So we're going to go over what's involved with creating high quality content. Then we're going to take that content, we're going to optimize it using on-page elements and website level factors. So we're going to take into account what's involved with your website and what's involved with specific pages on your website in order to rank #1 on Google. Then we're going to get into the off-site engagement. So when it comes to ranking on Google, you need to optimize your website and you need to do some elements off your website. You need to be engaging off your website, meaning on other websites. And so we're going to talk about what's involved with off-site engagement. So SEO being a major channel for most companies and websites where the opportunity to drive a lot of traffic is there. But you have to earn that reward. The reward is a lot of traffic, but you have to earn the reward, and there's a lot of work involved. And so ideally, what we want to do is follow what we call the 80-20 rule when it comes to search engine optimization and ranking on Google. And what do we mean by the 80-20 rule? Well, 80-20 means we're investing 20% of our effort and 80% of the results are obtained. So we want to invest 20 and get back 80. That's basically what we mean by 80-20. So, for example, if 20% of our targeted keywords bring in 80% of the traffic, then that's following the 80-20 rule. Or 20% of our landing pages drive 80% of the overall traffic, that's following the 80-20 rule. Or 20% of our backlinks pass 80% of our link juice. That's the 80-20 rule. Meaning these targeted keywords, these targeted landing pages, these trying to target backlinks using off-site engagement. We want to put in 20% of our effort on those keywords, landing pages, and backlinks in return for 80% of the results. So without further ado, let's get started with the keyword research. Let's talk about that keyword research for a website with shoes. And it doesn't really matter what particular product you have. If you need to rank #1 on Google, it all starts with the keywords as I mentioned before. And so in this example, if you have a website where you sell shoes for kids, you're going to want to be found for certain keywords. So the obvious keyword here would be shoes for kids. Well, every keyword that you target has search volume associated with it. So that means when we talk about search volume, we're talking about how many people on average type in that keyword or related keyword on Google.com or Google search. And there's always an average number of searches associated with every keyword, and we call that search volume. How much search volume? So obviously if we're going to target a keyword, we want to have as much volume as possible. However, there's always going to be competition for those keywords, meaning there's always going to be other websites who want to rank #1 on Google for the same keywords. And we call that competition or difficulty. So for every keyword, you're going to have volume and you're going to have competition or difficulty. And the difficulty ranges as well, depending on the tool you use. And we'll get into that in a minute, but search volume is how much, on average, people are typing in that keyword or close variants of that keyword. And the difficulty is measured in terms of how many other websites are trying to rank for the same keyword. And so ideally, when it comes to keyword research, we want to find that nice balance. We want high volume and we want low competition. But at the same time, we want to focus on keywords that are highly relevant to our business. So if we're selling shoes for kids and shoes for kids is highly relevant, has high volume and low competition, then that's a keyword we want to target. So we always want to focus in on those three areas. So there's always a trade-off with keywords. So shoes for kids might have high volume, but also might have high competition or difficulty. If we look for another keyword that's just as relevant, for example, shoes for children, it may still have high search volume, but the competition or the difficulty may be lower. And if that's the case, then that may be a better keyword for us to target. Instead of something highly competitive like shoes for kids, we can focus on another relevant keyword like shoes for children with just as much volume and lower competition. And the reason why we want lower competition is because we want to be able to rank for that keyword. So the higher the competition, the harder it is for us to rank #1 on Google for that keyword. And so the whole idea behind keyword research is analyzing and choosing the best keywords. So we want to identify a list of keywords that are always relevant. We want to choose the keyword that your competitors are ranking for. And we want to use third-party tools to choose keywords to identify which keywords have low competition and what keywords have high search volume. So one thing to take into consideration when you're doing keyword research is that the longer the keyword phrase, or in other words, long tail keywords or keywords with 3 keywords in the phrase or more, you're going to always have less competition. But there's always a trade-off. With long tail keywords, meaning the longer the keyword phrase, there's going to be less volume, but the trade-off is less competition. And so what we want to do is we want to brainstorm some ideas and find those relevant keywords. So let's look at an example here. So if we go to Google Ads, so Google Ads has a tool called Keyword Planner. And let's just say I have a website where I'm selling dried figs. And if I'm selling dried figs, I want people to buy these dried figs. However, in order to attract them, I want to be able to show them that, hey, we have a bunch of recipes. And if I show you a bunch of recipes where you can use dried figs, maybe you'll buy these dried figs to use in these recipes. And so we're going to look for keywords related to bread recipes, because if we can optimize for our recipes page for bread, then that will attract an audience who wants to make bread and use dried figs with those bread recipes. So that's the example I'm going to give here. And so if I look at the keyword planner in Google Ads, if I just type in bread recipes, what Google is going to do is they're going to give me an average monthly search volume. So I can see the average monthly search volume here is 60,500. And so in order to do keyword research, what I would recommend is keep a spreadsheet. And so the idea behind the spreadsheet is to document the volume and the competition you're getting for certain keywords. So if I go into a spreadsheet Here, my theme of keywords is bread recipes. My keyword is bread recipes, and my volume, therefore, is going to be 60,500. However, if I go back into Google's keyword planner, Google's telling me the competition is low. So that's great. I want high volume, I want low competition. But how low is low? So we want to be careful. So if we're going to put in numbers into a spreadsheet, we want to figure out what that competition really is for the keyword bread recipes. So if I go to Google and just type in bread recipes, I'm going to be able to see 771 billion results for the keyword bread recipes. Now, is 771 billion our real competition? Maybe, maybe not. What we want to do is put in a syntax, and we want to put in the syntax all in title and then colon, space, and then our keyword. And the reason why we do that in search is because we want to be able to identify the true competitive number, or the true number of websites who are trying to rank for bread recipes. And if we put in the syntax all in title, colon, and then our keyword bread recipes, we'll be able to see that there are 998,000 results. That's a lot lower than 771 billion. So that means that 998,000 sites or listings have the keyword bread recipes in the title tag. And the title tag is what shows up in the search engine results. And so if I look down and scroll down here, I can see bread recipes are in every one of these title tags. So title tag is an important element to rank number one on Google, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But if we understand that there are 998,000 results with bread recipes in the title tag, then this tells us that those are the websites who are trying to rank number one on Google for that keyword, and therefore those are the websites we need to jump over in order for our website to rank number one on Google. And so therefore I'm going to put in 998,000 in my spreadsheet as the competitive number. And so now I could see for the keyword bread recipes, I have 60,500, and if my competition is 998,000, then my KEI, or keyword effectiveness index, or in other words, the ratio of volume to competition, is 6%. So that's nothing more than volume divided by competition. So that tells me that my KEI, or my ratio between volume and competition, is 6%. So remember, we want more volume than we want competition. So anytime you do a keyword research, you're going to find a number of different relevant keywords. So if I go back into Google's keyword planner, if I typed in bread recipes, you could see that Google is going to give me a number of different keywords related to bread recipes. Let's just say I have another keyword that I want to think about optimizing for, being ranked on Google for, and that's banana bread recipe. Very similar keyword as bread recipes, except it's a little longer tail. Now, if I type in banana bread recipe in Google's keyword planner, now I can see the average monthly search volume has actually gone up. It's 368,000. I can also see the competition is low. So those are good signs. So now I can see 368,000. I'm going to go ahead and put that in my spreadsheet. Now I'm going to go into Google. I'm going to put in my syntax all in title. I'm going to put in banana bread recipe. I'm going to hit enter. And now I can see I have 233,000 results with the keyword banana bread recipe in the title tag. So if I look at the title tags, I can see banana bread recipe, banana bread recipe, banana bread recipe on all the listings in the Google search results. So that tells me I have 233,000 results that I have to jump over in order to rank number one on Google. So I'm going to put 233,000 in my spreadsheet. Now I can see my KEI, or my volume to competition ratio, is 158%. And so to me, that's a lot better number to work with, or in other words, that's a lot better keyword because it's just as relevant and it has a higher ratio of volume to competition. So therefore, banana bread recipe is going to be a better keyword to optimize for in order to rank number one on Google. So that's the whole idea behind keyword research. You want to brainstorm ideas. There are plenty of tools out there. So the tool I recommend is Google Ads Keyword Planner. Google's going to give you how much search volume. They're going to tell you the competition, but then you're going to go into Google search. You're going to use the syntax all in title to get a more accurate read on the actual competitive number. And so to find out how keywords that your competitors are ranking for, you can use those keyword tools that I mentioned. Another tool that I use is Moz. So Moz, if you go to moz.com, they have a tool called Keyword Explorer. So if we just type in the keyword, for example, bread recipes, it's going to be able to tell us how much volume and the difficulty. So you can use other tools at your disposal, figure out the volume and the difficulty. There are plenty of tools out there. But the one thing I would just make sure is you use everything at your disposal. So you can use social media to find the most shared article for a particular topic or keyword, like bread recipes. You could check other platforms that have a lot of shared content like Reddit and Quora, where you can ask people about certain topics using keywords to figure out how much competition or volume there might be. You could stay up to date on industry news to get an idea of what types of keywords are trending. But when it comes to keywords and keyword research, remember, for every web page, we want to be able to pick two keywords. We want a primary and secondary keyword. So when we do keyword research and we enter all our keywords into our spreadsheet, we want to be able to have a number of different keywords. In this case, we're focusing on the theme bread recipes. We want to have different keywords because we want to be able to choose a primary keyword and a secondary keyword, because we want to be able to focus on multiple keywords for each page, because we don't want to put necessarily all our eggs in one basket, meaning we won't want to put all our emphasis just on one keyword to rank for. We want multiple keywords to try and rank for. So the primary keyword can define the nature of our business. The secondary keyword could be just highly relevant to our keyword. At the end of the day, we want to choose multiple keywords to try and rank on Google for that page. So for example, if we have a blog and we're using ice cream recipes and we're blogging about ice cream recipes, we can have a primary keyword that is about ice cream recipes or homemade ice cream recipes. We're going to always want to find out what the volume and the competition is. Our secondary keyword could be built around other similar keywords like low-fat ice cream recipes or fat-free ice cream recipes or low-fat homemade ice cream recipes. Those are complementary keywords, just like our bread recipes and banana bread recipe. So one thing we want to do when we do keyword research is we want to be able to target one keyword per content when you can target many. We want to be able to target multiple keywords, not necessarily target one keyword. And so we want to be able to cluster keywords. So we don't want to target just one, we want to target multiple keywords per page. And when we talk about clustering, if we go back to our keyword research, what we're doing is we're clustering a bunch of keywords under the theme bread recipes. And so by looking at the volume, looking at the competition, looking at the KEI, we can choose different keywords for our page. And that's what we mean by clustering. We want to cluster keywords into a content theme. So why target only one keyword per content when we can target many? Because we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket. We don't want to target just one keyword. We want to target many. And so that means clustering your keywords into a theme and choosing multiple keywords for that particular page. And when we do that, we have a better opportunity to rank high on Google search. And the whole idea behind ranking high on Google search is we can get the volume. So if we know we're ranked number 1 on Google search for bread recipes or banana bread recipe, we know we stand a chance of getting a majority of the volume associated with that keyword. And if we can get the volume and get the traffic, then we can get the conversions. So let's move on to high quality content and talk about the impact content has on your ability to get your website ranked number 1 on Google. So let's just say you have content on your website and the content is ranking on page 4 of Google. And it's that blog with ice cream recipes. And if it's just content for the sake of content, it's not really informative, then it's not necessarily going to get good engagement. In the eyes of Google, they want to rank content that's very informative, it's very fresh, it's exciting to read, it's interesting. It's going to have good engagement. So if it's a recipe or an article about any topic, if the content is just not informative, then you're not going to get good engagement. And when you don't get good engagement, if people don't stay on the site to engage in the content and they just leave the website after landing on the page, causing a bounce, then the content's just going to continue to fall down the rankings. And we want to prevent that. We want to move up the rankings. We want to be number 1 on Google. We don't necessarily want to fall in the rankings for our content. So content is a key driver in being able to rank number 1 on Google. So if the content is on page 9, what can we do? Well, we want to be able to, take that content and do something with it. We feel like we did write engaging content, so let's go ahead and share it on social media. And to me, social media is a good platform to share your content, because on social media platforms like Facebook, for example, you're building a community on that platform. That community is already interested in your content. So if you're sharing an ice cream recipe, especially in the summertime, and you're engaging with your community on that platform, then the likelihood of that community on that platform is going to increase engagement. Increased engagement will send social signals to the search engine that says, hey, this content is good quality. Likewise for any other platform. Most social media platforms have engagement metrics, and those engagement metrics pass signals. Is it good? Is it not good? Do we like this content? Are we giving it a thumbs up? Are we going to want to follow it? Are we going to want to share it? And so if you share content that you feel is engaging on social platforms, then it's going to be engaging, and it's likely going to cause an increase in engagement, for example, a decrease in bounces. And once you share that quality content, then the likelihood of it moving up the rankings, even as far as number 1 on Google, is going to be greater. So you always want to start out writing good quality content. So let's talk about good quality content, because Google does take content seriously. They do take into account what other people think of that content. So high quality content is an important factor. So how to create good content? That's always the question. So let's talk about some best practices here. Remember, in the last segment, we talked about keyword research. So we want to perform good keyword research. Why? Because we want to choose keywords. Remember, we're choosing multiple keywords per page. One keyword could be related to our brand. One keyword could be related to the content, but another keyword could be related to a user's intent, like recipes. If you recall the example we used with bread recipes, maybe somebody's looking to type in a keyword that says, how do I make, a bread? Or how do I make a specific type of bread? Or how do I make banana bread? Or what's the best recipe for banana bread? They're question related, and we want to be able to answer those questions. So that's where choosing those right keywords that's going to respond to a user's intent. So starts with choosing the right keywords. So remember, we talked about a number of different tools when we talked about keyword research. So there's a research tool that you can use called phrase.io, and that will help you do quick research on, keywords and trends and whatnot. So if you know a better research tool that you use for keyword research, then drop us a comment below. I'd be interested in getting your comments about keyword research and what research tools are out there. So if you know something better than phrase.io, drop a comment below, and we'd be interested in getting your perspective. So keyword research is key, but creating content that fulfills users' requirements. So answering those questions. If it's a recipe, we want to answer that question. If it's directions, we want to answer that question. If they don't know how to do something, we want to answer that question. And that's the whole idea behind content. Content is not just to fill a page, it's to really fulfill users' requirements. That's when you get good engagement. So if somebody's typing in something on Google and they're looking for an answer, your content should answer that question. But we also want to make the content readable. So in other words, write for your audience. Don't impress anybody with very high vocabulary type words that somebody doesn't necessarily know the meaning of. Don't use jargon. Don't use a street language, for example. Use everyday common language that's just easily digestible when your audience is reading. And then we want to keep that content organized. And so when we mean organized, we want to use headers and subheaders. Break your content into paragraphs. Keep the flow organized. If we can keep the flow organized, then it's going to be easier for somebody to read. And then it's okay to add resources, especially resources from credible sites. So if you can incorporate those resources in there, then it's just going to add the credibility to your content and let the audience know that, hey, I've done my research on this topic, and this is what this person has to say about it. This person who seems to be credible. Okay, so it only adds value to your content. So these are all tips to remember when creating content. And then the one important tip here is we want to use white hat techniques. And when we say white hat techniques, that means, if we've chosen keywords that are going to answer somebody's question, we don't want to stuff those keywords into the content. We want the content to be naturally written. So when we say opt for white hat techniques, that's what we mean. Write the content naturally. Keep it organized, keep it readable, include third-party sources, and make sure it answers a question. So there are different types of content. So there's content where you just write words. It's all text-based. You could also use an infographic. An infographic is simply just a graphic that visualizes exactly what you're trying to explain. For example, if we want to write an article about how to write good, engaging content, we don't necessarily have to write all that out as a text. We can create an infographic. So for example, here's an infographic on 20 effective ways to basically not bore your readers, but write engaging content. So you could see this is an infographic. It's all graphically laid out. So infographics tend to be easier to understand because they're visual. They're easy for the end user to comprehend because there's generally no jargon. It's usually images that are portraying the point of what you're trying to get across. And so it tends to break it up, the monotony of just text. It's more visually appealing and it's laid out and organized. So you can see this infographic has 20 different steps or rules, and they lay those out all here in this infographic. And the great thing I like about infographics is you could share them on social media. You can re-engage them as a post. You could save them on really any social platform. So infographics tend to tell a better story versus, say, just writing text. You can use video and images, so you don't necessarily have to lay it all out in an infographic. You can certainly insert a video or an image into your content, especially if it's a blog post. If it's a blog post, then sometimes video and images on its own tell the story. You don't necessarily need text to go ahead and tell your story. A video or an image, as they say, tells 1,000 words. And so images and videos are great to use in a blog post. So using different forms of content, you always want to review your content. When a user dwells on your webpage for a longer time, Google will tend to think, okay, this person's engaged, so we're going to rank that favorably. So if you're using infographics, videos, and images, then the chances of somebody being more engaged are going to increase versus just text that's not well organized and written out in a way that somebody doesn't necessarily understand. So be creative in the types of content you use. So longer engaging content tends to bode well with search engines. So this is according to HubSpot. So the more word count you use, the more words you use, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. Just take into account best practices. You want to maybe break up the content with an image, organize it, make it engaging, use headers. So it's not necessarily just words, it's the words and how those words are written, how they're structured, the types of keywords you're using, how you're engaging with your audience. There's a lot of factors, again, those best practices we just went over. But the key is, if you have longer, more engaging content, then it's going to bode better for you on search engines. So a couple of steps to create high quality content. So you want to begin with a comprehensive introduction. So always introduce your content. Remember, the content should be relevant to the keywords. So if you're choosing keywords in your keyword research, think about answering that question. If somebody's typing in bread recipes, maybe they're looking for banana bread recipes. How to make the best banana bread, or how to make banana bread using dried figs. We want to be able to align our content with that keyword naturally. You want to create a title that's worthy, that's click worthy. So remember, if you're in Google search and you're doing search for something simple like bread recipes, we want to make something that's going to be engaging for somebody to click on, like easy perfect yeast bread, or easy crusty French bread, or something that's going to be engaging. The best bread recipes, or how to make the best homemade bread. Something that's going to draw somebody's attention to the title of that blog post. So we want to include LSI keywords. So what I mean by LSI keywords in your content, we mean, long tail keywords. Make it natural. Headings and subheadings should consist of keywords and variants. So if you're writing headers and subheaders, include the keyword in there. And that way, the content always stays relevant to the audience. Okay, shorten your sentences and paragraphs, so don't write long paragraphs. Remember, we want to break this up. We want to make it easy for the end user to read. And we want to always put internal links on our blog post. Why? Because if we have internal links, then if we have a link from one blog post to another blog post, or say our blog post to an internal page on our website, we want to make sure that it's relevant content. That way, if somebody's reading something and you have an internal link, let's just say from a bread recipes page to a banana bread recipes page, then they may find it interesting, click on that link and go to the banana bread recipes page. So it's keeping somebody engaged on your website. So putting in internal linking will help keep the end user engaged, because you're offering up links that's relevant to the content. You always want to break up that content with images. Okay, we want to use alt tags, meaning we want to pen the image with text, so that way if the image doesn't load, then at least the alt text will load. So we can incorporate call out boxes, and more importantly, we want to update our content regularly. So we always want to get the best recipe out there if it's banana bread, or different ways to create banana bread, or always just coming up with ways to update the content. So we want to keep our content, our blog post fresh. And then we want to include a CTA, call to action. If we include a call to action, then that's going to keep somebody engaged and have them act on your content. So these are steps to creating high quality content. And so let's look at an example here. And this is a 3-month-old post on BuzzFeed. And it's 21 pictures that restore your faith in humanity. So it has a lot of likes, a lot of tweets, and that means it's engaged. People are engaged when reading that. And so if we go and look at it as an example, we could see it on BuzzFeed here, 21 pictures that will restore your faith in humanity. So this was written back in 2012. Again, a lot of engagement. But if we look at it, we can see immediately that it's taking into account third-party sources. It's got some content, it's got images, it's being broken up by images. We could see there's call to actions on there in the form of social, so people can go ahead and share it if they like it. Okay. It includes videos, it includes images, third-party sources. So it's a good post because, listen, it's engaging content. It's probably answering somebody's question about humanity. And we could see clearly that, look, there's a lot of different examples here from a lot of different sources, and we could take action on this content. So not just video, not just images, but text as well. And so it's very engaging, answers questions, takes into account the different types of content available. So this is a good post in that regard. So content's updated regularly, it's engaging, and it includes sources from high authority websites. Some do's and don'ts on the content. So take into account the best practices I mentioned about creating high quality content. Okay? Answer those questions that the end user wants to hear, because that likely is going to be their search. And so you want to be able to respond to the end user. That's part of creating high quality content. Different types of content, i.e. in the form of infographics or videos or text or images. You can add images from public domain sites. You can be relatable and use examples to clarify points, just like the BuzzFeed article. Simplify complex words. Don't use sophisticated language. Talk to your audience as if they were standing right in front of you. And use bullet points to exemplify your examples, your points. So some do's, the don'ts. Obviously, don't lift content. We don't want to lift content from another website. So that's plagiarism. So we want to have our own unique content. We also don't want to take images from other websites. And so if you do happen to find an image that works for your post and it's on somebody else's website, ideally that's not a good situation. But if you do happen to do that, then always give credit to the website. Okay, so if you took it from xyz.com, credit xyz.com for the image. And even put a link back. But ideally, you don't want to take images from other websites. Just as much as you don't want to take copy, you don't want to take images. Use your own imagery and content. But if you don't have imagery, then you can always go to stock photography. There are plenty of websites out there where you can sign up for a subscription, like Adobe Stock Images as an example. You could sign up for an account, and in some cases you can sign up for a free account and use stock imagery. Okay, don't give less information to your audience. Give your audience what they deserve, which is the information they're looking for. They're looking for the best banana bread recipes. Give them the best banana bread recipes. Incorporate your own images. Break it up with titles. Give them a good quality piece of content that they're going to be able to engage with. And so if you put long paragraphs in your content, then it's going to be less engaging. So try to avoid those long paragraphs. Remember, shorten up the paragraphs, keep the language simple, add in images, answer those questions, use third-party credible sources, but write it in your own words, and you should be on your way to creating good quality content. Okay, so now that we've talked about high quality content in order to get your pages ranked high on Google search, let's turn our attention to optimizing on-page elements and discuss some website level factors that are both going to help you rank high on Google search. So let's just do an overview of what we're talking about when we talk about on-page elements and website level factors. So optimizing on-page elements include a number of different things. But primarily, we're going to focus in on meta tags, also known as meta description tags, header tags, also known as title tags, and URLs. So those are just some of the on-page elements we want to be able to optimize using relevant keywords in order to rank high on Google search. We also want to take a look at some website factors that will affect our ranking on Google search. They include website architecture, having a secure website, having a sitemap, and taking a look at page speed. So all of those are some of the website factors we need to take into account in order to rank high on Google search. So title tag and meta description together are considered meta tags. So both play an important role in ranking high on Google. So we want to be able to write unique title and descriptions for each page on our website. When I say unique, that means the title and the meta description need to be different for every page on the website. And so if you're not quite sure what a title tag and a meta description tag is, if you go to search and just type in any particular search query, the title tag is what's going to show up here in bold, and then the description is going to show up below it, below the URL, and that's going to describe the page. So both of these meta tags are important because it describes what your page is all about, and that's what Google uses in the search results pages. So we want to be able to pay attention to the length of our meta tags. So if we go back to our search results pages, title tags are generally 60, 65 characters. meta description tags are generally 160 characters. So anything really longer than that, then what's going to happen is the meta description tag or the title tag will get truncated. And so if we look here, for example, we can see all of the title tags here fit the 65 character limit. But if you run over the character count on meta description, then Google is going to truncate the copy. So you want to stay within your parameters in order to avoid getting your content truncated. And so the other thing when we're writing title meta description tags, we want to minimize keyword repetition. So if we're optimizing for keyword, we don't want to necessarily just plug that keyword into the title tag and meta description multiple times. We want to make sure our title tags and meta descriptions are naturally written. So if somebody's typing for banana bread recipe with dried figs, we want to have a nice title tag and a description that is going to get somebody to respond based on their need. And so we definitely want to avoid keyword repetition, but we want to be able to use that keyword in the title tag. Because if you remember from the earlier segment, when we did the all-in title syntax to find out exactly how many competitors were using that particular keyword, well, we obviously want to use that keyword in the title tag because, again, the title tag is an important factor when it comes to search engine results. So we want to use the keyword, but we want to avoid stuffing or using it repetitively in our title tag and our meta description. We want the title tag and the meta description to describe the page, sound natural, but also be engaging, because the point is we want people to click on our link and go to our website from search engines. So title tags with numbers tend to result in higher click-through rates. This is according to Moz. So for example, if you just put in a title tag that says learn digital marketing, well, that may work, but if you put a number in there like 5 easy ways to learn digital marketing, that might get somebody to click on your link and go to your website. So having questions in your meta tags can also increase your click-through rate. For example, if you just put learn the importance of first page rankings, not too bad, but again, generic. But if you put it into the form of a question, how to rank number 1 on Google, it's more action oriented. It's going to get somebody to resonate with the question that they have. And that may be their query, how to rank number 1 on Google. And so these techniques will help you get higher click-through rates. And so according to Backlinko, title tag with a keyword can improve site ranking. So remember, we want to include that keyword in the title tag. Even though we only have 65 characters, we want to include that keyword, but we want to avoid stuffing the keyword in there. We want to, again, make the title tag action-oriented, maybe with a number, maybe as a question, with the keyword in there once, naturally. Not easy to do, but that's the beauty of SEO. If you can follow these best practices and write a good title tag, then the chances of you improving in your search results are going to be greater. So having only one H1 tag in your post is going to be good. So remember, when somebody clicks on a link, so let's just say they do find a title tag engaging and they click on this link here and they go to that website, you want to start out with having that particular H1 tag, because the H1 tag, especially with the keyword in it, is going to signal to Google, hey, we're organizing our page, and because it's an H1 tag, it's important. We're structuring the page according to best practices. So having only one H1 tag in your post is definitely helpful. Having multiple tags, H tags in your post, help organize the page a lot better. So we want to add that targeted keyword in that tag, and your header tags should be relevant to the content. So if we go back to our example of the using dried figs with banana breads, well, the title says California fig banana bread. And remember the last segment when we were talking about high quality content? Well, look no further than including a video into our content. So not only will this video help keep the engagement high, but it breaks up the monotony of the page. And it's from a third-party source, so it adds credibility to the page. So adding a video based on the last segment of high-quality content definitely helps with ranking high on Google search. So following hierarchical structure That means putting those H tags in there. H2 tags help break up the content. And we want to avoid repetition of H1 tags on your different web pages of your site, meaning don't just put the same H1 tag with the same keyword in it and keeping it blasé. We want to make those H1 tags exciting to read, but also used appropriately to break up the content. So remember, all white hat techniques. We want to avoid hidden tags. We want to avoid stuffing keywords. We want things to be natural. We don't want things to be forced. And your H1 tag should be 20 to 70 characters. Don't make long H1 tags. So if we go back to our page example, a short, sweet tag here, California fig banana bread. It's relevant to the content. It's short, sweet, and breaks up the monotony of the content. And more importantly, and again, any content you have on the page should always answer the user's intent. Remember, people are using search to answer questions, find information. Our content should be able to answer that for them. So, according to John Mueller, Senior Webmaster Trends Analyst at Google, header tags would definitely help Google for rankings in the search results. So we want to use header tags. So when it comes to URLs, we want to use hyphens and avoid underscores. So if we look at this URL here, this uses hyphens, fig and banana bread. So it's all broken up with hyphens. That's a best practice. Remember, canonical URLs. A canonical URL signals to Google this is the original content. So we want to use original content. And if you have multiple sources of content out there on, say, different websites, we want to use a canonical tag to signal to Google, this is the original content. Please index this content. And that doesn't hurt to use a favicon in URL, meaning a small icon. It helps to break up the monotony and help your URL stand out. We can add targeted keywords in the URL. So again, looking at the URL here, I could see we're using targeted keyword as part of the URL structure. Fig and banana bread. And notice the H1 tag is fig banana bread. So it's all consistent and it flows naturally. URLs that are no longer existing, then we want to be able to set up a redirect for those URLs, meaning a 301 redirect is a server response for Google that says, hey, Google, this page is no longer available, but we permanently redirected it to this page, which is now available. So that's what a 301 redirect does. It helps signal to Google and all the other search engines that if the page is no longer there, that's fine. You're just going to go to this page. This is the page that's permanently there now. And another thing we want to do here is if you have mobile URLs, you want to include those in the sitemap. And we're going to hit on that in just a minute. But all URLs should be mobile friendly as well as desktop friendly, meaning take into account those best practices. Keep your URLs short, use hyphens, put the keyword in that URL, and make it easy to understand. Want to avoid capital letters in the URLs. The URLs are case sensitive, so go lowercase. You should always go lowercase on the URL. Readable URLs, again, the rule of thumb here is if you understand what the URL is, then Google is going to understand what the URL is. So the shorter the URL, the easier it is to read. The easier it is to read, the better chance you have to rank high on Google search. So according to Backlink 2, URLs that are shorter definitely help you rank. So we want to be able to shorten those URLs. Keep them short and sweet. Don't make them long and unreadable. So those are some optimized ways or on-page elements that help you optimize. Now we want to look at some website level factors that will help you optimize and rank high on Google search. So good site structure provides better crawling for search engine bots. And what do we mean by that? Well, we mean having your site organized in a fashion that Google's going to be able to find all the pages. So what do we mean by that? Create a logical hierarchy structure. So if you're selling shoes, you're going to have a home page, break the structure up into men's shoes, women's shoes, children's shoes. Then under men's shoes, you could have it by brand. It could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. On the women's side, it could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. On the child side, it could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. And so you want to keep the structure, flow, in a hierarchy. So we want to balance the amount of subcategories within each category. So the men's If it has Nike, Puma, Adidas, the women should have Nike, Puma, Adidas. And so you want to code your site navigation in CSS or HTML, meaning we want to be able to use something that Google is going to be able to index. So most sites are built in HTML, and that's what Google likes to index. They like to index something that they could take back to their servers. And then more importantly, build a comprehensive structure for internal linking. So internal links mean that if you're on a site, you should have natural links pointing to other pages on your website. So to keep the flow going. And we don't want to have unnatural inbound links. You always want to have natural internal links to keep the flow of the user going from one page to the other. So here I could see, as an example, all the ingredients in this recipe. Well, this has an internal link to another page on our site. And this happens to link to a page where somebody can buy the ingredient. So it's a natural internal link. So John Doherty of Credo has claimed that one of the biggest changes that he can make in fixing the Credo website is architecture. So for example, in Credo, John Doherty has increased the organic sessions by 74% and pages per session by 41%, just by changing the site architecture. So you'd be surprised by changing the site architecture what that will do to engagement. And so let's turn our attention to secure versus non-secure. So what we mean by that is securing your site. We want to make it sure that compliant with certain protocols. And so if we go back here, we can see that this particular site is compliant, it is secure. HTTPS means it has a secure license, meaning the site is secure. So Google likes secure versus non-secure. So non-secure would be HTTP. So we want HTTPS as our protocol. And what that means is just enabling SSL certificates. And that means when you enable an SSL certificate, that means your domain or your protocol is going to be turned to HTTPS. So Google prefers sites that are secure versus non-secure. So if you use HSTS as a protocol, that adds an extra layer of security over the HTTPS. And HSTS prevents cookie hijacking. So adding multiple layers of security always helps. In my opinion, if you have an HTTP website, a non-secure website, you should look into buying an SSL certificate, getting your sites flipped over to HTTPS, because what's going to happen is your URL structure is going to change. When your URL structure changes, Google's going to recognize that because they're going to index your site. And when they index your site, they're going to see those secure URLs. And that's going to work favorably in your favor and help you rank higher on Google search. So websites using secure or HTTPS have a higher chance of ranking higher. So HTTPS is a ranking signal because Google indexes those pages. So let's also talk about sitemaps. So sitemap is one of the most important ways to improve your website ranking. Why? Well, because sitemaps are a way to organize all your URLs into one file. So we're basically going to prioritize all our web pages in a sitemap. So if you go to any particular website and you type in sitemap XML, you're likely going to see all the pages on your website. So usually the sitemap is located in the root directory. So if I type in sitemap.xml, I'm going to be able to see all the pages in my root directory. And I can also prioritize them. I can also alert Google as to how often they change. And every page is going to have a date stamp associated with it. So Google can actually see how often it changes. So remember, we want our content to be updated frequently. So if content's not updated frequently or it's not fresh, then Google's going to see that date stamp, that last modification date. So we want to be able to make sure our content's updated frequently. We want to let Google know that we changed it frequently. And we want to be able to prioritize our pages, let Google know, hey, these pages are important to us. So all that can be set up in a sitemap. We want to be able to add canonical versions of URLs in the sitemap. So we want to be able to add all our original URLs in our sitemap. And so we always want to build dynamic URL sitemaps for larger websites. And what I mean by dynamic URLs, that means that if I look at this sitemap and we're always adding content, let's just say in the form of a blog, well, guess what? we want those pages to be added to the sitemap as they're published. So as we add pages to the blog or to the site, then they should automatically be added to the sitemap. And so in effect, what's going to happen is we're going to be able to see the sitemap grow with more URLs. When the sitemap grows with more URLs, then that means then Google's going to index more pages. They're going to index more fresh pages. So they're going to be able to get those pages that are just published quicker. So that's the whole idea behind dynamic sitemaps, is we want to be able to capture all the URLs just as they're published. And we want to be able to maintain our sitemaps. And so I would always recommend a dynamic sitemap, but you can always create your own sitemap just by going to a tool called XML sitemap. So if I just type in XML sitemaps into Google search, here I could see XML sitemaps generator, and I can be able, if I have a small website, just create a free and simple sitemap on my own. When XML sitemaps creates it, or your platform creates a dynamic sitemap, either way, the sitemap's going to sit in the root directory. And then what we want to do in turn is let Google know where that sitemap is. So in Search Console, we want to be able to submit the sitemap. So you're going to add the sitemap, you're going to let Google know where it is. It should be in the root directory, and it should be called sitemap.xml. And when you do that, Google's going to be able to take those URLs and index them. So we could see we submitted 528 URLs, Google indexed 521. So one thing about URLs here is when we create a sitemap, we're putting all our URLs in there. We do not add no index URLs in your sitemap. And what that means is that any URL we don't want Google to index, we're just going to exclude from the sitemap. Okay, so we want Google to take all the URLs we want indexed and put them in the sitemap. So according to Edgy, using sitemaps for SEO can increase your website's visibility and help you get indexed. Why? Because what you're in effect doing is taking all your URLs that you want indexed, you're telling Google how often they're modified, you're telling Google which ones are important, and you're submitting that to Google. And so Google's going to be able to take all these URLs quicker, index them quicker, and when they're indexed quicker, you can get ranked quicker. And when you get ranked quicker, you can get traffic quicker. So that's the whole idea behind sitemaps. So let's turn our attention to page speed now. So one of the last factors for our website, besides architecture, making it secure, and adding sitemaps, is we want to take a look at how quick our pages load. Here are some tips in order to optimize page speed, because ideally the quicker a page loads, the more engaged the user is going to be. If it takes a longer time for the page to load all the elements of that page, then what's going to happen is the user is going to get impatient, maybe leave the website altogether or go to another page. And so we want to be able to optimize images. So any image that's of large size in terms of megabytes, we want to be able to optimize that, compress the image. So that's one way to speed up page speed. We want to use a simple website design. HTML with CSS or cascading style sheets. Just a simple design with simple hierarchy and website navigation structure. So nothing fancy, nothing complex, just a simple website design with optimized images. We want to leverage browser caching, and we want to upgrade the server response time, meaning all your files are sitting on the server. So when somebody goes to a web page, the server is serving up all of those files, the images, the text, etc. And so we want the server to respond as quick as possible. So when it comes to page speed, we can look at the factors affecting page speed in Google Analytics. So if I go to Google Analytics and I go under behavior and I go under site speed and I go to overview, I'm going to be able to see what my average load time is for my site. And ideally, we want our pages to load as quick as possible. So that means anything under 4 seconds. Anything 4 seconds or higher, and it's likely the end user is going to leave the page. There's a correlation between page load time and bounce rate. And so what Google actually does is give you speed suggestions. So if we do have a page that loads slow, we can just go to speed suggestions in Google Analytics and we go to speed suggestions, then Google's going to be able to tell us, hey, this particular page load fast, this particular page load slow, and if it loaded slow, why is it loading slow? So here we could see the home page, as an example, is loading on average of 7 seconds. Well, if we look here, they're going to give us some suggestions. So if I click on this page speed suggestions, it's going to load a report and a tool called Page Speed Insights. And basically what it's then going to do after it's done running is it's going to tell me all the ways in which I can optimize my pages. Not only for desktop, but also for mobile. So here I can see for desktop or for mobile, I can look at some ways in which I can optimize it to increase page speed. For example, sizing my images properly, server response time, reducing my server response time, avoiding multiple page redirects. So there's a lot of opportunities that we can do to speed up page load time. And all that's found in Page Speed Insights, and all that's found within Google Analytics. So remember, optimizing code, minimizing redirects, optimizing your images, upgrading your server response time, all of those are factors. And so again, you can go into Analytics, Page Speed Insights, and you can see exactly what Google is recognizing as what's lowering or slowing down your page load time. So Google takes site speed as one of the most important ranking factors. Why? Because they're going to rank pages not only with high quality content that are relevant to the keyword queries, but they want those pages to have a good user experience. So if somebody clicks on the page, then the user should be able to see that content fairly quickly. And so that's why it's such an important factor. So the quicker your pages load, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. So according to Web Performance Today, Walmart, as an example, experienced a decline in conversions. So what they did was looked at their page speed. And when they looked at their page speed, you'd be surprised what that did. Just increasing it from 1 to 4 seconds or decreasing it basically increased conversion. So there's always going to be a correlation between how quick a page loads and how engaged the user is. Because if the user is engaged, they're going to stay on the site. And if they stay on the site, then their chances of converting are going to be higher. So just even 1 to 2 seconds increase in page load time will make a world of difference in terms of engagement and conversions. Let's turn our attention to off-site engagement. So previously we talked about on-page elements and website factors that affect our rankings for search results, but we also need to turn our attention away from our website, meaning what we do on our website, and turn our attention what we can do for our website off our website and onto other websites. So that's off-site engagement. And so let's look at an example. So that ice cream recipes blog. So we did everything we possibly could. We updated the meta tags, the title tag, the meta description. We added H1 tags. We made sure the site architecture was sound. We submitted a sitemap. We made sure the page load was good and fast. So we did all the things we're supposed to do on our web page, but we're still not ranking. Well, what do we need to do? Well, we need to turn our attention away from our website into other websites. We call this off-site or off-page SEO. And we need to basically generate links from high-quality sites back to our site. So if we've done everything we can on our own website and we're still not ranking where we want to be, well, then we need to turn our attention to other websites. And so if we turn our attention to other websites and other websites that are relevant, other websites that are of quality, other websites that have high domain authority, then we're going to see an increase in rankings. So it's just a matter of getting quality links from quality websites that are relevant. That's what's going to move the needle on search after we've taken care of all the on-page elements. So more backlinks from high domain authority results in higher rankings. SEO is a combination between what we do on our website, meaning optimizing the page and making sure our website has good site architecture and follows the best practices in terms of sitemaps and page load. Then we need to turn our attention to the backlinking to improve our domain authority. So according to Backlinko, analysis, off-site engagement is one of the most important elements for ranking #1 in Google. So you can't just focus your attention on updating the title tag and making sure the pages load fast. You have to turn your attention as well to getting backlinks from high-quality sites. That's off-site engagement. And so gaining backlinks from multiple domains is vital. It's vital because they bring referring traffic to your site. They bring credibility to your site. But more importantly, Google's going to recognize the relationship between these sites and your website. And if these sites that have backlinks or links pointing to your site, and if they're of high quality, then we call that passing link juice. So it's going to bring quality to you in terms of organic search. So if we look at an example, if I do a search for banana bread recipe, there are 241 billion results for banana bread recipe. Why did this particular page from Simply Recipes rank #1? Well, we can turn our attention to Moz, and Moz has a report called Link Explorer. And so Moz's Link Explorer report helps us identify our own page authority, our own domain authority, and how many links we have from other quality websites. So if I put that particular URL into Link Explorer, and notice the URL here is short, even though it uses an underscore when it should use a hyphen, it's still ranked #1. And why? Because off-page elements help this page rank #1. Why? Their page authority out of 100 is 58. Their domain authority out of 100 is 82. And what does that mean? Well, that means that they have a lot of good links from other domains of high quality. They have 824 linking domains to this one domain. They have 3,600 inbound links, and they're ranking for a lot of different keywords. So if we scroll down, we're going to be able to see kind of a breakout, the quality of websites that are linking to them. So they have 19 domains with a domain authority of 91 to 100 linking to them. They have 15 domains between the range of 81 and 90. So what does that tell me? Between 15 and 19, that's 34 particular domains that are very high quality linking to them. And so we could see the breakout of the linking domains. We could see the top file links to the site, and we could see the page authority. So the Link Explorer report gives us an overview of what pages are linking to ours. And it also gives us an idea of what our own page authority and domain authority are. Because domain authority and page authority both need to be high in order for us to rank on Google search. And in order for it to get high, we need links from high quality sites. So that's the whole idea behind off-site engagement. So some of the off-site engagements are influencer marketing, meaning is there somebody out there on social who has a huge following? But not only do they have a huge following, but are they relevant to our product? For example, Usain Bolt, who's a famous sprinter. If we're selling shoes and we're selling Nike shoes, maybe Usain Bolt can reference us on Twitter or Facebook. That's influencer marketing, influencing people to buy our product. We can engage with audiences on multiple social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter. Meaning, if we're running a promotion on those running shoes, then we can promote that on Facebook, okay? We can promote that on Twitter. We can also bookmark our webpage on popular bookmarking sites like StumbleUpon. We can also put our content on discussion forums like Reddit. We can join high PR quality Q&A sites, and post answers to questions related to our business like Quora.com. So we can engage in sharing our content and answering questions. So there's lots of ways to get links to your website. If you have a blog post as an example, you can make sure that maybe that content is shared on a similar blog post. So if you have an ice cream recipe blog post, well, maybe you can look at a dessert blog post and share your content on that particular blog post and have a backlink pointing from that blog post to yours as an example. And you can reciprocate. So the whole idea of content is sharing the content, but at the same time of sharing it, you're producing backlinks. And backlinks help domain authority. So not only do they help domain authority, but they improve the search rankings. So in Google's eyes, the higher your domain authority, higher the page authority. In Google's eyes, that means your page is important, it's credible, and we're going to improve it in the search engine rankings. It increases brand visibility. If we have our content on a highly engageable website, a highly popular website or a blog, it's going to lift our brand visibility. If we have Usain Bolt, who's a very famous sprinter, do some influence in marketing for us, then that's going to increase our brand visibility. So anytime we can associate with something that has some influence or some clout or high domain authority, then it's only going to increase our brand awareness and visibility. So again, it's going to increase our domain authority because of the association of passing link juice from one domain to another. It's going to then, as a result, increase referral traffic. Because if we're on a high quality website that gets a lot of traffic, then the chances of some of that traffic going to our site is going to be great. And again, it improves the credibility and trust of our website. And that's what we want. We want Google to trust us. And a way to build trust is by associating our website with other websites of equal or higher quality. So when we talk about offsite engagement, we want to do some guest posts on relevant websites. So if you have that ice cream blog, go to another blog like the dessert blog and do a guest post. So not only will that improve your brand awareness, but it'll generate a backlink and maybe drive some referral traffic. You can participate in forums and blog discussions like Quora.com or Reddit. Get your content out there. Start a discussion about a specific topic to engage users, build brand awareness, and generate that backlink. You can always put your site on a directory like Yelp, for example, or Yahoo directory. You could prefer testimonial link building, meaning if you serve products or offer up a service, well, somebody could provide a testimony on their website. Or you could just earn backlinks from relevant authoritative web pages like we mentioned Quora or Wikipedia, or there's plenty out there. So the idea is to associate yourself with high quality websites, but do it naturally. You don't want to force anything. So if you're selling a specific service or you're selling a specific product, look for like-minded services or products that complement what you do. And that'll create the natural environment, natural ecosystem that will eventually give you the benefits that you need to rank higher in the search results pages. So we don't want to purchase any links. We don't want to cloak content. We don't want to just inject links on sites that aren't relevant. We don't want to just have site-wide links all over the place pointing to the same page. And we certainly don't want to be on low-quality websites or directories. It's all about quality, not quantity, with off-site engagement. So having off-site engagement complements what you do on your website for on-site. Together, both of those efforts will get you higher search engine results. So let's start out with why GTM. So let's just say you're Sam and you have your own e-commerce website and you want to understand how people are interacting with your website. Well, Sam, today's world of websites contain a lot of interactivity, everything from videos to PDF downloads to commenting to form submissions to all sorts of chat functionality, interactivity going on throughout the website. So there's just a lot that you need to track outside of just page views. And so really what GTM does is they help you track all these things I just mentioned. Everything from somebody clicking on the play button of a PDF to somebody clicking on the submit button of a form to somebody entering in something on a chat function. So that's what GTM is. So why GTM? Because it helps us track all that interactivity. So all GTM is really allows you to really place a piece of Java code, which is just script, and this script that's added to a web page to collect information. So that's really what a tag is. It's just some script that gets put on a web page in order for you to collect information, like page views, clicks, etc. And they send it to third-party tools. Okay, so that's what GTM does. It basically allows you to take all these tags that collect information and you can use them in GTM. So if you want to, for example, collect how many people, enter a chat functionality and start chatting. Well, you're going to take that script and you're going to put it in GTM, and GTM will then allow you to start tracking that information. So that's really what GTM is. It just allows you to put tags into a container, or think of it as a toy box. You have all these toys and you want to track. Well, you can put all those toys or tags in a toy box or container. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But before we get into GTM, let's just say, you're communicating with your developer and there's a new user request on your webpage and you want to update the tag. Well, your developer, considering it's probably a small update to your website, is probably gonna not hesitate and is going to go ahead and turn around and do it normally. And so normally what happens is the developer is going to go to the website and update the tag. Well, what if you have a few things that you want to track? All those things I mentioned before, from downloads to clicks to, somebody checking out to watching a video. Well, your webmaster, your web developer is going to go, well, hold on a second. Now, all these requests are going to take time. I need to put them into the work queue, so to speak. Well, what happens is when they go into a work queue, usually it's going to take some time. And in some cases, you as a marketer need to launch a campaign. And you want to get that tracking added to the website in time for the campaign launch. So you want to go ahead and quickly turn around the tracking for that particular campaign. Let's just say you're launching a campaign and you're sending people to a landing page that has a form submission, and you want to be able to track how many people click on the submit button of that form submission. Well, if you need to turn that around, your developer's like, well, I need to put that in a work queue. The timing isn't going to always work out between you and your developer, is my point. And so that's where GTM comes in, because there is a solution to update your tags faster. And that's Google Tag Manager. So when we say GTM, that's what GTM stands for, Google Tag Manager. It's a place for you to add tags quickly and easily. So tags, remember, are just snippets of code that allow you to track things on your website interactively. And basically, when you have GTM, you can bypass the webmaster and do it quickly and easily. So that's what GTM is all about. So why GTM? Because we just identified two benefits. One, you could track all the interactivity on your website. And two, you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And so that's the benefit of GTM. So the benefit, you get those tags updated very quickly via Google Tag Manager. Okay, so that's what Tag Manager is. So what we're going to talk about today is specifically what Tag Manager is and what it does. We're going to list some of the benefits of Tag Manager. We're going to show you how it works, and then we're going to show you how to get started with Tag Manager. Tag Manager, if you're not familiar with working with webmasters and dealing with JavaScript and tags and all this jargon is just new to you today, okay, well, don't fret, sit back. We're going to take it slow. This is an introduction into Google Tag Manager. Again, let's start out with what is Tag Manager. So we've already introduced it to some degree because we already introduced it as a tool where you can put all your tags into a toolbox, toy box, or container, so to speak, right? And we already mentioned that, hey, you can bypass your webmaster. So you're probably thinking, well, if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, how can I bypass my webmaster? Well, first of all, it's a free tool, and it's a Google tool, hence the name Google Tag Manager. And it helps you really, that's the main point, is deploy and track tags on your website, bypassing your webmaster. So that's Tag Manager. And so examples of tags that can be deployed via Google Tag Manager are numerous. These are just some examples, like Google Analytics, Facebook's pixel tracking, or Google Ads. There's no limit into the number of tags you can track in Tag Manager. There is no limit. You can add any number of tracking tags in Tag Manager. Okay, so some of the benefits, well, again, we just listed two. You can put any tag into Tag Manager and track that onto your website. And we know you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And what it also does is it also allows you to test and deploy your JavaScript codes quicker. So remember, these JavaScript codes or snippets of codes are just there to track certain things on your website, whether that be a page view or somebody clicking on a play button or tracking somebody who converts or even just goes to your website. So the biggest benefit is you can take that snippet of code, let's just say Facebook. Let's just say you're doing Facebook marketing and you want to put that Facebook pixel on your website so that you could track people who come from Facebook and convert. Well, you don't need to put that Facebook pixel on your website. You can go right to Tag Manager and you can put that snippet of code right in Tag Manager really quickly. And the other benefit here is all tags are managed in one place. And that to me is really a good benefit, because when you start adding tags on your website and you have some tags in Tag Manager, it just gets very confusing. So ideally, all the tracking code you have on your website needs to be in Tag Manager. Think about that. All the tracking. So if you're doing Bing or you're doing Facebook or you're doing Twitter or you're doing LinkedIn and you're doing Google, you're doing all this type of marketing on all these different platforms, you're going to have tracking code for all these different platforms. And instead of putting all that code on your website, return going to slow down the load time of your web page and website. You want to put them all in Tag Manager so they can be organized and you know exactly what you're trying to track. And the other great benefit of Tag Manager is there's a versioning control. So let's just say you have added tags to your website via GTM for the last 6 months. Well, and let's just say you add another tag yesterday. If you added that tag yesterday and something doesn't work, well, you can just roll back to a previous version. It's that simple. So you have versioning, and that's a good thing. When you have versioning, you can control what gets published, and if something doesn't work after it gets published, then you can roll back to a previous version. So it's a peace of mind, so to speak. Just because you've added code to your site, there's no guarantee it's going to work. And so you can always control what version you're dealing with in Tag Manager. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So the biggest benefit here to me with Tag Manager is you have event tracking. And so we talked about some of the things you could track on your website, from videos, from play buttons to somebody clicking on the stop on the video or pausing it, all the way to somebody, again, chatting, or let's just say somebody clicking on that purchase button on your website. Okay, and you want to track all these different things, these different interactivities and buttons. Well, event tracking is what you're going to use to track all those buttons. And to me, this is the biggest benefit of Tag Manager. And I'll show you some examples as we go along. And if we didn't mention it already, I'll mention it again. It is free. Tag Manager is free. There's no limit. So once you have Tag Manager going, you can add as many tracking codes as you want. There's no limit on the number of tracking codes you can add to Tag Manager. Okay, so it's free and you can use it to its fullest advantage. Okay, so it's also high security, meaning that it has different levels of permissions. Okay, so you can have somebody just go in and look at the different tags and tracking codes you have in GTM, or you can ask somebody who is very familiar with Tag Manager and can go in and add the tracking code to Tag Manager and then publish that tracking code when it gets added. So those are all the benefits. Let's talk about how it works now. Specifically, how does Tag Manager work? Because you're like, Rob, okay, again, a lot of jargon. You know, you got tags and JavaScript and versioning and publishing and all this other stuff. Well, I know I'm throwing a lot at you at once, but just bear with me here. Okay, so let's start talking about how it actually works. So you have a website, okay? Whatever that domain is, you have a website, and there's chances are on your website, you have some form of interactivity, whether that be a video, whether that be a blog, whether it be a form submission. You have a website with some interactivity. And let's just say you're even thinking about getting ready to launch some type of campaign on maybe Google or Facebook, and you want to drive traffic to your website. Fair enough. You're joining the millions of other websites that are out there that have interactivity that also drive traffic to the website. So in comes Google Tag Manager. And so Tag Manager is important because, again, we know we want to track people coming from that Facebook campaign or that Google campaign and interacting with our site. So if you are running Facebook and you are running Google Analytics, well, guess what? You want to put that tracking code in Tag Manager. So Google Analytics, being a Google product, works very nicely with Tag Manager. Facebook has its own tracking code, but you still want to be able to track people who come from the Facebook campaign to your website. So you're going to get that tracking code from Facebook and put it in Tag Manager. That's generally how it works. So here, information from your website is shared with another data source through Tag Manager. So think about that. If I add Facebook tracking code to Tag Manager, or let's just say I add Google Analytics tracking code to Tag Manager is the one that's pushing out and doing all the heavy lifting. They're the ones that are controlling what code gets fired and what code doesn't. So if you're putting the code in Tag Manager is controlling the code. Think about it that way. And let's show you an example of what that looks like. So here I am, I'm in Tag Manager. I just went to tagmanager.google.com, and here I could see a list of tags. So in our conversation, we're talking about tracking Facebook and we're talking about tracking Google Analytics. Well, Google Analytics is easy because it's a Google product. So here, if I look at all the different tracking code I have on my website through Tag Manager, let's just take a look at Google Analytics. So if you're going to use Tag Manager, you might as well put the Google Analytics code in here. So here I can see I have Google Analytics as a tag in Tag Manager. Now, for Facebook, if I'm running a Facebook campaign, well, I can take that pixel tracking and put it in GTM as well. And here I can see Facebook pixel. That code is added to GTM. I just basically took what Facebook gave me and put it into Google Tag Manager. So you can see I can add Facebook and Google Analytics. And again, I can't stress it enough, any tracking code from any platform I can add to Google Tag Manager in order to track the behavior from those sources. So let's take a little bit deeper dive into how Tag Manager works. So I just showed you an example of how you could take Facebook and Google Analytics code and put it into Tag Manager. But if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, then how do I do that? Well, let's talk about the structure and how Tag Manager works. So when you have a Tag Manager account, you have a container. Remember, I mentioned toy box earlier. You have a bunch of toys. If they're code and you're tracking different bits of code from different platforms like Facebook, think of those as toys, and you have a toy box. Okay, well, that's what this code is, and that's what a container is. The code is the code, and that's going to go into the toy box or container. And so the way Tag Manager works is you have tags, triggers, and variables. So if I take my Facebook tracking code and put it into a container, I need to set up a tag and a trigger. Okay, so let's take a look at what that is. So first, if I go back to Tag Manager, I'm going to have an account, and if I have an account, I'm going to have a container. So here I'm just going to click on an account with a container, and a container is nothing more than what website you're adding the tracking code to. Okay, that's all the container is. We're just letting Tag Manager know this is the website we're adding all this code to. So you have tags, triggers, and variables. That's the structure of Tag Manager. So tags are just what it says, tags. What are we trying to quote unquote tag? Well, if it's Google Analytics, that's easy. Here I can see I have Google Analytics added. So if I click on Google Analytics, here's my tag. And if I take a little bit of a deeper dive there, since Google Analytics is a Google product, it integrates already with Tag Managers. It's pretty easy. I can just choose Google Analytics, then I'm going to check page view, and that's my tag. Now, every tag needs a trigger. Okay, so I need to tell Tag Manager how or when to fire the Google Analytics tracking code. So in this case, I'm going to tell Tag Manager to fire on all pages. So if I get somebody, a visitor to my website, Analytics is firing on all pages. So whatever page that visitor lands on, Google Analytics is going to fire. So that's really what it comes down to, is I have a tag and I need to tell Tag Manager when to trigger that tag. That's really what the structure of Tag Manager is. It's tags, triggers, and variables. And variables we're going to talk about here in a couple minutes. But you have a piece of code. You're going to go ahead and put that into Tag Manager. You're going to tag it, and then you're going to fire that trigger. So let's take a look at another example here. If I go back here, you can see Facebook. Well, here's my Facebook pixel. Okay, that's my tag. So when is it going to fire? Well, it's going to fire on a specific domain or subdomain. That's basically what we're doing. We're trying to tell GTM when to fire that particular tag. So those are the three main components: a tag, okay, which is going to contain the JavaScript code that you get from, say, Facebook, the trigger. So you're going to go into Tag Manager and tell Tag Manager when to fire that code. That's the trigger. And then you have variables. And so variables are basically just additional information that Tag Manager may need for your tag and trigger to work. So that's what a variable is. It's there to get the tag and trigger to fire. So variables are divided into built-in and user-defined variables. So common used variables include, say, page path or page URL or host name or click class. Again, they're there, and these examples I just gave you are there to get your tag and trigger to work. Think about it that way. That's a component. And if I go into Tag Manager here, and here on the left side, I can see variables. So remember, I have built-in and user-defined. So built-in means that Tag Manager already built these for me. So in case I need to get my trigger to work with my tag, I can use a variable. So those are built in, and then I have user defined. So these are what I define. These are what I created. And again, the variables are there to get the tag and trigger to work. Okay, so that's the job of the variable. The job of the tag is to host that JavaScript code. Okay, in the case of Facebook or analytics, that's where we're putting our code. So here, if I click on AdWords remarketing, again, it's a Google product, so I don't really need to even deal with code. I'm just gonna select Google AdWords remarketing. Okay, so you could see GTM integrates nicely with some of the other Google products. But let's just say you have a Facebook pixel tracking code. You're going to choose custom, and you're going to put the code here. So that's part of the tag. And then the trigger, again, is there to get the tag to fire. So you're telling GTM when to fire the tag. And the variable is there to help you make sure that that trigger and that tag work together. So that's how all three kind of work together. You need the tag to put the code. You need the trigger to tell GTM when to fire the tag and code. And the variables there to help you define when that tag and trigger should work or how it should work. So again, review, tags they're just small codes of JavaScript or tracking pixels on your website. And so tags are allowed to manage events like scroll tracking, remarketing, clicks, downloads, files, play buttons, you name it. Even clicks on external links. For example, let's just say you have a click or a Facebook icon on your site, and when somebody clicks on it, they go to Facebook. You want to maybe track that. You're going to create a tag. Okay? The trigger is there because you need to tell GTM when to fire that tag. So it's a certain condition, whether it's, fire the tag if the URL equals facebook.com or some other condition. So the tag cannot be created until the creation of the corresponding trigger. So tags and triggers go together. You can't just create a tag and not have a trigger. Otherwise, your tag will never fire. And then the variable is there again. It stores the information when defining a trigger or transferring data to tag. So a variable has a variety of data. Okay, so you pick and choose the variable you want to use with that trigger. Okay, so you're making sure that by defining a variable, you're making sure that you're telling GTM how that trigger should be fired. So let's take a look at another example here of how all three play together. If I'm in this account, I'm in this container. If I look down here, I could see Google Optimize. That's another Google product. So what I'm doing here is I just chose Google Optimize as my tag. It's already integrated. So what does that mean? I don't even need to deal with any code. I'm just going to select Optimize. Well, we have the tag Google Optimize, but we need to tell GTM how to fire that. And so here we're going to tell GTM to fire it on all pages. So that's basically a very simple example because we're firing it on all pages. So if I want to look at something specific again, Facebook, here's my tag, here's my code. What's my trigger? Well, my trigger is it's going to fire on specific pages. How do I know that? Well, if I look at the trigger, here I could see the trigger is a page view, but I'm telling it to fire on this particular host name. So the tag and trigger go hand in hand. So how to get started with Tag Manager. So first things first, you have to create that account. So you're going to go to tagmanager.google.com, or you can do a search for Google Tag Manager, and you're going to create your account. And then when you create your account, what's going to happen is you're going to set up a container. And when you set up a container, you have choices. So you could set it up for your website, for an app on iOS, or maybe Android, or you can even set it up for AMP, an accelerated mobile page. So most people by default are probably going to set up Tag Manager for their website. And so when you do that, when you actually select website, what's going to happen is you're going to get some Google Tag Manager code in return. And so the whole idea here is you're going to do a swap. What you're doing is basically you're saying, okay, Google, I'm going to take this Google Tag Manager code and I'm going to put it on my website. I'm going to put it on every page of my website. So notice Tag Manager has two scripts. One goes in the head as high as possible. The other goes into the body tag as high as possible. And so what you're doing is you're making a deal. You're putting this Tag Manager code on your website, and in return, every code you deal with, whether that be Facebook or analytics or optimize or remarketing or whatever it is going to go in GTM. Okay, it's going to go into the container you created. So you need the Tag Manager code on your website in order for Tag Manager to work. Okay, so when you add this code to your website, then you're free to start adding all sorts of tags to your container. But if you don't have this tracking code on your website, then none of the tags you add to your container are going to work. So that's the idea behind the container. And then one thing I wanted to mention on the account is it's a Google account. So when you create your account, then make sure it's the same account you use with, say, Google Analytics or some other Google product. That's a good best practice, is always use the same email address when you set up your account so that it integrates nicely across all the different platforms. Meaning you can go from, say, Google Analytics right to Google Tag Manager in one browser without having to log out or log in. Okay, so when you create the account, you're going to create your container. If you choose web, then you're going to be asked to place code on your website. And when you place that code on your website, then you are free to start using Tag Manager. And that means you're free to start adding tags. Okay, so if you want to know more information about installing Google Tag Manager, then what I would recommend is visit the Quick Start Guide website of GTM. So again, if you're curious as to where that code is located in Google Tag Manager, well, when you create an account and you create a container, that container is going to have a specific ID. So if I click on that specific ID, here's where I can get my code. Okay, so again, when I'm logged in to Tag Manager, I'm going to click on Workspace, but in the top navigation, I'm going to see my unique GTM ID. If I click on that, that's where my code is going to be located. And so again, your code needs to go in the header, and there's another script that needs to go in the body. And if you're not sure how to add the code to your website, well, you can always click on the Quick Start Guide here. Okay, and that'll take you to a Quick Start Guide page, a reference page related to Google Tag Manager. So let's talk about creating a tag. So once you get Tag Manager installed, I'm sure you're excited to get going and create that first tag. So let's talk about how to create a tag in Tag Manager. So when you're in Tag Manager, all you need to do is basically you're looking at all your tags. If you click on tag in the left side navigation, you'll see all your tags, and there's a new button there. So you just click new. And so basically what you're going to do is you're going to create your first tag. And so what I would recommend, once you get Tag Manager installed on your website, I would recommend setting the first tag up as Google Analytics. So that will get you going with tracking page views on your website when somebody visits your website. Okay, so ideally that's what you want to do. You want to get Google Analytics as your first tag in Tag Manager. So what I'm going to do is, because analytics is a Google product, it's already integrated nicely with Tag Manager. So I'm just going to click on Google Analytics. It's going to be a page view. That's what I'm tracking. And now I have to set up a variable. And so what it's going to do, it's going to ask me to select a variable. And so what you're going to do is you're going to select new variable. And what you're going to do is you're actually going to go and add your tracking ID here. That's going to be your variable. So where do I get my tracking ID in analytics? Well, if I'm in analytics, I'm going to go to admin. And then under property settings, I'm going to see my tracking ID. And all you need to do then is go to Tag Manager and paste copy. First, you got to copy over that tracking ID. Then you're going to go to Tag Manager and going to paste it. And then that's going to create a variable for you. And then when you create that variable, you're going to see it in the drop down here. So I've already created it. And basically, that's your tag with a variable. Then what are you going to do? You're going to set up a trigger. So see, I have some triggers already set up. You're going to see a default trigger already set up for you, and that's going to be all pages. So ideally what you want to do is you want to select all pages in order for analytics to fire on all pages. So that's what we're doing. We're setting up a trigger. We're basically telling Tag Manager, hey, if I get a visitor to any page on my website, then I want you to fire Google Analytics. So that's basically, in summary, how to set up your first tag. And my recommendation is your first tag should be Google Analytics. And when you set up analytics, you're going to have to set up a variable for the tracking ID. And so you get the tracking ID again from admin, property settings, copy and paste that tracking ID over, save it. You have your variable. That variable is going to be included in with the tag. Then your trigger is going to be all pages. And there you go. You have your first tag, you have your first variable, you have your first trigger. So that's basically what you want to do. And once you've added that tag, once you've added that trigger, then the only thing you need to do now is basically publish the tag. And so anytime you save a tag, you're going to go ahead and submit it so that way it gets published. So again, what you're going to do is let's take a step back here. You're going to choose new tag. You're going to choose analytics from the drop down menu. You're going to choose page view. Then basically you're going to add your tracking ID so you can set up the variable. And then basically that's what you need to do. Okay, you're going to add that tracking ID and then voila, that's your tag with a variable. And then once you've done that, then you're going to click submit. So when you click submit, you're basically saying, hey, I want this tag to go live now, this tag and trigger. And once you've done that, then analytics is ready to go. And anytime somebody goes to your website on any page, Tag Manager is going to fire Google Analytics. So the great thing here is you have something called Google Tag Assistant, and that's an extension that works with Chrome. And so when you've actually added Tag Manager to your site, or you have analytics running in Tag Manager, you can confirm if those tags are firing properly. So let's take a look at how Google Tag Assistant works. Okay, so if you just do a search for Google Tag Assistant, you're going to see here that it's basically just an extension that works in Chrome, and unfortunately it only works in Chrome browser. It doesn't work in any other browser. So go ahead and install that extension into Chrome. And when you do that, you're going to see this nice icon here in your browser. And now, if you go to any website and I click on Google Tag Assistant and I click on Enable, okay, so basically I'm loading Google Tag Assistant. And now once I refresh the page, I can see that this particular site has Google Tag Manager installed. And not only does it have Tag Manager installed, I can see that it's also has Google Analytics running. I have also Google Optimize running, and I have Google Ads Remarketing Tag running in Tag Manager. So that's what Tag Assistant does. It allows you to see if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and if it is, great, what other tags are firing on this particular site. So Tag Assistant's telling me I have these particular tags firing on that site, and they're firing within Tag Manager. So Tag Assistant is a great way to confirm if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and two, what other tags are firing on the site. Now, another way you could confirm if Tag Manager is firing on the site is you can go into preview mode. So even before you submit and publish your tag and trigger, you can click on the preview mode. So if I click preview in Tag Manager, so basically that's going to put me in preview mode. And so what does that mean? Well, that means that now I'm free to go to my website and see if those tags are firing. And so let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I go to the website and just click refresh, then what's going to happen is Tag Manager is going to load in preview mode, just as you see here. Okay, so that's going to take a couple seconds to load up. And now what can I see in preview mode? I could see that I have GTM firing, but I also have some other tags firing on this page. Remarketing, I have Google Analytics, I have Google Optimize. I have some other tags firing as well. And so the preview mode shows me what tags are firing on any given page. And I can also see what tags did not fire. Okay, so here I have a number of tags already in GTM, but they didn't fire on this particular page. So let's just say I clicked on the Donate Now button. I'm still in preview mode, so I'm going to be able to see what tags fired. Now I could see I have a couple of tags that have fired on this particular page. And then I could see what tags did not fire on this page. Okay, so that's the preview mode. You can use the preview mode before you even submit a tag and trigger to see if it fires. And that's the great benefit of Tag Manager. So if you're not sure if something's going to fire or not, then you can always go into preview mode. And if you are sure it's going to fire, then you can go ahead and submit it. So you can leave preview mode and just go ahead and submit that particular tag and trigger. So here I'm going to leave preview mode. And now once I'm done and I'm sure the tag is going to fire, and go ahead and submit all my changes that I've worked on in terms of setting up tags and triggers. So that's really GTM in a nutshell. So I have my tags, okay? My tags are just snippets of code that I'm going to put in, whether that be Facebook or event tracking or any other Google product like Optimize or Page View. Then I have my triggers. My triggers are there to tell GTM when to fire that tag. And the variables are there to help those tags and triggers work together. So remember that particular variable we set up for Google Analytics. Okay, so here it is right here, because we want to tell GTM what property to specifically fire in Google Analytics. So that's why we set up that variable. But there are all sorts of variables. Google Tag Manager has built in, or variables already created for you, or you can specifically define a variable. So variables are there to help the tags and triggers work together. So when you set up a tag, you set up a trigger, you use a variable, you can always go into preview mode, preview it by going to the website, seeing if it fires. If it fires, then voila, you can go ahead and click submit, and that will publish the tag and trigger, and you're good to go. That's pretty much how Tag Manager works. And again, I can't stress that there's an unlimited number of tags you can add to Tag Manager. There's no limit. So you got anything from Google to non-Google to event tracking, okay? To Facebook, to anything that you want to track, you want to be able to put into Tag Manager. And again, there's versioning. That's one of the great benefits of Tag Manager. So if I want to go back to an older version, I can simply do that. So here you can see I'm on version 32. That's how Tag Manager works. And I can't stress that, Tag Manager is there to help you track interactivity on the site. Because if you have a site that's interactive, that has a video, that has a download button, let's just say, you have all sorts of newsletter signups, Facebook, YouTube buttons on your website, just like this website does, and you want to be able to track how many people click on that particular button, well, you're going to need Tag Manager. And when you have Tag Manager, you're going to be able to track all of these button clicks and interactivity on your website.
Thanks, Rob. With that, we've reached the end of this video. Stay tuned for part 2, where we'll be covering topics like Google Ads, Google Display Network, Google Analytics, Facebook and YouTube ads, and much more. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.